Had thousands of years to gather globe proof. Yeah, here we are, attacking me. I've only been here about 40 years, just over. What, after thousands of years of stacking up so-called globe evidence, the best you've got is to attack a guy who's only been around for 40 plus years? Really? Like, is that it? We're going to tell him in 100 years' time? Oh, well, we attacked Nathan Oakley. Wasn't that enough? We showed he didn't know what a triangle was. Was that not enough to prove Earth's a sphere? No, we were hoping for the thousands of years of globe evidence. There was us thinking that would be a high standard. But meanwhile, you think attacking me is a good methodology for winning? Okie dokie, lads. Standards, very high, very high. As I say, we don't do that, do we? No interest in attacking the personal nature of somebody who's putting out globe information. Just interested in their globe information. Now it's based on a flat Earth. That's all we're interested in.
I mean, do you remember the one where they used to draw a circle on a graph paper and then zoom into a part of the circle and say, look, it looks flat, and that's the reason the globe's so biggy, it's so flatty. There was a guy doing that last night on Politics. He's gone out of his way to draw a circle, zoom in on it, zoom out on it, and this was his proof that we live on a spherical Earth, apparently. Zooming into a circle on a piece of graph paper.
Yeah. It's on screen now. We've got an elevation angle which requires a flat baseline. If they can suggest that, well, the curved surface is just so big that I can get a straight, flat baseline for thousands of miles, and it all's cushy, it's perfectly fine. No, you clown. Baseline's flat. Earth is measured flat with elevation angles. They have to be because it's a triangle. If we're arguing about triangles in this respect, with a flat baseline, again, I'd be happy if you started pointing out that I don't know how a triangle works within the context of the discussion. Of course, I only need to know one aspect of it. This line. Yeah, that's all I need to know. This flat line that's part of this measurement. Essential for ground positions with respect to the flat baseline. That's it, Earth's measured flat. What's that? Earth's so big that this line can be flat. So it can be flat. Yeah, it can be flat. Mister, I'm going to apologise for how flat it must be. Because it's globe-shaped. When we measure it flat. Yeah, they can do that, but we'll just tan their hides when they do. Brian?
Hey, Nathan. Hey, everyone.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, one deck. Ask me a question, Nathan.
Do you know for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat?
Yes, without a doubt. Resounding yes. But that's not the question I was looking for. Ask me, what is a pressure differential?
What's a pressure differential, Brian?
Pressure differential.
It's kind of self-explanatory, you mean?
What kind of a bozo is that guy?
Yeah.
And he's talking about triangles.
Wait.
He can't mention triangles. Sorry, go on, Chocolate.
Wait. Let me try. A differential in pressure?
Right, Brian, I've got another question for you. You won't get this one. What is a circle of equal altitude?
It's a circle of equal altitude. A circle where all points within that circle are an equal distance from an elevation above it.
For the audience,
they all have an equal. From every point within the circle, if you had a straight line straight up, all the straight lines would be the same length.
For the audience's benefit, if you were using these 3 points, 3 stars in the sky correspond with 3 points on the ground called ground positions. Well, if you were drawing these on a map and you've got your time, measured your angle, written it down, and you then go and look it up in the almanac, what you're actually going to do is draw a circle with the, put my mouse on it, for this star here. The circle will be from this midpoint, if you were to use a, what do they call them? Is it a protractor? That angly thing that you use? Compass. and then you draw your circle on the map, which is all the way around here. Well, all of that is a circle of equal elevation. Likewise with this star. Got a center point for a circle. The outside edge of it is where you are, but that's the circle. All of it being a circle of equal altitude. All on the same level. That's how it functions. That's how it's measured. That's what Earth is. So 10th has just supplied me with this diagram, which is an overhead view. The same thing. That would be the point that you're measuring from on the previous diagram, which I'll go back to in a second. This would be the star, and obviously you wouldn't see the angle because we're on a bird's eye view. It's just going to be the same as the baseline. A straight, flat line from bird's eye view. Nevertheless, there's a line up to the star and along the baseline to S3 in this instance, so that you can use your compass and draw a circle. What you're trying to achieve is this, where they all converge. Now, if for the sake of argument, one of these circles was over land, at a point where they converge, so let's say this point is where you are, and this point down here is land, then you immediately discount this point, so you don't need to get a third circle. But if you're right in the middle of the ocean and you get two, you still haven't figured out if you're here or here, then you need a third circle. All of them are, Brian was just asked about it, circles of equal elevation, circles of equal altitude, based on the angle measurement on this diagram. That's clear?
The point is, that was, sorry, Brian, that was brilliant, that, Nathan. I really enjoyed that. But the point is, as well, just to go back to the, this is how stupid it is. What's a pressure differential? Well, it's a pressure differential. And then that's why I brought up the proof is in the pudding, isn't it? What's a circle of equal altitude? I mean, it tells you right there in the words, and this is what we're up against all the time. Well, what's horizontal? What's level? It's crazy out there.
At the moment, something is defined as defeating their position. They need to redefine it. What does that mean? What does level mean? Well, having no part higher or lower than the other. No, let's redefine it so that it moves around the outside edge of a sphere. Comporting with the outside edge of a sphere is what level means. No, because then you can't define the curve with respect to a level if you haven't got a level to define it with. You first need level. It's a geometric axiom. You can't bend it. Oh, right, but because your belief in a curved surface that's measured level needs a redefining of the word level. Because obviously that's not sphere-shaped anymore, and that's how we're measuring it. So level doesn't mean level anymore, even though it's an axiomatic principle that must be adhered to define the deviation from level if you're going to describe how curved something is. Yeah, that's what they'll do. Redefine words and their meanings to make it comport with their fundamentalist sphere belief. Meanwhile, axiomatic principles like level won't change and are required in their sphere belief. If they do try to redefine what level is, we take them to their own mathematics. A level's defined as level because it's an axiomatic principle that their geometry is based on. In that particular instance, with Earth curve mathematics, surface level and eye level parallel with one another, unequivocally debunking the notion that level isn't level. Shockingly, it's an axiomatic principle they're using, as they need to measure Earth flat and level. Let's change what level means afterwards. Meanwhile, we are measuring Earth as a flat, level, horizontal plane of reference for navigation and mapping. Earth is flat.
Do you have a non-question begging argument for the flat Earth, Nathan?
And
A non-question begging argument, please.
Brenda, you've come the last 3 weeks, and I've pointed out that you have attempted to have my kids removed from me.
No, I
Go away.
didn't.
You did. Now you're a liar. Go away. I'll talk to you. You represent the scum of the earth. Kind of people that I never want to be talking to. I don't want any. I'd rather you weren't involved in this process ever. Obviously, if I'm here, I can just say, please remove this person. They are quite literally disgusting.
Well, in today's day and age, the Earth is, it's horizontal, it's flat, but it identifies as a sphere. So what are you going to do?
As I said at the start of this live broadcast, move on the front foot forward, tell people Earth is measured flat, point out how it's measured, mapped, built on, and then move on with your life, or get to know the debate. Understand how they will try and claim it's a sphere by using those flat Earth measurements to base their sphere belief on.
Nathan, can you have a circle on a sphere?
On a sphere, no.
Yes.
Yeah, a bit of a problem if you're drawing out circles of equal elevation, measuring angles to stars, making maps with them. That's going to be a big problem.
Don't. Sorry,
I'm done.
I just want to say a lot of the borders don't understand what a circle of equal altitude is. It's a circle, number one, so it's two-dimensional. Doesn't have a three-dimensional cap on the inside of it, and every point in that circle is an equal distance from, not from the star, because the star will be as the center. It would be an equal distance from the altitude, the measured altitude of the star, or apparent altitude, let's just say, because we don't have a height to the star. But every point within that circle, a straight line up from that point would all be equal. That's the whole point of a circle of equal altitude. I think the borders think it's just some kind of an equal angle from the edge of a sphere. It's like, no, you don't know what the difference between a circle and a sphere and two-dimensional and three-dimensional shapes are. You don't understand the word altitude or equal. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. We have to go back to like the very basics of geometry to explain to these people. No, we're not understanding.
Good morning.
Morning, 10th.
Go on, Sam.
Yo,
Let's not forget that they're trying to change everything. When you go back and study celestial navigation, it didn't start off with this really refined instrument called the sextant that we have today. It started out with crude instruments that did the same thing, like a square board with a string with knots that represented different latitudes so that you know how to get back to your port. You would take an angle to Polaris using the board with your arm outstretched. The bottom of the board would be touching the horizon. The top of the board would be where Polaris was. And they'd say, okay, so if I want to get back home, let's tie a knot here, because when I'm in the middle of the ocean and I see Polaris to do this again with the horizon, I can see if I'm either above it or below it. I can make an adjustment north or south, and then just go east or west and get back to my home. So simple. Planar geometry is how the sextants today, as well as all the other things, astrolabe, cross staff, you name it, they all are working on planar geometry.
Right.
It's undeniable. All you got to do is read. If you can read. To the other person who missed the show the other day, Nathan, you have that slide, that black and white one I sent you with the astronomical wedge?
That's up
And
there.
then, yeah, well, you can see here, you got a circle, disc, flat area where the angle is being measured from. The astronomical wedge, or in their case, triangle, which they say is spherical. Well, there's no triangle that goes over 180 degrees. We know that. So where do they measure that from? Well, they measure it from a flat baseline, as you can see in the picture. You can see the dotted lines showing where the radius of that circle of equal altitude would start, the GP of the star, sun, whatever, to the observer. What it is a perception of 0 to 90 back to 180 in the sky. And they've created a spherical triangle, which is an oxymoron. It's more exacting to say a wedge of perspective. And then you could see that outside one, the bigger one, the first one on the top. That's what you see in the sky as they call the imaginary celestial sphere. Now, they call it imaginary. We know that you're viewing of the eye shows 0 to 90 back to 180, protractor style. And so they see this and they say, oh, look at that. It's curving. Let's bring that down using the same straight lines. Let's make the Earth's surface out of it. Now you see the second wedge, which is their so-called globe Earth surface. It's just a projection back down of an angle that's, from a perspective viewpoint, looks like a wedge. But it's not a wedge. I mean, do you realize you need to be on the flat baseline to even get that?
Well, if you wouldn't mind me saying something about that, Tent, the celestial dome, because it's not a sphere, celestial dome, that's purely mathematical. As in, that's just the best way or the easiest way to represent the perspective view we have of the sky orthographically. So they just use a protractor to represent it orthographically. That does make the sky curved. So even when you're saying perspective, it's a mathematical afterthought after perspective is what they're actually creating these PZX triangles. Well, they're not triangles, because all they are is they're pre-assuming that the sky is a dome around them, and they're pre-assuming then that they're making three circles intersect. Because circles are curved, obviously on the outside, where these three circles intersect, they're then calling the point in the middle, they're calling that a spherical triangle, which is ridiculous because you can't have a spherical triangle. But that's what they do. So there is no like when they're hijacking the celestial dome and trying to turn it into a sphere and all the other nonsense they're doing, that's all mathematical afterthought. Because in reality, nobody sees a curved sky. We don't say that. Nobody observes that with their eyes, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, you're drilling down to the most basic pedantic understanding of it. I don't even have to go that far, but I don't disagree with anything you say. I'm just showing you this picture that Nathan has up that shows the wedge being brought down and then assumed as the Earth's surface when it's really a measurement of the sky, of the stars, on the flat baseline that you got in the first instance. It is so ridiculous once you realize what they're doing.
Makes sense.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's right there. Let's not forget.
Just for the audience's benefit, just
show the astronomical rectangle, which validates what Brian said and what I said.
Yes. So, just for the audience's benefit, this triangle here is your angle measurement with respect to a flat baseline. That's a flat Earth measurement of a star. It's represented in a very weird way with the triangle cutting off halfway through and all sorts of other weird representations. But this is just an angle measurement to a star. You can see the star in the diagram nice and clearly. That diagram is the same as this diagram. Is that same angle measurement to the star. That's the same as this diagram. Guy measuring an angle to a perceived point in the sky. Now, although you said it's down or whatever you said about Brian's point, I'm just going to reiterate Brian's point. From this guy's perception, if there's a star up here, where there's a gap in the sky, that is what Brian's trying to describe as a hemisphere over this sky. Each angle to each star that he can see, and the measured one, and then the ones getting closer to the horizon, just representative of a protractor wrapped around his view. Well, that protractor that's wrapped around his view, I'll go back to the diagram that 10th Man was focused on for the most part, that is this semicircle that cuts through, get on the right one, this celestial view from the ground. So this is the circle on the ground, and this is the circle on the ground. The guy measuring the angle. If you take what Brian described as the perspective view, and then project points that are on the ground through a wedge here, it'd actually be here. Let's just do that again. So if this point is making up the point on the celestial sphere that you can see, you can mathematically project a point through it here, and that represents, I'm nearly done, this wedge in the middle. So it's the view you get of the stars through a hemispherical perspective-based view, projected down onto what they say is the globe surface on this wedge. In reality, you're just measuring an angle on this flat surface. That's where it all begins. This angle to this star. Thank you, 10th.
Yeah, I'm not done. Can you go to the astronomical rectangle, which
Yep.
wholly slams the hammer
Yeah.
on them? You have
I'm on it.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm on it.
Okay, thank you. You see the circle? You see that flat plane? You see the rectangle will have 4 90-degree boxes. Or a little bit sleight of hand cheating here, showing a little curved line on the bottom adjacent and the top low altitude. That's not the way it works because they even put 90 there. They need to put a box in each of those corners. We live on a flat Earth, folks. This is celestial navigation. It must create an astronomical rectangle or a celestial rectangle. The rest of it is hokey pokey. This is the bottom line right here. When the likes of Brenda come on and say, you don't need the horizon, yeah, that's because you can get your co-altitude directly with a plumb bob and a protractor with a straw on the adjacent, and you look, you get your co-altitude instantly using the observer's zenith because you're not on the boat rocking. When you're at sea with the mariner sextant, you're on the boat rocking. So it's a 2-step process to get to that co-altitude that you didn't need the horizon for. Let's see how that works. Sight the horizon, bring the star down, and then you get your elevation angle. Then you subtract that from 90, which gives you your co-altitude, which is the same thing that you do on land with a protractor, with a straw, on the adjacent, with a plumb bob. So we're trying to get to the co-altitude by any means, because that is the zenith distance from the star's GP to the observer's zenith position on Earth. And those two zeniths have to be parallel, not diverging, as shown by the rectangle, the astronomical rectangle, and the bottom baseline system of navigation. This must happen this way. Where is the curve of the Earth if you got to have a rectangle?
Can't be one. Has to be 90.
Thank you. I'm done.
You don't even have to do it just for the flat earthers. You don't even have to use the co-altitude. You can just multiply your elevation angle by 60 and then subtract that, whatever your figure is, from 5,400. Your remainder will be your distance. You don't even need to use the co-altitude. The bonus thing, you have to use the co-altitude. But if you are using co-altitude, then those zeniths must be parallel. There's no other way for it to work.
But they whistle past what co-altitude is, don't they? Because the reason they want to use co-altitude is because it's in the sky. It's not referenced to the ground, even though we're navigating the ground. Why is it called co-altitude? Because it's parallel and the same as the zenith distance, which is the ground distance that you need. It's co-altitude because it's the opposite part of what you actually require, which is the zenith distance, the distance on the ground.
Yeah, the fact that you have what's called a zenith distance means that the distance between every 2 points of equal, let's say, height above both GPs, the distance between those 2 points must be equal. Exactly. So they can't be divergent.
Exactly.
You can't geometrically be divergent.
Exactly. You add in another person doing the same. So let's say you've got one particular circle of equal altitude just by chance. 2 mariners are sat on one or other edge on the opposite side of this circle, right? So they both happen to be using star 1 to navigate with. Yeah? And their principle of having parallel zeniths runs to the guy who's measuring on the left and to the zenith of the star, and the guy measuring on the right. So his zenith is also parallel. He can measure 2 other stars off to the right, and the first mariner can measure 2 other stars off to the left. All of them have to have parallel zeniths. So it's like 8 zeniths in total. All of them have got to be parallel for this to work. Yeah, there's the 7, because one's been shared.
Yeah, can I just point out something about the whole celestial dome thing?
Yeah.
If I'm on a boat and I take 3 different angles, 3 different stars, right, that are more or less in alignment from where I am. The first, my angle is 70. Let's say, obviously, I have 90 degrees above my head. The first angle is 72 degrees. The second angle is 41 degrees. The third angle is 19 degrees. And what creates those points? If you take those 3 points, right, orthographically, you can make that, the way to represent that is best way, the easiest way, I should say. It's not the only way, but the easiest way to represent that is with a curved line between connecting up those 3 points. But what creates those 3 points? It's the horizontal distance from the observer creates
Right.
those 3 points, because
Yeah,
there's
so
3
one's
different
further.
horizontal distances. So
Exactly.
it's just let me just finish. It's the horizontal baseline of the protractor that creates the points on the arc above it. If you understand. Go on, Nathan.
Just agreeing, yeah. The circles that you've got. If I've got 2 diagrams that I'm going to use to make your point. Excellent point. On this diagram on screen now that you've got in the Hangout, you've got the star. If I now do what you said one was at about 45 degrees, which is this one. And you said one's at 70 something. So let's just say that one's up here. You can't see my mouse, but I'm off to the left and slightly, I'm doing that as the second star. And then you said one at 19 degrees. So let's say that's also to the left. So you've got one low on the left on the dome, one slightly above it on the dome, and one that's actually depicted. Yeah, so we're imagining 2 more on the left. One at 19 and one at 70 something. Yeah? You with me so far? Well, that perspective view, and it's even marked, right? 180 here. Well, they're all being represented as fitting into this equal space of a protractor. That's all this then represents, where you see them on the protractor. Yeah. However, in reality, the circles are all different lengths. There's a further distance from this point than there is to this point. Ergo, this star's going to be higher in the sky than this one. This one's going to be a 45 degree. This one's going to be a 70. And this one's going to be a 20 degree. Yeah? And they are representing points that are further away. This star is above ground that's further away from you. So if you were to draw it in orthographic view, 2-dimensionally, you'd have exactly what you're seeing, what it represents. Not the dome of perspective that's turned into a globe and a celestial sphere, but a very narrow angle to the star that's far away. That means a bigger circle. That means you've got a flat sky, a flat ground, and a parallel measurement. Can be represented as a hemispherical protractor-based view with everything equal measuring to the protractor. It isn't. One at 20 degrees is much further away. That's how they've hijacked the view that we get through the protractor to pretend that this, which would be the celestial sphere by perspective-based protractor view, as I'm calling it, has another protractor inside it. The globe. You standing in hell measuring angles through the globe with the points that are in the sky matching to it. That's how this system works. Final slide, the one that, again, 10th Man focused on and this has become a show about, which is great. This view. This is your pizza slices through the projected protractor and the original protractor. Yeah? That's why this diagram looks a mess. Star isn't over the point that's projected onto the ground. It's over here, miles away. Well, why haven't they drawn a dotted line to the actual GP of this star? Why is it off the circle? Because it doesn't make sense if you're trying to pretend this has any relevance to a globe. You're projecting through the points of perspective. This is right on the edge of being as complicated as this subject gets. Nevertheless, that's how they've done it. That's how they've converted flat, plane, elevation, angle measurements into a spherical surface for you to believe you're standing in. That's how it works. That's how we got to the globe. That's how it works.
It's strange, isn't it, though, how they've they basically hijacked the perspective of the heavens, turned that into a globe, which they say has no perspective.
Yeah.
How bizarre.
Exactly. They've hijacked perspective in the heavens and on the ground. They've called the ground-based perspective that we see, that's hashtag shit shrinks, called that Earth curve. In the perspective of the heavens, they've called a celestial and globe spherical model. There is no actual representation of the model, but in the mind's eye of the people, and with projections like Haversine gives you with PZX triangles and celestial domes / spheres, you can build a globe model off these flat Earth angle measurements.
What they've done, actually, is the protractor, all points on the arc of the protractor is created by the length of the adjacent, or not adjacent, the length of the horizontal or it's a flat baseline. That's purely mathematical. They've taken something that starts out as a perspective view, angles of a flat plane, and they've mathematically turned that orthographically. Those three stars are not going to be those three different elevations to each other. They'll all be up at the same place, but for the observer, there is three different elevations to the stars above the horizon, right? So all they're doing is turning that orthographically, and then mathematically connecting those 3 points with an arc. And then in between that arc and the flat plane, they're placing another arc, right? And calling that the surface you're on. Even though the very thing that they've just created mathematically can only be created with distances along a flat plane. That's what they're doing. It's actually really simple. If you think it's actually simple.
It is simple, but it's simple when you know how. With 10 years under our belt, it's easy for us to say it's simple.
I suppose, yeah. But I mean, if you can literally teach without telling the kids what they're doing in the classroom. You could tell the kids to do this, and this, and they could actually, and then at the last point, they'll put another arc in between the flat plane and the arc you've just made, and they could put another arc in there, and you could that's literally all that's actually happening. It's like something you could do with children in the classroom.
You say that.
It's the afterwards of it is the part.
Now you've gone against what I've said, right? I'm saying it's not simple. You're saying actually it is. You could teach it to kids, and I don't doubt that. But I'm going to take. We'll see if the audience is honest. I'm going to take a quick straw poll, right?
It's not simple to explain to adults.
You see, you're backtracking now. I was about to do a straw poll.
What I mean is, adults have beliefs and complications. You have to bring it down to that simple level, and then you have to accept it. And that, because if it was easy to explain to adults, we wouldn't have adults going around claiming it's a globe, would we? When they already have been shown different. Anyway, sorry.
No, granted, I agree. I completely agree. It's not easy. I'm an adult. It took a year for it to sink in when 10th Man's explaining it in basically the same way he's been explaining it on today's show. Obviously, he's got more and more concise as time has gone by. It took a while. It took a long time for it to sink in how this functions. There's various eureka moments along the way of aspects of the discussion that sink in immediately and go, oh, right, the baseline's flat. Oh, right, the circle of equal elevation's flat. Something will, stick with the people in the audience, but to understand it as a whole, that's really hard.
Basically, what they're doing is turning geometry into their world. Go on.
Chocolate.
Sorry. I mean, we're talking about what could be potentially 5,400 nautical miles, equaling what? Something like 10,000 miles? That's insane. I'm supposed to believe you can see the Earth's curvature at the beach. You gotta love it, man.
Right, as there's not been a massive amount of interaction from the Discord server, I'm going to round out this live show unless someone takes this as their opportunity to pipe up.
Well, I'm wondering how many flat protractors do they need to find a flat spot on a ball?
How many flat protractors do they need to find a flat spot on a ball? There are no flat spots on a ball.
You guys killed our Globers last week when you showed that globe doesn't match the almanac tip correction or whatever you want to call it. So they've all been afraid to come in now.
Brian, that's all Brian.
Yeah, that was Brian's finest hour, boy. They were talking about it the whole weekend, Brian.
You're blushing, Brian. That has echoed for an entire week. Are you proud?
Dangerous Brian.
Yes,
All I
yes,
have
I
to
am.
do now is just post. Yeah, I just post celestial navigation debunks the globe, and they just get pissed off and they quit, or they start getting all fired up, or they just run away.
Manufactotum didn't come in for the whole week, dude.
You know what it is? See, I had another point to go after that if he knew what to say. Because what he has to claim is 7/6 distances. Right? Because the dip correction doesn't match their globe, right? Their actual globe, the 3959 globe. So he's got to start claiming a globe of an effective size that's bigger than that. Again, to get the distances right, and their 7/6 globe, right, comes close to the corrections. Right, this is what it's not on the corrections, but it comes close to them almost because it lifts the horizon up for them. But that's not. I'm not going to go into it now. But that's not the final correction. The final correction comes after that. They keep on not. They actually tried to use it as an argument against us about 2 years ago, not knowing what it was. Some of the smarter ones, like Ruhiff and that. And there's a final correction comes in after that. That final correction is site reduction. What site reduction does is it removes all dip because it makes the mean sea level horizontal of or it makes it the adjacent of the right angle triangle. Removes celestial refraction. I won't go into why it removes that because that's actually a fraud. It removes both those things. And what does site reduction give you? It gives you accuracy. So how come removing a fraudulent dip correction that doesn't adhere to their globe, but they try and make it adhere almost to 7/6R, but it doesn't? Right? How does removing that and removing celestial refraction give you accuracy? There's only one way it can give you those two. Removing them two gives you accuracy, and using mean sea level as your horizontal, and that is because the Earth is flat. That's how they get accuracy for when they make their 3 right-angled triangles. They have to refer to the site reduction tables. The site reduction tables tells them what it should be, and they calculate that based off of mean sea level being the horizontal, and removing celestial refraction completely. Yet that gives you the best accuracy. That just goes to show how much of a fraud celestial navigation is. It actually is, because they try and mess with everything, even the dip correction they try and mess with. They try to mess with that, but they can't make it match their globe because it won't. So they have to do all this nonsense, and then afterwards, sorry?
I've got to get in eventually because someone's just super chatted, that's all. Shout out to Slick James Bronson, who says, FED, the best educational service on YouTube. Well, thank you very much. Over 100 people watching. Please share the show if you've not done so already. In case you're unaware, we're in the politics server today, as opposed to the usual Flat Earth Debate Discord server. There will be a link whizzing by periodically from the moderation team on my live stream. So if you did want to join this server, although they've not made a great account of themselves this Friday, no offence. But nevertheless, if you did want to join this server, there will be a link for you to join. And it's not the typical link that's underneath the video, as I suggested in the intro. It will be whizzing its way by in the live stream chat. So do check out the Flat Earth Debate Politics Discord server. And once again, thanks again to Slick James Bronson for smashing the super chat. I am happy to stay live a little bit longer.
Nathan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, please don't go yet. Can you put up the rectangle again? The color version
of the presentations, but you go ahead. What did you want me to put up? The rectangle. Yeah, go ahead.
You got it up on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Brian has gone down to the nitty gritty, and it's like pouring salt on wounds. And I love Brian's detailed explanations, because it just, for those who want to argue this point and now aren't stubborn, Brian says, oh, you want to be stubborn? Here, I'll take it to here. Oh, you want to be stubborn? I'll take it to here. And I recommend Brian's videos for all those people. But for everyone else who just wants to keep it simple, real simple, when they say refraction, or when they give any excuse, if you don't want to understand what Brian's unearthed, which obviously kept them from coming to the show last week on this server, just show them this astronomical rectangle. It doesn't matter if they say refraction anymore. It must be a rectangle.
To interrupt, just want to add one more thing. Sensual Goat also super chats with the same exact thing. He says, best educational show on YouTube. Thank you for the super chat, Sensual Goat. Carry on, 10th.
Yeah, this is celestial navigation in an image to where you don't even have to buy the books or study it like I did and Brian did and others. This is what must happen. 490s must occur. That could never work on the globe. Say refraction until the sun comes up again. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Say it. Refraction. All right, no problem. This is what has to happen. Blows right through a refraction. You still need a rectangle with 490s. Now, can you put a rectangle with 490s on a globe surface that's curving at 8 inches per mile squared, or based on the black swan, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? Because as Chocolate said, and we've shared before, and as Brian has demonstrated many times, that if the maximum distance with a sextant is 5,400 nautical miles, then the diameter of that circle is 10,800 miles. All have to be this rectangular box. The argument's over just by the way the instrument works.
Yeah, astronomical rectangle or astronomical square, whichever way. There's no way around that.
Did you want to present?
So they can say.
Did you want to use these other diagrams?
They can say refraction. You say fine. I'll give you all the refraction you want. You still need this over 5,400 nautical miles at the maximum sighting of one star. But someone on the other part of the circle is sighting the same star. That's 10,800 nautical miles. That's two astronomical rectangles butting up to each other.
Just for a little bit of clarity for the audience, they try and add in 7/6R via celestial refraction, but they don't call it terrestrial 7/6R. They try and add it in via celestial refraction and messing with the dip correction. But they can't, obviously, the dip won't fit their globe. So they know that. It will never fit their globe. So they got to still mess with it and add in celestial refraction. Now, I won't go into what they do and how they do it, right? Because it's going to be, I'd need a 35-minute long video, or no, me, 55-minute long. But what it does is it creates an inaccuracy at the end. And they then, at least, exactly. And they create an inaccuracy at the end. And they then got to correct for that inaccuracy. But all they're actually correcting for at the end with site reduction tables is all the rubbish that they inserted into it. If they didn't insert that rubbish, there wouldn't be any need for corrections. If they didn't insert that rubbish, there would be no site reduction tables. They wouldn't be necessary. They're only necessary because they add in a load of rubbish, trying to somehow make it some way relevant to the globe when it's not. They must correct to a horizontal plane, to mean sea level being the horizontal plane, and remove that celestial refraction completely, and that gives them accuracy. So sea level is your horizontal, and there is no celestial refraction, and that gives you accuracy. And what was the point of all this nonsense you had us adding in before? Pointless.
No, it's the point is to confuse people and to lie to them. That's the point. But on what Brian is saying in the site reduction tables, it establishes true altitude. What is their version? Okay, their version. True altitude is the rational horizon, which is the equatorial plane, all flat, all 180. Okay, so on the surface of their so-called globe, you got to match that true altitude of 180. So Brian says, okay, in the site reduction tables, you got your eyeball on the sea surface, and there's no refraction, there's no need for height of eye correction, because you've matched the true altitude of your equatorial plane in their world of the way they want to explain it. Okay, so basically, that celestial rectangle, that astronomical rectangle that I just showed, you know what that bottom adjacent is? Flat 180. Thank you. All game over. One picture.
Just 1 second, Ken. Yeah, but them placing that, when they see, no, it's not the equatorial plane. When they're using sea level, mean sea level as their adjacent, using the surface.
Brian, I already said that.
They then bring it down to the center. Fair enough. But they got to use the surface of Earth as their horizontal. the sea level as the horizontal.
Brian, let's not confuse the audience. I already said that. There is no center of Earth. There is no equatorial plane. It is the flat plane you live on, but they've made it the equatorial plane because they got to get you in the middle of the globe burger.
No, you're missing the point. You can't use sea level as their adjacent and then refer to the center of the globe.
Again,
they're only referring to
I'm
sea
trying
level.
to make, fine, you're right. I'm trying to make it simple for the people here who are not going to get into the wrangle dangle, as Nathan says. You need a box. A box is on the surface of Earth. It's over.
Exactly.
Brilliant. Nice one, guys.
Just for clarification, when you're talking about the surface, do you mean the surface that's actually the surface, or the surface that's not the surface, like the Globers like to talk about, apparently?
It's the
surface.
It's the surface
the
that we're measuring.
ground position. GP is ground position. So ground is surface. Yes, surface.
So the ground being the ground. Okay.
Ground being the ground, or the zenith 90 degrees that the star is over in the ocean right there, which is considered 180.
Yeah, but today you can identify as a globe.
I mean, forgive me for the clarification, but you know, we've heard numerous times that the ground that supposedly we're supposed to be proving that is spherical is not the ground that we're talking about, from the Glober's perspective. So that's why I asked for the clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, Neil, it's worse than that. We got people identifying as the opposite sex now. This is how crazy it's been.
I was trying not to say it.
You can identify all you want. You can say celestial navigation proves the globe. I'll just pop up this picture from their own manuals and say, what is this showing? Oh, well, that looks like a rectangle. But you see, the bottom line's kind of curved. I go, then why did they put 90 there? What's a 90? Can you show me 90 degrees curving? Well, 90 degrees in geometry doesn't curve. I go, so what is it? It's planar geometry, but they're lying to you and they're laughing at you because you're actually saying rectangle has a bottom line that curves. Is that what you're saying?
Because they think we live on a transglobe, a flat plane that identifies as a globe. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
That's really good fun there. That's a transatlantic flight. Yes, indeed.
I took Chocolate's original question, right, without the talk that we were just talking about that I won't repeat. What they are happy to admit to is if you measure the ground flat and then put it through a conversion process, projects the angles from the sky down onto a globe surface, then you can call it the surface after conversion to a sphere. If you just take the flat measurement of the surface, then it's not the surface. That's their position.
That's utterly ridiculous.
Sounds quite batshit insane. Ask me.
What you're saying is, it's not the ground if it's flat. It's only the ground if it's a globe.
Any Globers in here want to tell us how the ground?
It's not even that. They need a flat Earth to get their globe, and you can't get an elevation angle without two straight lines meeting at a common point, a vertex. And when you use the horizon, that's the adjacent. It's a right angle triangle. In all celestial navigation books, the sextant and all instruments that function like the sextant are using a right angle triangle. That's why it's 90 degrees. But they don't want to say it is.
Who's making that noise?
So is it the same thing?
That reminded me.
So is it the same thing in geodetics and geodesy? Like when they apply it to a reference ellipsoid?
Huh?
Show them the rectangle. Show them the rectangle. No matter what they say. If they say refraction, show them the rectangle. If they say globe Earth, show them the rectangle.
Hold on, second tenth. Guy from Discord, do you want to repeat your question?
I said, is it the same thing when they bring up geodetics and surveying and stuff like that? Like, is it the same kind of idea where they have to apply a globe to it? Like they take all their
Globe is afterwards.
After the fact, yeah, subdued. 100% after the fact. It's their primary calculation. They measure plane triangles and then try to fit them on a presupposed ball.
Where are all the globe is? I thought they were going to take this server over.
That was last year. Last year they posted they're taking it over in 1 month. That was about a year ago.
That was about 8 years ago.
Quick shout out to some birdism. Can Brian (H) equals 50 feet times 0.3048 meters / feet equals 15.24 meters. Square root of 15.24 equals 3.904. E equals 1.76 times 3.904. My God, you're getting your value out of your super chat. Equals 6.87 minutes of arc. Almanac states 6.9.
Show them the rectangle. My gosh, let's make
Hold on.
it simple.
He's actually just walking straight into
Hold
the
on.
trap.
I'm just going to unpack that as suggesting that these two match, where you've said they don't. He's saying 6.87 is the calculated, if you take 1.76 times the square root of the observed height in meters, as per the almanac, versus 1.2 times the square root of the observed height in feet, or whatever that converts to in meters. I'm not very good at maths. Don't hold it against me. He's saying they do match, I think, Brian.
No, what he's trying to say is that what he's trying to do, see, this is why he wasn't listening, right? What he's trying to do is match it, right, to a 7/6 hour globe, right? That's a radius of 4,618, right? An effective radius, 4,618.83 miles. What he's trying to do is match it to that. The 7/6 hour comes close to it, but it doesn't match it, as he just proves with 8.76 as opposed to 8.9, right? What he didn't listen to, right, because he's obviously thinks he's clever, right, thinking that I'm so stupid that I wouldn't know about that. He should have listened earlier. The next correction they make is with site reduction tables, where mean sea level is treated as your horizontal and celestial refraction is completely removed. How could they remove the curve that he thinks that we live on and remove the celestial refraction completely and get the best accuracy? I wonder how that's possible. Because that's the final correction they did. Final correction is not dip or celestial refraction. The final correction is site reduction. And it removes all that rubbish. So that means, like, not only does it not match his globe, because it doesn't, he's trying to claim it nearly matches a 7/6 hour globe. What the hell is that? Where did that come from? You need a globe to come up with that. He's basically stating the horizon is not the geometric edge of a globe Earth. So it's not a globe. That's basically what he's stating without realizing, number one. Number two, he's then, after either he just chose to ignore it or he didn't listen because he thought he was going to be smart. The final correction is site reduction. For mean sea level is treated as your horizontal, your adjacent. And that can be up to 5,400 nautical miles in length. That's over 6,213 actual miles. And all their celestial refraction nonsense is removed. Best accuracy. How is that possible? How can we get best accuracy using mean sea level as a horizontal and removing celestial refraction? I tell you how. Because none of the other stuff is real. It's all added in to create a problem that is then fixed by flat Earth. Our globe problems are fixed by flat Earth. If they didn't add in their globe problems to begin with, they wouldn't need flat Earth to fix them.
No, if they didn't have the flat Earth to come up with the globe problems, they wouldn't have the flat Earth to fix the globe problems they came up with after having the flat Earth.
Yeah, exactly. That's better, actually. You're correct.
I knew as soon as you started reading that super chat, it was a wise ass.
Well, thank you for the super chat. Hope that answers your question. Brian extrapolated quite a lot out of those numbers.
Okay, this guy who did the super chat, thank you, Brian. That was brilliant, by the way. I'd like for him to now address the astronomical rectangle.
He's going to put it inside the globe.
Are you this guy, Neil? I was waiting for the long, silent pause. Let's see if it gets past Danny Faulkner's 47 seconds. Righty then.
It was a super chat. He didn't come on and declare it.
No, I'm just saying.
You don't get the heart to come on.
Brian just tore them to shreds and poured salt on every globe-hurting wound this show causes every day.
I want to know if everybody's ready.
What?
Paradigm has shifted. Candace, you got this one talking about it, that one talking about it. Give it another, I'd say within 5 years.
Okay. I mean, if Candice was talking about it, then the paradigm's definitely changed. I think I agree.
Not just her.
Let me give you an example of how powerful the argument is. And then when you get, like I said, when on these shows we get the diehard ballers, and you might want to go into the deep stuff. But let's say you're on the Joe Rogan podcast or one of these other ones, and you show the bedrock essential requirement for celestial navigation, astronomical rectangle with 490s. Just show that picture and say, this is a must. This is how it works. This is from their own manual. This is how it works. This is the elevation angle and the co-altitude together. Oh, wow. That looks like a rectangle. It says 90 at the bottom. Yeah, now let's talk about distances that can be measured by sextant. Well, the most is 5,400 nautical miles, 90 times 60. But if someone's on the other side of the circle of equal altitude, and he's doing the same star at the same time, he's got 5,400 nautical miles. So, Joe Rogan, you got that rectangle box with 5,400 nautical miles, all flat. And then there's a guy on the other side doing the same star at the same time. He's got 5,400 nautical miles from that point of the outside circle to the radius line to the middle. So you got two radius lines going out, making a full diameter of that circle to be 10,800 nautical miles. Now, I know you believe the Earth is a globe, but if this is how they measure stars and their GPS, and so they can figure out where their longitude, latitude is based on wherever those stars and GPS are at a certain time, date, and all that, is that possible on the globe? And if he even starts to act like a baller like this guy did with Brian, everyone's going to see how stupid the person is. They're going to say, wait a minute, are you sure they use this astronomical rectangle? Yeah, I'm positive. Well, then it can't be a globe. Duh.
That's what I'm saying. That is so, how can you not? I don't get it.
But you got to put them on the spot.
Rogan.
You got to put them on the spot. You got to make them deny geometric principles to be on the globe. And they will not deny geometric principles to be on the globe, because then people will say, you're stupid. 90 doesn't mean that.
Oh, they will. Oh, they will.
No, the ballers.
They'll curve radii, they'll curve triangles, they'll do all kinds of stuff.
The ballers will. But the people who listen, and when it hits their ears and their eyes see that picture, they're going to say, no, Joe, that doesn't match up.
And you guys hear me?
Well,
yes.
Yeah.
I was just curious. You were talking about they, whoever they is. I just wanted to get your view on this. Why would whoever they is try to convince everyone that the Earth is a sphere instead of flat? Why wouldn't they do it the other way around?
Like,
yeah, why would they try to convince us that the Earth is flat and try to hide the fact that it's a sphere? Why wouldn't they do it that way?
I don't know what people's motivations are. I can't. I don't know.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Why would they lie?
It seemed like to me it wouldn't matter what the shape is. I mean, why would it?
Well,
why
when
is
you
the
go
globe
back,
such a?
yeah.
Well, flat isn't a shape.
If it doesn't matter what the shape is, why would they teach you that it's a specific shape?
Yeah.
Well,
Draw
that's
me
what
a
I'm saying.
flat.
That's what I'm wondering what you guys
Did
think.
you think about
Why
that?
they paint the globe instead of flat to hide?
Draw me a flat.
Did you hear my question?
Well, no, someone else was talking.
If you didn't think it mattered, why would you think that they would teach you that it's a specific shape?
No, I was wondering what you guys thought. Why they're trying to hide this or lie about it?
Why do people lie, bro?
I don't know. I was wondering what you thought. Why they picked this shape instead of something else?
I'm not here to determine the motivations of people who were lying before I even was born. You know what I
was
mean?
just wondering what you
People
thought.
just lie, bro. And I get you. That's why I started thinking, why would they lie? Why would they lie? Because we get that question a lot.
I don't know.
A lot of times, that's the first question.
Yeah, who knows
Let
why
me
you
ask
want to
this.
lie about
Let me
it?
ask this. Let me ask this gentleman a question. If it was found out that it was a lie, what are some of the implications that you can think of from the hearts and minds of people to the governments that perpetuated the lie? What are some of the implications if it was a lie?
I would have no clue. I can't think of any reason why they would go through the trouble.
That wasn't the question.
When you asked me about the implications, I wouldn't know what they would be. I don't know what it would imply.
Okay, here, let me make it simpler for you. You go to buy a car from a car dealership. He tells you the engine's great, the odometer's exactly the right mileage, never been an accident. Find out later it was. What are the implications? What are you going to do?
Well, probably sue them.
Thank you very much. So there are implications, right, to lying things.
Well, yeah, if someone sold me a lemon, I would do something about it.
Well, good. The globe is a lemon.
Okay. That's one way to look
Do
at it.
something about it. Yeah, no, do something about it. Show the picture of the rectangle and show how they need a flat earth to even come up with the globe.
I don't know. It seems like it'd be easier to tell the truth. You know, it seems like a lot of work to do it the other way. And people aren't very good at keeping
Why do you think they've lied, mate? Why do you think they've lied?
People aren't very good at keeping secrets. It's hard to get people to keep their mouths shut. That's what history teaches us anyway. That's one of the hardest things you can do.
This guy's a baller.
Hang on.
Isn't that
Who
funny that
killed John
you
F.
say-
Kennedy then?
I'm sorry.
You just say people aren't good at keeping secrets. Who killed John F. Kennedy then?
I don't know.
What are you talking?
The Giacondas.
Yeah, but hang on. You don't know. The point is, it's a secret. Nobody knows. Well, somebody
He wasn't
knows.
alive
but
back then. I
everyday
don't know.
people don't know.
Maybe his wife killed him. I don't know.
The only person who knows is
You
JFK.
know his wife. Whatever. The point is, you don't know. You said that they can't keep. No, but people aren't going to keep secrets. Well, I just disproved your claim.
No, but we do know he's dead. That's a fact. So I don't know who killed him.
Yeah, but it's not a secret that he's dead. It's a secret of who killed him.
Maybe not. I don't know if it's a secret or not.
I was going to
What's
say,
your point?
do you kind of...
Hang on. How could you not know what's a secret when nobody knows who did it? Someone knows and they're not telling. So that means people are keeping secrets.
Well, not saying something and keeping something a secret are two different things.
Sorry, say that again? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, I said not saying something and keeping something a secret are two different things.
No, that's the same exact thing. You're keeping something.
Exact same thing.
No, it's not. I
couldn't be
didn't
more
tell
than
anyone on Discord what my home address is, but it's not a secret.
Good point.
Then tell us.
Well, it is a secret to the people on Discord. It's not a secret to you and your family, but it's a secret to your friends or whatever, but it's a secret to people who aren't your family and friends.
Secrecy implies an attempt to hide something.
Oh, just get on with your globetard proof and get out of this incoherent, unclever minutia. What is the scientific evidence for your globetard?
Well, you can go to the scientific consensus for that. That should answer all your questions.
Go do the what?
Consensus, he said.
I would direct you to the consensus.
Science.
Yeah,
Consensus
they should be able to clear it up for you.
science.
Any
Consensus
questions you
I
have?
wasn't done yet. Consensus isn't science. Science isn't consensus because consensus is subjective, whereas natural science and the scientific method purely deal with the objective. You're in a category error.
Okay, well, I'd love to see you tell the scientific community that.
Where's the scientific community now? Go tell them. Give me their email, address, phone number.
I don't know. Why don't you contact the people who issued Nobel Prizes? They can point you in the right direction.
Well, contact the people. You're in a complete category error. This is pure geometry, the shape of the earth. It has nothing to do with science. You just showed without a shadow of a doubt that you would fail 5th grade into intro to general science. Thanks.
Okay, contact a mathematician.
You know,
Math is not science either.
And what's the point of you speaking right now?
I got a really simple question for you, bro. Like, I'm just trying to find.
Hello,
just,
can
just
you hear
trying to
me?
see where you stand. Hey, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can. I was just making sure I could get heard. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The guy that was speaking before, I just have a very simple question. Is level curved?
Is that for me?
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snack in the back.
Well, that's not really
Yeah,
an
so if you put
argument.
a
is it,
very
though?
small level on a massive object, it's going to show that it's level.
Exactly. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Hold on. Can I ask you a question? Can I pose a question to a flat earther, please? Actually, can you explain? Can you explain?
Hold on, guy, stop. Asking permission, then immediately starting. That's not going to do you any favors. Get some order.
Yeah, excuse me.
Has that conversation? Hold on. Can you hear me talking? Has that conversation been concluded? If so, yes, you can ask a question. If not, did you want to conclude it?
Can I talk now?
No.
Raiden? Is that conversation finished? Can we move on?
I had to mute my microphone.
Well, I'm happy. Yeah, I just got concession that level is not curved, so I'm okay with it. We can move on.
Yes. What was your question?
Right. So we will move on to Generate 4.
So I just have a question for literally any flat earther. Is like I'm okay with anyone answering this. Can you explain how literally any flight works on your purported maps at all? How any flight works at all? Any single one? Thank you.
Okay. Hold on. Pass that to Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
Are you talking about the flight route, or are you talking about how the plane flies?
The route in terms of like particularly in the lower hemisphere, like flights from Australia to.
I can't verify anything with the routes because they're private companies. I can't verify anything of what they're doing here or doing anything because
no, flights are public information.
Well,
Flights are public information.
Hold on, Brian. Stop a second. Brian. Guy. You're going to just have to let him get to the end of his answer. Again, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, I could take it to how the plane flies, less effect, but I can go into something I was going to bring up earlier, which is how they calculate the distances. You probably think that they use what's known as great circle distances, don't you?
They use what? Sorry.
You probably think that they use what's known as great circle distances, don't you?
No, I wasn't. I don't know how they calculate distances. No, but it wasn't what I was referring to. when I said fly.
Well, why are you asking us then to explain
I
something
specifically said the flight patterns in terms of the actual direction they
I've
fly.
got two people talking again, Brian. You're not helping this time. He wants to reiterate his point. Let him.
Right. I was talking about specifically the paths they take. The distance doesn't matter. The way that it actually takes off or lands. None of that is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about specifically the paths they take, because on your guys' flat Earth model, they take absurd long arcs over the planet that make absolutely no sense, even on your model.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a model, number one. Number two, planes don't do that. Planes don't fly arcs. You're completely don't understand how planes fly. I can't verify anything. I can't tell you anything about the route because I'm not part of private aviation companies. So I can't show you anything to do with anything like that.
The routes are public knowledge. The routes are public knowledge.
Guy, you're talking straight through the top of him.
He's finished his point. He said he can't answer.
Stop talking, both of you. No, that wasn't an invitation to carry on. It was my invitation to offer your rebuttal when he's finished talking, not in the middle of it. Saying they're publicly available. Yeah, he's still talking though. Give it after he's finished.
That's incorrect. All the details of the flight, the plane, all this stuff, that's not publicly available. That's incorrect.
Wow. So just when he's talking, right? He says no, they're not. It was your positive claim that they're publicly available. Now we've got a protracted silence.
Am I allowed to reply now?
In a protracted silence, everyone else be quiet.
Right, okay. So your claim that it's not public information is just not true. I'm literally looking at flightradar24.com.
Stop. Your claim that it's not. No. You have a positive claim that it is publicly available. Not him and his claim that it isn't.
Yeah, I'm showing him that they are publicly available right now. You can literally go to. You can. I said.
Stop, Brian, you're now talking to him. Stop, Brian. Please.
Right. Stop.
Hey, if you're saying they are, I want to post what you've got in the Discord server, and we'll have a look at it.
Yeah, I will right now. This isn't any specific flight light. I'm just pointing out that they are in fact publicly available on multiple different websites. But there you are. There's one example of it.
I'll drop that for you guys in 1 second.
You posted Flight Radar, yes?
That is one example of a website that shows flight tests.
So can you verify every single part of every one of those flights? Can you verify that they're definitely taking the routes?
In theory, yes.
Can you verify there's no modification to planes? Excuse me, I'm speaking. Can you verify there's no modification to planes? There's no specific training for certain pilots to fly certain routes? You can't do any of those things. I know about flight radar. I know those stupid things exist. But verifying it is the problem. You can't verify it. I can't verify it. We're not part of the aviation industry. But what I can verify is how the plane flies.
Okay, so can I? Okay, I'm going to reply now. So the thing is, right, bro, is that let's say you're right. Okay, let's say I have no way of verifying any of that information. I disagree with that, but for the sake of argument, let's say you're right. I have no way of verifying that at all. Do you think what's more likely, right, that I'm right and that it's just showing the planes and we can verify all that, or that out of the tens of thousands of people in the aviation industry, not a single person has come forward and said they're faking this? You're going to let me finish?
All right, stop. Called an argument from silence fallacy.
It's just not, bro.
Earlier on, I brought up great circle distances. What you're seeing on flight radar are great circle routes. But in reality, they don't fly great circle distances. They fly rumline distances, which are greater distances. And you can't verify any of the route. You can't verify whether the plane has been modified. You can't verify whether they're stopping for fuel. You can't verify whether the pilot has had specific training.
Because I can't look up. It's not possible.
You can't actually verify any of those things because it's all behind the closed wall of a private company.
It is, I can't look up in the sky. They're not in the sky at all. I can't
Guy,
look
you're
up.
talking straight through him. It's your malfunction.
Yeah, because he thinks. See, this is the problem. He thinks that he's got to win, yet he doesn't understand the difference between great circle distances and run line distances. He doesn't understand private companies. He doesn't understand how a plane flies.
You can't understand basic science, but I can't
It doesn't matter to me what modifications. One second. It doesn't matter to me what modifications the plane has or doesn't have, or whether it has special training or not. It means nothing, because that plane can't fly without the lift effect. And for a plane to generate adequate lift to account for 100% of the weight of that plane and all the passengers and everything else on board, all the luggage, then the pilot must hold a constant above horizontal pitch, and that allows the plane to fly horizontally. Who cares about the route, because they're only flying horizontals at cruising altitude.
There you go. Could planes fly on a globe tart without negotiating the curvature beneath it? Sunshine.
Exactly.
Now we're on topic.
The fact you're making that argument shows me that you don't understand what the horizon actually is. You don't actually understand the curvature of the Earth. You're trying so desperately to disprove.
He doesn't understand how planes fly or the instrumentation.
Explain lift to me. Define lift. Explain lift to me right now. Exactly. So you can show. Exactly, bro. You don't actually understand. You're just throwing words
Hold
out
up,
there.
degenerate. Hold up,
Stop
degenerate.
over speaking, please.
Hang on. Are you saying that a pilot doesn't need to hold an above horizontal pitch to generate enough lift to account for the weight?
I never made any claims on how planes fly. You're the one that has made those claims.
Are you saying I'm wrong when I say that? Sorry. Are you claiming I'm wrong when I say that?
When you say what? Can you repeat it, please?
Are you saying that I'm wrong to say that a pilot must hold an above horizontal pitch to generate adequate lift to account for the full weight of the plane? Are you saying I'm wrong?
But that wasn't my question.
So I'm not wrong then. So I'm right. Would you agree that I'm right then?
On that very specific thing that you're nitpicking to try and claim that you're right on the rest of your argument,
right.
yes.
A plane is only ever flying a horizontal.
You pick one specific.
What would have
Guy, he's making his summary.
Fly around the globe from the moment that pilot gets to cruising altitude. At that exact moment, they can only be exactly horizontal. They can't even have an above horizontal pitch. They then, from second to second to second, must have an accumulated below horizontal pitch after that to fly around the globe. So if a plane was flying around the globe, it would need to have a consistent below horizontal pitch, not a consistent above horizontal pitch like they actually have. They fly horizontal distances. They fly horizontally because they can't fly any other way. Lift effect makes it impossible. That's Wolfie.
Oh, sorry. Is there anything that I actually need to reply with there? When you're just come on, bro, we're waffling about conspiracy theories. They've been disproven a million times. They've been.
I don't care.
Hang on, degenerate. And just come on and waffle on. But I actually heard you make a claim that none of us understand what the horizon actually is. So maybe you can support that and you can explain to us what the horizon is.
I'd like to hear.
Okay, I will do. If you want me to do that, I'll do that. Okay.
Hang on a second, degenerate. Sorry, Brian, go again.
Sorry, I'd like to hear more. Has he agreed? Is he in full agreement that planes fly horizontally because they can't fly any other way? Is he in full agreement with that?
No, and he just left the room. He wasn't going to answer that. He just wanted to waffle on. So I wanted to try and hold him to his horizon point.
Yeah, hand him his ass, Brian.
Neil, can you hear?
Hang on, he's back.
Talking.
All right.
I'll ask him again because he left the room to make it seem like he didn't hear. So do you agree that planes only fly horizontally now at cruising altitude, considering the lift effect?
Nope, he's gone again.
Yeah, because every time he's getting asked that, he's going to leave because he doesn't want to ask that question. I don't think he should.
No. That's fine. Hello.
I don't think he should. One second. I just saying, I don't think if someone's going to be that dishonest, I don't think they deserve a third chance.
Rather than focus on his dishonesty and the opponent, you can make your summary now.
Yeah. Airplanes, for a pilot, what happens with airplanes? Pilots must generate enough lift to account for the weight. So to account for 100% of the weight, the pilot must generate 100% positive lift, right? So the pilot must hold an above horizontal pitch at all times. The pilot can hold an altitude flying horizontally and change the pitch as long as he or she also changes their thrust. So more thrust equals more lift, less thrust equals less lift. If they want to go faster, they'll lift the nose down to about 2 degrees above horizontal. If they want to go slower, they'll bring it up to about 5 degrees above horizontal. The average is about 3 to 4 degrees above horizontal for all commercial airlines and all planes at cruising altitude. Well, some of the smaller planes, because they go a bit slower, some of them will have a higher pitch like a Cessna or something like that. But for all commercial airliners, you're talking 3 to 4 degrees or 3 to 5 degrees pitch above horizontal. That's the only way they can account for the weight of the plane. And that allows them to fly horizontally. Airplanes cannot fly around the globe because as soon as they start pitching anywhere below horizontal, they're instantly losing lift. So if you're trying to have a below horizontal pitch, especially an accumulated one like you would need to fly over a convex surface of radius 3959 miles, and you're going to consistently lose lift. What's going to actually happen is you're going to actually fall out of the sky because you lose all lift. It doesn't matter what wing you use, cambered wing, anything, you're still losing lift. Cambered wing only, in case anyone wants to bring that up, that only slows down the process. It won't stop it. You will eventually crash into the ground because you won't be able to generate lift. The only way to generate lift is to hold an above horizontal pitch. And on a globe, that is a consistent increase in altitude. Do we observe that or experience that? Does any pilot experience that in reality? No, they don't. They fly horizontally, keeping above horizontal pitch, holding an altitude over a flat plane. That's how they fly. So who cares about Qantas or anything else or any other special routes they have? I don't care. It means nothing. Because how the plane flies is how the plane flies. They can't fly over a globe. They can only fly over a flat plane.
Brian's logic, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe today.
Nathan, hasn't this guy ever stuck his hand out of the window of the car and basically prove what Brian just said?
Today. Disappeared when Brian told him to task on the argument that Brian had that proved Earth was being negotiated flat by aeroplanes.
I think enough listeners have put their arm out and leveled their palm as the car is speeding up to see what happens if you go a little lift on an angle, what happens. And then if they dip a low down, that you're going downwards because the speed of the car and the wind hitting your hand simulates the Bernoulli effect. And Brian was spot on. And this guy could go just to Disney airplane. You can just do that.
That's 2 weeks in a row Brian laid it down.
Yeah, Brian's ace.
Can Brian, I got a question for Brian.
Yeah.
Define summary.
You bastard. With that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Stream, stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So, another massive thank you to all of you. Smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, hit me up on Ko-Fi and PayPal, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
everybody, well, almost everybody's gone on a plane. And the way Brian explains it, I mean, it's obvious.
I don't know, Neil. I talked to a person who was flying to Hawaii back, but they flew from Hawaii. That's when I met them in California. And they said, no, I just flew from Hawaii and the earth is curved. And I go, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, but once she gets all the information, like if that same woman was sitting right next to Brian on the plane and he started laying it down, she wouldn't be seeing curvature anymore.
I gave her the same information.
Oh, you did?
Well, that's the point. That's the
Oh,
point.
well,
But
she's a globetrot. She's never going to change.
yeah, well, that's the point.
Told you what the one guy did. He put like a toy plane on the big hand of a clock, and he spun the thing around. He said, "See, it's still flying level."
I tried telling him airplanes fly from airport to airport, and he didn't like that.
Look, I'm not flying with his guy. That's for sure.
He didn't like it when I said ask Wolfie. That's what he didn't like. Because Wolfie.
I'm sorry.
He's
I
just
wanna say that
spazzing out in the chat. He's just spazzing out in the chat. Yeah, I've invited him back, and I apologised and said, I came in to move the conversation on, but obviously you guys haven't finished. But he's just going to keep spazzing in the chat, I think.
Someone call 911. Give him some medicine. We don't want him to spaz out.
Yeah, well, when you can't with document.
Just wanted to say how hilarious it was that what I think that was Radwin before pointed out. He told him planes fly from airport to airport, and he got mad about that.
Yes, that's correct.
That's what happens, bro. That's where they fly. I worked at an airport for 10 years. Like that you fly from airport to airport. Why would you be mad about that? That's insanity.
You don't want to go from airport to train station.
Oh yeah, those planes. Yeah.
Hey, Chocolate. When they left the airport that you were working at for 10 years, did you ever see him fly backwards?
No, sir.
Doesn't QE have a scenario where a plane is flying backwards?
Taking off and flying backwards. Yeah, Chocolate used to witness that all the time at JFK.
The Globers that are hiding in this channel are still here, and they're not going to say a word today, I don't think. I think today they're afraid. Well, they know what's going to happen once Nathan leaves. They speak up and talk about anything that was brought up in the show, and they were there the whole time, getting 2 days off.
Oh, so it's like when you turn the lights off, all the roaches come out?
Exactly the same thing.
We got Stephen P. We got Rich Evans. Who else we got?
Lamb of not God thinks that he's a pilot and he doesn't understand how to fly from airport to airport. He keeps asking us how to do it.
Listen, they're all pilots. My first 3 months into this in 2015, I must have had 8 different people telling me they were astronauts on YouTube.
And everybody's
all
a
engineers
pilot.
and pilots and scientists and everything else. They've all Every time anything comes up, last week I just did that. I just took that flight last week, or I was just on a building last week where they were accounting for this big engineering project and they're accounting for curvature. It's always that. And they're just nobodies.
None of them were celestial navigators back then. All of a sudden, we got celestial navigators everywhere.
They're all professional celestial navigators now.
Moment of silence for the globe.
That's why we needed a soundboard, QE.
No, that's what you call cleaning house.
Isn't it a common occurrence that all they have to do is prove the globe, and then instead of that, because they run into these great arguments, they say, why would they lie? Well, hang on, before we go to that, did we just effectively destroy the globe? Geometry, good arguments. No. Why would they lie?
Even before that, why would they lie? Let's establish, did they lie? Are they lying?
But doesn't the question why would they lie imply?
Once we establish that, what do we care why they do it? People do crazy shit all the time.
Doesn't the why imply that they already have those? So like as soon as they say why would they lie, it's like so we agree that they lied then, yeah?
That's why I used the lemon car. That's why I used the lemon car that was sold at the car lot. What would the implications be? He says, "Oh, I'd sue the guy."
Yeah, of course, yeah. Of course you would.
So the whole point is,
it's like I would sue NASA then. You would.
That was a baller, right?
yeah,
Well,
that was the baller.
Right. That helped out a lot.
Yeah, he was
Well,
the baller.
I lost connection. That's why I don't know what happened. So I would like to find out what happened.
He was a baller, and he didn't like absolutes. So he kept playing around in this neutral area until a hard example of being sold a lemon of a car. What would the implications be? Then he liked the absolutes by saying, I'd sue the guy.
Yeah, and also, the inverse question has to be asked as well. Why would they bother telling the truth when this lot believe them anyway? Like they didn't even need any evidence to believe them. So why even bother telling the truth?
It's just weird for them to be so quiet.
It is actually very strange, very peaceful.
Yeah, like,
there's a guy.
Crazy.
There's a guy in here that thinks. Sorry, AJ, but there's a guy in here that there's a guy here that believes the celestial sphere debunks the flat Earth position because it has to be antipolar to each other.
Yeah, does he understand what the creation of the celestial dome is? It's not a sphere, it's a celestial dome. He doesn't understand how that's created. It's mathematical only.
Does it have physical existence?
Yeah.
Where is it?
He's not going to pipe up, so I'm not going to call him out. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but listen, it's just it's up to you. but just an advice. If someone's not going to pipe up, then leave them off. Leave them just chat skank. They don't deserve your attention if they're not going to pipe up. Why should you bring his question to us or to anyone else when that person decides not to come in themselves? I understand sometimes maybe the people are working, they can't do it, whatever. But you know that's not the case today.
That being said, Brian, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, walk away.
Can I get your understanding or your stance on the AE map?
AE map. Well, I don't know the full layout of the world, but I know that at least south of the equator, the AE map has the land masses stretched out. That's what I could tell you about the AE map. Like Gleason's map, all the same. South of the equator, all the land masses are stretched out, as is proven by Australia, South Africa, South America. They're all stretched. You look at New Zealand on the Gleason's map, which is an AE map. Look at it; it's all stretched, not that big. So it's not correct. There's no correct world map. There's no one correct world map. Every world map is flawed.
When are we going to get the Brian map?
When I get around to it.
Thank you for that.
No worries.
Neil, how is Brian going to make a map of the Earth?
I don't know. I remember him saying something that he might decide to put one together.
Well, I already have what would be almost considered probably the most correct world map in existence on my channel. That doesn't mean it's correct. Most correct in comparison to what? I can't verify all these things.
Yeah. That's like Obama when he says, "I saved or created 5,000 jobs." So any job that wasn't lost, he could take credit for, and any job that was made, he could take credit for.
Yep.
Well, my personal favorite was we're putting out this package. They said we're putting out a package of aid, and every family could get up to $10,000. I'm like, yeah, well, $1 is up to $10,000.
Forget about him. What about Kaiser Jose? I watched a video with him yesterday. I was cracking up. He introduced Zelensky as freaking Putin.
Yeah, that was funny. I saw it live. I couldn't believe
Oh
he
my
did that.
goodness.
Don't forget Vice President Trump. Don't forget Vice President Trump.
Yeah, he said that too, Vice President Trump.
Oh yeah, that too. That was funny.
So Neil, was he putting his foot in his mouth when he said that?
I knew a punt was coming.
What's funny to me is the people who try to act like this is something that just popped off like 2 weeks ago. Like, what, bro? You ain't know this guy can't finish sentences for like 5 years? You guys
Yeah,
are right?
but Chocolate, come on. You're sitting right next to the freaking guy. Your enemy is Putin, and you introduce him as Putin. Did you see their faces?
He really put his competition's head in a vice with that one.
Yeah, sorry, Chocolate, just to let you know you're not black because you didn't vote Democrats.
Yes,
thank you. That's not Chocolate. That's Eli.
Black?
That's not Chocolate. That's Eli.
Eli.
What?
Eli's black?
We all took it out with flat Earth discussions.
don't worry,
Haven't
it'll
had
fire up
any.
when you leave.
Well, you know what? Why does someone ask, why would they lie? What is the mentality behind that question?
An appeal to motivation
The mentality.
fallacy.
Well,
So that a bunch of flat earthers can come up with a song called "Why Would They Lie."
No, but it's a deeper meaning.
No. Yeah, it's that if I ask the question, why would they lie, and you can't give me a comprehensive answer, that means that I can just ignore any evidence you're going to present to me.
Yeah, it's an appeal
You know
to
what I mean?
motivation fallacy.
It's a hand wave before anything is presented.
If I can't give you to what I consider may be a viable answer, then whatever lie you're speaking about goes out the window. Simple as that,
Well,
right?
Chocolate, don't we have a perfect example just in the last conversation topic here? I remember all the newscasters saying, oh, Biden's competent. He's in good health. You know, they're watching him fall down the steps, making gaffes for months, years, right? I'm in the middle, please. All of a sudden, because of this obvious debate debacle, they're all calling for him to resign. So let me ask you something. They knew it before. Why would they lie?
I don't know. Maybe we should ask the Glober that asked us why would they lie. Maybe we should ask him what he thinks about that.
Well, that's what I usually do. I usually ask them, why do they lie when they tell a lie? Or why did they lie the last time they lied? And it's like they get a smack in the face. They just stop dead. And they don't want to answer the question.
I got a better question. I got a better question. Why wouldn't they just hide it as a flat Earth?
Sure was a better question. I only got 3 words for you. Buy American.
America. On that patriotic note, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Crit, you around?
Can you guys hear me? Did I go deaf?
I hear
we
you.
got you.
It got so quiet.
Wait for the break after he ends his shows.
No, he's left the room.
There you go. So, all you motherfuckers who are afraid to talk, speak up now. Let me see who's going first.
Let's get this degenerate guy on.
He won't come back on.
I would love for him to come back on because
I've tried.
I stay beefing with him.
Send him another invite.
Doctor, was I wrong or was I right? Crickets chirp from afar, but when you get close, it's quiet. Insects.
It's true.
Is no one talking?
No one's talking.
You're up.
Oh, we've been talking the whole time. You must not be able to hear. That's all.
Hello.
Degenerate just keeps ignoring my request to come back to VC.
Oh, he's scared though, isn't he?
Who else we got in the room? Claw of the
Hello.
Facilitator. How you going,
It's
dude?
actually amazing how many people can't say that word.
No, man. I smoked too many joints.
Fosters, ketamine, vocabulary, expanding. E. What are you doing?
Conciliator. Claw.
Conciliator. He's silly and he
Oh,
ate her.
conciliator. Sorry.
Yeah. It's
Okay,
fine.
Claw. I'm just going to call you Claw. That's easier. What's going on? What brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth room?
Because I can't get into the other friggin' channel because it's like fucking blocked. I don't know what the fuck happened. I'm not banned, but it's like fucking still can't get in. It's glitched.
Which channel's that?
The 24/7 one. They've looked at it already. They can't like unhitch me or something. They can't unban it because it's like it got flagged because there's so many claws because I had that glitch, the phone number glitch. It's gay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like you're just a hacker.
I'll settle.
They caught you. You're
Come
caught.
catch me. Okay, thank you.
Done.
Wasted. Is it Monday yet?
Yes.
Nope.
I'm super
It's,
excited.
It's totally Monday.
Saturday 1 a.m. here.
Fuck. God damn it.
I have a Tootsie Pop. How do you guys feel? I have a Tootsie Pop.
Just waiting patiently.
We got Gayet Earther as well.
Did you just call Claude Gay Earther?
Listen, honey.
Gayet Earther.
Yeah, he's waiting for Monday.
Gyat.
That's pronounced Gyat.
Gyat. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My English isn't good.
Yeah.
That's one of those Gen A terms that means big bum.
You know when a girl passes by and she has a big bum and you say, it's that yeah.
Mind the gap.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like ceramics a lot.
I'm learning something new every day.
Yes.
Even learning things you don't want to learn.
Telling me things I don't want to hear.
Something like that.
So they're not going to speak. Who else we got in here?
That degenerate might just be a flat earther LARPing as a glober.
Don't you have things figured out?
What gives you that impression?
The absolute dumbest shit that a Glober can say, he's saying it.
Not very specific.
Well, he is hitting the marks. It's almost like you can take out the list of things the Globe would standardly say, and he's checking them off one by one. It's not wrong.
Yeah, Jenna, they don't understand pre-K. Who else we got in here? Enzo. What's going on, Enzo?
Ezo, do you think the Earth is flat or round?
Careful.
Yes.
Go ahead, Ezo.
I'm just here to listen, not talk.
Oh, you want to learn? I can respect.
This is why we have 2 ears and 1 mouth.
Well, if you want to learn, now's your chance.
Ask
Have a
away,
bit of
Ezo.
quiet in the room. Ask away, Enzo. What
I'm
would you
working.
like to know?
I'm working. I just came here to listen. I still need to focus on work.
He's CIA.
I think I'm just going to bomb the chat with all the flat proofs until he leaves.
Yo, that 2 ears, 1 mouth thing is not just for listening. It's for listening twice as much as talking.
That's why he said he's here to listen.
Well, you have 2 vocal cords and 1 mouth and only 2 ears, so that's 3 to 2 now.
Numerology.
Scoreboard. You got to respect a listener, though, every now and then.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, this guy's actually willing to listen instead of just taking a base assumption and not even having the, discourse to give a fundamentally anything to, like the majority of them.
It's good to have a non-insta spaz spiral every once in a while.
And Ezo, feel free to ask anything you want, but we got a repository on information on here. We're just here to enlighten. It's all about the critical thinker's mindset.
Just listening, fake news. If you're really interested in listening and learning, you'd ask questions too.
First rule of debate: never stop talking.
To be fair, he said he's working. He's got to concentrate on his work. Not sure he had to do both at the same time, but anyway.
So he's not listening then? Because listening
No,
requires
I'm
concentration.
listening, but it takes up more brain power to process what I'm saying as well. I can listen and look at my screen and do my work, but
So you're not a woman that
listen,
cannot multitask.
What kind of work is it?
travel management.
Oh, nice.
So unless you want some charities travel itinerary to get fucked up, then
Nope.
you're not.
Yeah, fuck those guys.
Well, that depends. Do planes fly from airport to airport?
Yeah, but if you send them to the wrong country, they're not going to be happy.
Oh God.
But yeah, it's meant to go to an airport, but not in Iraq.
Send them to Kabul.
This isn't Marbella.
Welcome to Morocco. Oh shit. If you look
It's
to
like
your left,
everyone's
you will
speaking-
see a crater made by explosive fertilizer that has not been filled yet.
It'd be funny if they're
speaking
having
Arabic,
like
but it's
the
not Morocco.
Santiago to Sydney flight path argument, and he's just doing an itinerary and accidentally changes it to Santiago to Sydney.
I do have a question actually. What is on the edge of the Earth?
Who said there's an edge?
So how do they attach? Because obviously a sphere is connected at all points, but if it was flat, then the edges would have to connect.
What do you mean by the edges would need to connect?
Well, on a flat plane,
You need to contain the water?
anything. So obviously, so let me ask a question first. Do you believe in the map of the Earth which is presented?
Which one?
The world map.
Which one, bro?
The one that everyone uses. Come on.
The Mercator one?
I don't know the fancy name for it, but it is the Earth map that is shown to everyone. If you go on Google
The one in
Maps,
my car. I use the one in my car, so you got to be specific.
Yeah, and so there's different names to different maps. You have to be very specific in the claims that you're making.
What do you mean by
Yeah.
car?
I have a
I think
state map.
the other one, but I'm not sure.
My state map has an edge.
Guys, since nobody's talking right now, I just want everybody to know that I'm flat Earth too. It's flat as
Which
fuck.
flat Earth one?
He left. I think he rage quit.
Okay. The heck?
Yeah.
Usually you guys go together, like thing one, thing two.
Yeah, I'm also a U.S. Just a little bit about me, guys. I'm a United States Air Force Pararescue Delta Guru Sniper Ranger.
Cool.
Damn, that's a
That's what I
title.
am, dude. Yeah, you guys can thank me for my service if you want.
No, we're good.
In which video game?
Nice to meet you, man. Free time world champion crayon artist using two colors.
Arma 3, dude.
Sigsaw, we're not chopping you out.
Don't you guys dare like accuse him of stolen valor, because
No.
stolen valor is a real thing.
It's too easy.
Yeah, listen, my unit does it different though. We wear the patch in the middle of our uniform so the enemy knows that we're coming. You know what I mean?
No.
You're hilarious, PJ.
Thanks.
Anytime.
You're gay. I was just pointing out the obvious, yeah.
Hold up, coming, BJ, gay. What's going on?
Sexually
to be-
suggested I'm gonna leave. I'm a minor.
Hopefully, yeah. You
What's he
lost the
mining
plot,
for?
babe.
See?
All right, back to the homie's question. Mercator projection?
He's gone, isn't he?
Oh.
Yeah, which Mercator projection?
That crossed the line. Yeah, do you guys still eat candy as adults, or are you guys like too old for that?
I don't like sweets anymore, but I still like ice cream. I used to love sweets though, but now I used to eat like 4 packs, and now I have like 2 or 3, and I'm done. Ice cream still holds a place in my
4
heart
packs
though.
of what?
Like just sweets, like Haribo's or even chocolate and stuff. Like I used to be able to eat packets after packets or bars after bar. Now I have a bit, and I'm like, yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, kidneys are just like screeching to a halt. Like, "Arr."
No, it just feels sickly.
Yeah, that's what that is. Yeah, it's really your taste buds change over time, though. Like your body doesn't want that shit anymore.
Mm. Like when I was younger, I'd go to a restaurant with my family, and I'd be like, "Oh, can I have a kids' meal?" and have a dessert rather than have like an adult's meal, because I used to enjoy the dessert so much more. But no, I much prefer savoury.
Yeah.
It's that sugar high.
But I don't think his
Wow.
taste buds change because he still eats them. He enjoys them, just can't have as much. He gets sick of it quicker. So it might be a mental thing.
Yeah.
Maybe I have a disorder.
You mentally know it's not healthy or whatever. You'd rather have savory food or something.
I don't know. I'm quite lucky in the fact that I have a very high metabolism, and I pretty much just eat what I want anyway, and maintain the shape I am. So
humble brag.
This is enthralling, gentlemen.
Yeah, well, I'm slender too. Okay.
Never have I heard a quote-unquote adult ask another group of adults, "Hey, do you guys still eat candy?"
I was wondering where that was leading to. Yeah.
They should just make insulin flavored candy.
Was it just a?
Ask the
Was that
question
just a
because at the
remark to
moment-
make us look childish, or like what?
No, I asked the question because at the moment
Easy.
I have a Tootsie Roll Pop in my hand.
what the real question should be is, can candy exist on a sphere?
Wishes and butts were candy and nuts.
Well, most
That's what
candies
it
are
looks like.
round, so therefore the
Yeah,
Earth
that's
is
what it
round,
looks
right?
like.
Yeah,
You
ipso
guys know
facto.
Toblerone, right? Can Toblerone, like, is it triangles or is it spherical
Pyramids.
triangle?
They're pyramids, bro. Think about it. They got reactive receiver nuts in there. Creates a layer of insulation to properly channel the mysteries of the universe.
Do flat earthers lean more towards God?
How about more towards a creator?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
I
Phrasing.
agree with that.
Can't have candy without a creator.
Have slaughter without
His name was Willy Wonka.
William, actually.
Do you eat
What's
flat
funny-
candy or globe candy?
I like globe candy.
What's funny is the wannabe atheist globers, they lean towards asking about God all the time. They're the ones who bring it up 9 times out of 10.
I just have a question for any flat earther out there. How would GPS
No,
work?
we're not eating candy right now.
How would GPS
But
work if
Dad-
the Earth is like flat? Like how would that work? How would like grid squares and land navigation and aviation and time zones and climate change and heat on mountaintops
Global
and
warming is
atmospheric
fake,
pressure
kid.
work?
Oh.
I'm gonna post it for you. I'm gonna post terrestrial navigation since you asked about it. Okay.
If it's some fucking like drawn out Crayola fucking map, I'm gonna be very disappointed.
How many
Why?
grid
He tried
squares?
really hard on that.
How many grid squares does it take to make up a globe?
I'm just saying you can't grid
squares.
like you
This is
can't
all
grid.
about the grid squares on the flat map, right there, posted for you.
And when's the last time you made like a map with Crayola? Like that's an achievement, man.
I'm just saying, like, I don't understand, like if the sun is actually that close to Earth, right? Wouldn't like the mountaintops be like way hotter than cold? Like, wouldn't like ice melt? Like, how would time zones work? Wouldn't you see the sun in like the same place? Or sorry, two
You got
places.
the same problem on the globe, though, right? Like the mountaintops still aren't melted, right?
Well, that's because that's because we have a look. Like if you're gonna quote like scripture and you're gonna say that the Bible mentions a firmament.
Who's quoting scripture, man?
I'm just saying. This is for the religious debate. This is for the.
I'm just asking you a question, dude. I just posed that you have the same problem on a globe.
Well,
Why are you
I'm
going to the
explaining it,
Bible?
right? Like the atmosphere takes a lot of the blunt of the heat. Like on a flat Earth, on a flat Earth model, the sun is like locally right in the middle of
How local
Earth,
is it?
right? So how would that work?
Like how?
He made up his own model. He made up a flat Earth model.
I get it. You got a picture in your brain, eh?
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, I've also seen the curvature of the Earth from Lake Michigan. Like, have you guys ever been to Lake Michigan? You see the curve.
You're spazzing, PJ.
How would GPS work? I'm just saying. Like GPS, it stands for Global Positioning System. If you guys ever did land navigation, like you would know exactly how to use GPS.
I posted above.
How would the Coriolis effect work?
32 after the hour, how to do it. And it's
Yo,
ground
homie, you need to
positioning,
pick a
by the way.
topic and stick with it because you're galloping right now.
Well, I'm just like, there's just so many because it's such a retarded debate. It's like a bunch of like
No, maybe you're
schizo fucking posters in here,
Well, bro, we can go through them one at a time if you like.
Well, I mean, like if we go through them, can we like actually break them down? And
No, I don't even think you know how they work.
well, I mean, I know how GPS works. It's very, very simple.
Yeah, but you also claim that you saw the bending, so that already discredits you in a.
No, you can definitely see the curvature of the Earth, but you guys are just going to argue that it's the horizon.
PJ,
stick to one topic. GPS,
one thing
have
at
you
a
heard
time,
about?
dude.
No, you have no clue what you're talking about.
Okay.
Nah,
why is it that whenever
he's just gonna
NASA
keep
takes a picture of Earth,
he's just gonna be he's just gonna be rumpusing. That's what he's doing. Keep galishing.
The fact that he said that he saw the curvature already made him full on insincere in my book, but let's entertain it.
He said that we're gonna say that's the horizon.
Have you ever been in a plane before?
Do you know what the horizon is, bro?
Yeah. I meant like it's
What is
fucking. Well, the horizon is the actual bend of the of Earth. That's what it is.
No, wrong.
That's what it is. Oh, really? What's the horizon?
PJ, come on.
What's the horizon? If it's not that, what is the horizon? I don't know that.
No.
What's the definition of the horizon?
No. The globe has a claim about what the horizon is. The flat Earth does not make a claim about the horizon.
Yes,
you understand that? No. What we do in celestial navigation, we utilize the horizon, but we don't make a claim about whether the horizon is a geometric edge of.
No, we don't make a geometric claim, but we do say it's where the sky meets the earth or the water, right?
No, it's an apparent.
Yeah.
That's not actually meaning.
You can call it whatever it is, but that's what it looks like, right?
That's what it means to be apparent.
I understand what you're saying.
Right. So it is the globe that says that is a geometric, measurable distance.
Agreed, brother.
He's agreeing with you.
Yeah. No, but I'm trying to say that we shouldn't get into we shouldn't make a claim.
Make a claim what the horizon is. We say it's an optical phenomenon, which is like where the sky appears to meet the ground, the vanishing point where the sky appears to meet the ground, or water.
Right, but he's trying to make us make a claim about it when it's them that have a claim that they can't defend.
Correct.
Well, you guys have like 15 different holes in your actual argument. Like all of modern science disproves your claim.
Then you don't know what science is.
Yeah,
if that's what you think.
Oh, I don't know what science is? Okay.
Absolutely, we can talk about that.
Can you give me an equation to actually... Can you give me an equation to prove that Earth is curved?
You have to allow people to respond to what you say, otherwise you're just going to get muted.
No, this is what he's doing. He doesn't. He thinks equations are science.
It's not science, math.
Yeah, that's math.
I don't need.
It's not science.
You just said it. You just said it's math. It's not science. You know they're two different classes, right?
Jesus Christ. How many people do I have to fucking mute? Come on, guys. Actually, let other people get in, yeah? So, dude, at the moment you're just gaslighting. No one needs to know what you think other people think. It's not relevant to this discussion. So can you actually stick to the topic? Thank you. That's all I had to say.
Just saying that, like, it's been proven that Earth has been flat since, like, 1650.
Oh, shit. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Give us the proof, then.
You know what I
You
mean?
just
Like,
said it.
just the Earth is actual flat, dude. It's just straight up flat. It's not an oblate. It's not an oblate spheroid. It's flat. The firmaments, seals us in from the water that hold things
I don't
together.
think my microphone, my dongle is plugged in.
McDangle.
My
I don't
dangle
even
Space
see
is
my
water. Did you
dongle.
guys know that space is water?
Oh my god, dude! How gullible and naive are you,
You know,
Flyboy?
feelings are actual projections.
Flyboy. That's a new one.
Yeah.
You
What were you?
scruffy
You were in the military. You were in the
Oh,
military, bro.
yeah.
Why are you so mad? Why are you so like? Why are
I'm
you
not
so
mad,
mad? Like,
bro.
I don't know what makes flat
Not
earthers more
mad,
mad.
bro.
The fact that they realize that they have
Just because you're out of school, just because you're going to
schizoaffective
be a
disorder.
senior in the fall,
Hang on, babe.
Of how someone thinks is
dude,
not necessary.
dude, just because you're going to be a
Babe,
senior in the fall doesn't
my
mean you can
dongle for
act like an idiot.
my USB. I mean, for my microphone is
What the fuck am I listening
It's
to?
not it sticking on the back of your computer?
Eat that pizza. Yo, so how about we give that person that was gish galloping another chance to like focus on one subject?
He bounced.
Oh, expected.
Another waste of time.
He was just banned from another room at 11:25, so that's his job today.
Why am I not surprised?
He wasn't banned from our room. He was banned from another room. I was just
Yeah.
looking to see what possibly was, but that's what his job is today.
How much to pay?
Notice Rich left because he knew what was coming.
The crickets are mighty quiet.
Cheep, 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 cheep.
Those are the new rules. If you're going to sit in Nathan's room and you're a Glober and you're going to talk shit during the week, you're going to speak up during his show from now on. If you don't, and I have to watch and see who was in there during the show. And then if you ask the same questions after the show to us, you get 2 days off.
I like that. I really like that. Gives grounds for a more sincere way of conversing instead of hiding behind the old typewriter.
And the other mods that are listening, they'll follow it. They know that makes sense to them. There's no reason they're a lot of them are worse than I am. I let people get away with shit, and I'll look and poof, they're gone. And I'll look and I'll say, "Oh, yep, somebody got them."
Yeah, I'm on board.
That's a fast way to clean house here.
Yeah, you want to come in, and then what they used to do is the show would be over, then they'd bring up shit about, oh yeah, he said this and that, and you guys can't this and that. So now you can't do that.
Bro, you can't be saying this and that.
You mean like a group of Captain Hindsights come in and start arguing about... Alright, well, typical.
Can I ask a question? In the scenario of a flat Earth, how are tides created and affected?
Weather, pressure,
By the
temperature,
weather.
the sun moves.
Temperature changes the pressures. Pressures cause tides, along with winds, nautical winds will give you tides and waves and things like that. So
Tides are long period waves, if that's what you really want to know.
Okay.
Some places get 3 tides in one day.
Some places get none.
Tides are in reference to mean sea level.
Born, I like your music style, but you're kind of leaking. That answered it for you, Ezo?
I mean, it is an explanation. Whether it's functional on a scientific sense, that would have to be something that is conducted, which is out of my power.
Do you think it's the moon that's causing it?
That is what I've been told, yes.
Well, we've
But I
all
cannot
been
prove
told.
it.
What do you believe? It's not what you've been told. What do you believe? We've all been told it's the moon. What do you believe?
I'll believe that it's the moon, as well as environmental causes.
What are you basing that on?
Information I've been provided. Just
By
like
whom?
how I've just agreed and believe what I was just told
Ezo, I
by
have to stop you dead in your
the
tracks,
man.
right? I'm really sorry. And I apologize if I'm being rude on this, but you hear what you're saying, right? You
Yes.
already know where this is leading towards, right?
Yes.
Then all I can say to that is do your own research. Don't take it secondhand. You know that.
And I'm not sure who said it, but the previous person who provided the answer, that seems like a logical explanation. Just the light to the moon, but it's not something I can prove. So I accept both.
Okay, so fairy tale.
So
I
you
love
can.
fairy tales.
So there's 3 days of the month when there's no moon, apparently, and they still have tides. So now what?
How would you explain that?
I'm not a scientist. As I said, I'm just here to
But-
listen.
Okay, so then based on that, so the unwillingness to actually go thorough and into that, you can just take it from him then, and then just leave it as is, and just take that as the actuality without actually critically thinking.
Exactly.
That only shows insincerity.
Indeed. No, I'm just here to listen and ask questions.
If you think we're going to give you some kind of crazy fairy tale answer instead of just physics, you're in the wrong place.
No, I wasn't looking for that. I'm simply here to listen and to
Moon's pulling on water is absolutely ridiculous. You would be light all the time. One day you would be super light, then the next day you'd be heavy.
Yeah, do you think you've weighed less when the moon is over you?
No, it only affects the water. Come on, guys.
Oh, you're made of mostly water.
Actually, I think globes are mainly made of salt.
That was a good one. I laughed off the stream.
I appreciate that. Thank you. You get it because they're crying all the time.
Yeah, I had to turn my phone back on to say, "Holy shit, that was good."
Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Why does it sound like you're now stationary and not running all over Europe?
Well, I mean, contrary to popular belief, I'm actually spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
Oh, you're at the equator then.
Oh yeah, sorry, 500 miles an hour.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I'm like at 670, something like that. I figured it out.
Yeah, I can almost hear the Doppler effect when you speak. Since we're rotating, supposedly.
I have a question. When you're in the northern hemisphere, I always forget which way around it is, but basically in the northern hemisphere, when water goes down a plug, it goes one way, and in the southern hemisphere, it goes down the other way. Do you guys have
You guys
an
handle that
explanation for
one.
that?
False.
That's
That's a
only
parlor
true
trick.
about toilet water. It's not true about all the other water.
Say again, sorry.
That's only true about toilet water.
No, I believe sink water as well, and any water going down a hole.
True about any water. It's completely dependent on the shape of the sink and the direction the
Okay,
water's poured
symmetrical.
into the sink, and yeah, way the water's poured into the sink and how long it's left to settle.
Okay, say a circular sink, and the water is still, and a plug is removed.
I'm pretty sure you can find videos where it goes both ways, brother.
Yeah. There's a video out there actually where it shows like a border line in between the supposed, north-south, like the middle line, and there's a guy in the middle and he has two bowls on each side. And then supposedly he puts the water in on one side and it whirls one way, and then he goes to the
Yeah,
other
no,
side
that's
and
a
it whirls the
scam.
other
That's a
way.
scam.
That's a scam.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, that's a scam.
The engineering behind making water swirl cleans the pipes as it's going down, so they needed to do that. If they didn't put the little fins in the bottom of sinks that directed water to go that direction, you'd have more clogs than normal.
What? So the piping is just different in the hemispheres? Is that your explanation?
No, water just goes the way it's directed when it's draining.
Just push it a certain direction, it will go that way.
Yes, but if the water's still,
They still make it rotate as just stated, yeah, because it helps with the drainage through the pipes, so you don't get blockages. So this can be caused by the shape of the sink, or it could even be caused by the drain, which can direct the flow of water in a certain direction.
There's no preferred direction on either side of the equator. That's what he's saying.
I mean, I've never been in the southern hemisphere to prove it, so I guess you're right.
I have. I've been in both.
Do you have video proof of this?
Videos. I don't video my toilets and sinks.
You'll go watch a guy
That's my
at
favorite
the
thing to
equator.
do.
You can go watch a guy, I think in Ecuador maybe, and he stands on the center and the water does one thing. He stands on the northern part, the water goes one way, and he stands there on the southern part and the water goes another way. And then when they busted him, he's got fins in the bottom of the thing.
So I believe there you just told me to go online and watch a video and believe that as proof. Am I correct?
Bro, Ezzo. Dude, I had a double-sided sink.
I just told you they can fake it on videos, you dumbass.
Alright, no need to get aggressive, okay? We're having a
All right.
conversation here.
Yeah, Ezzo, I've had a double-sided sink and each side drained clockwise and counterclockwise.
Thank you.
This is something that was presented on The Simpsons about 25 years ago when Bart had a friend in Australia.
Yeah,
not
but
a real thing.
Veritas tried to do a demonstration about it, and they only did one demonstration on each side of the globe with each side of their supposed globe.
Do the flat earthers have any
We've got it all.
Okay.
All the candy, everything.
How do compasses work?
You have to hold it flat. You have to hold it flat. Do you understand? You have to hold the compass flat for it to work.
Yes, but there are flat spots on a sphere.
Yeah, but do you think that if you're on a different spot on a sphere, the north would be in a different direction.
Yes.
Therefore, it doesn't work on a globe.
Wait, say that again, sorry?
Yeah, so you agree that you have to hold the compass flat.
I mean, I'm not an expert compass user. So I would, if you're telling me this, is this like flat Earth and globe as knowledge that you have to hold a compass flat for it to work?
Well, you brought it up. I thought you would knew something about a compass. I thought that.
No, I'm not an expert in compasses. I was just wondering because obviously the globe's assumption is that there are two poles, and you could have someone in, let's say, France and someone in Russia. They both walk north, and they will meet at the North Pole. That is a globe's assumption. I was just wondering, flat earthers' views on there being poles, and if they were both to follow north, would they meet each other? That was my question. Sorry, I should have worded it better at first.
Yeah, so the compass only works when you hold it flat because you're trying to point to a magnetic north. So it does. There's no other. It doesn't. There's no compass that you can utilize to point south on a dipole magnet. That
I mean,
somehow
can't
there's
you?
another. Do you know what I mean? You have to hold it flat to a direction, and then you can circumnavigate that one direction.
So can't you just walk the opposite direction to north, and you'll go south, and meet at the South Pole?
If you walk if you start going east, you're going to start circumnavigating the direction with the magnetic north. If you're going backwards, you're just going away from that certain direction in a straight line. These are all on a flat plane.
Okay, so in a flat Earth world, if a compass is held flat, would two people meet that are on different locations on the Earth and both follow north?
When the north lines are converging, but I have a video if you're able to view it somehow.
I can't watch videos at the moment, sorry.
That's what I thought. But if there is another magnetic pole behind it, when you go from left to right, the actual needle wouldn't move. And I had the video where it shows you that you have two magnetic centers, and you have a compass going through it. That needle is not going to move, whether you're going closer, further away, left or right, or nothing. So
Okay.
all magnets point to one direction, north. And you're circumnavigating that point.
Do you mind explaining circumnavigating for me, please?
There's a meme in the chat there, brother. If you look up a little bit, Donato put it.
Donato. The North Pole circumnavigation one.
Yeah.
And so, can someone explain what is happening in there for me?
It's pointing to north, right?
Yeah, but they're not. They're traveling. What? East? No.
It doesn't matter, brother. It always points to north, right? And
Yeah.
every other direction is south. Away from north.
Yeah, but how would you explain that going south? What are you saying, that there are no compasses, that because there are no compasses that go to south, that's your kind of evidence, I guess, that there's only a North Pole?
There's a video that I don't have a video, but since you can't watch, it doesn't matter. But there's a video of this guy who is in on Antarctica and has a compass, and you can see that it's not working where he's at.
Yeah, the video is why don't compasses work in Antarctica, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, and the picture just sent by Donato, is that the belief you guys have?
No, it's just a representation, dude, to show you what he's talking about.
Okay, so what do you believe?
In terms of what?
What is south of everywhere?
It's away from north. Like, how else can I explain it, right? Anywhere away
Yes,
from
but
north is south, right?
And what is furthest south?
I don't know, man.
Okay.
I live in this little town in my little house, and that's about all I can tell you, right?
Yep, fair enough.
Well, I'm in North America, and south for me, it's South America. So.
Oh shit! Are you gonna put the turkey?
I mean, I didn't know telling somebody that you have to hold the compass flat would be either flat Earth claim about flat Earth or claim about it. It's like, that's just facts.
Yeah, no, I did ask if it was like not something that is an interpretation, and that it was widely acknowledged by globers and flat earthers.
Yeah, because that's not a point of contention that you have to do that.
Yeah,
But again,
no, because often when people have debates, when they say their beliefs, they often say it like it's gospel, which everyone is guilty of, no matter what debate you have and whatever conversation you have and whatever side you're on, you know. Do you guys believe in continents? As in, not political continents, but
like continental drift.
No, that's I believe to do with waves. But no, I mean
Waves? You think they're floating?
like tectonic plates.
Yeah.
Yeah, plates are flat.
Yeah, I was in high school when I learned about this.
Flat, dude. Yeah. Tectonic plates are flat. Yes, that's a thing.
We feel their motion too, right?
Yeah, through earthquakes and. No, I guess do you guys have do you guys have a different interpretation of what's under the Earth's surface than the assumptions globers make?
I think there's dirt.
What about volcanoes?
I just said this a little while ago too. Like, we just discovered waters under the surface bigger than all the oceans on the surface.
Yeah, there's more water under the Sahara than there is above it. Or
so you guys are
on it, I should say.
So you guys are believing that without checking it for yourself?
No, but I'm just saying, like, this is just a recent discovery, right? Like, so to say that you know what's underneath the surface.
No, I didn't make any assumptions. I was just asking questions.
I get that, but the globe is making assumptions, right? You said that part.
No, I said, yeah, but like with the science that we're taught, for example, I was just wondering if flat earthers had a different view on what is under the surface. That was all.
I don't think any of us have been down there. Like, I'm pretty sure the deepest hole is like 7 miles or 8 miles.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Do you have any globe evidence?
I didn't claim to have any. I mean, volcanoes
No,
support
no one.
the.
What do volcanoes support?
The fact that we claim that there is magma under the surface in the lower sections.
Are you trying to get to a molten core? Is that where you're going with that?
Yeah, I guess, but I guess in a flat Earth, you could still have magma under the surface. No, I was just asking to see your guys' point of view on underneath. I wasn't making any assumptions or anything like that.
Yeah, most of our arguments have to do with the surface, right?
Yeah, but it's if you make a claim about something, you should test surrounding factors that would support your claim. You know, this is how science is conducted, and you use these points to like support an evidence. So it's okay being like, okay, this thing is A, but if B, C, D, and E don't correlate and prove A, then is A correct, you know?
No, I totally get where you're coming from. And like I said, the deepest we've been is 7 miles. So what more can you extrapolate, right? Like you want to talk about shooting radio waves down or some other type of science?
Nope, just what I asked.
But you believe there's a molten iron core that's magnetic, right?
I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it.
Have you heard about
What are you guys fucking talking about, you fucking losers?
Bro,
Say
he's
something.
actually having a sincere conversation and
No,
asking
he's saying
questions
no,
about this he doesn't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's being sincere. If he doesn't know and he says that, why is that insincere?
Well, let's ask him. What do you know about that?
He says he doesn't know because he doesn't
No.
know.
How about you shut the fuck up and ask him?
He doesn't have to make a claim.
He was talking about volcanoes, Splash. He thinks volcanoes lead back to globe. So just no need to curse. That's the situation he's in right now.
I apologize.
That's okay. He's at work anyways. He seems to have a list of questions, but
Mate,
he's trying to get through it. Things new to him, Splash. Relax, VW Beetle. Relax, Beetle. Come on, Herbie.
The height of the volcano would be measured in reference to sea level.
So I'm struggling to hear you. You're a bit muffly.
He's Aussie, by the way.
Sorry, is it better?
You're still a bit quiet. He does. So I'll turn you up a bit. Yeah, it should be good now. Do you mind
Aussie,
repeating what
mate.
you said, sorry?
Aussie, mate. You know nothing about anything. You want attention, and now you got attention. Deal with it. You live very close to coast with birds tweeting. And you're right. It is better to be out there than in here talking to fucking losers like us. Log off and take a walk. It'll be amazing.
It sounds like you might be looking for the non-traditional haiku Discord channel, Splash.
I just came from that, mate.
How long?
I had someone like you mute a person in a.
Thank you.
I think it's a breath of fresh air that we're actually getting genuine questions for once.
We were. He may be getting DMs now. Now we'll start hearing some fucked up shit.
Yeah, it is. It is a little strange. Yeah, the guy has some sort of sincerity. Yeah, but he'll be asking about time zones and things soon. But what's weird is he asked.
No,
He asked
time
how-
zones are just. Sorry, I'm interrupting.
Okay, yeah, that's good. At least that's not on your list. Yeah, you asked how volcanoes work, and then when we asked you, well, how do volcanoes lead credence to this ball idea, the globe? You didn't know.
So firstly, I didn't ask how volcanoes work.
Sure you did.
But no, I asked about your
Okay.
guys' interpretation on
No, we
what's
see
under
we
the
see the
surface.
same volcanoes as you do.
Yeah.
And nobody went in a submarine inside a volcano and took a little tour to see how they work.
I mean, would be a fun ride, no?
If scalding magma is your idea of a good time, yeah, sounds real fun.
I just asked the original question to get an insight on your guys.
Yeah, but you remember the diagrams in the 4th grade, the magma chambers.
Yeah. I was just saying if you guys also
The
believe
magma
that,
is
just
under
not
the
in a
magma is
spherical
under the
shape.
surface. Yeah, the magma's under the surface, and then it becomes lava.
And then it
So, I mean,
shoots up in the air and makes like it splashes all over the place sometimes. Sometimes it just dribbles out. Who knows?
Yeah.
I think your biggest problem, though, is that you think we live somewhere else, right? We live in the same place as you, dude.
Yeah, no, I simply was asking if you guys had, obviously, apart from the obvious of that, it's not spherical inside, but if you guys had a different
Yeah, but dude,
assumption, that was all. I wasn't making any claims.
The moon pulls the magma out of the ground when it flies over. Moon pulls on the magma. Does that make more sense?
Yeah, it's kind of a silly, like the way you're asking those questions, even though I get the idea that you're trying to find truth, I get that. But the way you're asking these questions are like, there's a too heavy of a contrast. This is like in the Matrix compared to Plug out of the Matrix. And that contrast kind of makes it look silly. Like the questions that you're asking kind of takes away the sincerity. That's why we're
Yeah,
like, yeah, go ahead.
They're loaded questions.
No,
And
he's from Narnia. He's from
They're not
Narnia. He
loaded
doesn't know.
questions. They're simply me understanding your guys'.
Yeah, but dude, hold on. We
outlook.
asked you. Yeah, someone asked you about the molten iron core. You said I don't know, and now somehow you're conflating magma chambers or wherever the magma is before it spews out with the idea. Once again, vaguely back to it must be a sphere because there's lava.
No, I never made any connections to the Earth
Yeah,
being
you
sphere
did.
and the reason
You
for volcanoes.
You just did vaguely.
No. All I said
And
that
I think you have your wires crossed on the whole idea of magma chambers and core, molten iron core.
I mean, I don't know the exact wording and stuff, but all I meant was that magma, whatever the word for it, comes out of volcanoes, which is something that we can witness. And that also
Yeah, we're we too.
Yeah, do you want to know how trees grows on a flat Earth? It's another one.
I mean, both are possible. No, I was simply asking if you guys had the same assumptions. I guess that there are different levels of the Earth under its surface, and that they are like the crust, and then I don't know the exact, like the different layers that we're presented in
Yeah,
school.
but this
I was just
silliness.
asking if you guys had the same assumptions.
But the silliness of your question makes me doubt your sincerity.
Then
Like the
you
guy
have
said,
a
do you want
bad
to know how
judge of character.
do you want to know how the trees grow on flat Earth? Like how the guy said that's the best analogy. Like it's a silly question.
How do you make French toast on a flat Earth?
I put it in a toaster.
You put it in a toaster. No.
I don't know how to make French toast.
Yeah, you would end up with
Keep
a
that kid
small
out of
house
the kitchen.
pile.
You're gonna have a mess
all
on your
those-
hands
all-
if you try that.
All those layers, though, that's just baseless assertions.
You guys are making French toast on the globe wrong. No toaster involved.
Cut him slack, man. He's spinning 1,000 miles an hour right now.
Yeah, I'm
he doesn't know
getting
where he's at.
dizzy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, and he's at work and spinning and wobbling and hurtling through outer space. It's it's a load. I got to ask: is this a list that you found, or is this a list that you've compiled all on your own?
What, as in the questions I'm asking?
Yeah, as in the questions you're asking.
Off the top of the dome, baby.
Okay.
I'm on my work laptop and.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage control articles and videos that present these things. That's why I brought up time zones, because usually it's in the same category. Oh, how do volcanoes work? Oh, how do time zones work? Huh. How do tides work?
I'm just using my brain to ask the
Yeah.
questions. And what I will say about the time zones, they're completely man-made.
That's right.
Thing.
You got General
They
Mao's
can't be.
one time zone, and anyways. Yeah, there's stories for all these things, but I mean, do they hold water?
You need a container to hold water, though, no, don't you?
And gas pressure.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, if you break it down to the water, Ezo, your confusions and your preconceived notions of water ball could be solved with just acknowledging what's water doing in reality. The whole thing's pretty simple. I mean, they claim we're on an Earth covered at its surface with 70% water. Yet the next time someone shows curved water at the surface of a body of water, will be the first.
Sorry, was there a question in there? Or
No, he was talking about the contradiction in your globe model that slaps you in the face every time you look at it.
And I don't mean to interrupt, but I've been listening for like 30 minutes, and he was talking about compasses. Is he under the apprehension? Like, does he think compasses point to the south in Australia? Like, I didn't really quite get his confusion about compasses.
no, I'm aware that compasses point north, but obviously the opposite of north is south. And I was just wondering if you guys, what your guys' outlook was on what happens if you go south.
Well, I brought up
We've spoke about it. We've spoke about it.
Yeah, but I also brought up the point, and I think you didn't concede the point that you have to hold it flat. Because if you're on a globe, you're holding it in multi directions. So, like when you're on the equator, you'll be parallel with the North Pole.
I mean, you can have flat spots on a sphere.
No, but I'm saying the direction. You're changing constant direction as you go away from it. On a sphere, you'll be curving away from north. So by the time you're in the equator, you'll be pointing. The compass will be pointing up relative to the North Pole.
Okay.
It only works by holding it flat, parallel.
Do you understand what he just said to you?
I kind of understand what he's saying, but I'm finding it hard to visualize. But it's fine. It's fine.
It's hard to visualize that north and south, east and west is horizontal. It's hard to visualize that every time you travel horizontally. I don't think it is.
I work better with diagrams. That's why the one sent before, which we were discussing, was helpful. I'm more of a visual learner, you know. So what was spoken previously, when we had this conversation, 20-30 minutes ago, I was able to understand what they were saying due to the supporting diagram. So, but it's fine. We spoke about that. We can speak about something else.
Yeah, diagrams definitely help this discussion.
Yeah.
He was showing you that if you're on the top of the ball, it's different than being on the side of the ball, right?
In what essence?
From what I just said. Like if you were standing on the top of the ball, it would be different than standing on the side of the ball.
Different in which way?
In reference to north.
I mean, if you're standing on top of the ball at the North Pole, then someone the equator, then yes, it would be Are you talking in terms of their compass?
Yeah, their compass.
I mean, do you mean if the person on the top is at literally like the northern pole central, like in the absolute center of it, where every direction is north? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I think I'm talking more about the orientation, right? Not so much that it's pointing at north. Well, it is have to do with that, but more the orientation, right? So you're standing on top of the ball, and then you're on the side of the ball, and your compass becomes sideways, right?
As in, it's rotated.
Yeah, you're on the side of it.
Yeah.
And now you're pointing north, but it's going over a big, huge curve to get there, right?
I see what you're saying. I mean, even if it pointed directly towards the central point, as in through the Earth's crust, like not around, but the most direct route you can have while passing through the Earth, it would still point you in the right direction.
I guess it has to make your globe true, right?
Say again, sir?
I said I guess it has to make your globe true, right?
Yeah.
But we do know that compasses only work horizontally, right? Like level.
It's fucking wrong.
I see what you're saying, yeah. But I don't know enough about compasses to discuss that.
But do you know how magnets work?
I mean, I think I do, but only basic understanding that they attract each other and repel each other. I'm sure you are much more educated on magnets than I am.
No, because I haven't met any people who believe in the globe that know that magnets aren't attracted in the middle.
We don't believe in the globe. The globe is not a belief.
Did I miss the argument? What's the argument here?
It's an accepted fact.
Yo, what's up, Alpha?
Is anybody bringing an argument in here?
No.
Or is it just people
The problem is
different?
the problem is these people want to reinvent science. Like the whole idea again about science, ladies and kids, is it makes predictable models of reality. To this day, no flat Earth model can answer more than one, maybe two questions, while the globe Earth answers hundreds, if not thousands of questions.
That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit.
You're an idiot.
There, right? Yeah,
You don't know what science is.
bullshit.
Some bullshit.
Yeah,
You don't know what science is.
You want to say ambiguous?
Why don't you? Hold on. Give me the best model. What is the best flat Earth model? The one.
Shut your dumb ass up. All right, so now we're gonna take it. We're gonna take it from the top. Take it from the top.
Cowards for muting him.
Hold on a minute. I'm gonna start muting everybody. So shut up. All right. So here's what you got to do. Make a claim. Back it up with evidence. Two things. Pretty fucking simple for anybody, right? Make a claim. Back it up with evidence. So I'm gonna unmute you, and you're gonna do that. If you're not gonna do that, you can sit in silence and listen to everybody else gish gallop and talk about other things. Make a claim.
He claimed a globe model. Maybe he can begin by presenting evidence for that.
Yep, make a claim. Back it up with evidence.
Okay, you gotta unmute him. You gotta unmute him. He's muted. There you go. You're good, Ham.
Relax, SpongeBob.
It's not even worth. Like these people are they're third graders.
Okay, your cope is noted.
Of course.
All right.
Faggots, bro. Fuck out of here, bro.
So do you have the scientific model for the globe or no? You claim the globe answers questions, so I'm wondering if it answers scientific questions. You have a scientific model for the globe.
Yeah, sure. If you let him freaking talk, he would be able to answer your question.
Is he muted? I'm waiting. I think the audience is waiting.
You got him. You got him on fucking mute.
Shut up, dude. He didn't want to answer. Demon 2K, you freaking idiot. I unmuted him. He didn't want to answer, okay?
I
That
think it
was
might
what
be this,
happened.
mate.
He just finished saying, I don't want to talk to you guys because
Sorry,
it's
what
like
was that?
talking to third graders. All right?
Oh, okay. I gotcha. I thought you were pulling in. I didn't know.
Hey, Amish, you're hot micing, bro. All right. So Demon 2K, I unmuted him. You keep you're advocating for him. I
Okay, so
unmuted him.
so he can tell his
No,
point
I'm
then.
not gonna unmute him. You're not gonna
All
dictate
right,
what
you're a
happens in
coward.
this.
That's it.
No, you are. Now you make a claim and back it up with evidence. Because I asked him, he didn't want to answer. Now it's
I
your
don't
turn.
debate flat earth. This is you
Well,
guys,
then
but
shut the
him
fuck
What kind
trying
of
up.
to talk.
demon are you?
Then shut the fuck up. Now you sit in silence and then go into the text channel and see if there's a globe champion that will make a claim and back it up with evidence. Otherwise, you guys don't have shit. And I will stand on that until somebody makes a claim, backs that shit up with evidence. It's all you gotta do. Pretty fucking simple. All right? Enough of this bullshit that you guys want to come in here and talk about ambiguous crap. Talk about it specifically. Huh? Pretty
As a
simple.
famous man once said, back it up, Terry.
We're not going to stay in here fucking talking about shit just to talk about it. If you want to discuss the topic of the shape of the earth or lack thereof, make a claim, back it up with evidence. And don't give me that shit, well, I don't want to talk to you guys. It'll be talking to third graders. Fucking bullshit.
You have to
One of these
understand.
days, all day, Alpha.
You have to
Yes.
understand that. So what I wanted to say was that you have to understand that the frustration comes from people always doing the same thing when they're trying to iterate things. It's always a baseless claim, yapping about it, gish galloping, and then talking through the individual. At one point, you get frustrated, especially when it repeats over and over and over and over and over again. You'll get muted.
Yeah. That's usually the case when I ask for it. Then they go back into their shell and don't give me the thing that I asked for. When it's really simple, they want to stand on a high horse and say that the Earth is a globe, and they got all this evidence. All they got to do is make a claim, back it up with evidence, and we'd be done by now.
But we get an entire circus show, a plethora of I don't know what type of mental gymnastics they pull out of the closet, but it's always a show, but never a sincere conversation. And it always ends to people arguing. So sad. Just so sad. I mean, I'd get frustrated as well. You can be as calm as you want, but if you keep getting the same story over and over again, in the same context, over and over again, yeah, it's going to take its toll. So you heard the man. Make a claim and back it up. And be sincere about it. It's not that hard.
Yeah, it's as simple as I would give them the floor. All they got to do is just do it. That's it.
I said this before to Doctor that, in chat, they always go off when an individual is speaking about it, but they never take the microphone. It's like a bunch of crickets. You can hear them chirp from afar, but as soon as you get close, it's quiet.
Yeah, they start crying like women.
Insect. Cricket.
Well, we just had Flying Hay join the chat. Flying Hay. What's going on, mate?
Hello. I'm doing alright. How are you guys doing?
Good. What brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth room?
Oh, it just looked really popular. There's a lot of people here. And I like listening along to all the people and their ideas that they bring.
Hey, are you a glober or a flat earther?
I'm a glober. I'm sorry. I have to admit. I don't think I'll stray away from the globe theory. No matter how much evidence you put forward for flat Earth. So.
That sounds like a religious belief that you have.
It's not a religious belief. I don't believe in any religion.
Yes, you do. You're a heliocentrist.
What?
Yeah, you're in a religion without realizing it.
For real?
Yeah, and you just told us you're never leaving it. For real, for real.
Fuck. God.
So hey, why do you think the Earth is round?
There's a lot of evidence backing the globe, I guess. That's fine.
Wrong.
I guess.
Yeah, that's
Also,
what
space
they
is
have
really
us say.
cool,
Correct.
and I do want to believe in space as a thing. Like, cause there's a lot of cool shit out there. That I do want to
And I bet
believe.
you like dinosaurs too, huh?
Yeah, dinosaurs are pretty pug. What's your favorite dinosaur if you had to give one?
Oh my lord.
What's your favorite dinosaur?
My favorite one was the one they tried to present on National Geographic about a decade ago when they had that flying squirrel dinosaur in a wind tunnel. It's
No
like
way.
a
Barney is my favorite.
Wait, what?
Barney.
Anyway, how are you guys doing? You Flat Earth and Globers combined together.
Yeah, we're fine. We're waiting for the people that think that the Earth is a globe to put forth evidence, which nobody can do. So we're looking for that right now.
I see.
So if you don't mind, if you don't have any evidence, let's let somebody else take the mic.
Yeah, fair enough. I kind of got put on the spot when somebody's introduced
That's
me.
fine. You can believe all day long the Earth is a globe. We're looking for the ones who actually know that it is.
Yeah,
That's who we want to talk to.
All right.
C, is it? Also join the chat in the bottom. C Loveheart. Can I speak?
There's no actual like Globers in here today, huh?
Not really.
Just believers.
Yeah.
The believers are the ones who really get upset, I would say.
And they come straight out and say, no matter what you say, you can't change my mind. I have to believe in space. There's so much cool shit out there. Where? You haven't seen anything yet. Seen Imaginations, Omni Magazine.
And they think it's up to us to prove that their imagination is fake.
Yeah, they're sitting at that table with the sign that says the Earth is a globe. Change your mind.
Anybody, proof about the Earth being a globe? The floor is yours. It's a smooth Friday.
Well, what that one kid said a minute ago sums everything up perfectly. No matter how much evidence you show him, and no matter how much you show the globe is impossible, he will never stop believing in it because he wants space to be real. That's not a religion. I don't know what is.
That's a textbook cognitive dissonance.
Willful ignorance.
Yeah, Bismate isn't understanding that we don't need a model of our own to show that his model is wrong. Period. I just asked him to do the geometry. I'm like, can you do geometry? Can you geometry? Can you do it? Oh, I asked. Oh, all they can do is posture and ask stupid questions. So I asked a stupid question by asking, how is it that we can see beyond 19 miles in a straight horizontal direction from a 1.5 foot observation height on a globe with a 3959 mile radius? Anybody who's good at geometry can do this and go, oh shit, something's wrong. But little Bismate here in the chat has some really big emotions, right, that are just overwhelming him. He's got big emotions and no facts. It's actually kind of entertaining to watch him spiral out in the chat, thinking that he's doing something.
Excuse me, can I be moved to politics, VC?
Wildman, if it's full, you just wait like any other person till you get in there. We're not gonna move you there.
You bastard. You know you have the moderation ability to
Just
move me.
go away.
Well, come in here being rude and shit.
I wasn't being rude. I asked to be moved.
Where do you want to be moved to? Hello?
I
We
said
don't have the
politics, VC.
we don't have the ability to move you across to politics.
How do you not understand how Discord works to the point where you don't know how to switch server rooms? I don't get
I
that.
was thinking that too. Is Bismate still in the VC? Does he want to come off mute? I don't think he's calm enough. I don't think he can be calm enough and rational enough, and I don't think he can leave his feelings out of it long enough to actually have a rational conversation.
I saw him self-destruct. Yeah, I saw him self-destruct in the side chat. That was funny.
Yep.
Bismate, you're up. What's going on?
Bismate, you still haven't answered my question, Bubs.
Oh, do you want me to talk or something?
Yeah, I asked you a question
I
in the
didn't ask
chat.
to come off mute. To be clear, I didn't ask to come off mute. You're just obsessed with me.
Yeah, okay. I asked you a question, and it just seems like you are doing everything in your power to avoid it.
Listen, you can memorize all the YouTube scripts you want. Just because you can ask a stupid question
No,
doesn't mean
that's
you've
not
proven
it.
anything. Yes.
I've actually
Yes, that's
memorized all
literally
of
it.
the globe. I've memorized all of the globe indoctrination. I've memorized all of
Again,
the
where's your
numbers,
model?
right?
Can you stop? Can you stop? You made the claim. Where's your model? Stop boring us, as the other guy said. Shut up and put your fucking evidence up. You say the Earth is flat.
He said,
Where's your
"Where's
model?
your model?" Yeah, it was.
You have no model that
Listen,
answers no questions until you can beat our model that answers.
Yeah, there is no flat Earth model.
Tons of
you
questions.
can't have you can't have the conversation, right? We don't need a model of our own to show you
Well, that is anti-science.
yours is
That's
wrong.
anti-science. Yes, you do.
No,
That's
it's not
anti-science.
anti-science.
It's not a
Anti-science.
science question, you moron. It's geometry.
Guys, calm down, everybody. Moderation, calm down.
I'm saying the way you think,
Hey,
that
hold
is
on, calm down.
anti-science.
Do you have a scientific model for the globe? If you do, present it.
Why are you, listen, you're the one making the claim. The Earth is flat.
No, you
That's
did.
not us saying it.
You claimed a scientific model. Did you not claim, do you not have a scientific model?
I'm asking you where yours is. You're
You're
say
saying
the Earth is flat.
that's implying that you have a scientific model, Bismate.
You do not have a scientific model for the globe because the globe requires observable phenomena for a scientific model to be created, and you do not have those observations. Continue.
There is no globe model.
Again, you're just like telling me there's no globe model. You're the one making the claim. You're the one saying the Earth is flat. Are you not? It's like yes,
there is no
observable.
globe model, dude. Okay.
Why are you avoiding this? Why?
I'm not avoiding it. I'm directly addressing you. Okay. We have scientific models for observable phenomena. There is no single interoperable model of the globe that explains all of reality. That's just stupid. If you think there is one, then present it. Otherwise, you should concede. Continue.
A globe model wouldn't talk about all of reality. That actually makes no sense.
Yeah, no kidding. It doesn't make any sense. So why don't you provide the model that you think justifies your worldview?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because the globe model doesn't.
Go ahead.
Again, are you just gonna keep not engaging and muting? Is that your?
I am engaging. I'm asking you a question, and you are avoiding answering and engaging me. So don't accuse me of doing what you were doing. Now, why don't you go present a globe model, okay? A scientific model for a globe observation. I just want one, Bismate. One exclusive observation of the globe. Go.
You're not making any sense. You're asking.
All right, done. Who's next?
Because the globe doesn't make fucking sense, dude. Like,
it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. You're not making sense asking me for one observation of the globe. Okay. I know, because it doesn't exist.
That's the point.
I just don't think he understands what a model is. He believes that the model.
Oh, gosh.
I just
It's
don't
very
think he
hard to
understands what a
listen
model
to
is, yeah? He just thinks the model's the model that he's got sitting on his desk that he bought from the toy shop, and he just wants a picture.
All right, unmute him. Unmute him so he can spurt out again and not answer the question on why we can see beyond 19 miles from 1.5 feet.
Yeah. Why can we do that? Why can't we see a flat Earth that betrays the globe? We have all these observations that betray the globe. Hey, Bismate, I'm taking you off mute so you can talk about this.
Yeah, that's the question
Right.
I've been asking. That's what we're on, and we're not going to obfuscate from anything. We are going to hold your feet to the fire on this.
Well, again, you guys are making the claims, not me. So it's
what claim?
Nobody's making a claim.
What, the water is flat?
You don't.
Hang on.
You don't.
Water is
Hold
flat.
on. You don't claim. Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Is it your claim that the Earth is flat? Yes or no? That's a yes or no
Water's
question,
flat.
by the way.
A large body of waters are flat.
The Earth. We're not talking about large
71% of the
bodies
Earth
of water.
is
Notice
water.
how you're not engaging. So you're not willing to engage. Okay, cool.
71%.
Just put me back on mute.
I'm actually refining your argument for what you should pose to us. Since 71% of Earth is claimed to be water, it'd probably be more appropriate to talk about that. Don't you think? Instead of like the other, I don't know, 30%, 29% that isn't.
This is
No,
why
the
we
Earth
make
isn't.
the
The Earth
observation.
isn't. The Earth isn't separated into the two things. It's one.
Okay,
well, we can
Bismate,
separate them by measuring one versus the other, right?
Bismate, this is why we make these observations
I've never seen a guy mute.
over water.
This is so embarrassing for him.
Look,
What?
okay, so see,
For
here's the
you.
thing. Water, Bismate, would be the independent variable in
We're
all of this.
talking
It's
about the
independent.
Earth. Will
It
you
hasn't
answer the
changed.
question
You're
or
not
not? Imagine
manipulating
not
it
being.
Wait, he
at
can't
all.
talk without interrupting.
No, I know. I started talking. He just wants to talk right through me. He's got fucking 2 mouths and 1 ear, and it's on
All
his
right,
asshole.
I'll be traffic cop. I'm going to step back from this and I'll traffic cop.
I appreciate that because I don't have mute powers. So, yeah, the water would be the independent variable through these tests. Okay. And the fact that we are seeing distances of 19, 21 plus miles, 38 miles in a straight horizontal line from a 1.5 foot observation height, that is absolutely impossible on a globe with a 3959 radius.
Why?
Why? Because with if you're on a globe with a 3959 radius and you're standing at a 6 foot observation height, you should, and you're looking out over the water, you should only see about 3.1 miles
Yeah.
to the globe horizon
Why?
before the curvature starts.
You just keep saying what? Tell me why. You're just
This
making
is your
claims.
globe model.
No, I'm saying if you understand it, tell me why. You're just making claims. Tell me why
You're
that's true.
being a child right now. But why?
So now,
But
if I make a claim, I
Stop being
have
a
to
child.
provide the why. But if you make
Wait
a
a
claim, you
second.
Stop being
don't.
a child.
This is
Hold on,
ignorance
hold on.
beyond
Hey.
measure. This is honestly ignorance beyond measure. Put me back on mute. You're all idiots.
You're asking.
Why can we see that far? Because the water doesn't curve.
Again, you can't answer a yes or no question. Is the Earth flat? Is the Earth flat? Yes or no?
Yes, dude.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
we're all
Okay,
saying
now
yes.
the next question is, where is the model that proves you're flat Earth?
We don't need a model to show that yours is wrong.
There you go. No,
Dude,
that's
you
not
don't
that's
have
not
a.
the
You don't
answer to
even
my
know how big
question.
the Earth is.
Hold on. Why are you not answering the
I can
question?
answer it. I can answer it. I can answer it. I
Scientific
can
model
answer
for
it.
a question.
I can
He's giving an
answer it.
answer to a
I
question I
can
didn't ask.
answer
He
it
wants.
for
He
you.
wants a
I'm going to
scientific model
answer
to a
this for
geometry
you.
question.
That motherfucker.
He wants a scientific model to a geometry question. It's a category error, and he's an idiot.
I'm going to tell him what the model is. The model is you don't have a working globe model at all. That's how it's a flat Earth. The end.
What? Just because one thing is not true doesn't make another thing true. I mean, I can't even believe I have to say that to adults, honestly. I can't even believe that I have to say that to adults.
Okay.
Okay,
Bismate.
if you can't understand,
Bismate.
hold on, wait. Okay, wait, let me just say this real quick.
You're not going to say it. For a second.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so you're asking for a scientific model. Now, as been pointed out, I don't think you understand what an actual scientific model is, because
why?
For this, we're going to need geological modeling, atmospheric modeling, oceanographic modeling.
What's your point?
So
what's your point?
My point is that you don't and cannot present an overarching model for the globe itself. Now,
Yes, you do.
Hang on.
Listen to me. Wait, we're not talking about the globe. Why do you keep talking about the?
Because I will first talk about the globe, and then I'm going to move on. Yeah, I'm going to point out that you're asking for something that you don't actually have yourself. Yeah,
Bingo,
you don't
AJ.
have an overarching model, and I'll give you an example. Yeah, do you know what the dynamo model is?
Again, you're making no sense, man.
Do you know what the dynamo model is?
I don't.
Okay, so the dynamo model is one of the models that makes up your globe Earth, and it has to do with the core and the electromagnetic field. Now, there are many issues with, well, you're not going to let me get to it, are you? You're going to keep speaking through me. Now, the dynamo model, as claimed by the globe, is only up to 30% accurate due to the issues they have.
This is all irrelevant. Everything you're saying is irrelevant.
Hang on a second, dude. It's very relevant. Yeah, and you don't want me to finish. So again, you don't have the working model that you claim, and you're veering off from what the globe actually explains and claims. An example, the dynamo model only being 30% correct because it's based off assumptions. They can't actually see what is occurring. So no one here is going to be able to present you with a full working model of the flat Earth. All you're doing is asking for a replacement and hand wave dismissing all of the other facts that can be proven and shown, such as the Earth's surface being utilized and measured and referenced as flat. We don't need a model for that.
Okay, so to address a couple things, to say that we don't need a model for something is definitionally anti-science, and here's why.
You don't have a scientific model,
Okay,
Bismate.
see, do you see? I'm not making claims right now. Do you see the problem? This is you guys are the one who makes the claim. So how about this? I'm not even gonna. I don't. But listen,
making a claim.
why is it okay for you to interrupt? Why is it okay for you to interrupt?
Because you're not engaging what's being said to you.
I'm engaging. I'm directly addressing what he said.
Bismate,
That's a lie.
okay.
Why do you have to lie?
Bismate.
Well, I'm just dealing
My
with people who
statement
lie
was,
and interrupt. I'm wondering why.
I don't need an overarching model to describe everything that is occurring.
I never asked you for an overarching model. I never asked for that.
A scientific model has predictability.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So
yes.
What do I need to predict?
You just added overarching and full.
Okay. Stop spazzing out, dude. I'm just trying to have a conversation with you. Yeah. If you're asking for a scientific model, then that is made up of many different individual models that we are not going to be able to present to you here. However, we don't need a model to show that the Earth is measured as flat. We are giving a description of the surface. That is it. That is very simple.
That's not science, and this is why I was trying to say what I was saying before you guys started interrupting and lying about what I said.
And
so I'll
you're
continue.
also in a category
See,
error.
there
so
we
you
go.
believe that science.
There we go. See, it's okay for everyone to interrupt.
No, because you
everyone can interrupt and lie, and that's okay.
You believe that I'm trying to clarify something. You believe that science is going to prove the shape of the Earth.
It's a geometry question, not science.
Yeah, let him define science. Go ahead.
Again, these guys always get to interrupt.
No, define science, bro.
I'm asking
define science.
Clarify. I asked for clarification, man.
You just gonna cry like a little bitch the whole time, dude?
No, it's just but now, what the problem is now I'm.
He just wants to cry, man.
I mean, dude, you should use your opportunity to define science.
You let him come off of the geometry. You hold his feet to the geometry issue.
I just need.
This is the definition of sophistry.
Science, so that we
this is the definition of sophistry, right? You guys are interrupting me.
Geometry is not science.
Is science going to prove the shape of the Earth?
You have different definitions of science, so that question needs to be come after the definition is agreed upon.
Yep.
Well, he won't define
science so that we can stop conflating the categories.
He won't define science to start with.
Geometry. We need geometry to determine shapes. We don't need science to determine shapes. We need geometry.
So go ahead, Bismate.
So, like, step one, define science, and then say how your version of science answers a what is question, not how come.
How did we get into the definition of science now?
Because you mentioned it.
Yeah,
because we've got obfuscators in the chat, and we're talking about geometry, what it takes for determining the shape of something.
Well, he wants to know why we got in the definition of science, but he clearly doesn't even know what science is. Notice how he won't define it.
Bismate is an obfuscator.
Well, because I'm talking about surface properties and geometry, and he keeps on selling us that I'm denying science. Humble your hot micing bad.
Yeah, humble, yeah.
Humble your hot micing. There you go.
Yeah, so I was giving a surface description, and he claimed that I was denying science because that is not a scientific model. This is how we got onto science. So that was why I asked my question, and now you've been asked to define science.
AJ, I tried to respond to you after you talked the first time. I got interrupted, muted again, and now you guys are demanding for a new definition of science.
Okay, let's just move on.
No.
He's not going to
No.
engage.
You said a new definition?
Yeah,
You
That's
just
a
want
lie.
to talk and cry about what's happening, and you want to cry about the people, Bismate, but you don't want to address the questions that are asked of you, right? That's crazy. That's wild. You can't do it, can you?
We didn't ask you for a new definition. We asked you
Yeah,
to
you
simply
guys, you
define the
can't.
term so
He
that we know
doesn't
which
know what
category we're talking about.
he can't answer the question because he doesn't know what science is to begin with.
Yeah,
It would
that's
just-
that's why Gregory wanted to define it a minute ago, just to get it out of the way.
Yeah, but
Just Google it.
it's pointless asking him to define something that he doesn't know the definition of. It's
Just tell him to
basically for-
Google it. See what he has to say.
Yes,
It's like- So yeah, let's try to get some else here. I mean, what's going on with Demon 2K?
He was just white knighting for others, so and whinging about mutes. But we can give him a try if someone wants to unmute him.
Yeah, let's go. Hey, Demon. So you're up. Why do you think what you think, and where does it come from?
I'm just here. I don't debate, dude. I'm just here to listen to him fucking or AI Bismate steamroll you guys because you guys are cowards, pussies.
Okay,
But it's
if
not good.
that's true, right? If what you say is true, then why are you here?
Listening to him, dog fucking walk you guys. That's what I'm doing here.
Okay,
So
so if you
Bismate
can't-
AI is dog walking you guys, and you can't take it. So you guys
can't
are
listen
like little
to that.
fucking pussies in this stupid ass fucking stupid chat. You guys are pussies.
Okay, so
Somebody is triggered. You
This
got
is
some
sad.
big
This is
feelings.
hilariously sad. I love it.
This guy is tripping out. He's tripping balls right now.
Yeah.
Whoever that was, I guarantee they don't know what science is either.
Well, for him, it's warfare. Science is about like going to a Discord server, not understanding anything the people in that server are talking about, and then think he won the internet today.
Just like the fair game policy of Scientologists, bro. I'm not going to stop making these comparisons, but
This is mod abusing. That's all good. Bismate AI won, so you guys are cowards. Thank you.
Take your win.
keep practicing fair game. It'll refute us
Yeah, just-
eventually.
I'm okay with that. If you think you won something, take whatever you think you won, and go live your life. Flat Earth will still be here. The Earth will still be here. Your flawed definition of science is the problem here. The contradiction that you have.
They haven't even defined it yet. It's not even that. It's the fallacy of ambiguity.
Like they're reduced to you have no model. Like if the globe is so apparent and so fucking easy, like you should have all kinds of shit, dude. You should be able to fucking nail us to the floor, man.
Yeah, the idea with there needing a model and a map it's one part that I never got, even when I was like globalist debating flat earthers. How does a model and a map actually represent reality? Reality doesn't do that anymore. They constructed this fantasy world where the Earth's too big. You can't know what it is. But this model allows you to know what the Earth is, not the Earth itself. It's
Even
too
if you
abstract.
even if you grant them that premise, they fail by their own supposed criterion of verification. They don't have a model.
Yeah, because their goal is not to judge what they think, is to judge what other people think. To tell other people they're wrong. And you're like, well, if I'm wrong, what's the right answer? They never get to that part. They never show you how the Earth is a globe. They just want to let you know that flat Earth is wrong. And you're like, well, okay, fine. You've deemed somebody wrong on the internet. go take your booby prize and go live your life. And just go on to the next person you think is wrong. It's like that they've turned themselves into an internet meme where the guy's like holding the phone, to his ear saying, cancel all my meetings. Somebody's wrong on the internet. It's like their whole life, their whole worldview can be boiled down to an internet meme. You're like, don't you want something better than that? I mean, wouldn't you want like the way you interact with people be something more than just they point and laugh at how ridiculous you are?
No, just destroy the apostates of scientism. The apostates from scientism.
That guy spiraling out.
Yeah, like
He
and then you
was.
got a cheerleader who spiraled out too.
Oh man.
It's like it's always.
Well, hey, Crit.
Yeah.
Just a quick one. Jenna has been trying to talk to Bizmate for quite some time, and they've been going at it in the chat. And she would like to have a crack on her own without all the interruptions. Do we think we can give Bizmate and Jenna 10 minutes, 5 minutes to have a chat without everyone jumping in?
Yeah, this saga's been going on for like a week between those two. Yeah, let's see what happens.
Well, let's let them have at it for 5 minutes and then end it.
Yeah.
Yeah. See how we go.
Yeah.
Round one.
Well, great idea.
Before we start, we need to establish some rules. Yeah, Bizmate, please don't go talking over Jenna, and Jenna the same. Yeah, and let's just bring forward some positive evidence each.
Yeah, as soon as you make one disparaging comment towards Jenna, you're just going to be done. I'm just going to ban you. You don't talk about her weight or all her hairstyle. You're just going to count. You're disqualified.
Try, man.
It would be a disqualification.
Okay. So
right over the
what
ban
I have
button.
been focusing on is the geometry issue. Okay, we are addressing the geometry issue. Bizmate, do you know what the geometry issue is?
You're not even willing to have a genuine conversation. You're trying to control it already, so it's sad. It's just so embarrassing.
All right, that's
okay. I muted.
Okay,
I muted. That's okay.
One
comment. You said you're going to give 5 minutes, and you can't even do that. You guys are just so sad.
Bizmate,
you talked
Bizmate,
about
please.
Jenna right away.
I did not at all. Didn't say a single thing about it. Now you're lying. Now you're lying again, as you always have. Why you guys always have to lie
muted
so
out.
badly?
I'm going to
It's
mute
so
out.
sad the way all you do is lie, lie, and
Bizmate,
interrupt.
I'm going to mute out, and I'm going to let you answer. Okay, I'm going to mute out, and I'm going to let you answer.
He's
do you
gone.
know?
He's gone. Yeah,
he's done.
Did he leave or did we boot him?
He's gone.
I booted him.
Well, he kind of self-destructed there.
Yeah, that's a complete.
Oh, wow, that was crazy. All I asked is if he knew what the geometry issue was, and he's like, "You guys get problems."
The only rule he had to follow was not talk about you. And
and he has this issue, right? Where we're going to talk about the globe first, and we're going to pick it apart. And he's like, "No, don't do that. Don't. Why are you talking about the globe? Don't do that." Right. So he's not even prepared to look at or address the issues that the globe has, and ultimately the globe is an anomaly full of anomalies, and he's not ready. He is definitely not ready. So next
Demon, I'm
contestant.
interested. What's your white knight defense for that last little thing that he did?
Oh, no, just don't worry about it. Like, the main thing is that he's going to go to the next channel and do it. Just watch the mod log. He's going to go channel to channel to channel and do exactly the same thing. Just one topic after the next topic. It's going to be an endless spiraling and triggering from topic to topic to topic.
So on to the next one. Who would like to demonstrate that they know the Earth is a ball?
I know it's not a ball. I know water always seeks its own level and lays flat, and the Earth is claimed to be 70% water. So anything that seeks its own level and lays flat and horizontal, that is 70% of anything. cannot be a sphere. It's just impossible. Right there. End of story. No globe.
Any scientist of scientism want to refute what this gentleman just said?
I got photos from space.
Objection! The body is 70% water.
Well, it's funny you mentioned the photos from space thing. See, that appeal relies on the premise of universal gravitation that's supposedly making everything stay together rather than become just made into oblivion. Problem is, not only is that unverifiable, but it's also falsifiable and falsified. So whether you go with mass attracting mass, which is categorically erroneous, same with mass curving spacetime, you don't have the ad hoc retort that you need to keep everything together so that not everything is dismayed into oblivion.
But why would they lie?
Well, the same reason that anyone lies, right? To hide the truth so that they don't suffer the repercussions of the expose of the truth and to control the perception of those who they lied to for their own selfish, unjust gain.
All right, fine. Minority opinions are just stupid.
Yeah, but
Well,
if they're lying, isn't like everyone lying about it? That's like a lot of people, aren't they all in on it?
well,
They
to
all
what
have
Crit
to,
said,
yeah,
to
they're
what the
all in
gentleman
on it.
just said before you, that's just insults and not argumentation. So that's fallacious. Unless
Well,
you'd
how
like to
many
give an
people?
argument for that opinion.
Like, how many people would have to be in on it for it not to be possible? Like, a very wise man once said that 2 people can keep a secret if one of them is dead. So, how many people know that the Earth is a globe? Or no, I'm sorry, that know the Earth is flat, but they're keeping the secret from everyone.
Mm. Not many people have to be in on it, so to say, to be self-conscious co-conspirators to conceal the truth that they're aware of and promulgate a lie that they know to be a lie. Not many need to do that because, contrary to popular belief and contrary to what humans want to believe, humans are corrupt. And there are a number of vices that all add up to the world being a gullible and fallacy ridden and corruptible and duplicitous people where they will believe ideas that are flying right in the face of what is patently obvious.
So even the people at NASA, like everyone that works at NASA.
Well, the majority of what works at NASA, not everyone that works at NASA, because there's a couple folks that have learned better.
Okay,
It's
I'll
very
take my globe
simple.
card hat off.
It's very simple. There are things from the most microscopic scale to the most macroscopic scale that we just don't recognize and don't acknowledge because we're just not focused on it. The vast majority of humans are not focused on anything philosophical, including cosmology, which is a metaphysical issue, which includes the Earth, which includes the surface of the Earth, aka the study of geodesy. So it isn't as though the majority of humans, let alone all humans, are in the habit of focusing on scrutinizing and being scholars about their worldview. They just passively absorb it and they just take it for granted, especially when the thing that's been presented to them seems rather credible. Folks at NASA are subject to the same corruption of human nature just as everyone else in every other society throughout all time. They passively absorb their worldview. They take things for granted. They're stubbornly, invincibly ignorant and belligerently ignorant, even about whatever given thing that they are demonstrating those vices for. It's no different.
Got Strom in here. Strom is asking in the chat why liquids end up being level on the surface. Do you want to unmute?
You see what he said at the very
Wait,
bottom?
what? I just wanted to know if it's like if there's a reason for water seeking level. I mean, right? I mean, globe earthers have a reason for it. Like they know why. Do you know why?
What do you mean by reason? Do you mean purpose?
I mean, yeah. Like, don't you want to understand why water seeks level? Like, there must be a reason, right?
Would you call this?
What's the purpose in your
Oh.
worldview? What's the purpose for that?
What would you call that if something does something?
What is the purpose? I'm just curious as a person. I want to understand the world.
Let's walk.
But in your worldview, what is the purpose, though? You said there is a purpose. So what
He
is the
wants to
purpose?
know. He has a need and a want. Okay, so let's follow that. If somebody needs and wants something, you can just parse it out at where exactly is this need and want? Like, where does it rate?
Uh-huh. Okay.
Do you know who Maslow is? Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
No.
Okay, when you go to college of day one orientation, they'll talk about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. About how the college campus has to be a safe space.
Well, I'm not American, so.
Yeah, so I'm sure they got something similar in Europe or whatever.
No.
So when you go, so the level of need that someone has or want equals where they're at on the pyramid. Like the very top being self-actualization, the very bottom is just physiological, food, shelter, water, that sort of thing. So like on a scale of 1 to 10, how badly do you need to know or do you want to know why the physics of water form an equilibrium at surface level? Where would you rate that?
I know it, right? I don't need to, but I don't want to focus on what I know. I want to focus on how do you explain this phenomenon.
Okay, so you want something from me.
I'm curious in you guys.
Okay.
Like, is that a crime?
No, so when we're getting down to nitty gritty, why you do what you do, knowing what you think you know. You've already got an answer, and you want someone else to give you an answer that you think is different than the answer you got already.
Yeah, why not?
So just use the answer you got right now. Just front load it.
You don't like this word. If I say this word, you start screaming.
What
I don't
word
want
is
to say
it?
it.
What word is it?
No, it starts with G. It's a G word.
It starts with G. Yeah. Are you trying to say gravity?
Oh, you said it. Damn.
Yeah. Is it a capital G or lowercase g?
Yeah, what type of gravity?
Yeah,
Didn't
I not just address that? Did I not just address that?
Dude, these people don't fucking listen, I swear.
That's why I called it the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It was to demonstrate that he's not really paying attention. He's got an answer already, and the answer would threaten his safety and security. She hears something that goes against what he already thinks he knows.
Yeah, I literally want to hear your explanation. Right?
Yeah, just use the
Explanation
one
for
you
what
got.
exactly again?
For why water is hydrostatically level.
Yeah.
Well, just told you right there, didn't he? What Chris just said.
He said without gravity, it wouldn't work. Like it wouldn't do that. So what would it do if there wasn't gravity? And which one? Uppercase, capital G, or lowercase g?
If there was no force acting on it, it would just float around, right?
So a force. So you can go with a lowercase.
Why do you believe that? Why do you believe that if there was no gravity, everything would just start willy-nilly floating around? Why do you believe that?
Wait a second, did he just say gravity's a force? Have you ever looked at a cloud, bro?
Before we get to that, right? It's a good question too. But
I don't care.
Why do you
about your
believe if there
debunk of
was no
gravity.
universal gravitation that things would just start floating around willy-nilly? Why do you believe that?
I don't care what you think about my beliefs. Can we just? I want to know from you. Like, what do you think?
I didn't give you an
the
opinion
reason?
about your beliefs. Listen. I didn't give you my opinion about your beliefs. I asked you why do you believe that?
You're a little biased.
What? That's your answer? So,
Yeah.
so hang on. Let me understand. Things would start floating around willy nilly because I'm biased. That's your reason. My bias is the reason why you believe that metaphysical idea. Is that it?
Look, things don't seek its level and fall to the ground willy-nilly, right? A force makes them do that.
But you haven't answered my question yet. Why do you
Yeah, because
believe that if there
I'm
was no
reluctant
universal
to answer
gravitation,
your.
so called, but why? Can you listen? Like, can we
Who's not
dialogue?
listening to
Can we
who?
do that? Can we
No.
dialogue?
If you don't listen
No,
to me, I don't
I
listen
guess
to
you don't
you.
want to
Okay.
engage then.
Yeah, exactly.
All
I
right.
asked you a question.
Next.
So he's done. Next person.
Yeah. He walked himself into a contradiction. He wants to hear and doesn't want to hear at the same time.
I heard
And
that.
the problem is you. You're the reason why he doesn't want to listen because you're not listening to him. But he's the one with the question. He asked a question and then didn't want to hear the answer and wants to hear the answer, and you're to blame for that. He's got to square that.
Yeah,
That's
talk about a confirmation bias. That's wild.
yeah, that's the
He did
problem right
say,
there.
yeah, but he just said 2 seconds ago that stones seek their level in the forest. He's a moron.
So he missed
He was looking
the
for like
refutation to
equilibrium.
he missed the refutation to his ad hoc universal gravitation doctrine in the first place, and then proceeded to try and interrogate us. And then once I touched a tacit presumption within his line of interrogation to us, he just deflected. Like, why do you believe that if there was no so-called universal gravitation, that things would just start flying around willy-nilly? Why do you believe that? I'll take a guess. It's because the propaganda machine of scientist institutions, the institutions that promulgate scientism, have thoroughly deceived you into believing that with the propaganda movies, the propaganda content, especially the movies, more than anything else. That's why. It's not as though anyone has observed that in the real world. It's not as though anyone has observed that in the real world. It's not as though anyone observed gravity in the first place, let alone an area absent of gravity, which is ironic because the whole world is absent of universal gravitation and it doesn't behave the way they say it would behave if there was no gravitation.
The main problem they have with that explanation is that gravity, the 9.81, the small g, they have a problem there because it's an average. So if gravity, it varies across the surface, and they just get the average as 9.8. What they would see is wavy water. Like it would go up, it would go down, it would go up. It'd have to match this pushing force from or pulling from below.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the top side of that too, as they would dig down, or as you would go deeper in the water, it would get more and more gravity pulling the water down. But it's quite the opposite because you've got pressure from above.
Yeah.
It's how the atmosphere, every atmosphere that they're dealing with. So there would be like layers of pressurized water in the same way that there's layers of pressurized earth or pressurized sky gases like atmosphere.
Mm-hmm. Atmosphere, yeah. So anyone else who wants to demonstrate that they know the earth is a ball?
Sorry to toss this out there, but I found it funny how you were like, let's clear the definitions before we start doing this. And then mid conversation, if not 15 minutes within it, we delve to exactly that point. Like, man, you're way ahead of the conversation. You already saw it coming miles ahead. That was beautiful.
Yeah, it'd be like inside his worldview, I guess, if he would be even open to questions, which he's not, is why doesn't water compress? Where is it? What's happening there? Because you're thinking there's this downward smoothing that keeps it from bucking, right? Keeps the water from going above a certain level because there's a gravity on top of it, pushing it down. Or something. It's really, I'm just guessing at this point. I really don't know what he was talking about, other than he wanted something, he wanted to hear answers, and he also didn't want to listen. That's really all I got.
You guys don't believe in like deformations of space time then as flat earthers?
Well, space time, that would be a problem, because like these are abstract ideas.
Yeah,
not
let's
concrete.
parse it out. See if we can get a definition this time, because unless this is defined, what we have with so-called space-time is nothing more than a distinction without a difference fallacy. So supposedly, there's space, there's time, but in contrast to those, distinct from those, is space-time. Please define space-time.
All right. It's for me, it's a mental model. It's just basically intuitively like understand the idea that mass deforms this fabric that, you know, things then fall into, I guess. But I'm no physicist, obviously. So
okay, not to interrupt you, excuse me. So space-time is this fabric. Now, we're familiar with fabrics. You know, we all wear clothes, and you know, we live in, you know, domiciles with interior design using all sorts of fabrics. But I've never seen the fabric that is space-time. What do you mean, the fabric of space-time?
The plane. I mean, you're being a fucking pedantic loser. Like, it's just a plane.
Well, I don't know how I got to that. I don't know where the vitriol is coming from. But let's see.
Universe is
Let's
flat.
see if we'll
Then
just
you're saying
focus.
it's a flat plane. Universe
It's
is
like
a flat plane.
it's obviously like a mental model or an abstraction. But yeah, I mean, things like the proper way to think about it is that, like, you know, things deform.
Flat. Yeah, it's
And
flat.
then,
You
you
said
know,
it's flat.
Okay. So
Okay,
space-time.
If
Yeah,
you
so
had
space-time
if
is
you had a flat Earth, the way it would deform space-time would make gravity vary across its surface. Like, if you can't intuitively see that, then you're just fucking
All right.
retarded. Know how to
All right,
put it.
all right, come on. Like, let me reply now. Come on, dude. Okay. So you have space-time, which is supposedly a fabric of a plane, which is just an idea. But
Well, except
matter
for
can't
every
contact
object.
ideas.
No, every object behaves as if that idea is correct.
Well, that's begging the question. Like, we're trying to parse it out. We're trying to scrutinize this. So what we have with space-time is supposedly a fabric of a plane that is an idea. So it's an idea. It's a type of idea where it's this, I suppose, analogous use of fabric, which still is not really making any sense as to in what analogical sense you're calling this a fabric. But all you have is this unidentified type of entity that is analogously referred to as a fabric that supposedly is planar along its surface, I suppose, and it's just an idea. It's not a concrete entity that exists external to the mind. It's an idea. So
It's a
that is
way of
not at all something that matter can contact, let alone
Oh,
curve.
but it's a way of what is it? It's a way of like defining or like way of Jesus, I'm barely alive right now. It's like a way of it's as if the world behaves as if there's this plane of space time that can be deformed by objects with mass, right?
As if, but that's the question, right? If it really is the
just like
case,
it's
and
as if
we don't
it's as
observe
if
something
it's
that's
your God
metaphysically
exists, Gregory.
impossible, right?
Just like it's as if your God exists, Gregory.
I don't know how we got to theology all of a sudden. Let's concentrate
I
and
know
stick
you're
on
not much
this
of a lateral thinker.
metaphysical. Hello. So maybe there's a bad connection. Let's stay on this subject because we don't need to digress to theology all of a sudden. So, like I just said, so that's the critique to what I just said to you. All right, you're ascribing properties to this entity that is, by definition, according to you, merely an abstract entity that is within the mind, not something that exists external to and or independent of the mind. So that cannot be a thing that is contactable by matter.
No, you know, like humans have heuristics for phenomena they can't entirely explain.
Which is beside my point, right? You're ascribing your error is ascribing properties that are properties of material entities
Are you
to this
denying
abstract.
Einsteinian
I don't.
spacetime?
I wasn't done. Is there a bad connection?
No, are you denying Einsteinian spacetime?
Hang on. Is there a bad connection? I wasn't done.
I don't know what the fuck we're doing here.
I'm telling you, like, if you, I suggest that you listen so that you know what we're talking about. That'll be helpful. So, like I was saying, you have this supposed spacetime where you are ascribing properties that are properties of matter to properties that are not the properties of abstract entities. Right? That's the fallacy of reification. You're reifying this idea that you explicitly told me is just an idea, as though it's a concretely real thing that exists external to and independent of the mind. That's a fallacy.
Okay, so I never said it was a real, like an actual real entity. All I said for the
So
third
it's
time.
not real. Okay. So it's not real. It's just an idea. So it couldn't possibly be the thing that matter is contacting with in order to cause things to fall down.
But for the third time, right? What I said actually was that, or after I corrected myself, was that objects behave as if this theory of spacetime is true. So again, it's a crude heuristic to explain something that we can't
So again,
exactly explain.
so again, you're just repeating the premise I just refuted. Like, you don't need to say it again. Right? You don't have a reason to say matter is behaving as though it's true, because it couldn't be true because it's metaphysically impossible. Right? It's analytically false because you just told me it's an idea. You
Yes,
told
and
me
it's
what
an idea
space
that
time
plays
is. You
out
told me
perfectly
it's
in the
an
world.
idea
It's an idea that
with
plays out
the
almost
ambiguous
perfectly in the
use
world.
of the anal. Can you stop talking to me? I obviously wasn't done. Is there a
You're
bad
literally
connection?
arguing that because
Is there a
I
bad
can't.
connection? Like, I obviously wanted it done. Okay. So
Pardon?
you're trying to tell me that
You're
space
actually
time.
just
I
mentally
asked you to
retarded.
define it, dude. I literally was not done. Can you stop it? Like, at
I'm
this rate, it really
sorry that
seems
you have to
deliberate.
wander through this
At this rate,
earth.
it really seems deliberate that you're just trying to suppress my voice, dude. Okay. So once again, you've already defined space time to me. This ambiguous use of fabric, when it doesn't make any analogical sense, it doesn't make any sense to call it a fabric. You haven't really pinned down what exactly its nature is, except this analogical use of fabric. Because, like I said, I've never seen a fabric that is space time itself. So, in what sense are you calling it a fabric? And then you call it a plane. Well, is it really planar? Even though it has this omnipresence where it occupies all space, supposedly, and that it's an idea. It's not a concretely real entity that exists external to and independent of the mind. And so it couldn't possibly be the thing that matter contacts, that any and all matter contacts, in order for everything to fall along its supposed curvature to the center of a given material entity. So that's the fallacy of reification. So that's not really what's happening as to why things fall down.
Okay, you tell me what gravity is, dude. Solve physics for me real quick.
Is that just to be clear? Because is that your concession to my refutation?
No, I brought forward a terribly said but reasonably explained theory or like summary, I guess, of Einstein, like of an illustration of Einsteinian gravity. So I'm just wondering, like, where you're exactly going to come at it from.
Okay, well, let's make sure you don't commit this fallacy of tu quoque, where as soon as you realize your position is
Yeah, pull your
untenable
dick
after
out of your mouth and
I
fucking
wasn't
tell me.
done. I wasn't done. All right. Let's just make sure that you don't commit this fallacy of tu quoque, where you return scrutiny and critique to my position as though that proves your position and falsifies my position. Right. Let's make sure you don't do that. So we can switch gears to me, whatever your question is.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just waiting for you to solve physics by explaining exactly how gravity works without appealing to any sort of illustrative concepts.
Well, I don't. Well, hopefully you're not asking me how do I account for this metaphysical doctrine that I don't believe, right? Because I don't believe this asinine, unverifiable, and falsified metaphysical doctrine of universal gravitation. So there you
Does
have it.
gravity hold water in a cup?
Okay. Well, it stops it from going out
No,
of the
of
cup.
course not. It's a
At the
concept.
top,
Gravity is a concept.
right? It stops it. The attraction of the water to the mass of the Earth stops it from going outside the top of the cup.
Okay,
That's secondary skill view, man. Gravity being a force, that
okay, hold on. Yeah, hold on. So I'm going to take that cup, I'm going to put it in my vacuum chamber, and I'm going to remove the air, and the water is going to turn into a gas. How come the gravity didn't keep it in the cup?
Because
the evaporation buoyancy is stronger than gravity in that.
Bro, there's liquids that do not evaporate in a vacuum. Why do they not flow out of your fucking cup?
I don't fucking hear him.
No answer. I see.
I mean, why doesn't, the entire stratosphere fly away from Earth?
Yeah, we
Slow
answered you
down.
earlier, right? I asked you in what sense are you asking the question, and you kind of just obfuscated it. But can you tell me in what sense you're asking why? Because either you're asking why in the sense of purpose or in the sense of cause, which is kind of misleading. But let's see if you specify.
Everyone would go to the conclusion that's the cause. That's what he's asking for.
Well, not everyone, such as like myself, because I know
Yeah,
how to
but
be
you are
prudent.
always in bad faith.
I
That's why
wasn't
you do
done.
that.
Can you stop talking to me?
You would be
I
able to
wasn't
tell
done.
that if you were engaging.
You're committing the
Well, I don't know
reification
why everyone is
fallacy that the
beginning to
leaving
talk. Like, I
Gregory's
obviously didn't
mind is
finish.
real.
So can people stop talking to the completion of the reply now? So, not everyone, because some folks on the face of the earth actually exercise diligence in trying to ascertain what exactly is being conveyed. So, anyways, so you're asking in the sense of cause, okay? So, must there necessarily be something that pulls me down or pushes me down, given that I'm in the air, in order for me to fall back down to the air, to the ground? Excuse me.
Yes.
What's your deductive argument for that?
Hupenfahrten.
Well, that's not an argument. Would you like to try again?
Well, it seems
Are you
that
asking why there
excuse me,
has to be
it
something
seems
pushing you
as
down
if
or up?
we have an
Can
object in
cross
space.
talking? Hang on, like not understanding. Okay,
Well, let me
whoever I asked
say.
the question to, please answer.
Okay. All right. So when you have an object in space, it seems as if it starts being pulled towards large objects it encounters. This is a very observable phenomenon. Now you have the burden of proof of explaining why the small objects tend to go towards the big objects. Why is that,
Is that
Gregory?
your answer to my question? Just to be clear.
You asked why does there need to be a force that pulls me down, and I'm saying, well, it looks like there's something that pulls small objects to big objects. So what is that?
That's a terrible argument. You just used an inductive argument as a deductive proof. That's categorically erroneous. Even if you did observe what you believe you observed, it doesn't necessarily appealing to the premise that you observed it doesn't necessarily indicate that it must be the case. That's just
Okay,
not
so
valid.
what's the explanation for the phenomena then?
Okay, so there's that.
It doesn't
So like I
exist, that
told you,
phenomena.
You're not going to
the
answer.
purpose of the question was to ascertain the nature of the situation. So
What
there's
is
no good
your
reason to believe
explanation
that.
for the
Let me
phenomena?
finish. Can you stop talking to me? Can you
Dog,
manage, dude?
water, bitch.
Can you
Holy
stop
fuck.
talking to me? Can you stop it?
Holy
Like,
shit.
as I was saying, it isn't necessarily the case that for things to fall down, something must pull it down. Something external to it must pull it down or push it down. There's no deductive argument to justify either of the two premises.
Of
Right? So
course
there's
there
no
is.
good reason. There's
Of
no good
course there is.
reason to assert that there must necessarily
Gases.
be. There's no good reason to assert that there must necessarily be some external object exerting a force to pull me or push me down.
Of course
So
there is.
given that,
Because no, that's wrong. That's
well,
wrong
you said
already.
sure there is. Would you like to say the deductive argument now? because you didn't say it earlier.
If an object is going through space and its trajectory is constant, and then all of a sudden the only change that appears is a large mass, and then all of a sudden its trajectory starts shifting in the direction of that mass.
So all hypotheticals then.
Like my helium balloon.
Is water held to the ground by gravity?
This is something that's observable every single fucking day, you dumb fucking retard.
Like,
what the fuck?
like my helium balloon.
Can you?
Like my helium
Whoa,
balloon.
dude! Like
Yeah.
you need to take a chill pill. Like get it together.
Dude, I'm just listening to you suck your own dick so hard right now. Like,
Dude, stop with that disgusting vitriol. Like, stop, dude. Like, no one wants to hear that.
Gregory, what I think he wants to hear is why you think things go down.
Like my helium balloon in the cloud.
We're trying to get there.
Change
So
the trajectory in space.
okay. So are you going to listen now? Because I've attempted to answer you like several times, and you keep
I know
talking
you've
through my
attempted,
answer.
but
So
you're having.
But
So
failed.
continue.
Yeah, so
you're
you
not
don't
giving me any indication
For a
that you're going
50
to listen to my
IQ like
answer.
retard.
You
You're not
don't
educating
have
us either.
space to begin with to be changing trajectories in. So stop with your bullshit.
Yeah,
Why?
so
Look,
I mean,
we can
I'd
go
like
on
to
the
continue
internet
the
and
dialogue, but if you're not going to engage in the dialogue and just disrupt me, then there's no reason to
Gregory,
continue with you. So
Gregory, I have a
would you like
question.
to
50 IQ
engage in?
person in this conversation.
You're still
It's like
doing it
wild.
like I'm literally trying to clarify that you want to engage in a dialogue, and I keep disrupting it. So are you going to do that?
It was the other guy disrupting it, not him.
We
No,
can
it
read
was
the
also
definition
Balian.
of what a force is, right? Let's do that as a group activity. Let's go on the internet and read what a force is, and then we collectively decide if people falling to the ground is a force. Okay?
No, we just need to stop interrupting what I was trying to finish saying like several minutes ago.
Wait,
Okay.
are you saying that people can jump and float into space from the ground? Because they're putting force into the ground.
Hello, can
and
you
then they're going
stop
up.
trying to
So
prevent
what
me from completing
stops
this
them
reply?
from going up?
Like at this rate, you just need to stop. Like I've been trying to complete this reply for like I don't know 3 minutes. Like it's ridiculous, dude.
Guys, he has special needs. Give him 10 minutes to say something. quick.
Literally, that was not the T. That wasn't a setup for them to continue doing the very thing I told them to not do. Like, what is wrong with these people?
I am waiting. Please, Gregory, enlighten us.
Okay, so be quiet now. So what I was trying to finish saying for the past 3 minutes is that you don't have a deductive argument. There's no reason to believe that it necessarily is the case that there must be some external object pulling me down or pushing me down for me to fall back down through the air to the ground, right? So, given that that's the case, that that's not necessary, rather what we really observe is given the density of the medium the given object it's in, it will either ascend or descend or remain in its position.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I fall back down to the ground, just to make this clear. Just to make this clear.
So many
just
people
listen,
in this fucking room.
listen. Stop getting so triggered. Like exercise self-control. Just emotional belligerence, dude. So given the medium that I'm in, I'm denser than the air. The air is not so dense that it will keep me in a fixed position. It is not so dense that it would make me float up through the air. Right? So I fall down because I'm denser than the air. There's nothing in the environment that's resisting me from falling down because nothing is supporting me up until I contact the ground.
But
Wait,
why
so-
down?
Simple.
No. So you're saying that
Hold
if
on,
you went
just
to some nebula,
just
shut
an
the fuck up.
observation.
Shut the fuck
Just
up.
an
So
observation.
if you
Up
went
and
into some
down.
fucking nebula in space, all right, and there was some gas that you were denser than, you went out in a suit, you'd immediately start falling as fast as you would if you were in the Earth's atmosphere. If the moment you contacted that nebulous gas.
Up and down is in relationship to a
Because
horizontal
whether you
plane.
fall is a factor of density of the surrounding what is it called, medium or whatever gas is surrounding you. Your
You're talking
density versus
ridiculous,
that,
bro. You've never
are you
even been to
fucking
a nebula.
retarded? Holy
Okay,
fuck!
all right. So listen to the reply
Up
now.
and
So
down is
listen
in
now.
respect to a
You
horizontal
know
The
this
plane.
by
downs,
anecdote.
the downs. Holy shit!
Balian, hello. You know this by anecdote? Yes or no, dude?
I know this by anecdote.
Yes or no? Do you know this by anecdote?
Have I been in a nebula in a spacesuit? No, I have not been in a nebula in a spacesuit.
Okay, so does anyone else know this by anecdote?
Well, I mean, I suppose we could find a much more anecdotally like an actual anecdote, right? I mean, let's see here.
So this is not okay. So what you appeal to is not at all an anecdote. It's just an idea. It's just
Okay.
it's just the cosmological lore of scientism. No one knows this.
Bali, and I don't got much time. Do you mind if I step in for a couple minutes?
Yeah, please. I'm just trying to think of a proper anecdote. Fuck yeah. Retard shit. You gonna step in? Is he talking?
He got muted.
I don't hear him.
Oh, he got muted. GG.
Anyways, so that's where we are now. I mean, the last thing you mentioned to me is this cosmological lore of your worldview of scientism, but no one has any empirical verification for that. So again, there's no good reason to believe that without some external force, so-called gravity or whatever else you want to call it, however else you want to describe it, that if there was no external force to me or to anything else pushing me down or pulling me down, that I would just start floating around. There's no good reason to believe that, right?
So why does the density of the air matter when it allows you to move up and or down? Like why does the density also push you down? Explain this to me.
Well, it's not that the density is pushing anything. That's just the nature of how the materials operate, right? Given this density of this medium and given the density of this object within that medium, the relationship is either going to be buoyancy, where it causes the object to ascend, or it's going to be keeping the object in a fixed position within the medium, or the object is going to continue to plummet until it meets sufficient resistance so that it stops moving from where it moved from. It's very simple. Nothing pushed or pulled it down.
Okay,
Except for
Why does it go left to right?
Yeah, why are celestial objects so observably affected by like the presence of large masses before they contact any sort of gaseous part of the planet?
Dude, stop saying dumb shit. You don't know what you're talking about.
Just let him
I
answer.
mean, what exactly are you talking about right now? Because I think you're talking more about the cosmological lore of scientism.
There's a problem in what you're saying, because when you say density,
objects being changed
Well,
without,
I can't hear. I can't. That doesn't make sense. Try again, Balian.
I said we can't see like in telescopes why or the trajectory of objects being changed before they impact any sort of
No, you don't
observable
see
gas.
that.
Yeah, don't say that. Basically, telescopes are fake too.
You're
Don't
gonna
say
need
that.
a flat plane for that.
Yeah, my bad. Let's see. Yeah,
I
why
have a
does buoyancy? That's a
telescope.
good
I
question.
don't see things bouncing around with my telescope like you just claimed, so you're lying.
Why does buoyancy
Except-
push things up, not down?
except for when you say buoyancy, you have to imply the force, but your argument falls apart because if things do fall down in a vacuum, in a medium where it has no dense. So your argument just falls apart.
You're gonna need a flat plane for that as well.
Anecdotal? Do you know
A lot
that?
of people
Medium
want a
that's
piece
in
out
a
of you.
vacuum is the air that's still left in there.
Yeah, a lot of people want a piece out of you, but let's concentrate. So the last thing you asked, was about celestial bodies. Okay. See, the problem is you are strongly devout to this cosmological paradigm, and so you interpret what you do see as something that you don't see. What you don't see is the lore that the celestial bodies are humongous solid, liquid, and or gas balls flying around a cosmic vacuum. Right? Without your gravitation doctrine, you have a glaring discrepancy in your cosmological paradigm where everything would just become dismayed into oblivion. So it isn't as though you're observing what you believe you're observing. You're observing what you see, but your interpretation is through this a priori worldview that you have no empirical verification for. So you can't just superimpose your unverified a priori cosmological lore onto the celestial bodies.
You could literally say this about all the laws of thermodynamics. Like none of us have actually tested whether rocket engines, follow the third law, right? It is
You
what it
could say any proposition that
Yeah, I
exists
tested
in the
it. I
set of
tested them.
language. What does that have
They
to do
don't move
with
in a
the point?
vacuum.
Second law of thermodynamics, you say? Interesting.
is. Third law.
What does that truism have to do with what I said to you?
So I mean, what laws that we like? The reason that we believe in these things is because people have tested them experimentally, right? We don't have most of us don't have like the ability to test them at any sort of
You
scale,
don't
right?
test the law.
So,
I mean,
but
you
I
don't
mean,
test laws. You discover them and you define them.
oh wait, but I thought they're not. Wait, did you just reify something that isn't real?
No.
Wait, you just wait a minute. Come again, bro. Say that one more time for me.
You don't test laws. You discover them and you define them.
So they're real?
The laws of physics?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're real objects in like they have molecules or they're like they actually exist?
No, they're not material entities.
Oh, so they're like platonics. Do you think so wait.
Platonics? What is a platonic?
God damn it.
Okay, I
So
think you. Okay, hold on.
you're making something real
No, listen.
that isn't real. What's going on here? It doesn't actually exist.
I didn't ascribe materiality to the laws of physics, so you're attacking a straw man.
Wait a minute now. God damn it, dude.
Natural
Gregory,
law, something that we observe happening
your
always.
bullshit was actually like consistent. I
No,
mean, it might be intelligent.
Okay, you're not listening. Okay, you misunderstood. Let me clear it up for you very simply. A law in this context, natural law, is a description. Okay, check or hold.
Okay, so our description's real.
Okay, check or hold. I just are you tracking?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So if somebody says that thing did this, is that real or not real? Inside, this is in your worldview now. If you see something and you say something, is that real, or I guess what you thought was a reification, which you thought is not real?
I was
Is it
talking about
real?
the fabric of space time, and that seems to be quite
Okay,
observable.
and you see it? You see that?
Well, you don't see the laws of thermodynamics. You don't observe that with your eyes.
Hot to cold, high pressure to low pressure.
This
Yeah,
is
you
you
see
don't.
it.
That was an evasive answer.
I don't even
Do
know.
you know what the laws of thermodynamics are? Number one, what is it?
Let me think. Fuck, it's been. I'll just look it up.
Okay, no, we'll just disqualify you. You're in the
Nature cannot create or
conversation.
destroy matter or energy.
Yeah, all the flat earthers can regurgitate them word for word. You have to Google it, okay? You are uniquely disqualified from this conversation. You are punching so far up your weight belt. It's like go back for retraining.
Because you can regurgitate something.
No, 'cause
You
it-
literally said you're regurgitating.
Yeah, that's what regurgitating it. They read it. They
That doesn't mean that you're saying anything intelligent that you even understand.
Okay, no one said that. They're saying at least they know what they're talking about. A flat earther can tell you what all three laws are. You don't even know there are three laws. And you want to adjudicate somehow that if a flat earther says you observe these things, then use that to say, well, your worldview is now inconsistent for some reason he didn't explain or take questions on. Here's the main issue here.
Oh, you don't. Okay, so you're.
Unless you even know what the topic is, there's nothing you can add to it or take away. You'd have to know what was being discussed first, then go on to be how does this apply to the conversation?
Shut up. You're retarded.
So, anyways, besides that temper tantrum, so what do we have so far? So we have a induction that is supposedly the deductive proof to prove the premise that there necessarily must be an external object with exerting an external force to pull or push me down to the ground. but that's obviously a categorically insufficient argument. So just because something is the case doesn't necessarily indicate that it must be the case. So there's that. So there is no good reason to believe that without supposed universal gravitation, be it mass attracting mass or mass covering space time, that we would just start floating around willy nilly. There's no good reason to believe that. The only reason that people believe that is because of the very effective and long standing propaganda campaign, especially primarily mostly due to the movies, of making people believe that idea. It isn't as though that idea has been empirically verified in the real world. And not only that, the mass attracting mass and mass covering space-time is unverifiable. So they can't verify the supposed concrete reality of this metaphysical doctrine in the first place. And then, of course, they can't verify that if without it, that this would happen. So we don't empirically verify either of the two, the doctrine itself and the supposed implication of that supposed law not being real. So it's just the lore of scientism, nothing more. And I already explained what we actually do observe and can repeat in the world as to why things in a given medium fall down or not.
Is equivocating
Go
weight
ahead.
and gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Is equivocating weight and gravity.
Mm-hmm.
That's
You
what's
see,
happening.
before, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
I was
that's
going to
what's
say,
happening. Is equivocating weight with gravity.
right. You see, before the modern anti-flat Earth wannabe scientist apologetical point of appealing to refraction to account for the falsification of their summit of the water curve on the oceans and their radius, it was the glaring discrepancy as to why things hold together if we all exist on a ball, suspended or supposedly suspended or just flying around through a cosmic vacuum. There's a glaring discrepancy. Well, what holds everything together so that things don't fall off? Because we all know that balls are not very sufficient grounds to stand on. They're kind of unstable, and they don't have a level surface to keep things from leaning off. So WTF? Like, how do you reconcile this? Oh, the sheer existence of it pulls everything to it. The fact that it is existing, its sheer existence pulls everything to it. Appreciate how simplistic and rudimentary that ad hoc rescue device is. Just the sheer existence of the Earth.
I can resist it
Just the
right
sheer
now.
existence of it pulls everything to the Earth.
I can resist it right now.
You can resist what right now?
If I put something on for 1 minute, will you listen to it?
Maybe. I don't know.
Why not
Okay,
just post it and then let people can click on it?
No, because I can't stream. It's not my channel. Just listen, please. And if you say it's not beautiful and then it's not right, then I will agree to disagree.
No, just post it.
I can't.
Why not?
Don't know how.
This whole thing about opening your mic and playing some YouTube video in the background just never works.
All right, just listen. Here it comes.
No, just mute him if he's not gonna do what you ask, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he'll figure it out. If he really wants to play this, he'll play it. He'll figure out a way of posting it. Hear this guy talking about flat earthers came up with the word firmament. Or that now.
Whatever that means. I mean, the vast majority of the humans throughout all history were flat earthers, so it's a truism. It's a vague truism.
Yeah, so right here, Vanek, it probably got me blocked. Yeah, got me blocked anyway. There you go. Copernicus came up with the firmament. That's his idea, not flat Earth. Yeah, the Copernicus models have the word firmament in it. So it's interesting. They say they debunked the firmament. So you basically said Copernicus is wrong. No
And so you
problem.
refuted Copernicus?
Yeah.
And it's anachronistic. Like, that's not historically accurate. It long predates that man. I wonder if he's referring to the doctrine itself, the concept, or if he's referring to the word. I mean, the word is rather ancient, even in English. It's just the anglicization of the Latin word firmamentum.
Yeah, look, he's telling me I made the claim, prove it. I just posted
of
it
what?
right there. Yeah. The Copernic, all 16 of Copernicus's models had a firmament. I mean, this guy is like completely bricked. Do you even know what the fuck you're talking about? Look at now, he's just spazzing all caps.
So it sounds like Copernicus might have meant by firmament like a distant sphere of stars, which is different than a firmament that would like be the container for pressure.
No, same thing. Yeah, in his worldview, the pressure went all the way out to and abruptly. All of creation abruptly ended right after Saturn, and there was a glass sphere holding everything in. So it's still the same thing. He just pushed it out a little bit further than geocentric did. Still way further than anyone's ever been till this day.
I mean, they
No,
have plenty of opportunity to
no,
engage
yeah,
in
no.
a good way. I mean, they just refuse to.
You guys believe we live in a closed space with gas? No, I would say no. I don't believe that. That's the best part of flat Earth. I don't have to make any claims to sky magic. That's all of the globe side. The globe side has sky magics that they got to explain, but they don't. They really don't. What they'll do is they'll use their sky magic and tell you to explain their sky magic. Why would I explain your claim? Not my Copernicus said, not me. If you think Copernicus is wrong and there is no firmament, sure, there we are. There's your first step towards flat Earth. The first heliocentric models you think are incorrect. So where did your model come from then? If it didn't come from Copernicus, where did you get it from?
Are there any other anyone else that wants to prove that they know the Earth is a ball? Anyone? I mean, are we not terribly mistaken? Because that's what we've been told for the past several years. I mean, so please correct it. I mean, if we're such gullible doozies that which please go ahead and tell us. I mean, maybe we'll fail to understand. Perhaps we don't have the acumen. But go ahead and please teach us. I want to know.
I don't know what kind of drugs.
The hell was that? Is he
I
hot
don't know what that
micing?
was.
No, he was doing that on purpose. That's Lamb. He just stays muted. If you see him come off mute, you
Oh,
mute him
okay.
back up.
Okay. Yeah, it times. It's like 40 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, just keep him muted. That's all. Anytime he's in here.
He
Same
just
with Mitch Evans.
he just hot mics like just random shit.
Yep.
I mean, yet another instance of what I'm talking about. Like, he could have chosen to engage decently, but he chose to just be disruptive. Like, they go out of their way the vast majority of the time to just be disruptive. Like if you want us to learn and know better, then that's counterintuitive to that end. Like, I hope your classrooms aren't operated like that. I assume they're not. So yeah, we're terribly mistaken, like I was saying. Go ahead and correct us about geodesy. But show us the very patently strong evidence of the Earth being a ball. Crit, have you noticed that when you directly challenge someone, when you directly defy someone on what they believe to be a matter of fact, they tend to speak up more? Not necessarily give more substantive information, but they tend to speak up more in defense of it.
Yeah, project munch. I'll be on in 5 minutes, guys.
All right. Thanks, Rob.
Who said that?
Rob. So yeah, it's like when they have an ego-driven worldview. We went to space. We went to the moon. We explored, whatever. We have a rocket. This internalized idea that they are part of something bigger than themselves.
Mm-hmm.
These guys want to talk now. Let's hear you. Let's hear your. It's saying you claim space for freedom now, Craig.
Oh, that was projection.
Is that all you have to say, or is there
I have
more?
a question.
Or?
Yes. In a vacuum, why do things fall down in a vacuum?
They're more
They're heavier than the medium they're in.
We answered this earlier. I don't understand. Why you ask it again?
Relative density, kid.
Oh, I must have missed you.
Relative density. Pay attention. If you ask it again, you're going to go back on mute. Relative density.
Asking questions and so on. What is relative density?
That's what causes things to fall down.
Well, that's circular, no? Things fall down because of relative density?
And they also go.
You asked why in a
because of-
vacuum. You asked why in a vacuum. I told you why. It's heavier. It's more dense than the medium it's in. It's relative density.
How many people are talking now?
In a vacuum, there's no medium. That's the definition of a vacuum.
If it was a pure vacuum, it would collapse in on itself. So there's air in there still. Try again.
It's always a medium.
A pure vacuum is not possible.
Why you guys interrupt each other? Like
It can be incredibly close to it.
You can't do physics without a medium. You need a medium first, and then an object moving through that medium. If you've got no medium, you've got no physics.
Yeah.
So vacuums don't exist.
Let's be clear, because we're going to equivocate. Let's not equivocate this. A vacuum, right? The thing that you're trying to identify in English in the vacuum chamber is not absolutely nothing. That's not logically possible. Nothing cannot have a finite locale in space. Right? That's ridiculous. Right?
Okay,
so there's
in
that.
very low
Now, secondly,
density.
if you're talking, the only way you could say vacuum is in the sense of very low, right? Very, very low occupancy. Right? There's very little in that area. Okay, so let's just make that clear. So in that, there's something in there, but there's very, very little in there. And so things fall down in that because there's nothing in it that is exercising sufficient resistance to prevent the object from falling down. So the density of the object in the chamber relative to the density of the medium that the object is in then results in it plummeting rather than staying in that fixed position or ascending or moving anywhere else.
So, 1 second. Force definition. Internet, right? So, in physics, force is an influence that can cause an object to change its velocity, to accelerate, meaning to change in speed or direction, unless counterbalanced by other forces. So is there not a force acting on an object that falls down without prior movement?
No, it isn't necessarily an external object. exerting a force
So you have a
onto the
different
object. It's not
definition of the
necessarily the
word of
case.
force.
Did you hear my answer?
You have a different, yeah, you have a different definition for force. So let me hear it. Right?
No, I didn't know. I didn't redefine force. That's not what I said to you.
Yeah, you did.
No, I
No, you
didn't. Like, don't acknowledge the correction. I wasn't defining a force.
Okay, so while we certainly can't get all the matter out due to random energy fluctuations of, subatomic particles, what we can do is we can get almost all of it out.
We?
In a chamber
We
where
already
almost
established that.
all
Why are
the
you
gas
repeating
is
that?
out.
Who's we?
Right. In a chamber, well, scientists, right? So in a chamber where there's almost the vacuum of space, or the alleged vacuum of space, I'm assuming based on, the IQ of this
No,
conversation.
they cannot. They can only go down to about -6, not -17.
Scientists.
They've actually achieved 1/1,000,000th of atmospheric pressure. So I mean, that's
Well,
pretty.
whatever the hell the exact figure is, that's beside the point.
Anyway,
So
things
you're
are
wrong.
going. If things
We
are
need to
going
buy our
down,
parts
that's
if they're
going to
going to
require
make
a
a vacuum
horizontal
chamber like
baseline.
that. And our
So
parts
that being
aren't ready
said,
for
right?
that.
So what happened obviously in that tiny pressure vacuum is that no matter what object you put in there, given the fact that there's such a dearth of air or any gas to push down on the object, the objects in that vacuum obviously floated up, right?
But we don't
Sorry,
obviously.
I was
Do I start the
distracted. Say
Jeopardy
again.
music now, or what? Like what's going on?
You didn't make
I
any
said I was
sense.
distracted. Say again.
Talk
Okay.
about vacuums that don't occur in Earth anywhere ever.
So no, I mean, they allegedly happen in space, but I know you guys don't believe in that. So we're gonna continue on without appealing to something like
I have
that,
a
right? So,
vacuum chamber, so now what?
It's not a belief,
So-
mate. You can't have pressure next to a vacuum without a container. That's not a belief; it's a fact.
right, but
Okay, so
inside
let's
that
concentrate.
container,
Let's concentrate.
inside that container, right? If you had what approaches a perfect vacuum, we can't hit a perfect vacuum. That's fair. Then the objects in that thing would probably float, right? I mean, there's almost
No, that's
absolutely no gas for it to be
You're
interacting.
What
lying.
with,
induction are
right?
you
You're
making?
lying.
Yeah,
but we don't have
what
vacuums on Earth.
induction are you making? What induction are you making to that conclusion?
Because
What is the
you
premises?
said objects float when they are lighter than the medium that they are within. Correct or incorrect?
Was that a statement, or are you asking a question?
If they're less dense than the medium, sure.
Correct.
Right, because the medium pushes on them, right? So when you jump up in the air, the air pushes on you, resists you, and pushes you back down. Correct or incorrect? Is this what you believe?
No.
No. Stop saying correct
Then
or
tell me what
incorrect.
you
Are you
believe.
No. You stop
Tell me
asking
how
questions.
the air does that. Pushes you back down to earth.
No, it doesn't push you back down.
I just told you that it doesn't.
Yeah,
What-
if it
what does it
lifted
do?
you up. So if you're in the air and you jump, now you're outside of equilibrium
Defined how?
because you've jumped. You've put energy.
No, I understand. How do you define equilibrium?
Because if once the energy dissipates, you land back on the ground.
But what causes you to come back down?
The flat Earth, mate.
Finding equilibrium.
So
you
just
must be
replaced gravity
thoroughly,
with
you must be
equilibrium?
strongly indoctrinated. Like we just
Why you
went through
keep
all of
interrupting,
this.
man?
Like we just answered all this. Like you keep asking what causes you to go back down. We
is
already
equilibrium?
thoroughly described this to you. Given your relative greater density than the air is not sufficient to lock you in a particular position nor push you up. You just continue to fall through the far less dense medium that's far less dense than you until you meet sufficient resistance to stop you moving through space, which
But
is
why
the
would it
ground.
change? Why would you change direction if it can't stop you? Then why wouldn't you just keep going?
Because you touched the
Gregory.
ground. What is so
No.
difficult?
Why? If you jumped up into a medium that you just said can't stop you, then what stops you from continuing up into space? You stupid fuck.
Will you tell us?
Medium. I'm tired of that vitriol. I'm tired of that disrespect.
Oh,
I'm
I
tired
know.
of it.
I know. Oh man.
Okay. So if you're saying that if you jump, how come you just don't jump and move on forever? Like you
Right,
never
'cause the
stop.
medium isn't strong enough to stop you.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
Because
the
obviously
Earth
you
is
didn't
just
propel
flat.
yourself strong enough.
Yeah, see, that's in the globe model. They'll say that you can jump high enough that you won't fall anymore. Must be like, you know.
He left the call.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I mean, it is still. I'm not being
Yeah, I
funny,
think
lads.
what he did was he said a statement that's true on the globe, and then told you it's
We don't have a
stupid.
globe, mate. We don't have a globe, and we're still
Okay,
talking about
what-
jumping. We're still.
Yeah, one deck. I don't need you steamrolling the conversation. All right. So he says on the globe, you would jump high enough that you wouldn't come back to Earth, and then on the backswing,
That's not what he said.
that's actually on a flat Earth, and it's stupid, and then just ran away. Like, holy fuck, dude! Like, you offered up your globe, called it a flat Earth, said it's stupid, and then ran for the hills.
You heard how strong he condescended to me, like I was just losing the plot? What prevents you from not flying all the way up, and up like Superman? Because you didn't propel yourself strong enough like that. What is so difficult? Do you usually hop and just continue hopping with style as opposed to falling with style? Like what the fuck?
What is weight, guys?
The exertion that an object exerts.
The exertion of an object that exerts?
It was kind of redundant. I wanted to have fun with the sentence, but yeah.
Okay, maybe.
And
Google
the
somebody
pressure
else.
that an object exerts.
The pressure.
Is there an echo? No, that's what I said.
Yeah,
In which direction does this pressure apparently goes?
For weight?
Down.
Yeah, it's
Why?
down. Okay, so up.
Yeah, well, doesn't it go left or right or inside of it?
Side to side. It goes left, right, side to side.
Yeah,
No, but he said it goes down, which is correct. It goes down normally, the direction.
It goes up. Now it goes
Helium
up.
balloons go left, right, up. Sometimes they even go down when they're floating up.
I'm
They
sorry,
go
are you
back
guys
down
Gregory?
and
Are you
back
guys
up.
Gregory?
Yeah, they do all kinds of shit.
Are you guys Gregory? Maybe I thought it was one guy.
Okay, here's the problem. It's like you guys, this is the same issue as before. You ask a question.
He deafened himself.
You get. You ask questions.
La 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 la. I can't hear you.
Yeah, they ask questions, and then as they're getting answers, they tell you they didn't get an answer, and then ask it again. Like at this point, just make up the answer you want. Just make up the answer you want, and then use it to make the point you want to make, which I predict, using the flat Earth model, will be no point whatsoever. It's a completely fruitless endeavor. Whatever you're on about, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You can't even use it to make some sort of point. So just get cut to the chase, okay? Time's money.
Okay. Thanks for your opinion, Crit, but can you let them talk 1v1, please?
Make your point. What's your point there?
He was white knighting.
Is that what it is? Just one of the white knight?
You dogpile this guy, right? And you muted him, so he cannot answer. So
He's not. No one asked him any. He's the one who asked the question. He asked the question, and as we were giving him the answer, he deafened himself. I call that a disqualification. He can just stay on mute instead of playing dumb fuck games. Like, you ask a question, and then your proof that you want an answer is to deafen, so you can't hear it.
So when a teacher asks the classic question,
So if you deafen, wasting people's time, wasting their breath, you're just going to sit on mute.
He thinks he's in a position to make demands. That's what's
But
coming.
somehow he's running something. Like the only thing he's running is his mouth.
I'm the scientist. I believe the Earth is small. Obey me.
Ooh, I picked the right time to jump in. How are you doing 24/7?
Rob. So,
What's up,
what would you like
Gregory?
to talk
Crit?
about?
Well, Gregory, I've been listening to you. I've been doing my work around here, my working out, and a couple chores around here. I've been listening to you, man. And I got to say, you are good at saying a lot of nothing. You speak in words which you think
That's
confuse
self-contradictory.
people. I know. I see you interrupted me right there. If I interrupted you like that, you'd be on my ass.
Well, no, because
I
you're
just
in a
wanna
freak
say-
out right now. You're
I'm in a
talking
freak
about
out.
yeah,
No, I'm
because
in a freak out.
you're
I'm not
talking
freaking
about
out.
people. Yes, you are. You're talking. The topic is not Dear Diary. Rob, what does Rob think today about Gregory?
This is my intro. This is
You
my
can
intro.
just write in your diary post, and no one gives a fuck. Not even you.
I know. This is the intro.
So
This is my intro.
get to the point. Time is
Yeah.
money. What do
So
you
I've
want
been
to know?
listening. I've been listening to you guys for the past hour, and everything you guys
Dear
say, everything
Diary.
you guys say is wrong.
Okay, Dear Diary. Okay, so you got a Dear Diary post. Now what?
No, it's not about Dear Diary just because you say it is, dude. Again,
Point one
you guys-
thing out, one specific thing.
Density is how it explains gravity. That's not even correct at all. What's the formula for density? Isn't gravity
Who
in the
said
formula
that?
for density?
Who
You
said
did.
density explains
You
gravity?
did. You did.
I've never said that in my life.
you
like,
did.
ever
Yeah, you
in
did.
my
Play
life.
it back. Dude, I'm starting to record you, Gregory. I'm going to bring back every
I'm
recording.
glad you are, so you can
'cause
correct yourself.
No, because you don't know what you're saying. You talk like you're some
We're on
intellectual.
YouTube.
You're a pseudo intellectual, dude. You're a pseudo intellectual. You don't know nothing.
You think so? Do you have an argument for that?
Hey, but listen, I know how latitude's measured, mate.
It's
I've never said that sentence in my life, even now. Density explains gravity. I've never said that ever, except just then.
When you repeated what he said. Okay, Dear Diary. If you want to just read your diary for a little while, is that what all you want? Just say it. Say you want to read your diary, and
sir.
we'll give you some space to talk.
Is all you want to do is tell me what I'm doing? Is that all you want to do?
So I'm giving you feedback that this is not the place for it.
Evidently, this is what you do want to do with me, so he's just doing it back to you.
You're making stuff up.
This channel is
Listen, guys,
is not used for Dear Diary.
I know what it's used
Guys.
for, and I'm not using it for that. You're saying I am doesn't mean it's true. It's your opinion, dude. You're not. I mean, you're just saying things just to say it.
Your subjective
Kinda like
take
you
of
right
what
now.
Gregory
Again, here
does
we
or
go.
what Gregory doesn't do. Okay, this is a diary. This is your opinion.
It's not a diary. I'm telling you what I heard for the past hour. Yes, that's how it works. And then I'm gonna. If you
Dear
want to
Diary.
debate further, it's not
Dear
a diary.
Rob heard Gregory talk.
It's not a diary.
No, notice how this is all deflecting from having a conversation because you guys never want to talk about it, the real stuff. You guys want to deflect and sit.
I'll
Dear
talk
Diary.
about
I know you guys. Dude,
This is
I
coming
got
from
you
the
guys
man who
figured out.
started berating
I
me.
know.
That's berating you.
Instead of talking about the subject I asked him about.
Berated people. I listened to you for an hour of you berate people. What are you talking about? Now when you get berated, you
Anyway,
cry
Robbo.
about it, dude. It's hilarious, man.
Everyone's skipping past the point. Robbo, I'll talk to you about latitude measurements on a flat Earth, mate.
Yeah, was that what I brought up? Was that what I was talking about? Or he's going to go out of nowhere?
Yeah.
I'll talk to you about latitude.
Let's do that.
Go on, man.
Let's do that. That
Let's
sounds
talk
good.
about latitude. Let's talk about latitude now.
Okay, hold on
Tell
real
us all
quick.
about.
One deck.
Tell us all about latitude, then.
Stick
Tell
on
us all about
topic.
it.
Still on density and gravity. So once we get done with density and gravity, I'll be happy to talk about whatever you want to talk about. But my question was about density and
Latitude.
gravity.
Latitude, Robbo. You tell us all about latitude.
What does latitude have to do with density and gravity?
It's got to do with how Earth's measured, so you tell us all about it.
Yeah, but what does it have to do with density and gravity, though?
Nothing. It's to do with the shape of the Earth. Tell us
Okay,
how
so
Earth's measured.
Why would I talk about that when I had actually?
We're not
talked
bothered about
I
gravity
brought-
because
I
we're
brought
not
up a
bothered.
conversation,
Yeah,
and all of
Robbo.
a sudden you just
Robbo.
change it to latitude. It's not robo.
Yeah,
It's not
we're
any
not
of that.
bothered about. We're not bothered
Yeah,
about gravity. We don't care about gravity.
Oh, you don't care about it. I got you.
No, we care about the Earth, mate, and how it's measured, latitude.
Oh,
If
okay.
you want to explain that, then we'll have a listen to you.
Yeah.
Go on then. Your turn. Latitude. Tell us
turn.
how it's measured. Tell us how it's measured.
Bring something up and tell me to explain it. How about you explain it? Tell me how it's measured on a flat Earth.
I'm offering you a debate.
I'm offering you a debate, dude. I'm offering you.
Yeah.
Listen, the debate. I'm not going to debate.
This is just boring, dude. Like, can you
I'm
stop
not gonna
bickering? Can you stop that?
Does he have any more garage experiments?
All right, so we're just gonna gain control of the conversation. Rob, you got to stick to a point, and then either if you're not gonna engage with one deck, then we have to get somebody else that will engage with one deck, because the point that you made was just to complain about Gregory and what he was doing. So we're not going to do that. We want to talk about facts if you have any, and if you don't, then let somebody else take the mic. If not, engage with one deck in his discussion. It's up to you.
Yeah, I was going to engage with Gregory. I mean, just my intro. You know, I had an opening statement I wanted to say to kind of preface.
We don't need any of that. Can you just engage with the topic, please?
Yes, I want to go topic by topic. Yes, I do. And the first topic I brought up was the correlation between density and gravity.
Yeah, you attacked a premise I didn't say. So next,
Okay, you did say that.
prove it. Find the record that I said density is gravity, or density explains gravity, or something to the effect of a premise that I did not say. So go ahead and find it.
You did. You said density and buoyancy can all explain gravity. Gravity's not real.
Okay, so there you are reasserting it. Find it, and then post the clip.
The clip is you. As I'm saying, man, you can't even have a real conversation. I'm gonna have a conversation. You guys don't want to talk about
Christ
anything.
alive, dude. You're obviously evading your burden to prove your claim. So either you're going to do the task of getting the clip and then posting the clip, or not.
I can't post it in chat anyways. I don't have the posting abilities.
Okay, so next subject, you can't prove your claim.
Oh, I can. Just I'm not available to do so because of
You just said you can't post it. So you can't demonstrate.
Circumstances
Why are you
beyond my
bickering?
control.
Why
I
are
can.
you bickering, dude?
I
You're
can.
a grown adult. Exercise some
bickering.
self-control, dude.
You're the one
Obviously,
who's
wasn't
talking
what I
over
was going
me.
to say. Stop
Mr.
talking
Rob,
over me. Stop
If
talking
you,
over
if
me.
you, sorry,
You're talking
Greg.
over
If
me.
you post it, Rob, I'll post it for you. If you just post it, I got you. Just post it and I'll share it for you.
Okay, so there's that offer. So take it or leave it, and stop talking to me.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking at you.
I didn't say
All right.
that sentence. So you're not even hearing very clear sentences.
Oh my
It's not a-
God, dude,
it's
you're
not a
so.
good-
Dude, I want to
not a
debate this
good
guy one-on-one.
thing
Hey,
when
Alpha.
trying to. Can you stop talking
I want
to
to debate
me?
this guy one-on-one, dude.
Can you stop
One-on-one.
talking to me? Stop talking to me.
I'm not talking
That
to
is
you.
not good.
I'm not
Stop
talking to you.
talking through me.
I'm not.
Stop it.
I'm not.
You're still doing it. Stop
You're doing
speaking.
it. You're doing it.
Stop speaking.
You stop speaking.
Yeah, he's
Just
speaking to
bickering like a
himself.
little
the
girl,
guy.
bro. It's ridiculous.
Rob wants to debate who one-on-one.
I want to debate Gregory one-on-one, a real debate, one-on-one with a moderator. We can bring
evidently
up.
doesn't.
Okay, all right, stop. Okay, you ready? Now, don't talk through him. Gregory, you don't talk through him. Go.
Right, so
What's
next
up,
subject.
Rob?
So either you're going to
I want a
complete the task.
moderator. I want to be able to have
Yeah, there's a
time
bunch
limit.
of us in here,
This
Rob.
is ridiculous, dude. So, take or leave the offer from Ethergrass to demonstrate your claim, right? Which is a very trivial and peripheral issue, because I said far more than your straw man fallacy, which you have yet to demonstrate I really said. So go ahead and do the task, or if not do the task, then move on. You haven't demonstrated your premise is true. It's very simple. So, what say you?
I say I challenge you, Gregory, to a one-on-one debate.
About what, Rob?
The shape of the Earth.
Begin, Rob.
Not density, then.
All right, next subject. Begin.
Well,
Begin,
if this is
Rob.
going to happen, hang on a second, guys. If this is going to happen, Rob, then you just need to bring forth your positive globe evidence, yeah? And
I know.
Gregory's going to do the same, yeah? We can't go speaking about Gregory or what he's apparently said. Let's just hear some evidence, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I can't. I have my PowerPoint. I can't bring it up right now on my phone, but I do have a presentation set up for just this exact timing. I've been waiting for talent challenge somebody, especially Gregory and a couple other big names in here that think they know what's going on. Like I said,
Big names. Wow.
You just interrupted me. If you set up a moderator with time limits and a setup, an actual structured debate, I will debate this guy and I will lay waste to him.
Oh,
Okay. Do you accept that, Gregory?
Is that verbally or physically?
Right now,
No,
he's
no.
going to begin now. Go ahead.
Hang on. No. I don't think he wants to begin now. I think he's asking for a moderated event such as the arena in our original server, maybe Alpha, or a staged
no, we don't
event
want to
of
move
some sort.
all the live streams and shit. We can just do it here.
Yeah, I don't feel like being bothered with all that. Like, you can just begin here, or just begin at another day.
Let Rob get
Yeah,
smoked on this channel live.
Robitude.
Cool. There you go, Rob.
Notice we're all sitting here waiting for you. Nobody's talking.
Like it's TikTok.
You don't want to talk about latitude, though.
Yeah, you can share your screen on this server, right?
Let's get down to the bare bones of it. Robbo.
Yeah.
Tell us how latitude's measured, Robbo.
This, all I know is latitudes come from a globe, so I don't even know why you guys use them. Why do you guys use any of the shit you guys talk about? It's all globe based. It has nothing to do with flat Earth. Why don't you guys come up with your own ideas, your own shit, your own measurements?
So there's that. So your argument for that premise, latitudes come from a globe, whatever that means. What's your argument for that? Explain what that premise means, and then say your argument.
It means it only works on a globe model, latitudes and longitudes.
What's your deductive argument for that premise?
Common sense, observations.
That's not a deductive argument, so you failed.
It is mine.
That's not a deductive argument. Observations is an
Cool.
inductive argument, and
You
common sense is just an appeal to. I wasn't done. Observations is an inductive argument, and you don't observe latitude itself. So whatever you mean by observations, you have to explain that. Because if you observe the Earth being a ball, if that's what you mean, then very well. But you did not deductively prove your conclusion, which logically requires a deductive argument where you say that it only works on a globe. So
it does. I don't have to
whatever you mean by that, you have to give the deductive argument. I wasn't done.
You're never done.
You can hear me talk. You can hear me talking. I hope.
I know. Go ahead, Oakley.
Nah, you just confused me with Oakley. Let's see if he tracks with this. You need to give your deductive argument that necessarily indicates your premise is true, because that's what your premise logically requires, that it only works on the globe. So you didn't give that. You appealed to observation, which is an inductive inference, not a deductive inference.
Okay,
and you appealed to
can I get
common
in now?
sense. I
Okay,
wasn't done.
I know you're never. You keep saying
This
the
is
same
like the
thing.
third time. Dude,
I
you
know,
have
but
to get it under control.
I'm
Gotta
under
get it
control.
under
You're
control.
not under control. You're just doing this.
You have to stop now. You have to stop now.
I know. I gotta stop now. I'm Mr. Calm. Listen. You're not fooling anybody, but people.
Okay,
in here,
can you stop now?
Yeah,
He's not mentioned anything about measurements yet, Gregory.
Yeah, so to finally finish what I'm trying to say, you appeal to observation, that's an inductive argument, not deductive, and you appeal to common sense, so-called, which is just an appeal to majority fallacy. Just because the majority of people believe this, it's not at all deductively indicative of your premise. So try again.
All right. Are you done now? Because you said the same thing like over like 3 minutes. So the same thing you said. Yeah, we can deduce it. It doesn't. You can deduce it with observations and reality. First of all, your whole thing is based on I walk outside and I observe the world be flat. Now you're saying observation ain't good enough. You're so back and forth. You don't even know what you support, dude. You're so easy, Gregory. You think you're interrupting me after you just fucking yelled at me. Now I'm being interrupted. Well, somebody did. I'm gonna do the same thing you're gonna do. I'm gonna get mad about it.
I don't think he's mentioned anything about measurements.
You're interrupting me.
Let him finish. Let Rob finish.
Well, the bottom line is this: you're not going to confuse me. You're not going to get one over on me. I know your number, dude. I know exactly your game, and everything you're doing is easily defeatable. Explainable deduction. You don't need to reasonably deduce what you're saying. You're using words that don't even have any meaning in the sentence you're using them in. You just use them. No, laugh it up, dude. Go ahead, laugh it up.
I love this guy. So you still haven't given your deductive argument. You have you've expressed a lot of antipathy against me, which is not deductively indicative of your conclusion. So hopefully you'll finally engage in the debate now. So you have to give your deductive argument, which necessarily indicates your premise is true that you can only ascertain latitude on a globe, because given the nature of your premise, that's what is logically required for you to demonstrate that you know it to be true. So if you appeal to observation again, every time you appeal to observation, that's not a deductive argument, right? You haven't even specified what you observed that supposedly is deductively indicative of your conclusion. So there's that point also. So let's see if you finally say the deductive argument to prove your conclusion.
I'm just going to make a point for moderation. Anybody else jumping in between Rob and Greg will be swiftly muted. We don't need anybody else entering. If they're going to debate one-on-one, nobody else needs to chime in and say anything more except for those two. Thank you.
You keep saying deducing. What do I have to deduce to come up with this conclusion you speak of? You keep using that word over and over. I want to know what you think it means.
Well, you asked two different questions. Which one do you want me to answer?
Why do I have to deduce what you're saying to come up with a conclusion?
Like I just told you, that's what your premise, given your premise, that's the nature of your premise. You said that you can only ascertain latitude, that latitude only works on a globe. So you have to give the deductive argument that necessarily indicates that it only works on a globe and nothing else.
Simple. Go head towards the South Pole.
So you head towards the South Pole, the one of the antipodes of your ball, yes?
All longitudinal lines meet at the south and north poles. All latitudinal lines get smaller as you go towards the poles.
I didn't ask you that.
I know you
said
did,
you
but I'm
head
telling you,
towards.
that's part of my argument. That's part
You're
of my
interrupting
argument.
again, Rob. You got to stop that.
No, sorry, I wasn't interrupting. I was just trying to finish up. Sorry. I'm being respectful to you, Gregory. I'm not going to jump on you. Go ahead.
You said head towards the South Pole. Right? In that proposition, you're presupposing that the Earth is a ball, right? Because the South Pole, so-called, is one of the antipodes of your globe. So the problem is if you don't live on a ball and you haven't verified that you live on a ball, then you don't have the supposed latitude on a ball, because there's no ball to put them on, as it were.
Plug it in.
By the way, latitude does not run north to south. Latitude runs east to west.
Yeah, I know. Longitude runs north to south. I know. I said that. I said all longitude lines converge at the poles. And the fact that we have two poles, two celestial poles, a north one and a south one, dictate that the idea of a globe is not a presumption. It's reality.
Okay, but you haven't found the ball yet. What you've done is that you appeal to the stars.
I just told you I did.
I'll finish eventually, Rob. It's really not that difficult. What you've done is appeal to two supposed central points of two supposed orbit sets of the stars, and then interpreted them as being celestial poles of the antipodes of a sphere. But you haven't seen the sphere in the first place yet. So if you appeal to that, I'm getting a call. If you appeal to that, what you have is a weak inductive argument. Hang on, let me finish. Okay, back. What you have is a weak inductive argument where you're appealing to non-Earth to indicate that the Earth is a ball, right? And then you have an invalid modus ponens where you go from the conditional premise: if there are two apparent central points of two apparent orbit sets of stars, then the Earth is a ball. There are two apparent orbit sets with two central points, therefore the Earth is a ball. That's an invalid modus ponens. You can have that while observing. You can observe that from a horizontal surface, regardless of you not having a comprehensive understanding of the machinations of the celestial bodies. And lastly, if you reverse premise 2 and 3, that's an affirming the consequent, where you say the Earth is a ball, therefore there are two supposed orbit sets with two supposed central points. So that's a weak inductive appeal. It's a invalid modus ponens, and it's affirming the consequent, however way you want to slice that.
Yeah, it's not any of that. It's okay. So my turn. Not anything you said is true. Again, you're trying to confuse people with words that sound fancy and stuff, and they do mean things. Those words do mean things, but the way you're using them,
Just
they don't go
contradicting yourself.
together. No, I didn't. So this is my time. You interrupted me. I love it because now I know that we're both the same. So the bottom line is this: the fact that stars do rotate around both poles. Okay, if you go to the North Pole and you look up, the stars rotate around you. If you go to the South Pole, they rotate around you. That would signify, without a doubt, you can. There's no way getting around it, that the shape you are living on is a globe. Because if it was flat, if it was a flat endless plane that was non-rotating, and the stars moved around you, you would only have one point in the sky that the stars went around, not two.
Okay, that doesn't necessarily follow. You just repeated the very argument I just refuted. So there's no need for me to repeat the argument because you just repeated the very argument that I just refuted. So from this point forward, you're either going to say a distinct argument besides the one that you just
Tell me
said that
why
I
I'm
just
wrong.
refuted, or I'll finish eventually, Rob. Come on, dude. You just repeated the very argument I just refuted, right? You said what you said, else you didn't give any specific objective true premises and any logically valid argument to indicate that my argument has any fallacy or to indicate that any of my premises are false or have any error whatsoever. And then you repeated the very argument that I just said, an argument with specific objective true premises and a logically valid deductive argument. So from this point
because you're
forward, you're
wrong.
either going
Because you're
to,
wrong.
I'll finish eventually, Rob. You're either going to repeat the argument again, and I'm going to say the same thing I just said to you, or you're going to say a different argument besides what you've already said so far, or you're just not going to say anything. So let's see which one you choose.
Yeah, I know. Okay. So again, I love these tactics. These are so easy to go around. It just makes you laugh. But I'll play the game with you because I know you think you got me or whatever. You think you're some kind of psychologist, and I'll keep it on topic. The bottom line is this, man. I went back to that because what you said was nonsensical. It was just a bunch of gibberish. It didn't make it. You didn't refute anything. The bottom line is, yes, we can observe. There are human beings on this planet that do observe it, have measured it, have recorded it. You can go watch it. There is 2 points on this planet where the stars circle one star. So yeah, that's a fact. It's not made up. It's just a reality. It's what you can go see. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Okay, so Rob, you did the very thing I predicted you would do, which was the first option, which is why I said it in the first place. You just assert that I'm wrong without any specific objective true premises and a logically valid argument. You just assert that I'm wrong for no good reason. So that's just an ipsy dixit without any support, right? So if you say it again, I'm going to say the same critique again. And I'm only going to say it so many times because if you just keep repeating it after I've conspicuously and very clearly identified the insufficiency of your rebuttal, then there's no point in going around in a redundant circle like that. So, well, let me finish. So you have to actually say an argument that identifies, I'm helping you, see if you can refute me. You have to identify the error in my premises. You have to identify the error. You have to specify what the error is.
I know, that's what I'm doing,
Usually
Greg.
an argument is unsound because the premise, one or more premises are false, and or the form of the argument is insufficient, a formal
I know what
fallacy,
you want. I know
or
what
there's
you
some
want,
type.
Greg.
I'll finish eventually, Rob, because you evidently don't know how to debate. So I'm
It's
trying
just a
to
back and
help you.
forth. This isn't a debate. It's a conversation.
Okay, look, I'm not gonna listen. You have to identify the error in my argument, not just say I'm wrong. You
I
have to
know. I
specify
have.
the
I
error.
know.
Right.
I have. But you won't
Rob,
acknowledge.
I'll
But you won't.
finish eventually. You got to
Oh
stop
my
talking
God.
to me. I let you finish every
We're just
time.
having a back and forth.
It's not this back and forth where you keep
Sorry, go ahead.
talking through me.
Go ahead, Greg.
Right?
Because you're making a lot of points, and I can't remember 5 points. Can we just go 1 point at a time, dude? You say
How
5
about you
different points.
listen? I haven't even finished everything I had to say.
I know you haven't. That's the problem. You say a lot of things, and I want to go one by one. I can't. Honestly, I can't have 5 points.
God,
and go over
Rob,
5
this
points.
is just fucking
Are you guys
irritating, dude.
have you calmed down? Are you ready to get wrecked now? Can we have a conversation, or are you still being pussies who want to mute?
Uh-oh. Well, you're gonna get muted
So
for saying
Rob,
that shit, dude.
Rob, what part don't you understand?
I don't know. How about that? And I want that,
You
that's
don't
why I
even
want
know
to.
what
That's
point you
why
don't
I want.
understand, but
No, to
you
make
went
you
out of
happy, I
your
want.
way to pause me from completing what I had to say. So you don't even
No,
know what point you want me to pause at. So you just wasted our
no,
time again. So this
no.
time, how about you just listen and
That's
stop
not
persevering
what I
to
meant,
prevent me
dude.
from
Stop
finishing
doing
the
that.
reply? Just stop talking, Rob. That means stop speaking.
I
Dude,
have been. You talk more than me. Check the
stop
time.
speaking now, Rob.
Wow, that's just a bullshit move, dude.
It's ridiculous, dude.
I know. It's
You
good.
need to identify the error in my argument.
I
You need
have.
to.
I have 3
I
times.
didn't fit. This is ridiculous. There needs to be moderation at this rate. He will not stop himself.
Yeah, someone mute Gregory. Jesus fuck.
Finally, you have to identify the error in my argument. You have to identify the false premise. You have to identify the formal fallacy and or the informal fallacy. You've done nothing of the such. All you said is that I'm wrong, or all you said is that what I said is nonsense. Everything that I said doesn't even have any semantic value, doesn't even have any meaning to be grasped whatsoever, when it's just patently false. Right? Your utter failure to interpret me is not indicative of me saying something that is lacking any meaning or that it has any error at all.
Okay, so the bottom line, like I'm going to say it again, is that there are humans on this planet that go to the North Pole, they go to the South Pole, they have ran experiments, they have observed, they have calculated, they.
Point of moderation. We don't care to know about what somebody else did. If you're not able to articulate a point against what Gregory has put forth, then you're not going to be able to continue. So if you don't have any argument against what he's saying, then we're going to stop. I'm going to end the event. So it's up to you. One last chance. Address what he said, or don't tell me about something that someone's done somewhere. Don't care to know about that. Address what he said.
That's what I tried to do the first time, Alpha, and I will say that, like I said the first time, then I will say that there's 2 points on the Earth. There's a North Pole and a South Pole, and the stars move around them, and that's observable and recordable, and that's all there is to it. And you can't deny that. You can't go against that, and you can't show me on your model how your stars go the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere and how our stars go the opposite direction in the northern hemisphere. You can't show us your South Pole. You can't measure it. Your latitude and longitude lines are all off in the southern hemisphere, and that's the end of the story. I mean, you can say that I'm not doing anything, but I'm doing everything. I'm actually doing the most because this is the end of the line for it. There's no argument against this. You guys know that. That's why I got to come up with some other words. Go ahead.
Okay, so you have to actually do the task of presenting us the observations and measurements of the globe, not have a weak inductive argument where you interpret these 2 apparent central points of 2 supposed celestial body orbit sets as being the celestial poles of antipodes. Like I said, with that pattern of reasoning, that's a weak inductive argument. You haven't observed nor measured the Earth to be a ball, or you have an invalid modus ponens, like I've already explained, or you have an affirming the consequent. So that's an insufficient appeal. So from this point forward, you're either going to present the observations and measurements of the Earth being a ball or not. And in addition with that, finally, before you do so, you act as though there is no refutation to your geodesy position. I'd like to direct your attention to the open chat again with these deductive arguments that very clearly spell out the issue. There it is. And there that is. So I'll read it. You don't have to read it. If the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving, then it's level. The surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving. Therefore, the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is level.
Bro,
Very
stop
simple
rapping.
deductive argument. Specifically concerning the Earth and the oceans, every solid and liquid has a surface. Every surface is either curved or level. The Earth is a solid, the oceans are liquid. The surface of the Earth and oceans are not curved. Therefore, the surface of the oceans and the Earth are level. Now, the final supplement to this series of arguments, the premise that the Earth is curved, the surface of the Earth is curving, convexly curving into a ball, has a dilemma. And so the dilemma is, with the first horn, if the horizon is only an optical phenomenon, then the horizon isn't the summit of a water curve wrapped around a ball. The horizon is only an optical phenomenon, that is to say, an aspect of your visual perspective. Therefore, the horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball. If you insist that the horizon is the summit of water curve, you're on the second horn, which is if the horizon is the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball, then we can only see to the horizon. We don't only see to the horizon, we see beyond the horizon with technology that extends our field of view. Therefore, the horizon is not the summit of a water curve wrapped around the ball. And the last supplement to all that is the observations and measurements, which falsify the premise that the horizon is the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball and the radius, such as what D. Marble and Mark Sargent did in that YouTube video there for your critical consideration, in addition with several other observations and measurements, like the black swan.
You say we have no observations, but I can show you a picture of the Earth from space, and it shows it being a sphere.
Ah, so the problem with that is that you don't have the ad hoc rescuing device that is universal gravitation for that to be the case, because supposedly you are taking a photo while in the midst of a cosmic vacuum full of humongous solid, liquid, and or gas balls, and supposedly they have this property of gravity so that everything holds together in one way or another rather than all being dismayed into oblivion. So the problem is your entire cosmological paradigm is contingent on that ad hoc rescuing device, and the problem is that the hypothesis, which is the causation if-then proposition, that mass attracts mass, which is to say, matter being matter, the sheer existence of matter causes other matter to be pulled to other matter. Not only is that unverifiable, because even if it were true, it isn't, but even if it were true, you can't manipulate the independent variable within the hypothesis to verify it, so it's unverifiable. And so the falsification is that not only is it a category error, but it is not at all causal, right? The property of being matter, materiality, is not the property of causation, of causal power, and being matter doesn't instantiate nor manifest the ability to cause any locomotion. So there's that refutation. And then the latest update to this doctrine is that the sheer existence of matter is curving space-time so that things fall along the curved surface of space-time to the center of mass. The same problem, unverifiability, can't manipulate the independent variable. And then the refutation to that is that it's a distinction without a difference fallacy, because supposedly space-time is distinct from space and time, but there is no coherent distinction between space-time and space and time. And if you sustain that premise, you have a reification of space and time, where you are ascribing the properties of matter to that which doesn't have those properties. Space and time aren't matter, so they don't contact matter. They don't exist in space. Space and time don't exist in space, of course. And they don't have any ability to contact matter, so matter cannot curve it, and nothing can fall along its supposed surface.
Gotcha. So I just have one question. What does it have to do with having to be able to have a picture taken from space to the Earth?
If you don't have your universal gravitation doctrine, then that implies that your entire world would be dismayed down to the most fundamental bits of matter. Every particle would disintegrate from one another. Nothing would hold together.
And that's why you don't have. That's why you don't have a picture.
You can possibly have a world where humans are supposedly leaving the Earth at a particular distance to take a snapshot of the world, come back and show and tell the world that the Earth is a ball flying around in a cosmic vacuum.
Yeah, again, I don't understand how that has to do with anything about being able to take a picture of the Earth from space.
I'll tell you again. Let's see if you track.
Well, no, can you just do it real quick? I don't need like a 5 minute.
I'm about to do it real quick, so just let me say it now.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said you don't understand, so listen.
Oh no, go ahead, talk more. Yep, go ahead.
If you don't have your ad hoc doctrine of gravitation to hold all matter together in any way, shape, or form, then you have a cosmic vacuum with a bunch of material particles completely dismayed from one another. That's not a world where various types of bulk matter exist, like humans and the Earth, to go away from the Earth with a spaceship to take a snapshot and then come back and show and tell the world.
Yeah, can I get in? So basically, I mean, like again, you're just really you're not really talking. Oh my, hold on, I have company.
That was not intelligible.
I have hold on.
He's busy at the moment. He's got company. He says, "Can we move this along? Maybe somebody else." Whilst Rob Noxious is busy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My daughter
No,
came
you're
out.
fine, bro. No, dude, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, I don't want to hold the room up. If you guys want to move along, move along. I could talk to Gregory all day because I just have a lot of things to talk to him about. So
Yeah,
whatever
no
you
worries.
guys.
We'll move on to something else.
I can never stop myself, dude, with this guy.
No,
So.
you're fine. You're fine, man. If you're busy, that's cool. I'll start unmuting other people as well because we've got lots of people in the room. Who did I just unmute? Bismat AI? Oh, sorry, Bismate AI, you're unmuted. If you want to engage, you can do so.
Yeah, so I'll just go ahead and ask my simple question that no one has answered yet. Are you guys saying the Earth is flat? I think it's yes, right?
The face of the Earth, the surface of the Earth, is horizontal in its orientation.
Okay, can you just I'm not trying to trick you here when I say flat Earth. Can we just make it simple? Can you just agree? Like, for God's sake. These people are so worried about getting into a gotcha. It's like they can't just have a
I
conversation.
just did. I don't know what
All
your
right.
deal is.
Okay, great. So then my next bit, where is your model for that, and how many questions does this model answer?
We don't have, at least I don't have a model. So
Okay.
So what?
Then you don't have a theory.
Nobody
That's
claims
the
one.
only way.
Theory, what does that mean?
Real quick. The only objective of science is to create predictable models of reality. And if you can't make a model that predicts things, then you don't have a model and you don't have a
We
theory.
didn't claim science. We didn't claim science. You're asking loaded questions.
I mean, like,
And I'm not a loaded
yeah,
question.
look, listen.
So
Since
you
you're
guys are
asking me,
claiming
Isn't a science question. It's geometry.
yeah, listen. Let me answer him.
You
You
don't
asked
think
me.
geometry is part of science? What are you talking about?
Geometry is
Listen,
math.
Yeah, you don't think math is
listen.
science?
May I answer him?
What's the definition of science?
Stop this right now. You have to have a flat Earth model if you're going to say the Earth is flat. How can you not
No, we don't.
understand the premise?
What's the
Models can be
definition of science? Let's clear that up before we go any further.
No, I didn't talk about definitions. I said the objective of science. Am I wrong? Just tell me I'm wrong or right. Was I wrong in what I said?
The objective of science
is to
is
create
geometry?
predictable models of reality. Yes or no? Right or wrong?
You don't have a model, bro.
I asked you if it's right or wrong. Science's only objective is to create predictable models of reality. Is that right or is that wrong? Why are my
wrong unless
wrong? Stop
go ahead and
running
provide
from
a
the
citation.
conversation.
Go ahead and provide a citation for that, or wrong is my
Go
answer.
ahead and tell me if I'm right or wrong. Why or why
I just
not?
did.
Why
I just
are you
did.
screaming?
This
Why
has
are
to
you
do with
screaming at everything?
Okay, now
You come
why or
into
why
our
not?
house and you
Okay,
start
guys, I'm
screaming.
talking
Can
to
you
one
just
person.
calm
This
down?
has to
You know,
stop.
one person, guys, one person I'm talking to. Doesn't require you all to like muddle his conversation. Stop it.
It doesn't matter.
Why?
Provide
Why
a
not?
citation. I'm just going to mute you then. Just provide a citation for what you said science is for exclusively, or you're wrong. That's it. It's that easy.
Okay, great. So you're not willing to engage. That's what I thought. And we're at the same spot we were
Yeah,
before.
you said present a citation.
I asked you if I was wrong, why or why not.
You said
And
you're
won't
wrong.
answer.
Present a
Well, I
citation,
said,
or you're wrong.
Okay, so if I'm wrong, why or why not?
Because you can't cite
Present
it.
your citation.
You just made
I
it up.
asked, that's not an answer to the question if I'm wrong. Yes,
Because
that's
you
not the
can't
answer.
cite it. Because nobody ever said that. Just you. You just made it up. So you're wrong. Unless you can cite it, then I'll recant on that. Up to you.
It's quite literally just a
2 + 2
baseless
is 4. 2
assertion.
+ 2 is 4. Am I wrong? I'm not citing it. Am I wrong or right? Why or why not?
You probably think that's
Your logic is
science.
skewed. You're just not engaging because you're a pussy.
You
That's
don't know
the
what
fact.
science is. You literally
I
don't
engaged
know
in
what
Am I
ran its
science
right or
course.
is.
wrong? Am I right or wrong? Why or why not?
You're
It seems so funny.
wrong.
Yeah, you're retarded is
You
what you
are
are. You already
100%
answered.
wrong. You're an idiot. I'm not trying
Yes.
to be rude, but you can't say that science and geometry is the same thing. That's idiotic.
I'm asking you. Science tries to make predict.
Okay, who else do we
Oh
have?
God.
Science doesn't try to do anything.
I muted him. Who else do we have?
God.
May I? It's up to you. May I finish engaging his interrogation to me?
Let's see what he said.
So, the last question we were on is, you don't have a theory. So you said,
I didn't
do
make
you
a
affirm
claim.
the Earth's surface to be horizontal? I said yes. You said, do you have a model? I said no. You said, so then you don't have a theory. And so I asked, so what is the point?
Right. So then your claim means nothing. That's the point.
That doesn't follow. The premise is semantically meaningful. It is meaningful
Well, no,
regardless of
it means
it
nothing
not.
in the sense of
I'll
like
finish
we can't.
eventually.
Nobody
I
in
will.
reality can take
You
you
got to stop
seriously.
talking to folks. You got to stop that.
Well, you don't have to like
You
stretch
got
your
to stop
stupid point
talking
out
to
to 20
folks.
minutes just because you want to hear
You got
your
to stop
condescending
talking to
point.
folks.
That means stop
What are you
talking and
talking
let me
about?
finish the
I'm
sentence.
talking to you.
That
I'm
means
talking to
stop
you.
speaking and let me finish the sentence, Bismay. It's a very simple instruction.
I've heard your point. It's a simple point. You're
You
dragging it
didn't
out on
hear a point
purpose.
that I
You're
didn't say,
filibustering.
so that's
You're
not possible.
filibustering. You're
You didn't
filibustering.
hear a point I didn't say. This has to
Yeah, I
stop.
heard the point. You made the point and then kept
You
adding
didn't
words. You're
hear something
filibustering,
that I didn't
definitionally.
say. That's
You're
not
Right, this is
possible.
definitionally
intolerable,
filibustering. That's why it's called
gentlemen.
Okay,
filibustering.
he's not trying to engage.
This
He's
is
just trying to prevent me
intolerable,
from finishing
Okay, now
my
you're
Gregory.
trying to just use what I said against you.
I
This is
will
so
start
You can mute him now.
people.
Like he's just
All right,
trying
I
to
don't need
suppress
a
my voice
model,
with
he says.
his.
I
It's
don't need a
ridiculous.
model. We just get to make claims
Okay.
about reality without a model,
This
and
is
it's
the
fair.
type of guy that we need a mod like Alpha or somebody to just hold his toes to the fire. It's the only way to deal with a POS like that.
This is ridiculous, guys.
Like,
I don't
he's just going to interrupt
understand.
everything being said to him.
I just don't get why he's able to claim that he has a scientific theory when he doesn't, and he wants our scientific theory. None of this has anything to do with science. This is all geometry. The shape
I
of
was
the
He
trying.
Earth.
won't acknowledge that. He will not acknowledge that. He just keeps saying dumb shit. You can't engage with him anymore.
He doesn't know what science is, and asking him to cite it is just now it's idiotic on our part to
I
ask
mean,
him
I
any
gave him
questions.
the opportunity. Like I asked for him to have the opportunity to continue interrogating me. He just won't engage.
You're making claims that trespass on science. How you cannot understand that is beyond me.
Which ones? Okay, which
He
ones?
doesn't know what
Claim,
science is.
quiet, guy. Which claim trespassed on science? Which one specifically?
Why are you muting me over?
Yeah, because I'm gonna just hear what I want to hear from you and nothing fucking else. So, which claims did we make that trespassed on science?
No, I'm
Specifically.
good, pussy boy. Just mute.
Okay, so none. You can't name a single one. You said we did that, and then you couldn't name one.
No, I'm just.
I
You're a pussy.
Okay,
I feel
I
like
thought so. That was quick.
personally, I feel like claiming geometry in science is the same thing as trespassing on science, and that's
The
what
dude,
he
the
did.
dude is just running. Honestly, that's all he can do is mute and run. That's why he won't engage and won't
Hey,
answer anything.
we'll try again.
Kind
I'll
of
mute
like
you
you
because
trying to
you're not.
suppress my voice every time I was trying to engage your
We
interrogation.
don't need 5 people talking at once, so maybe we can let Heretic take this for a little bit, guys. If that'd be okay.
Yeah, I don't want to hear anything from this guy other than what I asked for, which is what claims did we make that trespassed on science? If you start talking about anything else, I will just mute you because I don't care. Don't want to hear it. Just want to know what claim I made
The
that
Earth
went
is
against
flat.
science.
You claim the Earth is flat. That's the one.
Okay,
That's
Science,
how hard is
nothing to
that?
do with
okay.
science.
Yeah, I don't know if I actually said that to you, but anyway, let's just take it. What science does that trespass on? Give me that.
Well, yeah, you're talking about the Earth, which is suspended in space, right? That has explained by physics, right? So now you're talking about the way that interacts with the space that it's in, and because of the shape that it's in. So that directly, inherently, and like you're talking about celestial mechanics, a lot of other things,
Celestial mechanics.
tons of things. And the problem is you don't
Okay.
understand. Hold on.
I don't need hundreds of things. I just need one. So it sounds like you're saying I'm trespassing on the celestial mechanics of a globe in space. Is that it?
Well, that's one example. But what I'm saying is, like, ultimately, is that when you make a claim about reality, you have
One
to
example. I'm going to just take your example and follow it to a conclusion. I'm not letting you off the hook. Okay, so what's the science for this? Is there an experiment for the celestial mechanics of a globe in space?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Celestial
I am.
mechanics is the evidence of the thing I'm talking about. Celestial mechanics.
Is there an experiment?
Yeah, are we in space?
Okay, I asked you if there's an
If we're going to just pretend we don't know anything to have the conversation.
Existing in space is an experiment.
Yeah. Is there an experiment for the globe and its celestial mechanics in space that you can provide to me? Because that's what science is, right? It's about experiment, right? That's the ultimate
Honestly,
test of
man,
science.
you can be disingenuous. It's not impressive. It's just if you don't have to engage, if you don't want to, just don't.
I'm asking you for the science I
Guy, it's
trespassed
okay.
on. You said it was a globe in space and the celestial mechanics of that. Now I just want the experiment or whatever it is that you're calling science for that.
It's just so embarrassing how you're trying to do this.
Why are you not answering the question, dude?
You're not fooling anybody. It's just sad.
Why?
Good.
Continue to taunt, not answer the question.
Yeah, I'm new here,
Again, you
so
guys
I'd like
are
to
the
know
ones
because I'm
making
new.
claims without models. You're just saying things about reality.
Okay, I think we have to get more remedial. Maybe you made a mistake when you said science. Perhaps you don't know what that is. Were you insinuating that the globe in space was run through the scientific method? Is that what you were trying to claim?
I don't know why you're trying to put words in my mouth. This is weird.
Okay, so you weren't saying that. So maybe you just made a mistake when you called all of that science. Maybe that's what happened.
Why are you trying to project all your things onto me? This is so cringe.
Okay, this
Right.
guy's like really dumb.
Just
Jedi or somebody, if you want, go ahead.
yeah, someone else.
Continually
He's not.
deflecting.
Yeah, he hasn't engaged with you, so we just move on to someone else.
Yeah, there's a lot of audio chaos. So,
I unmuted the White Knighters for you guys.
So, after all that's been said, would anyone like to finally demonstrate that they know the Earth is a ball?
I would.
Go on then, sunshine.
I'll tell you what, man. I wish I was younger, Gregory. You make a motherfucker want to become an astronaut.
Dude, you could be like people go in space when they're 80 supposedly. So what does age have to do with anything? You don't have to be a physical specimen to be an astronaut anymore.
It was just
that was
a
only
joke,
in the
man.
60s.
It was just a
Rob's
tempest
an
humor.
ageist. Rob's an ageist.
An ageist.
Shut up! I'm not an ageist. It was an attempt at humor. Gregory giggles. That's all I'm happy about.
I love it how Rob's number one proof for Earth being a ball was he kept talking about the stars rotating. Dude, that's a flat Earth talking point, not a globe. The stars don't rotate in the globe model. Not that there is a globe model, but in your paradigm, the stars don't move.
Yeah, I understand. You got me, man. You got me. You win.
Excuse me.
Oh, so the stars rotate in the south. Oh, they do? Which direction? Oh, they go east to west in the south. Oh, what do they do in the north? Oh, they go east to west in the north, but they're opposite.
Yeah. Yeah. You got it, man. You figured it all out. That's exactly what I said.
Well, then welcome to Flat Earth, Rob Noxious. Because that whole time you were talking with Gregory, like anytime you said something, your only response was, "I didn't understand what you said." Like you're probably not really ready to be in this arena, man.
I know.
There's
I know.
no time.
Keep going.
Okay.
I got a question for Rob, real quick. Were you the guy that did experiments in your garage with like the balls and floating planets? Was that you?
That's me.
Okay, whoa! You did an experiment in your garage. What was your naturally observed phenomenon?
I do all kinds of experiments in my garage.
Okay, so the one that he just mentioned, what was the naturally observed phenomenon?
What do you mean naturally observed phenomenon? What was my?
Christ
What do you mean?
alive. Wow.
What am I demonstration trying to prove? Is that what you mean?
This is the problem. This is the problem. He doesn't even know what a naturally observed phenomenon is, yet he claims he does experiments.
I didn't know what it was. I was saying what naturally observed phenomenon are you speaking of? I wasn't trying to register a naturally observed phenomenon. That's what I'm saying.
No, you have to have a naturally observed phenomenon in the. And see,
go ahead. You're angry. Get it out, man. I'll be your punching bag. Go ahead. Beat up on me. Punch me.
Well, I'm not really angry. I'm just. I am outside.
He's like, you're joking now. Come on, hit me.
Come on, let me have it, man. Tell me all the shit you want me to know.
Hit me.
Okay. Well, no,
Come
Rob.
down, Rocky.
Well, Rob? What is a naturally observed phenomenon? Can you give us some info on what a naturally observed phenomenon is?
Yeah, no, I don't do that, man. Sorry.
Would you you literally can't do it, or you just don't feel like it?
Whatever you say is what the truth is. So if you don't think I
So
can
you
do
want
it,
to debate flat Earth, but you won't even give us a little bit of inside knowledge on what a naturally observed phenomenon
because I know
is?
what you're doing. No, because I know what you're doing, and like I said, my statement still stands. I wasn't in my garage trying to recreate a naturally observable phenomenon. I know.
I didn't say you had to recreate anything. You have to have a naturally observed phenomenon, and you have to.
Don't.
Hold on, sorry.
don't.
Rob, can I help? Because I remember your naturally observed phenomena was
Yeah, go ahead,
sunset.
brother. Please,
Yeah,
go ahead.
your naturally observed phenomena was the sun setting, right?
That was one of my experiments, yes.
Yeah, so you wanted to recreate a sunset over a flat surface, didn't you?
I wanted to disprove.
Right.
I don't prove anything. I just disprove things. You know what I'm saying? You can't prove anything. You can just disprove stuff. I don't offer facts to you guys.
Can you prove that, please?
I don't offer proof to you guys. I just offer disproofs. Go ahead.
Well, what you said is self-defeating. If you can't prove anything, then you can't prove that you can't prove anything.
You want to bet? Because if I can disprove something over and over repeatedly,
then it becomes you're proving that it's not something.
No, you missed it. Hang on. Let this actually sit, because this is self-defeating. If you assert that no one can prove anything, then that includes that very proposition,
And so to assert that proposition is self-defeating. So you can't know that proposition is true given its own premise.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying science does not necessarily prove things in the way that a layman would think that, oh, I proved to you this. No, it doesn't. It's not that type of thing. Science.
Well, if
Hold on, I'm
science,
almost done. I'm
whatever that
almost done.
means,
I'm almost done. I'm gonna tell you what it means.
you
It
literally
means that.
finished it.
Well, how do you tell me when I'm finished? Am I you? So, anyways, so the bottom line is this: science when it's working is actually every time it disproves something, it makes a checklist. So it's checking something off the list, saying, well, we know that is falsifiable, or we know that this is going to happen. So it's either something's going to happen or it's not going to happen. And once they repeat it over and over by multiple people, over and over, something becomes a scientific fact. Is that what you want to call it? I know you guys don't want to hear that, but that's the way it works.
100%
Everything we do is
Just let him
repeatable.
finish.
And everything we do is repeatable by our peers. Anything you want to do that the globe says we can do is repeatable by our peers. There's not one experiment you guys can do that is repeatable by anybody.
Yep,
Okay, so let's get this straight, because if you continue to contradict yourself, I'm not going to not continue to highlight it. If you affirm the premise that no one can prove anything, like I just said, it's self-defeating. If you want to concentrate this premise to science doesn't prove anything, then again, that's self-defeating for any and all supposed scientific facts, because you can't establish scientific facts if science can't prove anything to be a fact in any way, shape, or form. And finally, if you affirm that there are scientific facts, then the proposition that science can't prove anything is false. They cannot simultaneously be true. So you got to pick one.
Well, that's so funny. I love it, man. Listen, I'll put it to you like
No,
this.
it is literally hilarious, dude. You're flopping around like a fish in a boat, and it's funny.
I'm not flopping anywhere.
Yes, you are, dude. You're about to snap your own neck.
All right,
So let her
cool.
reply.
Sorry.
It's all right.
I'll go on.
This is what happens when people jump in. I kind of lost my track for a second. Let me get it back here.
Yeah, dude, you have really good attention.
What did you say, Gregory?
So again, you had three different things that I caught. You just said absolute assertion, no one can prove anything. If that's true, then you can't know that proposition is true. So if it's true,
Thank you,
can't know it to
Gregory.
be true. And if it's false, then you can't know it to be true. So it's
Gotcha. No,
self-defeating.
I'm back on track. Thank you, man.
Right?
That's
So
why
there's
Gregory.
that. So the next premise
Gregory
is that you
is
said
very
science.
nice guy.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyway,
so the
so
next
what I'm
premise is
saying,
that science can't prove anything. You said, if that's true, then there can't be any scientific facts. So if that's the case, like I just said, then there cannot be any scientific facts. But if you affirm that there are scientific facts, then it necessarily presupposes the possibility of proving the so-called scientific fact to be a fact. So both of these premises cannot simultaneously be true. You got to pick one.
Well, one reaffirms the other. So the whole bottom is this. So science, because the fact of the matter is that facts do change. So science doesn't really like to say, well, this is going to be what you guys are looking for is facts, because facts and proof, they're different words, they mean different things. But the bottom line is when science is working, is disproving things. If a person like you is only going to understand the word, well, this is now a fact or whatever you want to call it or proof, then you can take it as that. You know what I'm saying? If you disprove something so many times, then it can be fact that is going to fail. So if you want to say, yeah, it's a fact that no matter how many times you fill a water balloon with water, it's not going to float in the air. No matter how many times you do it. So you can say it's a fact that water balloons don't fucking float. That's what I'm trying to get at. I mean, that's the best way.
You began with the proposition they reaffirm each other, but that's patently false.
No, they do.
It's analytically false, given the analysis of the meanings of the words and the laws of logic. If we're going to be logically cogent when we speak, if it is the case that science can't prove anything, then there can't be scientific facts. If there are scientific facts, then it is false to say that science cannot prove anything. So you can't simultaneously hold these premises to be true.
Well, you're playing, it's a semantical argument. Okay, how about this? Science does prove things by disproving them. So there, if you want to play that game, that's how I'll say it.
Can I engage on that point, please? Just very quickly. When we create our prediction, our hypothesis, along with that, there's an alternate and a null. An alternate will be the independent variable causes the dependent variable, and the null will be the independent variable does not cause the dependent variable. So one way or another, you're going to prove either of your hypotheses to be true. One that it does cause, the other one that it doesn't cause. It's kind of built into the scientific method. One way or another, you're going to prove something. Either it does or it doesn't cause something to happen. Now, I can cite that if you want me to.
No, that's one way to look at it for sure. But
No,
in order to do that, Jedi, through the experience, through their observation experimentation, that's all based on the way they get to that conclusion of proving something is by disproving that. Is by disproving the variables or whatever that didn't work. That's how you do it.
No, when you test your hypothesis, when you make your prediction into what causes something to happen, you then test that hypothesis in an experiment, right? So you vary and manipulate your independent variable
trying to disprove it. Yep.
You're trying to prove it one way or another.
No, you're trying to disprove it.
That's why I brought up the alternate and the null. It's built into the hypothesis. Either it will cause it to happen or it won't cause it to happen. One way or another, you're going to prove either of these hypotheses to be true, the alternate and the null.
I kind of disagree, Jedi.
Well, that's the scientific method, dude. That's why we test
I
the hypothesis.
like to explain why I disagree though in 15, 20 seconds. So the bottom line is this: as they form their hypothesis and they do their experiment, they're not doing it where you said where it's 50-50, you can go either way. No, everything the scientists do is tries to disprove and make sure that their shit is not false. Make sure it's repeatable. So yeah, they're trying to disprove it every time someone has an experiment. They're trying to make the experiment so they can like try to ruin it so it won't work. And if it keeps working, no matter what they do, then it's not. That's science. It's just the way it works.
The science, the way it works, is how I just explained it earlier. It's built into the hypothesis, the alternate and the null. And you're turning around and saying that scientists are trying to disprove their hypothesis. All right, if that's what you want to say. If that's what you want to say, but within the experiment, you will either demonstrate it is the cause or it isn't the cause.
Well, obviously,
so with that being said,
but those are just cause and effect, man. The bottom line is that
that's what we do.
Yeah, but we're not talking about cause and effect. We're talking about the reasoning behind it. No, cause and effect. Cause and effect is fucking. It's not even. It's not even like the main part of the argument, though.
It is. That's what the independent and dependent variables are. The independent variable being your supposition of cause. The dependent variable is the phenomena that you're trying to recreate. The natural science explicitly deals with cause and effect. That's what the experiment is trying to prove or not. Regulated within the alternate and the null. It will either cause it to happen or it won't cause it to happen.
So with that being said, the hypothesis we're trying to verify and or falsify with the test, that is to say the experiment, is a causation if-then proposition. If this happens, then that happens. This causes that to happen. So the type of argument that is, in the instance that such a hypothesis is verified, that's an inductive argument. It's an inductive argument. Inductive arguments are a type of proof. Proof is a synonym with argument or justification. They're all synonymous. Proof, argument, demonstration, justification, they're all synonyms as it concerns giving some logically sound pattern of inference to indicate that the concluding premise is true. So, that is a type of proof. So, science, in the sense of the causation inquiry method, the causation verification or falsification method, is a method to prove, by means of inductive reasoning, that the proposition, the causation if-then proposition, aka hypothesis, is true or false. So every time someone says that science doesn't prove things, they need to define science, in which sense they're saying the word first and foremost. And again, like I just said, if they're talking about the CIM, the causation inquiry method, then it's patently false. And if it's true, then they nullify any and all empirical knowledge claims.
I got a question for you, Gregory. You ready? Are you a scientist?
In the sense of scientism, absolutely not. That's idiotic.
When you go into your garage and you do scientific experiments following the scientific method, are you a scientist? Rob?
No, I'm not a scientist.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you are, Rob. That's a verb.
when you follow the scientific method, create a hypothesis, then test that hypothesis
Yeah.
with an experiment. Are you
I
doing
understand.
science?
Yes, I'm doing it, and yes, at that time, I get the idea of it, but I know what these guys are looking for, and by my definition, I'm not a real scientist. Okay, listen, I know what I'm doing to be scientifically whatever, but I'm not going to sit here trying to play the word games with them because they're going to tear me up about it. So no, that's why I asked him: is he a real scientist? If he's not, then how's he going to tell me what scientists do and what they think?
It's just
I wasn't trying to
science.
prognosticate the minds of other people, so.
Scientist is anybody who follows the scientific method.
Now, wait a second. I'm really confused, Rob. You just said you're not a scientist, yet you just got through saying how you do experiments all the time. So, are you a pseudoscientist?
No, because again, you're just trying to play semantical word games, and if you don't know the lingo,
Semantical, you said you're
maybe,
not a scientist. How am I playing
maybe I'm, yeah.
semantical word
Well,
games?
no, I said I
You
don't
said you
consider
do
myself.
experiments
I'm
all the
saying I
time,
don't
and now you're
consider
saying you're not a
myself. I'm
scientist.
saying I don't consider myself a scientist. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a lab coat. I don't have an education. I didn't go to school. You know what I'm saying?
So,
And I
what
know
is
some
a
people,
scientist?
and
Is
some
based
people.
on your wardrobe?
Well, I'm just saying for me personally, this is my personal opinion, man. I'm sure some people will say, Rob,
Well,
you're
if
wrong.
you
You
do a
actually are a
scientific
scientist.
experiment, if you have to
Hey,
naturally
okay. How
observe
about this? Then I'm
phenomenon, and you
I'm an uneducated self-scientist. If that's what you're looking for, dude, what do you want me to say? That's why you're just playing semantical word games. You can't be real. I mean, this is like we're talking like
well,
we're
you
normal
said
people.
you're
You
not
know
a
exactly what I
scientist,
mean.
yet you claim to be doing scientific
Yeah.
experiments.
Yeah. Okay, listen, I'm right in between Neil deGrasse Tyson and Beavis. I'm somewhere in between there in science level.
Well, I mean, what's the difference? They're both idiots.
Exactly. Come on, man. As I'm saying,
At
dude,
least
if
Beavis had a bad
I could tell
upbringing.
you that I was the
No
greatest
doubt.
physicist in the world, and it wouldn't make a difference to you guys. You just want ammunition, man. You just want
Well,
ammunition.
no, it's just you said you were just literally talking about all your experiments, but then you go, I'm not a scientist. So you're not doing scientific experiments then?
I'm doing demonstrations, man. Look, I'm not trying to fucking.
Experiment is a demonstration experiment. If I demonstrate how the Bluetooth in
There's a
a
fine line. Listen.
am I a
All right,
scientist?
go ahead, Vex.
Dude, if I demonstrate, like, if I'm a car salesman and I got to demonstrate how traction control works to an old lady, that doesn't make me a scientist, and that's not a science experiment, is it?
Okay. Well, how about this? If I fucking sell my car at my house off Facebook, that don't make me a car salesman. If I own a car lot, I'm a car salesman. You know what I'm saying? Sure. Do I play pretend scientist in here? Sure. I do some experiments to try to prove some common sense realities to people. Do I consider?
Well, you're not doing any
Hold on,
experiments.
I'm almost done. But I'm not narcissistic enough or egotistical enough to try to claim that I'm going to come on here and try to claim to be a scientist. I'm not an educated person. I never went to college. I went to high school only, and I'm self-educated just like most of you guys. So that I'm not going to try to steal titles. You know what I'm saying? I don't try to clout chase and steal titles like that. I am what I am. I don't need to be anything else.
How long do we need to talk about this? This is so trivial.
We get it.
I
You're
hear you.
obnoxious.
No, I was just all I'm
There you
doing
go.
was pointing out the fact that Rob Noxious literally doesn't know what science is. He's just
No, that's
making
not
shit
true
up.
though. No, I'm not at all. That's a false statement, dude. I'm trying to fight for what science is. What science really is.
Hold on. Is your solar system garage science?
Yes, it's a scientific experiment. God damn it! How you like that, apples?
Okay, so what was the naturally observed phenomenon for your little garage solar
I was
system?
I was recreating the lunar.
Oh, so it's not. It only.
Well, I didn't even finish. I didn't even finish what I was. I didn't even finish.
Method.
I didn't even finish what I was going to
Let's
say.
see if you understood the question. The solar system is an experiment?
He thinks so.
No, I was recreating the lunar eclipses in here. In my garage and
It's
stuff.
not science.
Yeah, Gregory, this guy's hanging balls and sand from his strings in his garage.
Never hung sand. Never hung sand one time. I don't know
Well,
where the sand
if you're gonna get the scale right, you're going to have to.
No, I got the scale perfectly right. The scale, listen, that's the good thing about math.
You get to
Hold
extend
on.
your garage.
The fact, but
It feels like a warm bag of sand.
Listen, you should have said that. You should have said that. Cause now I can bury you because the bottom line is the fact that we know the measurements is the fact that we can make a scale. I can take 93 million miles, and if I really wanted to, I can make it fit in my garage. All I have to do is downsize the actual shapes of the planets. That's what I'm saying.
How'd you get that number, Rob?
So you're trying to recreate the myth.
No, it's not a myth. It's our model. See, we have a model, thing called a model. We can present it to everybody.
We don't have a model.
Oh, okay, well, wait, we do. We can present to everybody on the planet, every scientist, and they'll reaffirm our model. You guys have no model, can't present to anybody, and no one will reaffirm it. Who's winning?
Rob,
Thank you.
are you at home right now? Could you show us?
Rob?
Yeah, I'm
You
in
have
my
a July
garage right now.
equals, right?
I'm always in my garage, dude.
Okay,
Working
live
out
stream
all
it.
day long. What do you
In
want
your
me- what do you
garage,
want me to
not
do?
doing science, but
I want to
claiming
see
you're doing
your balls floating
experiments.
from your strings. It's kind of
So
it's
let me
awesome.
try again, Rob. Do you believe that the solar system is an experiment?
Yes, he does.
No, Gregory. Nice try, Gregory. Come on, dude.
What do you mean, nice try? I mean, what I tried to do is clarify what you're trying to say. So I
Yeah,
think that's
I said
succeeded.
I do experiments about our solar
you
system
don't.
in my garage.
Okay,
Please,
so
Rob,
since
listen
you do
to
experiments
the
concerning the
phenomenon,
solar
Rob.
system, what hypothesis did you try to verify or falsify?
No, he doesn't have a naturally observed phenomenon
Sun,
for a hypothesis to exist.
We know. Let
sunset.
him answer. Hang on. So, what
I
hypothesis did you verify or falsify?
well, I wanted to prove that the sun.
With science. You
I
just
set
said
out to
science
try to
doesn't
prove.
prove. Okay.
Let him
that the-
answer. Hang on. Let him answer.
Well, I'm just saying again. I'm not a fucking scientist, man. I'm just a guy in a garage, dude.
Oh,
Jesus
wait. Hang
Christ,
on.
man.
Hang on. Hang on.
You
Let
guys,
me keep up. Let me keep up.
I'll go
So
on mute.
you don't know any hypothesis. You can't identify any hypothesis that you supposedly verified or falsified.
My
So you couldn't have
hypothesis
possibly
was
done an experiment, Rob.
no, I did. My hypothesis was that the sun never sets on a flat Earth. That was my hypothesis.
That's not a causation hypothesis, Rob.
I don't care what you call it. That's my hypothesis, dude. Yes, it is.
Oh my God.
But that's categorically not a hypothesis. That's a part of an experiment, Rob.
No, it's
Your,
not.
your
Look it up.
hypothesis, sorry, your hypothesis needs to contain a prediction of what causes something else to happen, dude.
Yeah, no, and my prediction was right. My prediction was that the sun does not get smaller as it gets further away,
Rob,
and it would.
that's
And it would
not
never.
a causation hypothesis, Rob. We've already been through this. Like, stop repeating
Oh my
this.
God, we're in the
That's
weeds.
not a
Dude.
causation
This is in the weeds.
hypothesis.
We're in the
Rob,
fucking weeds.
Rob, we already went through this. Just stop. You're not following. You're not tracking. That's
I
not
am
a
tracking.
causation hypothesis to be verified by the causation hypothesis test. Excuse me, aka experiment.
Okay,
So
whatever.
you're demonstrating you don't know what an experiment is.
Cool, man. Okay, cool.
Dunning-Kruger is
I
strong
do.
with Rob, man.
Now I have Dunning. This is ridiculous.
Yes, you would literally do.
Okay, listen. How about this, man? What the fuck? I never seen one of you motherfuckers. I never seen one of you motherfuckers. Shut the fuck up for a second. I want to get this out without getting muted. I ain't never seen one of you motherfuckers laid on.
Dunning-Kruger on full display. He's fucking raped.
What a retard.
Please let him show us.
Filthy
Let him show us the
retards.
experiment in his garage. It's
What
so
is
funny,
it?
bro.
Gentlemen, this is going to go on for weeks and weeks. Maybe we should move on to someone else. Rob, take 5 minutes, dude. We'll get back to you in a bit, man.
Rob is a less articulate Zanuck.
Literally still fucking talking, dude. So let's try and avoid the audio chaos, right? Let's have a little bit of respect for each other. So I'm trying to move the conversation along because we've been doing this for 20 minutes and we're just going round and round in circles. He's got his idea of what science is, which goes against the definition of what science is. Point and case made. We'll move on to someone else.
What about step one of the scientific method? What is that? Can any Glober articulate that point?
I'm sorry. He's killing me. He's tickling me. I'm sorry. I'll stop laughing eventually.
No, you're fine, man. It's just getting repeatable and boring.
He started hollering. I'm just thinking about being his neighbor.
Have you seen them when he goes on live stream?
No, I haven't.
Oh my gosh. Okay, Jedi, I'm sorry, but can we please ask him to do that? If you say no, it's okay. It's okay.
No, you're fine, dude. There isn't necessarily anybody else to engage with, but let's try and keep the conversation cordial, guys. And Rob,
I got 3 experiments right now I can do it live. I can do Eratosthenes experiment demonstration. I can do the celestial star movement demonstration, and I can do a lunar
Not
eclipse demonstration.
experiments. Those are not literally not experiments.
That's why I said demonstration.
Just let him
Well, I
go and
suppose to
live
be
stream
fair,
it.
you can say experiment in the sense of you're doing some operation to verify the proposition,
I said
but it's not a
demonstration.
causation hypothesis test.
No, it's not. I just said demonstration.
Yeah, you did say demonstration.
All right, let's see the live stream, please. Whenever you're ready, you can take your time setting it up.
Are you doing the Eratosthenes supposed measurement to verify the Earth to be a ball?
No, I'm just going to do a model demonstration that will signify the premise of what is happening.
Okay, I'll see the balls on the string. That's because I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty good, but funny. But it's good. Go for it.
Specify what premise you're trying to verify with the Eratosthenes operation.
Hold on, this guy wants to see he's the one who asked. He's the one who started this off. I have to do the.
It's okay. All you do is just say the answer while you find that.
Oh, the Eratosthenes one will just show you that on my little bent cardboard with two pillars sticking up at each end, that the perception and the visualization that you would see on your supposedly flat Earth when you walk outside your door is just not reality when you take into account the shadows that are going to be given off. And I wish it was actually a little bit closer to noon around my house. I would actually be able to prove this with shadows. But you can see that the way the shadows are on these pillars, that the sun would have to be either 100 miles away. Because I only have two pillars here. You know what I'm saying? A long enough piece for two pillars. I can make it three, which would even make it worse for you guys. So it just proves the angles. It proves the angles of the sun and how light reacts.
Can we see the one with the planets hanging on the strings from your garage ceiling? That's my favorite one. That's my favorite.
I'm getting it out right now.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. So let me say this. So what is supposed to happen on a horizontal surface in contrast to what supposedly does really happen?
Oh, if you keep asking me questions, I ain't gonna get shit done.
Just let him set this up and then ask him later, because you guys are gonna want to watch this.
Okay.
Is there going to be something we have to click on, like a live stream link or something?
No, it's just in Discord. Yeah, it's just in Discord.
He's showing his video stream.
Oh, you're just turning a camera on.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we don't need dead air for the stream, so.
Oh yeah.
No, he's setting it up, man. It's an elaborate setup. It's an elaborate setup, man. You guys are gonna want to watch this.
Excuse me.
In the meantime, I mean, Rob could just let us know when he's ready. In the meantime, anyone else
do
want to
stuff like this.
demonstrate that they know the Earth is a ball?
I was going to try to put my Glover hat on, but I can't think of anything.
I mean, we literally have pictures from space, like a bunch of satellites.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned it. You see, the problem is, sir, is that you need the universal gravitation ad hoc rescuing device. But like I just said, it's an ad hoc rescuing device. It's unverifiable. It's been falsified. And given that it is falsified, then you don't have the mechanism in your cosmological paradigm to prevent matter from being completely dismayed into oblivion.
In other words, outer space violates the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, that includes that the air escaping is a part of the complete dismay of any and all matter. Because it's not just the gas that would just leave and try to expand the space, right? Expand the field of space. Any and all particles of any and all types of matter would all disintegrate from one another.
Absolutely. But the simplest way to say that is you cannot have gas pressure without containment, and it is literally just is what it is.
Well, what I said is including that.
Well, sure, right. But I'm just going right for the chicken breast on that one and leaving the wings and the thighs on the side.
Well, really, what I'm saying, like, I really want people to appreciate this. The way I phrase it is getting to it, because it's not only that gas would escape, right, and then we'd suffocate to death. All matter, like the material particles, stay together, supposedly because of gravity, right? All matter, not just air, is all staying together in one way or another because of gravity. So if there's no gravity, then any and all types of matter, including air, would all disintegrate from one another. They would disconnect. They would just separate from one another.
No, I mean, but again, that is the second law.
It's a part of this. It's a part of that, because
Yeah.
when you talk about the
It's an
second law,
entropy.
it's talking about the behavior, the dynamics between heat and pressure, which of course has to do with gas also. But the lack of gravitation in their paradigm not only implies that the second law of thermodynamics would be in full effect and the gas would expand to fill the space and then leave us and suffocate us to death, but all other types of matter would disintegrate. There would be no particular type of matter in any way, shape, or form. It would just be a bunch of disconnected particles in a cosmic vacuum.
But I mean, even when they start saying the word gravity, okay, gravity. What's the scientific cause for gravity? And then you have to just wait, let them ramble. Then you go, well, okay, you're describing Newtonian gravity. It's a whole mess.
That's why I specify for them usually to just hurry up and cut to the chase. Because usually they don't even know what they mean when they say gravity. Usually they just sloppily use gravity as the moniker for the observation of things falling. But the whole point is to account for what causes them to fall. So it's not just identifying the event of things falling, it's identifying the supposed cause of things falling.
Now, see, this is where I'm not very articulate with this kind of stuff. Like, as far as like academia is concerned, there's 4 types of gravity, but I can only ever remember the 2 of them. I want to say
They can barely
quantum gravity.
remember more than the 2 of them.
Right, yeah, because you got your Einsteinian, Newtonian, and then you got quantum, and I feel like there's one more.
Excuse me.
And I can never remember the last one.
Yeah, so-called quantum gravity is a question mark to them. There is no defined hypothesis. There is no defined causation if-then proposition.
Almost sounds like
Unless someone
pseudo.
like to refute me on that.
No, it's that textbook pseudoscience.
It's nothing more than a denomination for an unspecified metaphysical doctrine. Quantum gravity. Okay, what is the hypothesis exactly? They don't know. Question mark.
Right.
NA.
See, like the word science, it gets so muddied. And I used to have the little moniker next to my name, the scientist, Vax Wax the scientist, just poking fun. But if you go by like what they claim science is, when Rob said, "What do you think I am, a scientist?" Well, yes. If you're claiming you've done scientific experiments, you are by definition a scientist. But if we go by what your definition of science is, that means Gordon Ramsay's a scientist. The guy that owns the plumbing company down the street, every time he puts a pipe in, they're scientists. If you go by like what they claim science is, what isn't a scientist?
Which is exactly the critique in the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy on the subject of scientism. I'm going to post it in just a minute. And that's the problem. See, these people with this particular distinctive worldview, which is identified by the apropos term scientism, they usually presume that their position is just the facts, when it's not just the facts, and they have a worldview in contrast to every other worldview, every other distinct worldview that has any prominent position in society. And so, just as with every other worldview, you can do an internal critique of them, same thing with scientism. And one of the distinctives of scientism is this hyper emphasis to a fault of science, 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 science. One of the distinctives of religion, regardless of them resisting this, I have the citations, is the thing which is the center of discourse, the thing which you talk about most often and or most emphatically. And so we know, like when I say the little science, we know that that's distinctive of these people. So the center of their discourse is science, this emphasis on science, this unspecified science simpliciter the vast majority of the time, let alone the instances that they actually define it. Science. So these are scientists of scientism, Christians of Christianism, Jews of Judaism, etc., etc. Scientists of scientism. That's the only sense in which I say the term, by the way. So when they introduce themselves, it's just a fallacy of ambiguity. You have to define science. And they also fail to appreciate the polysemous nature of the word. You can say the word science in several different senses, justifiably. So you have to specify in what sense you're saying science. It might as well just say the specific sense rather than just saying science simpliciter. It's a
All right,
vague
you guys-
word on its face.
Which Glover are you guys talking to?
Well, yeah, we're our biz mate is coming back here.
Yeah, he's
what's
here
up?
now. So go ahead,
So-
Bizmate. Let's hear your fantastic stories about space.
Okay, this is the issue you've got here is that you've attributed flat Earth as something it's not. You have a
Which is what?
question. It's not a disk in space.
Oh, I didn't say it was a disk in space.
Or an object. It's not a physical object in outer space.
So you're saying Earth is not in space?
No, it's a geocentric cosmology.
Right, but does that mean Earth is not in space though?
That's exactly what
Oh
that
my
means.
lord.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
nice.
right.
Why are we not in space?
Floating around in space.
Not
That's
everything.
correct.
He's already
Okay.
entered the stages of grief.
Okay, so what
Yeah,
you came in here is you.
I'm asking. So what? Why is there? I'm talking to him. Why is everyone crying? So what are we in then? I'm just trying. Like, God, you guys are fucking crybabies.
We're laughing at you as you enter into a stage of disbelief.
That's not
hilarious.
disbelief. I'm just assuming that what he says is true, and I'm just asking the questions like as they logically follow. So he says
if
that no, we're not in
that's
space.
what
and I
is
say,
it?
"Okay, we're not in space. So then, what is it that we are all in?
Who cares?
What,
It's not.
what do you mean
Who
by
cares?
in?
That's your fucking
I live on
answer.
Earth.
Who cares? That's
Yeah,
your
That's
I
my
answer.
live on Earth.
answer.
That's your really that's your real answer. Who cares?
I
You're,
can't.
this
I
is
can't.
why no one
Yeah, but
takes you
here's the thing.
seriously.
Listen
Nobody
to him.
takes you seriously with an answer like that.
Dude, you're
Okay, you
begging
want me to
for
say?
you're begging
I
for a
can
replacement
expound.
fairy tale.
You're just saying
Right.
something's wrong
I can
because it
expound
is,
on
and you
why
don't
I.
have anything to replace it. That's
Do you
not
want to know
how
why I said
science
who
works.
cares?
You're anti-science.
Well, first off, the reason why I said who cares, because you asked if we're not in outer space, then what are we in? And I said, who cares? The thing
Because
is,
you're the one making the claim. You say this is wrong. You say we are not in space. And I'm saying, okay, great, then what are we in? You say, well, who
Okay, hold
cares?
on.
I'm like, I don't know. You, because you apparently saying we're not in fucking space.
What do you-
Dipshit.
Okay,
This
how
is
do you mean by
insane
what
how
we're in?
stupid you
What do
guys
you?
can't follow a conversation. How stupid you got to be? The mental gymnastics you're going through right now
I'm not
are
going through
obvious
any
of a
mental
troll.
gymnastics.
You are a troll.
No, I am.
I
Well,
don't know why you're so indignant. That doesn't make any sense in your worldview.
Why is this guy crying?
Yeah, see, Blitz, this is what people talk about when you do these
Why are
freakouts.
these other people crying to me when I obviously show your stupidity? I don't understand this phenomenon. I show you why you're stupid.
I don't
Explain it to
understand
you
why
in
you're so
great
indignant
detail.
and shouting.
Okay,
There it
what
is.
makes you?
Because I want to. Why does it upset you? Women tone police.
Just because you
All
want
you're
to, you
demonstrating
just
is
want to
you're
be
tone
shouting with
police.
indignation.
Am I intimidating
That's
or are
what
you
you
just
want.
intimidated? Am I intimidating or are you intimidated? What is
Okay,
it?
so-
You're a woman. Women tone police, and that's all you've done because you're a woman.
Dude, you've been
Every time
spouting
you
for
engage in it,
hours.
you keep shouting with indignation. I just
Again,
don't
you're
understand
saying
it.
nothing. You're making claims saying things are wrong, but then when you're asked why, you say, well, it doesn't matter.
You
And
got
who
some
cares?
really big emotions,
If you can't
Bismuth.
understand why that's a flawed way to argue, then you're just
You
a
are
stupid
too
person.
I didn't say it doesn't
emotional.
matter. I didn't say that.
I said it
I
doesn't
never said
matter.
that you did. Am I talking to you? I never said that you did. Stop feeling fucking special.
I mean, yes, you are talking to me,
Wild.
evidently.
No, I was talking to the crowd, people. If it applies to you, it
Bismuth,
applies to you. Did I say your fucking name? It's crazy that I have to say this.
You're literally
It's crazy you
concentrating your
can't pick
reply
up
to
on that
me right
cue.
now, which is patently
Crazy that
I
you
indicative that you're
say
can't
it
pick up
talking.
on
doesn't
the
matter.
cue. You're just
I say it
demonstrating you
doesn't
don't
matter.
listen. You're just demonstrating you don't listen. You're just
All right,
You
gentlemen,
can
you're
barely
just
track
that
with a
guy.
very simple meta
You're not
commentary
speaking
about this
this
very simple question
condescending
at this
voice
time.
because you think you're smart. So you speak condescendingly when you just say dumb shit that's false.
all right.
It doesn't make you smart because you can sound condescending when you speak. It just makes you an idiot.
Okay, Biz, do you want somebody to engage with you, mate?
So yeah, great. Let's go.
Okay, cool.
Alright,
so what's the question?
So when
I
you
never
said
had
the question,
Well,
do
okay.
you
The question I
understand?
asked earlier was, "What's your claim?" And they said, the Earth's flat, or so gave me some bullshit about its weird ass shape. I said, "Okay, great. So where's the model that proves it?" They said, "Well, we don't fucking need a model,
The
Ham.
model
All
that
we have
proves
to do is
it?
say it's not. There's no curvature, and the globe model's bad, and that means flat Earth." That is anti-science. If you can't understand that that's
A
anti-science,
globe
you're not
is not
ready to have a conversation.
Do
It's
you
an
believe that if I
easy.
show you a model, it verifies that the Earth itself is horizontal?
Okay, Biz, if you got a problem with
doing what I just said.
anti-science,
What does
why are
that-
you here?
What I just said.
Why would you come to a flat Earth channel if your main shtick is that you want people to be more scientific?
Well, because you're the ones making the claim about a flat Earth. Don't you think it's
Okay.
important to prove why it's flat and convince other people?
No, I don't want to convince you.
Oh,
I don't care what you think.
Hey, look, if you don't want to engage because you want to run because you have nothing smart to say, that's fine.
No, what
But
I'm
just
doing
say
here is
that.
finally solving the problem
you just
so you can
being a
stop.
troll until you get beat up in a.
Yeah, Blitz, what I'm trying to do here is solve the problem so you can do something that what your real goal is. Because clearly you're not going to listen or pay attention to what's being said here. And you keep spazzing out in the text chat. You keep burying comments that people are using. So let's figure out how to get this done, okay? So now the flat Earth is a geocentric cosmology. Then the next thing you want to know would be, what is it in?
Wait, what do you mean by it's a geocentric cosmology? What does that mean?
Earth
Yeah, that's not true. That's not true. The geocentric model was never based on a flat Earth. It was based on a sphere.
So there you go. So the
that's
guy's already
fine.
talking out of his ass. Already talking out of his ass, trying to get
It
other
could
people.
be-
And again, nobody asked you this.
See, look at now you're spazzing out again. The spaz
Why
out.
is it spazzing out when you hear things you don't like? That's just gaslighting.
Yeah, if you don't like something you're
If
hearing,
really you're just
don't
going to come in
listen.
with second grade tactics of speech, that's as boring as you are. That's as smart as you
Just
got.
don't-
We're not impressed.
If you don't like the speech, don't listen.
I literally heard.
Wow.
Yeah, this is rough. Okay, so this problem he has is that flat Earth is science denial. I mean, so the boil it down then. He's upset with science denial or science denialism, right or not? Correct. Check or hold. Blitz, you there?
You talking to me?
Yeah,
Is he talking
talking
to me?
you. Yes.
What's up?
Okay, so you've got to hang up with flat Earth because you've deemed flat Earth to be science denial, and you don't like science denial.
Why are you like why are you projecting all of the things on it? Like why are you like summarizing all my views? Why can't you just ask me something instead of telling me what my views are?
No, I'm trying to see if that's right or not. Is that what you're putting down?
It's simple. Like, you should stop trying to make this about everyone but you guys. You are the ones who are making a claim of science. You're making a scientific claim, providing no evidence for it, and then saying that's good enough. That's good enough to
Why
raise
do
the
you
bar.
care? Why do you
Look at
care if I do
I
that?
can't even get through a single sentence without you interrupting, and then
Let's
you
just say
cry
it's
that I did
true.
the same thing.
Why
So there
do
you
you
go.
care?
You're just a
I'm doing
crybaby
something that
faggot.
has
That's all
nothing to
you
do
are.
with you. Why do
You're
you
just a
care?
tone policing crybaby faggot.
Okay, why do you care?
Objection.
There you go. Tone policing. That's
Why
not. That's
do
not
you
a. That's
care
not a good
what I
question
do?
for debate.
I'm doing something that has
I
nothing to
don't
do with
care
you.
what you do.
Then why are you here?
All right,
I know,
so
as you guys
sorry.
are- Okay, go ahead.
Biz, you're going to have to drop the F slur. It is against server rules, my friend. It's not a channel rule. It's against server rules. So I give you one warning. You drop that again, and unfortunately, I will have to remove you. I will
yeah, I
unmute
missed
your
it.
microphone, dudes, but please, in future, don't use the F slur.
Yeah, that's server wide. That's not just
honestly,
a
bro,
channel.
just pick me. If you're gonna like regulate speech, if you're a faggot who regulates speech like a fag.
Yeah, your pussy is showing. It's been like showing this whole time. You're
The cope is real.
Okay,
You hear
why
that,
do you-
smooth brain SpongeBob? The cope is real.
Okay,
yeah, my
why
name is
do you
Demon
why
2K.
do you
Nice to meet
care?
you, faggot.
Yeah, whatever, demon.
There it is again.
Little
Dude,
punk.
by dropping slurs, you can't drop.
Cope brother. Cope Steve.
You can't drop the slur. I don't know what you're doing right now. Like your friend just got detained. He's server. It was out of our hands. If you're sitting there typing slurs in text chat, the server bot is just going to detain you. I mean, how is this like? It's like all his last comments, all of it gone. Bang. Okay, let's figure out what the problem is. Why do you care that people are in this chat talking about a topic that you don't even know what the fuck it is? You can say whatever it is. My pussy is showing. I'm a coward. All that stuff. Why
Yo,
do
what's
you
good,
care?
guys?
Why do you care?
Everything.
I'm telling you, my goal talking to you is to get you to figure out why you care.
Y'all are pussies.
Okay, why do you care?
Y'all.
You just blurted. See, I mean, that's the thing. They just want to be a bunch of crybabies and just whine in text chat.
I'm telling you, man, the similarity is just too stark. Scientologists of Scientology, that fair game policy, just all out assault against any and all enemies of Scientology. They do the same thing. The same thing, bro. Scientism do the same thing. And they don't even have a literary record of this. They just do it by heart. It's just what they do.
Yeah, it's like, well, I don't know if you guys heard me when I've described it, like those dolls where you pull a string and it just says a couple different phrases. That's all they do. They just rotate through the phrases. He was like, science denial, you're making a claim, you keep muting me. Like, it's all these 4 phrases that he just repeats over and over again. And he doesn't even know why he cares. Like, even if all these things are true, they're all true and irrelevant. Why do you care about things that are completely irrelevant?
In fact, Crit, I'm glad you mentioned that. Because in contrast to Scientology, there's a teleology. I know that rhymed. There's a doctrine of purpose, right? There's a teleology, there's an eschatology, right? You're doing this for a reason. There's no such thing in scientism, and scientism is just a godless cosmic vacuum with matter in motion. That's it.
Well, really, what they
why
do
do you care? How could you care? There's no value.
Their causal agent is other people. The only reason why you could say they had this freak out today, this epic multi-staged, like 4-hour long meltdown, is because other people are on the internet in the Discord channel. You're like, yeah, it happens everywhere, homie. That's like all day, multiple different platforms. There's people talking online. The engineer and the scientist worked very hard to bring a product to market that you can hold in your hand to talk to people about different ideas and opinions and whatnot. And he's mad. It's like, here's this sport drink or whatever. You'll feel refreshed. And then he drinks it and then he's pissed. It's like, why? Why are you mad? I feel refreshed. You're like, that's exactly why I offered it to you and why you took it. You like, what are you talking about, dude? How could you be mad at the result you knew you were going to get? Like, if you here's a device you hold in your hand, you turn it on, you download this app, and you talk to people, and you're pissed.
Scientists of scientism, excuse me, I said it backwards. The Scientologists are the wannabe scientists. I know, I said it backwards again. The scientists are wannabe Scientologists. Because even in the general public cult with scientism, they have the whole propaganda of some alien coming from another world in the cosmic vacuum and either being malevolent or benevolent and assisting in the enlightenment and the evolution of humans and blah, 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 blah. That's what is taught in Scientology, right? Because, the 20th century was chock full of this propaganda, and Scientology began in the 50s. And scientism is relatively, a couple centuries older than that. But you see how they coincide. Scientology sparked within the history of scientism and just made the extra step
long before the progress of scientism outside of Scientology, with this metaphysical, eschatological faith. This doctrine that humans are going to continue to evolve without God, right? Without especially the God of the Bible, and just ascend the ontological hierarchy. It's an amazing thing. So like the persons we were just talking to, they're the wannabe Scientologists. They have yet to be as yet, well, unless they demonstrate otherwise, they've yet to demonstrate that they have that doctrine in their worldview. Like majority of scientists now, scientism, oh, there might be something out there, but Scientologists are like, yeah, there's been something out there. Of course, there's other life out there. They visited the Earth, several million years ago, like tens of millions of years ago, and blah 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 blah. It's so amazing. It's really amazing. The same vitriol, same garbage, same antics.
All right, Rob, are you all ready to go?
Yeah, that's so crazy timing, dude. I'm just about ready. The real question is, are you guys ready?
I'm definitely ready.
That's what we
Let's see if
asked
they're
you
ready.
because we are ready. So.
Oh yeah, it's about to get crazy. Huh?
How are you going to plan on doing it? Because there's more than 25 people, so you can't turn on your camera.
No, I'm gonna go to this. I'll just screen share. Those who want to watch it can watch it.
Oh, okay.
I'm almost done. Got a couple more little things. Actually, I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll do 5 different things. I'll just make it quick. Like a little 5-minute thing. I can just run through them all real quick.
Is this set up next to the weight rack in the gym, bro? In the garage?
Always, bro.
Yep.
When you're married, 40-year-old with kids, dude, that's where you'll be too, buddy, one day.
All right, so like 30 seconds, you think?
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm trying my hardest, man. I want it to be, I don't want it to be fucking stupider than it already is.
All right, well, since there's some dead air, let's ask a simple question. Does anyone know why the sky is blue?
Because God loves the infantry.
Greg, what about Scientology indicates science to you? Other than the 5 or 6 letters being in the name.
Isn't Scientology the thing that Tom Cruise is into?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Well, supposedly.
Okay.
No, not supposedly. He's like a figurehead.
Yeah, he's
one of the main
head,
marketing
outer
people.
Space fantasy. He's into the outer space fantasy. All of those OT9ers are.
Okay, so
John Travolta.
can we let Gregory answer my question,
I can't
please?
believe you're leaving John Travolta out.
Yeah, John Travolta.
Oh,
Greg,
yeah.
you can answer the question?
What was the question again?
Do you need me to restate it, Gregory?
Yes, if you could, that'd be great.
I asked Gregory what part of Scientology indicates modern science or the scientific method.
That wasn't my point.
Were you saying it's all the same stuff? There's scientism and Scientology and science
Rich,
is all the
got-
same when it's not.
Yeah, I've got it. I talked to Scientologists before. I was kind of morbidly curious. At one point, I was going away from Christianity and looking to other religions and stuff. So I was curious, and this is what they basically say. Okay, their view, their religion was only unlocked after humanity unlocked the scientific method. It's like steps that you have. I don't know how many steps it is, but it was like a series of gates of higher levels of knowledge that you have to get to, and each thing is revealed more and more about the nature of the universe. And what holds you back is that you have psychotic, or
No,
psychic
you're
trauma.
wrong. You're wrong, Crit. The main thing that would hold people back from ascending OT levels within Scientology is the amount of money in their bank account. I've
Okay,
not heard
well,
the
that's
scientific
the
method ever
practice.
mentioned within any of Dianetics.
Oh, he's angry.
Okay,
He's
that's
irritated.
that's the practice. It becomes because it's all about money. Because money makes the world go round. But what they're really saying is that you buy these basically self-help books and you heal past trauma, past
Yes, by
psychological trauma.
alleviating your thetans. which do not exist.
Yeah, so this is your cause and effect built inside the scientific method. What they did was
1/3 of a lie detector machine cannot determine the cause and effect of anything.
what they did was they took science and scientific mind thinking process and they turned it into a religion. But it was already
But it's
a religion.
not. It's not. It's a bunch of sci-fi written by a sci-fi writer, and there is no science in actuality to back up any of it. It's again the only reason that it's called Scientology. Hey, I asked you a question and you didn't have the balls to speak up then, so don't overtalk me now.
No,
the
I
reason
did
that
speak
the
up.
reason no, you didn't.
You didn't listen.
Stop interrupting me. Mr. Crybaby doesn't want to be interrupted. Now he's interrupting me, so keep your mouth shut.
I'm correcting your
Keep
errors.
both parts of those beards together until I'm done talking, okay?
So it's a proper noun. He named it capital S Scientology, the study of knowledge. And then
Yeah,
he
but
protected it as free speech,
right?
And freedom of associate. Yeah.
Yeah, but you could call this room the science room, but if you just keep saying gas pressure requires a container over and over, it's obviously not actually a science room. It's only a science room in name, right?
Says you.
Yes, correct. Says me.
Technically,
No
it's
shit.
physics,
So,
not
thanks for
science.
adding nothing.
So what would you call if the word science or scientia means knowledge, and you're somebody who studies knowledge? What word would you use for that?
I would already talk to Jedi about this in the side chat. I'm saying anyone who does the act of research via the scientific method is a scientist, hands down. You're not
So
a professional scientist
wouldn't call
unless
them
you are
science.
accredited and are a professional in the field. But you are a scientist if you if you do any science. You all can be scientists in a moment.
Yeah, that's what Tyson had said. That
Yeah.
children are the best scientists.
But to get back to the point, Scientology is not indicative of any actual scientific concepts or
Let's
scientific
talk about Tom
meaning
Cruise
whatsoever.
instead. It's more entertaining. We're not talking about Scientologists.
Yeah, thanks for snatching everyone's ears to a subject that we weren't talking about in the first place, as though you're correcting anything that I said.
Yeah, well, that's what you were driveling on about profusely. You were
No,
saying
I
that
wasn't.
these kinds of
misinterpreted fluently.
excuse me, don't interrupt me. You were saying
You're
that these
wrong.
kinds of scientific
You already repeated your
assumptions
error.
and
I already
excuse
corrected you.
me,
Why do you have to say it again?
Can someone please mute the peanut gallery?
Hold on. Are you
Don't engage, Rich? Okay.
Are you
If
crying about someone doing what you just did in order to
Not-
start talking?
Okay, Rich. I'm
What?
not going
Are
to
you
mute
fucked?
Rich, I'm not going to mute someone that you called out and you engaged. Your first comment was you're like something along the lines like dumbass Gregory or whatever it was.
I did not say that.
Or dipshit Gregory or
I didn't say that.
okay, whatever it was something. So just go, if you don't want to talk to Gregory, instead of calling for a mod to mute him, just don't.
Well, I had asked him a question, and then he didn't have the wherewithal to answer it then. So
But I
you
did.
piped up, and then he went to
You don't feel you
overtalk
have to
me
hear me
just
doesn't
as
mean
he
that I didn't
continues to
answer
do.
him.
He just continues to talk over me because he
'cause he just
can't.
keeps
He
trying to
cannot
repeat
let
the
me
correction
speak.
to his
He cannot
errors.
let me speak because he has a very small,
just keeps repeating
very
his
small,
errors.
fragile mind that cannot be challenged in the ways that I challenge him.
Yeah, he's just repeating his errors over
Maybe
and over
he
again.
should
So I answered
deafen
his question
himself
the
for
first time
his
he asked
own
it,
safety
and they just kept
because
repeating the
he
question.
cannot handle what I'm saying.
Yeah. So again, he's
So,
just
so what
repeating the thing
reason do I
already
have
answered,
to
just
doubt that the
repeating the
Earth
error
is
that I already
flat?
corrected.
Kenny.
Okay, how about Rich? Is there any of the religions that use science in their name or part in science, like a Christian scientist, or the I don't know what the Jewish one, Kabbalah?
I don't
or
know
something.
really what you're asking. A Christian, a Buddhist, a Muslim, everyone can be a scientist as long as they leave their religion at the door of the lab.
No, what would you call someone who's using science as a religion?
So science is everything that doesn't have to do with religion.
Okay, someone
what
who
science is?
says they believe in scientists or they believe in science. I have a faith.
Yeah, if they're literally taking like Hebrews 11:1, I have faith in science, then I would call them misguided and not understanding what science is.
But you wouldn't call them like a Scientologist
No, I wouldn't, because they're not.
or a Christian scientist.
Well, I mean, it depends. Like, I wouldn't call them anything other than misguided.
Just religious?
Dude, labels are stupid
Would
anyway,
you say
right?
religious people are misguided also?
Someone doesn't like the law of identity.
was trying to like.
Is it possible? Is it possible that you were misguided to believe the Earth is a ball?
I'm not
It's absolutely possible, but the
Rich, I'm not
overwhelming preponderance of evidence indicates that the Earth is in fact a sphere.
Yeah, hold on. Try to focus, Rich. I'm not challenging what you're saying. I'm just trying to hammer it down so everyone has a good picture of what you're on about.
Okay, and if you want to talk to me, Crit, mute these chortling, incessant whiners who keep chiming in then.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
He has to obey your imperatives. in order for you
Welcome to
speak in
Discord, clown.
Yeah, that would include you.
It's a big
Well, I'm
room,
saying
dude.
if Crit actually wants to have a conversation with me, he should stop all these people jumping in and chortling.
He should.
You should go eat some eggs, buddy. I think you're suffering from a cholesterol deficiency.
He should, he says. According to what law?
That was funny.
Yeah, here, look at, I mean, just a quick search, CNN, what is Scientology? It's a belief that the human mind is reactive and responds to life trauma that clouds the analytical mind from experiencing reality. I mean, that sounds pretty...
But that doesn't sound anything like I believe in science on faith.
Yeah, it sounds like you have to let go of attachment and only use cause and effect relationships.
I don't hear that.
Because you have to let go of trauma that's clouding your analytic mind.
No, you have to pay to get the courses. It doesn't matter how much introspection one person commits within Scientology.
You have to pay for therapy, but that's the goal.
Dude.
Like, you have to pay for therapy, but that's the goal of therapy is to help you release from past trauma.
Yeah, you're just digressing from one fact he said to another fact. The fact that you mentioned that doesn't refute the fact that he said that that's a part of their doctrine. You're missing the point, Rich.
It's not a part of the doctrine, else he would be able to cite in Dianetics where it is said.
Dude, it's literally in the Wikipedia article. It's like it's a very simple fact that they believe this doctrine that you're a thetan and you have these implants that prevent your thetan from escaping your corrupt, stupid carnal body so that you can finally transcend beyond that.
Wrong again.
Well, hold on. I know you guys are really into a good one right now, but Rob Noxious appears to be ready, and we've been waiting on that, so let's go ahead and run with that.
Yeah, this is basically filler until Rob was ready.
Yeah, so let me just correct Greg there because he doesn't understand what he's talking about.
Refuted on that point also.
All right, Rob, what are you showing?
All right, mic check.
Yep, gotcha.
All right, here we go. Be ready to be amazed, as I explain in a couple different demonstrations here, perspective, and why we know the Earth is a globe, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 2 minutes of your time. Here we go. So the first one is this. I'm going to explain. There's a famous picture that everybody says can't happen. How can we see the perspective of this one? And that can be the same. Saying that you get that perspective of it, but you get the same perspective from a longer distance.
Yeah, it looks like it froze up.
The next one is going
that
to
was
be
anticlimactic.
Yeah, it froze up,
Rob.
Your screen.
Is it back on now?
Yeah. But what you're doing, you had a second wiffle ball or something that you were showing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, go back to the first one.
It was. Oh shit! Okay, yeah, hold on. So this is just trying to recreate the famous picture, a perspective of how the moon can look small in front of the Earth in one picture, and then in the next picture, they can look the same size from far away. You know what I'm saying? From a distance, if you put them on, it's a line of sight that you're looking at them. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to explain the perspective of that. That was one of the things I was trying to do. And then now I was going to go on to this one. Well, that's going to Eratosthenes. So Eratosthenes' experiment, if everything was flat, the shadows would be the same. There's a same shadow, a flat shadow. There's a shadow. Oh, there's a shadow too. If I put it right under the light, there's a shadow. Not casting. But since we live on a curve and we know how shadows work, you can put it under the local light, and you'll see that now the shadow. The
Why
shadow's
don't
kicking
you
left.
put each foam thing directly underneath the light again, like you did in the first example, bro?
What the hell?
I'm showing you.
Rob,
Okay,
this is
fine.
out of control,
Here,
bro.
let's do it. Okay, well, let's do it. There you go. Directly under the light, you can see the light beam directly under the light, and there's the shadow kicking to the left. Now, if I go on a flat Earth where I go flat, the shadow's directly up and down. What are you
Okay,
talking
but
about?
what's the shadow to the other one while that one's right there? Because it's not moving. They're not.
Cardboard.
Well,
Don't
how do you
move the
have 2 points?
cardboard.
How do you have
Move
2
your
points under the
camera.
same light? You're being unreasonable. So what I'm
No,
saying
we're
is, look,
not.
Make it
you can
flat.
see.
Now make it flat
Yeah,
and pan your
there's flat.
camera.
There's flat. The shadow is there's no
Okay,
shadow when
but
it's flat.
now where's the
Make
other
the
one,
board
Rob?
flat and pan your camera. You lost.
Rob, that
No,
was
I didn't lose. If
terrible.
you guys, first of all, why don't you guys let me do my shit first, then you guys can bust on me. I mean, I can't do right in the middle. You're just gonna fucking
Yeah, he's got a couple more. Just
pull
let
the
him,
fucking thing.
like 2 minutes.
So, like I said, the model is.
Hold on, man. Is this guy? Hey, did you used to come on freaking? Wait. Did you used to come on Bro Sanchez?
Yeah, man.
Oh my gosh, I know you. I used to tell everybody. I said, this guy makes white people look freaking really stupid. I was like, man, dude,
cool.
get Rob off. He's making the white people look so stupid on Bro Sanchez's show.
Right.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, we get. Oh yeah, Rob's an idiot. I get it. So here we go. If we're looking at the top of Shrek's head here, okay, you got his ears. Okay, so on a curved surface, you can see that the shadows would just never work. You know what I'm saying? On a curved surface, you can see that the shadows, you can measure them, and they're on different angles. On a flat surface, the shadows there would be no shadows like what you're seeing on the curved surface. So therefore, it's proving.
Make it
it's
flat
proving
now.
that. No, it's just proving that the shadows react different on curved surfaces than they do on flat surfaces.
Make
And
the
here's another one.
cardboard flat and move the cardboard one
Oh,
post
okay,
under
here.
the
Okay,
light.
here.
So it's straight
Let
up
me
and down.
do it.
Let's look at the
Let me put it
other
down.
shadow.
All right, let me put it down and make the cardboard flat. Hold on. I'll make the cardboard flat and I'll put it right underneath the light for you. Hold on.
And then pan the camera. Don't move the cardboard.
Yep, I won't move anything. Boom. Move my smoker over here, dude.
Dude, you didn't have to do all that. All you had to do was hold it straight.
I can't hold it and hold the camera and everything. I can't keep everything straight at one time and all that shit, dude. It doesn't work that way. Doesn't work that way. Hold on, dude. I gotta get my shit right, man. Because you guys ain't gonna catch me slipping, dude. I'm gonna bring my shit correct, or I'm not gonna bring my shit. And this is it's gonna prove you guys even more wrong, dude. There's no way to get out of this, dude. No.
You're a Star Wars fan? You got Star Wars heroes there?
It doesn't take that long to flatten out the cardboard, dude.
Yeah, I got 10 million galactic power, dude. Uh-oh. All right, here we go. All right, so this is about as flat as I can get it. I can't get it under the damn light.
Well, just lay on the floor.
Yeah, but I want it close to the light. You know what I'm saying? The same distance because it was up here before.
We can manipulate the distance.
So anyways, like I said, this is going to be a variable test. You'll see. So you can see the light is directly in the middle.
Move the cardboard to make the shadow straight up and down under one of those foams.
All you got to do is move it directly under the fucking sun.
There you go. Now, what's the other shadow look like? Oh, you got a shadow. It's not up and down. That proves flat Earth.
No. Hey, listen, I know what your idea is. Yes, the fact that this one, you can do this with 2 points, and it will work on a flat Earth. But the bottom line is you cannot do this. You cannot have one in the middle. I should put one in the middle for you guys just to prove it, but I know you guys are going to play this game, so I can explain it to you anyways. Now, if we put one in the middle like this, the one in the middle will be up and down, but the ones on left and right will always be on an angle.
It'll be the same on a flat Earth.
No, it's impossible. Not when you have distances.
No. One in the middle and put the light
guys.
over the middle one, and let's look at them, and you'll see shadows
Hold on,
on the
I'm
other
gonna
side.
put one more.
Good Lord. Oh, man.
Dude, you got to think about these things. You got to think about these things before you present them, because that is terrible.
You should see the next one.
It's simple. It's simple, dude. Why would I bring a complicated thing to you guys, dude? Now I'm gonna prove. Now I'm gonna prove.
Major insult right there.
No, it wasn't a major one. It was just a little bit, you know. I gotta represent,
All right,
you know, a little bit.
show us the spinning,
So,
the spinning contraption you got.
Here's the last one. This is going to be why we see constellations moving in different directions on our planet. Now these. Oh, hold on. Can you hear me, mic check?
Yep, gotcha.
All right, so here, this is I got two cardboard circles, and they're both cut out, and the arrows are drawn in the same direction on both of them. Okay, they're both the same direction. If I stack them on top, the arrows are going the same direction. But this one's representing the North Pole. This one's representing the South Pole. If I'm looking from the equator up, they're going clockwise. If I'm looking from the equator down, they're going counterclockwise, representing that we live on a spherical globular object with two poles.
You're spinning a stick. You're not on a ball. What are you doing, man?
It doesn't matter. Okay, you want to go on a ball? We can do it on a ball here. We can do it on this ball here. If I'm spinning the globe in one direction, you can see what direction that's going, right? Everybody can call it out. That's going what? That's going counterclockwise, right? If I keep spinning and I don't stop, and I go to the bottom, and now I'm looking at the bottom, which way is that spinning? Clockwise. I mean, this is something you can do at home with. Anybody can do with the globe.
Turn around and face the south. Turn around and face the south, and which way is it turning?
That's still east to west.
Okay,
listen. Rob Noxious, go back to that stick with the cardboard thing. Go back to it. So now you are sitting on a flat floor. It's not a curving floor. The floor that you are standing on is flat.
Yeah.
So now now you can watch that cardboard turning clockwise. Turn back to the other. No. Just turn back to the other cardboard. It's anti-clockwise, and you are standing on a flat floor, or maybe the floor
in a flat floor.
maybe the floor
It doesn't matter. This is not a representation of a flat floor. This is a representation of how and why you see things that move in different directions. It doesn't need to be on a flat floor.
Yeah, you're making
an argument that makes no sense. Your argument makes no sense.
You are explaining that on a flat floor by yourself, by just doing those cardboards on the stick.
The floor can be any shape.
It means that you can see those cardboards turning clockwise and anti-clockwise on a flat floor.
No, it doesn't matter the shape of the floor, dude. I could do it if I can hold it upside down. I can hold it on. I can get on a ball and stand on a ball. It would be the same. It doesn't matter. This is not. You're totally misrepresenting what this is showing. It has nothing to do with the surface.
Rob, that's what we told you.
This has nothing to do with the surface.
We told you it doesn't matter. You can stand on a flat floor. You can stand on a ball. It doesn't matter. It doesn't prove a ball.
It does. It absolutely does.
It's the spherical ball.
Globe-proof chamber that Rob's got going here. I mean, safe to say, Rob, obviously this doesn't prove anything, but
this proves why the stars move in different directions on a globe.
I appreciate the effort that you've gone to here in this little Home Alone style, do-it-yourself globe-proof setup. This is good stuff.
Okay.
Me too.
That's good.
And I even have one. I even have one more. Here, I'll bring up the stars for you guys. Want me to bring up the stars?
He's got the drill spinning. Oh man, this is funny stuff. I love it.
He's got it all going on, doesn't he? He is bound to be terrible.
Dude,
to make people.
I'm gonna bring this out. I'm gonna bring the stars out for you guys. I'm gonna make it stars up in this bitch. Hold on.
That's why people are immigrating here, Rob, to get rid of people. They're trying to get rid of the population of people that are just retarded like that.
Yeah. Well,
Rob, you sound desperate for this scientism to be true. Why is that?
I don't sound desperate at all. I'm desperate to get people to wake up because I'm a real conspiracy guy. So here we go. I'll bring out the stars for you guys, man. These are the stars.
The answer is simple, Gregory, because he's sitting always with those bunch of globers in Jim Panda's servers saying the same bullshit every day.
I'm banned. They don't like me over there. They don't like me, man. You got me all pegged wrong. They don't like me.
You gotta turn that PA system off, bro.
I wonder why.
let me turn
So
this
what are we
real
looking
up.
at here, Rob?
You're looking at an inverse planetarium.
He's looking at a.
No, actually, no. It's just a normal.
celestial
It's just
sphere.
a normal. It's the same globe we're looking at, but it has an option on it. So there's the Southern Crux, okay? As you can see, the Southern Crux is right there.
Oh, that's your actual globe. What globe head globe you have?
Yeah, I got a good head globe. You know, and then you go up here, you got all of the constellations you can see. And as you can see, as you go through them, the way we can go out and anybody can do this. We all know people in South America and Africa, thanks to the internet and Australia. You can go out and talk to these people, and they'll explain to you how they can see them. And on a flat Earth model, I want you to explain to me how people in the tip of Africa, the people of tip of South America, and the people in say Tasmania can all see. Oh, I lost my fucking feet. God damn it.
Dude, that's funny though.
It's hot as fuck in my garage. It's hot as fuck in my garage. It's 100 degrees. My garage is filled up. I'm gonna die.
Okay. All right. You got it out. Listen. So what you're saying is we're standing in the center of that thing looking up at the sky and all that stuff.
No, I'm saying
he can't be consistent with his own presentation.
Rob, I got an answer for you.
Hey,
at any given time,
the Southern Crux.
Settle down for a second. At any given time on Earth, there will be a different star above any location. So, in other words, there's different stars in the south, and there's different stars in the north, and that can happen on a flat plane. Okay. For example, Polaris. The definition of the equator is the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. As you move away on the flat plane from Polaris, it will appear to drop on the horizon. When it gets down to 0 degrees, that's the equator. But you can still keep moving south, and you will have to use a different set of stars for celestial navigation down there because Polaris doesn't go any further.
I know that's not my argument. That's not even what I'm talking about. Please get it out because it's really hot in here. I closed my garage up. It's 110 degrees in here. It's getting hot.
All over. Rob, it's all over.
You didn't even address. No one addressed anything I said.
It's not
As you
even
can
funny
see,
anymore.
the Southern Crux is off the
at
tip.
all times.
The Southern Crux is off the tip of South America. Okay, if the Southern Crux is off the tip of
So
South
it's
America,
not at the pole then. So the pole doesn't go around the Southern Cross then.
No, I'm just using the Southern Cross as a constellation that will prove everything because there's no time. Everybody can see it on a flat Earth model. They would be so far apart that how can they both see the same
Polaris
time?
on your globe? Where's Polaris at?
I'm dying, dude.
No,
so
awesome.
again, you're attacking a straw man.
Dude,
oh man, it's the main argument, dude. You're being silly.
You need to take a break.
We tell you every day we're not claiming a model, and then what do? You go on to attack models. It's just like
you can't say that by now. You can't say that by now. You can't say, "Well, we don't claim anything. We just claim you're wrong."
I can because every day I don't claim a model. Every single day I say I don't claim a model. I'm pretty sure the rest of these guys say the same thing, and then you just charge on trying to attack some kind of model everybody told you they didn't claim. You have a mental problem.
So because you're not claiming a model, Rob. Like this is the point where you stop trying to prevent anyone from finishing the rebuttal, Rob. It's just annoying. Just stop. You're attacking a straw man. Your pattern of argumentation presumes that our position is that the Earth is in a cosmic vacuum, enveloped in a 360-degree array of stars. That's not our position. We have only ever observed throughout the entire history of astrology, the study of the stars, is that the stars are above the surface of the Earth. They don't envelop the Earth in a 360-degree array like a sphere. They're not arrayed around the Earth in a spherical manner. They're above the surface of the Earth. So when you go anywhere, given that you're under the heavens, you will then need to just look up to see the stars above you. It's not that difficult, Rob.
And that means absolutely.
Yeah, so what latitude are you going to see the Southern Cross directly above your head, Rob?
You said absolutely nothing, though. That's the whole funny thing. It's like you think you said a lot, but you said nothing.
Yeah, like, you talk about the Southern Cross. So what latitude on Earth do you have to be for the Southern Cross to be directly overhead?
Like
It's not
there's
even
no
the
point in
point of the
engaging him at all.
argument.
When you
It's not
say
the point
something
of
You
the
don't
to
even
him,
know
argument.
that.
he'll just say that you said nothing. Like
No, the point of the
speaking to
argument, because
him
the
is
point
not
of the
speaking to
argument,
him. Saying an
you're
argument to
not.
him is not saying an argument. Like it's
No,
over.
because you're not addressing the argument. The whole point was what? How
Addressing the
can you?
argument is not addressing the argument, right?
You never.
Just
No
whatever
one's
you
ever
say to
addressed it.
him,
Still,
it's
you're not
never going
addressing
to be
it.
sufficient. That's
Again,
all
you're
he
just
has. It's just
running. Now
annoying.
you're
So
running.
that's not a debate.
It's not annoying at all. You're deflecting. You're trying to avoid anything but the question. The question is, how can people from the tip
Can we
of
be
South
done with him? He
America?
obviously is not engaging. All he has to say is, that's not an argument. You didn't
Oh
answer.
my God,
That's
you
not
don't know
meaningful.
that
You didn't
you
say an
didn't
argument. You
address
didn't
it, dude.
reply.
You
And
didn't
you didn't
address it.
address my
You didn't
argument.
know
That's all
that.
he has to say. Every time he says anything, you say anything
I got
to
a
him.
question. I got a quick question. At what latitude on Earth do you have to be for the Southern Cross to be directly over your head?
You tell us on your fucking. You tell us on your
Why do
model.
I have
What
to
is it?
tell you? I
So
thought you
not
guys were bringing
engage
up
the
Southern
scrutiny,
Cross.
right? Right? Not engage the scrutinizing question. Just toss it back in his
No,
face.
because I'm here. I'm here for flat Earth questions. I'm not here to fucking defend the globe. I'm here to fucking attack the fucking
We're
flat Earth.
talking about
Just
elevation angles
dodge
to stars,
scrutiny.
and
Yeah, like I just said, not engage the scrutiny.
No, you want to get his. What are you talking about? This I'm saying, dude. It's played out,
Dude, I
Gregory.
literally say, but he just did it again. Like I
know.
just rebutted his entire shouting presentation, and then all he has to do is say,
You're a
"You didn't
NATO
address what I
clone,
said.
dude.
You didn't say anything meaningful. You
can
didn't
we
say an
move this
argument." That's
forward
all he
to a
says.
tangible discussion? I'm tired of all this abstract gobbledygook, squishy brain nonsense. Can we get back to something more tangible, concrete?
He's not going to engage anything. Like, can we stop engaging him?
Yeah, sure.
All right, maybe we can mute him and move on to someone else who does engage.
Yeah, can I mute me? I'll be quiet. Go ahead. You know,
I already explained like 3 times now.
No, you didn't.
All right, so that's still unresolved. No globe proof today. Anybody else? All right.
I just want to give
I mean,
Rob
it's
a
better
round
to
of
sit in
applause
silent
for
victory than to, engage in banter all night. So
for putting in the effort and trying to do something. But thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man. I'll have more soon. I'm actually doing a very big actual experiment. It's going to involve 2 boats, up to 5 people in a total crew. We're going to do a very good experiment here on the Great Lakes, and it's going to be badass. It's going to totally prove.
Cool. What's the independent variable of your experiment?
We're going to have 5 different people doing 5 different things, all the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so it's a multivariate scientific experiment. Awesome. Good for you.
Like to answer a good question that wasn't asked to him again.
There you go. No, well, like I said, we're going to have 5 different groups doing the same thing. So 5 different groups doing the same thing, and then we're going to take the fucking all of the.
Oh, not different things. The same thing.
Well, yeah, but why would we do different
I thought it was
things?
different things. You said different things, and now it's the same thing. Okay.
No, I didn't say
Cool.
that. That's a lot. I think a lot gets missed in the translation. Maybe I talk faster.
This cannot
you gotta speak
possibly
English
be
to
a
be
man.
understood.
Like these errors, these such rudimentary, conspicuous errors, cannot possibly be honest errors. I don't want to believe that. I cannot believe that this is his best effort. I cannot believe that.
Probably carelessness.
There's no errors.
People
You
are
guys
careless
find,
with
yeah,
their
but the
speech.
problem is you guys look for errors. You guys try to find errors where there's none. That's why you guys.
We just pride ourselves on being precise. That's all.
No, it's not precise. It's anything anybody says. You just want to tear them apart.
Precise communication allows you to be understood and allows you to
precise.
also understand.
Yeah, I know. Come on, dude. Again, with the fucking condescending shit, dude. This is hilarious.
It's not condescending.
It is, man. Because who do you? I mean, I'm not gonna do this, man. It's condescending.
It's not condescending. I mean, if you're picking your nose and I'm pointing it out, I mean, it's not
I'm older than
condescending.
most of you guys. You don't help me, I help you.
I doubt that.
Yeah, I'm 24.
Okay.
How old are you?
All right. Well, thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
You can't even help yourself. Someone else.
Anyone else? Any other Globers here want to prove the shape of the Earth?
Anyone else would like to demonstrate that they know the Earth is a ball? Please do so.
What's that smell, rabbit? Fear.
I'm glad the sniffing came through so that the joke landed.
The same, just obnoxious, disruptive antics every day.
I'm looking at a Tesla truck, and the windshield wiper on this motherfucker is like 5 feet.
Yeah, I saw one the other day. Those are interesting. Can't say if it's good or bad.
Wait, it's a single blade?
One single blade. It's like somewhere between 4 and 5 feet long. It's like,
Does it go up or down, or like the left? Does it do one like a regular light?
They short out. They short out in the rain, so they're never actually activated, just for looks.
I heard they rust too. Hold the whole car rust.
Why don't they just you can have a little electronic force field that just pushes the rain away. Oh Lord. They showed somebody charging they were powering their house on the Tesla truck. I was like, yeah, that'll last about 5 minutes.
I'll show you that the Earth is a ball. Look away from the Earth. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. Boom.
Man, I'm the only lonely glober, man. Where's Scott Mackey?
In the skin.
He left during your gym workout.
Yeah, he don't like me very much.
So why?
Yeah, join the club.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if he likes himself.
Y'all are 2,000 years deep, and you're not even trying to make a model. You're just sitting here banter. Where's the
Y'all.
effort
What does that
to
mean,
actually
2,000
make
years
something that
deep?
makes sense? Where's the effort to make something that makes sense?
The voodoo ball is back.
Where's that happening?
So, what part of the stars orbit above the face of the Earth and the Earth's surface is horizontal don't you get?
No, I don't think you get it. Okay, you don't have a model that properly represents the position of the stars relative to their geographical positions on Earth. You had
the
2,000
desperate
years
straw
to
manning.
construct any.
It continues.
You had 2,000 years to construct any sort of model.
Give me a model.
And
Where's
all
your
flat
model?
earthers,
How come I haven't seen your model? I need a model. Give me a model right now. Where's the model? Anyway, we're not going to entertain it. Told you already. We're not claiming one. Just going to persist with a
Having
straw
a
man and
model.
go somewhere else.
It's like, what part of having a model does not verify the premise? Like, the premise is the Earth's surface is horizontal. How does having a miniature replica that can stand on your desk verify the premise?
It doesn't. It's just a reification at best.
It's really stupid. It's really dumb.
How do you deduce a conclusion without a model?
It's a reification.
Biologically sound patterns of inference, not reifying a model.
Yeah, but how do you get the logic without a model? You have to have a model. Something has to be
Are
based
you
on something.
serious? You can't have the laws of logic without a replica on your desk?
Well, how did you get the laws of logic?
Can you answer the question finally?
Yeah, that's the answer. You're not making a sense that they actually.
Your answer is a question?
They come from
Your
a deck what I
answer
said
is a
they
question.
was. No, my answer still stands. You're just avoiding it.
Your answer was a question.
You cannot deduce a conclusion without a model.
That your mommy
Oh
loves
my
you?
god, I give
You need
up.
a
Fuck
model
this.
to know that your mommy loves you. Do you need a model to know that your mommy loves you? Do you need a model?
We're not talking about that.
To know
We're
that
not
your
talking
mommy
about that, dude.
Do you need a model to know that your mommy loves you?
We're not talking
Like,
about
it's the same brainwashed idiotization that Scientologists are subject to. It doesn't matter what you say to them. It doesn't matter how clear and simple, with clear diction, you say it to them. They just regurgitate the same stubborn, invincibly ignorant retorts, like, no matter what. Like,
Well, at this point, guys, it's on you guys because you are trying. I mean, I could take one look at that guy's garage and know I'm not going to try and talk to him out of the globe. This guy's too far gone. But at least
I
he's
might be
trying.
too hopeful. You might be right. I might be too hopeful.
Like, you know, he's spinning his drill. He's hanging his balls on the roof. What are you going to say to the guy? Enjoy it. You got a glow in the dark globe in there.
Okay, let's see what you got, man. Let's see you do something. That was the whole point of that, just to prove that you guys will never do anything. None of you guys will ever get on screen and try to prove anything. All you do is interrupt. You interrupt people when they start talking. Whenever someone makes a good point, you start interrupting them every time.
Bro,
I want to see any of you guys just do an experiment, do a demonstration, do anything to prove
you need help.
live.
You need like
damn, bro. This has got to be a practice.
I'm not knocking you, Rob. I'm being
I
serious.
have done experiments in here, Rob. Remember
Most of the
live?
globies
I debunked gravity holds water in a cup.
I don't remember
like
that.
most of the globies that come through here, they're like so low energy and nihilistic. They'd rather die than try and actually test something. Rob's in there hooking up electric drills to cardboard and gluing tubes to cardboard and hanging balls from the roof. He's in the lab.
Well, it's very simple stuff. It's not like it's so complicated. Yeah, it's my man cave, dude. I work out all the time. I hang out in my garage and barbecue and shit.
Yeah, good stuff.
So you're a caveman.
No, I'm an American man,
Your
dude.
family ever come in and be like, "What's this one proving?"
Yeah, cavemen live in man caves.
I don't involve my family in my online affairs.
Well, that's something at least.
So when they walk out in your garage, they must just think you're absolutely nuts then.
No.
Shouting about in there
balls
again.
in the shed again.
Hey, Rob Noxious.
I'm here, dude. I'm here. Yeah, I hear you, dude.
So if I had a model to present you, would you back out if I presented you a model, or would you hide in your shell or not acknowledge that I have a model? Because I want to know before I start talking about it.
Oh, I'm dying to see a flat Earth model.
No. If I give you a model to explain things, would that be sufficient for you?
What do you mean sufficient for me? I don't know. What are you getting at?
Observations, things that you see outside. If I give you a model, will that help?
Yeah, you've already done this. Now you're gonna go through your list of things that you observe how everything's flat.
Don't presume to know what I'm gonna say. Just agree or disagree before I begin.
I don't really. Again, the question is kind of vague. I don't really.
Yeah, agree or disagree. That you got a choice. Agree or disagree. If I have a model to present that explains everything in observations, agree or disagree.
Well, what am I agreeing to though?
You're gonna agree that the way we observe the physical and natural world is with this model that I'm about to present.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that. I've already been over this with you before.
How do you know? I haven't presented it.
Oh no, I've heard this one. You've done this one before.
Have I?
I've heard it. Yeah, I've heard it before. Yeah.
Okay, so you were earlier explaining a model that explains things in observationally with the physical and natural world. I'm here ready to present one to you, and now you don't want it. So,
no, actually, go ahead.
Is it that you don't want me to present a physical and natural world model, or are you just afraid right now because I'm going to debunk you?
No, I want you to actually. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm gonna listen to this. Go ahead.
All right. So, will you accept that this model will help explain the physical and natural world? If I explain it,
I'm not accepting anything until I hear it. Let me hear it first, then we'll talk about it.
So, the conceptual tool that we use, everyone, I would say, is called the celestial sphere. Have you ever heard about it before?
Yeah, I don't want to answer questions through every one of your points. Can you just make your point?
Well, I want to know if you've heard about it. If not, what I can go more into it. Or...
No, yeah, I don't know. Just go do your thing, man. I know you're gonna do something good, man.
Listen, Rob, if you haven't heard of the celestial sphere, I'll talk to you about it. I'm not going to be a douchebag, but I need to know if you've heard about it or not, so I can know how much to tell you about it.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. What?
Yeah, I've heard of celestial sphere. Yep.
So, okay, so you've heard about it before.
Yes.
Okay, so do you know anything about it before I begin? Because I'm gonna gonna sound redundant for me to tell you if you already know.
Gotcha. Yes.
Okay, so you have heard about it.
Yeah. Fourth time. Yes.
So, well, in regards to astronomy and celestial navigation, we will appeal to the celestial sphere as being a conceptual tool that we can use to get a degree of angle to things in the sky, including all the stars, moon, planets, whatever. It doesn't matter what you want to point to. It's all applicable for astronomy and celestial navigation. All of it. The whole kit and caboodle, Rob. Everything. Yeah?
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay. So if you're saying that the Earth is a spheroid, a terrestrial sphere, but the conceptual tool of the celestial sphere was actually done as early as the 6th century BC, then the people in ancient past were not using the Earth that you're standing on as a terrestrial spheroid or an oblate spheroid. So in order for them to understand how the movements of the heavenly bodies were done, they were cataloging them as an angle of view to them, concentric to the observer. So you could think of the celestial sphere as either concentric to the Earth or the observer. But more appropriately, it would be more concentric to the observer because we all make these observations, and then, like people in ancient past would catalog them and say, we see this particular constellation in the sky in this particular area in this season in this time frame. So the movements of the heavens already been noticed by the ancient people, and they've cataloged them. So this is already understood that people have been making these observations for even longer than the Earth has been thought of as a globe. Would you agree or disagree with that?
It depends what you consider ancient. You know what I'm saying? People.
Yeah. So we're talking. I already gave you. I gave you the understanding ever since the 6th century BC.
Yeah, there's no evidence for that they were doing angles in 6th century.
Yes,
BC.
there is. Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
I'd like to see a source for that.
I've asked you if you knew about the celestial sphere, and you were quick to say, yeah, without telling me that if you know or not. See, now what you're doing is going back on the fact that you said you knew about it. Now you don't know about it.
I do know about it, but I don't. No, because what you're saying is not true. It's just not true.
Yes, it is, Rob.
They didn't know about it back then.
Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Before you open up your mouth, your incoherent pie hole, I want you to go into Wikipedia, and I want you to type celestial sphere. And I want you to see what it says about the history. Do that now. Or else, if you don't do that, I'm going to hold you on mute, and possibly all day today. I won't let you speak, and if I see you again, I'm going to hold you to mute. You don't want that, Rob. Now do that right now, and I want you to read what it says in the history of the Wikipedia for celestial sphere. I didn't want to do this, Rob. I asked you if you knew about it. I'm not a douchebag, but don't fucking jerk me around. I don't got time for that shit. You know I'm old in this game, bro. I don't need that. I need you to go do that right now for me. Brother, read what it says. Don't jerk me.
I'm bringing it up just for you. And yeah, no one's jerking around. And I do know what it's about. And I mean, obviously, the reaction that I'm getting obviously is perfect example of I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Okay, so tell me what it says in the history.
The irony.
Go on. Go on. Did you pull it up? I'm waiting. All I ask you to do, if you knew about it, so go ahead. Go ahead.
I have to go back to voice activity. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm just reading it. I'm reading his history.
You want to read it out loud for the class? Will you concede that you were wrong?
Wrong about what? That's what I'm saying.
About the history, Rob. You said that I told you that since the 6th century BC, the celestial spirit was used as a conceptual tool for the ancient people to catalog the movements of the heavens. They already knew this prior to the advent of the Earth being a globe, a terrestrial sphere. Prior to that. Now, will you concede on that point or not? You have an option, Rob. Be honest and genuine in this conversation or not.
I'm just going to read this. I want to read this thing real quick.
Go ahead. If you need time, we'll go back to the panel and see if there's anybody else in here. But we will go back to you, however, because this is what you were asking for. Now, I presented it to you. Now, if you're going to negate anything that's been said in history, it's upon you to prove the otherwise, because it's already stated that since the 6th century BC, this has been used as a conceptual tool prior to the advent of the Earth being a globe. They didn't know about the terrestrial sphere. They didn't need it. It was not needed.
Yeah, I'm not. That's not my argument. You know what I'm saying? You start these false arguments, these crazy arguments that no one was even arguing about.
All right. So you
No
were
one's moving the
asking for a
goalposts.
model. You were asking for a model that explains things that don't need a globe Earth explanation, which means that if we're on a horizontal plane, that's all they would need to know is what
This
if the
was
movement.
still a globe. This was still a globe, though, dude. This wasn't a flat Earth. This is still. They still
What
thought
do you
they
mean
lived
this
on a
wasn't a
globe.
flat Earth? Wait a minute. No, was it a globe Earth? Because your claim was that you need a globe to explain all the movements of the heavens and the sky. Was that not your claim? I saw you do a little demonstration of a solar system and all kinds of bullshit in your garage. Now, if that is true, that you need a globe for all of this shit, and I'm showing you the opposite, you don't need a globe for all of that shit.
Dude, the fact that all my other objects. I'm trying to get there. You just interrupted me.
No,
the fact that
you're not going to get there. You're going to look at history and tell me if they used the celestial sphere prior to the advent of the Earth being a globe. You got a few more seconds, Rob. My patience is very thin with you.
I don't even know what the fuck is really happening. You're going
Lost
on
the
right
plot
now. This
again.
is crazy.
Womp womp.
He's getting so mad for. He's getting so mad.
In history, prior to the advent of the Earth being a globe, that they used the conceptual tool of the celestial sphere to catalog the movements of the heavens, including astronomy and celestial navigation.
I never said they didn't, though. That's my whole thing.
Thank you for your concession. That'll be all.
Deflection. Womp
That's
womp.
it. You're done. Thank you. You never said they didn't. Yet your whole fucking time you've been on here was to say that the Earth being a globe was the only way that these things could be done. And now you're saying you never said that you didn't. Thank you for your concession. Game over.
I'm going to have to go back onto the live stream because I swear Rob said that was bullshit. His way he spent about 10 minutes having this argument. He's just lying now,
He
Rob.
literally said they didn't. No, they did not do that.
Yep. Go ahead, Jedi. You can unmute him if you want, but I'm done with the line of questioning. Prosecution rests.
Interrogation ended.
I'm going to go back onto the live stream and find out where he did say that as well.
Okay, how about this? Can you hear me? Mic check. Anybody hear me?
Unfortunately.
Why don't you read the rest of it then, Mr. Buddy here? It says, did away with planetary spheres, but it did not necessarily preclude the existence of a sphere for the fixed stars. Because I'm saying you want to pick out, I can pick out things too. Let's read it all together, dude.
You refuted what? Was that a refutation?
Well, exactly. You're not going to concede anything, Gregory. I'm talking to this guy anyways. The whole point is what he's bringing up has all been it's been a prelude to the globe model. Listen, whatever these people wrote down, the same with the Mayans and shit. The Mayans, what they wrote down, they might have not have known that the object was a sphere they were on, but all the information they left us and all of the stuff that they observed proved.
Way to attack a straw man again, Rob. Congratulations.
Rob's going hard in the paint.
No, he's going hard in the straws.
Yeah, I would say that. He's going hard in the straws, yeah. He don't have any paint. He's a bumbling fool.
Womp womp. Boop, bloop, bloop.
I gotta give.
He was crying about a. It was crying about a model. Well, you guys don't have a model yet. You know what? The celestial sphere has been used in observations ever since the 6th century BC. What the fuck do you mean we don't have a model? Everybody does. It's a conceptual tool. We use it. It's useful. And then, what are you using for the terrestrial sphere for? If we've been using something prior to the advent of the Earth being a globe, prior to that, we didn't need it. We still don't. So what's it good for?
Well, I mean, I got to give the guy credit.
Is it good
I mean, he was gassing out, running out of breath in his garage. So That shows the hard work and dedication. True Glover patriot.
What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Good God, y'all.
You did
guys
well, Rob.
usually want us to show proof, right? And Rob really put effort in that. Really tried
Yeah,
to
there
show
was a
you
lot
proof,
of
and
effort
you
there.
made fun. You made fun of him. Like, it's kind of hypocritical. Like, I don't know.
A sincere
At least,
failure.
like,
Yes, it was.
give him that he's trying, right? I mean, this is what you wanted
I
from
give
us.
him all the credit, man. He went hard in the paint. He fought hard for the globe. You know, as a fellow globe soldier, I give a lot of credit to him.
Do or do not. There is no try. Fail, Rob Noxious did. In spite of best efforts, he failed.
Oh.
Weak with the evidence, he is.
What the hell?
Demonstrate there to be a globe. Anyone else is welcome to.
I know it.
Rather silent it isn't here in this channel. I mean, I'm trying to use something that interests them to like finally say an argument. Maybe a Yoda impression will do it.
Rob isn't Star Wars.
Okay, where's the flat earthers that actually care to figure out the positions of stars above the Earth? Where are those guys?
They were geocentric. The Greeks and the Babylonians. They've been gone for a very
Yeah,
long time.
geocentrism uses a globe. Did you know that?
No, it's flat.
Not necessarily.
Geocentric models have Earth
the
as a
Earth
globe
is
in the center of
centric
the
to
globe.
the orbits of the stars.
Are you gonna sit here and lie like a geocentric model doesn't use a globe Earth?
No.
Start cooking, man.
So why would you bring up geocentrism? It uses a globe.
You asked where the flat earthers
Geocentrism
were
doesn't
who used
necessarily-
the explanation of the sky. You missed them
I asked
by
for
a few
a flat Earth
thousand
model.
years.
You said geocentric model.
Geocentric.
Geocentric model uses the globe.
Done by those guys from thousands of years ago.
No, you asked about the mapping the stars. You didn't ask about a flat Earth model. So.
So you don't
Gotta
understand the
remember questions that you
relevance.
say.
Cool. So you don't see the use of a celestial sphere actually gives evidence of a globe. So you don't know that?
Question didn't even make any sense.
Yeah, you don't know that. Yeah, you should study astronomy before you think that you have a model.
Rephrase the question.
Yeah, you're wrong.
The positions,
You're
I said it before.
absolutely wrong.
The positions of the stars.
Where are you at?
Yeah, they have geographical positions, right?
All right. So you're absolutely wrong. In order for you to get an angle of degrees to something, you need to have a horizontal plane to reference, which is the horizontal plane of the Earth, concentric to the observer. Any observer on the surface of the Earth would have to make an angle of degree view to something in the sky. That's why the celestial model works. That's the way we see. Everything's converging to the eye line. Therefore, everything is at an angle of view. The only way you can get an angle to something is to have a horizontal baseline. The horizontal baseline is concentric to the observer being the horizontal plane. Everything works on a flat horizontal plane. That's the only way that it works. Tell me on a curved surface how you can get an angle to 90 degrees. Now it's your turn.
Yeah, your horizontal plane of reference is not the surface of the ground.
All right, so evidence of that, please, because that's the only thing we have to reference. Ancient people long ago didn't ascribe to any particular shape of the earth. They've only saw things at an angle of degrees, which would need a horizontal plane to reference in order to get a specific angle. You doofus.
Like you didn't
That's
answer
probably why
Alpha's
they got
question,
lost until they realized it was a sphere.
All right, see? You didn't give me an answer. I told you that in order for you to get a 90-degree angle, you need a horizontal plane. Now, what is the horizontal plane on your spherical Earth?
I know they're retarded, but
where's your horizontal plane on your spherical Earth?
Stop muting me.
Answer the question.
Shut up, bitch.
Thank you very much. Prosecution, right?
That was funny.
He's a clown.
No further questions, Your Honor.
That's funny.
Explain to us how you get an angle up from the curved surface. Fuck you, bitch.
he really got him with that one.
That's okay. He can get in his feelings. He'll be all right in just like 5 minutes. Yeah, sorry about that, but you guys can move on. You can unmute Callie in a little bit.
No, I mean, it's like I tried to just explain it to him, and he's like just completely belligerent. So fuck him, man. Someone else jump in and deal with his bullshit.
That was Callie. That was Callie. That explains everything.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why they think they have by asking. You don't even point out the discrepancies in their model.
Oh, Rob said, "I'm ready for you now. Let's roll." To Alpha Version.
All right, Rob.
I guess
don't hyperventilate this time, okay?
I guess I'll give it to Jedi or somebody else.
The Earth
I'll be
flat.
listening though.
It's an illusion. The Earth is flat.
By the way, you don't want Gregory smoke, man, because he's gonna keep hitting you over the head with the billy club, dude. Just I don't know why you don't have as many lumps as you have. You wouldn't learn your lesson, bro. Like by now, you know what's gonna happen. It's like the same thing over. You get clobbered and you go back again from. It's like I don't get it.
What?
At some point, somebody needs to put their arm around your shoulder and be like, "No, bro, just stop." You got no teeth and everything. Dude, I can get it this time. No, you're not gonna get it, bro.
Pow!
Dude, to ask him to tell you what he does over on the Bro Sanchez show, Bro Sanchez makes him look like a freaking idiot all the time. I mean, I haven't listened to him for a while, but like a year ago, he just made. I recognized his voice when I heard him. I'm like, oh my god, that dude that made all the white guys look bad. It was hilarious. Yeah, dude, so bad.
So, why are you guys Glovers?
Because the Earth is flat. It's globally flat.
It's globally
The
flat.
Earth
Do you just
is
mean?
flat.
Do you just mean that it's a universal
Flat
predicate?
it's flat all around the world.
All over. A global variable, flat, stationary. It can be applied to any part of the Earth.
It's flat all around the world.
I agree. The Earth is flat. End of debate. Right? We all agree.
No, that's where it starts the debate. Because now what? Now that it's flat, what do you do?
You just vibe. You vibe on a flat Earth, dude.
No, now you freak out over it, and then you get a diaper change and come back the next day and do it all over again.
I was just kidding. The Earth is a sphere.
No shit, dummy.
I mean, I
We
was
could
kidding.
tell-
It's flat.
We can tell. We can tell that you don't know what you're talking
Kevorkian,
about.
is that you?
That is me. What's happening?
Sadly, he's the best globe evidence that we've had all day.
It's been a rough day.
Of what position? Okay, I can't tell what's going on here. I can't tell if this is like a flat Earth apologist chat or a globe apologist chat.
I think
going on here.
the problem is with you guys is that you're always in a state of confusion. That's what it seems like to me. You're not situationally aware. You don't know where you are. You don't know what's going on. and somebody has to help you along the street, like a poor old lady, you know. But it's the way it is.
And sir, I'm just for clarification, do you believe the Earth is flat or spherical? No answer. Okay. All right.
Because we're waiting.
It's not a belief.
We don't
That's
want
the
to talk
thing.
all simultaneously, but since I'm
Yeah,
speaking,
we're
now,
waiting for the punchline.
Yeah.
yeah, the surface of the Earth is horizontal in its orientation.
Horizontal. Is this do we like predicate the ontology of the Earth via empiricism, or is this like a deductive argument?
It's both.
That makes
I mean, if you're talking about the ontology of the Earth, that's a different issue. If you're talking
yeah.
about the geodesy of the Earth, then that's another issue.
Yeah, let's just like let's just like talk about like the morphology of the Earth, right? Like the way in which the Earth,
Yep.
yeah, the way that it's shaped. Let's just strip it all down, stop being fancy. Do we know this in virtue of empiricism? Or is it a
You said stop being
deductive?
fancy, and then you said empiricism.
Well, I just meant fancy about the word that we're gonna use to talk about the shape of it. I'm just gonna say the
You
shape of
qualified
it.
it till now.
I'm just gonna say the shape of it.
You
Do you
said
think Earth
you
is
said
like I told
probably.
you.
object? You think Earth is an object floating around somewhere? Then
Wait, hang on.
Who, me?
So, yeah, wait. So to answer you,
yeah.
so we verify this by empirical
Yeah.
inquiry,
Okay.
and we supplement the empirical inquiry with a deductive argument, which I've done several times before.
Okay. Do you think like the empirical aspect of your argumentation could fail?
Is it possible to fail to measure to observe and measure the surface of the Earth? Of course.
Okay. Do you think that you need to know with certainty the shape of the Earth to make the claim that it has a particular shape?
Why did you
Or no?
emphasize no with certainty? Either you know it or you don't.
Well, because I mean, it's either the case that when we say no in this context, like, and I'm just asking you, right? Like, do you think that certainty is required to like know that the Earth is whatever shape it is?
I think you're saying certainty in another sense. I'm just going to anticipate it. What do you mean by
Like, here,
certainty?
I'll say, like, would it have to be the case that it's impossible for you to be wrong?
Okay, that's not certainty. I don't know why people keep conflating that as categories. Certainty is maximum confidence. People just need to grasp this. So this category conflation is not an issue anymore. So certainty is just maximum
Well,
confidence. You're talking about the impossibility of me being wrong, which is
yeah.
infallibility.
Okay, sure. Yeah, we can use that language. I don't mind. Yeah.
Okay, so are you asking, can I know infallibly? Well,
What
it's kind of
do you have to like for someone's predications about the Earth to be justified? Would it have to be stated infallibly so?
the question is malformed. Fallibility is a property of the person. It's not a property of the proposition nor the item of knowledge.
Well, right. But like obviously the entailment of that would be like when I say infallibly so, that's just referencing the person. Right.
Okay, well, you don't need to be infallible to have knowledge. Don't mind
Okay,
the
so
noise in the background.
you don't think infallibility is so you're just gonna say it could like always be the case that you're wrong about the things you say about the Earth.
No, that doesn't follow either. In fact, fallibility just means you can commit an error. Just because you can err doesn't mean you
Mhm.
always err or can never get it correct.
Well, it seems that when I defined certainty as the impossibility of like the thing you say being false, you said, look, that's not certainty. That's infallibility, right? So like so somebody who is not infallible and says things about the earth, right? It just seems like if you're not saying that being infallible is necessary to like make claims about like whatever the shape of the Earth is, like they're just gonna have some like maximally possible justificatory framework, but maximally possible justificatory frameworks don't entail that it's impossible to be wrong, right?
You
All right, let me jump.
overcomplicating this entirely too much. Listen,
Let me
you
jump in
know it
here
or
real
you
quick,
don't. Go ahead.
sir. Let me ask him. What is the conclusion of what you're asking? Just come out straightforward and say it. This doesn't need to be some kind of waxing intelligent discussion. Just tell me what you mean to say, straight out.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to like wax intelligent, right? I'm trying to make a
Yeah, it sounds like it.
delineation.
Just tell me. Listen, let's get down to brass tacks. What
Yeah.
is your question? What is your question? I don't like people
Yeah.
just spinning wheels for no fucking reason. Just what is your question? Straight out.
Yeah, so I'm trying to like make a
No,
delineation
don't
between
try. Don't try. Just tell me straight out. Ask your question.
yeah, so the question was, right, does someone need to be infallible to
No,
make claims about the Earth,
listen.
right?
No, well,
I
let's
just
talk
told you
about.
no.
Let's talk about.
Okay.
Are you of
But
the
then
mind that the Earth, sir? Are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe? Yes or no?
well, I'm not really making a claim. I'm just inquiring
Okay,
if you
so no
believe it.
claim is going to be made. No claim is going to be made. Is that true? No claim.
I'm just
What?
why are you treating me like this?
Oh my
Why are
God!
you acting like
Stop
this?
being a snowflake. I'm just asking a question.
No.
Are you going to make a claim about the Earth being a globe? Yes or no?
Well, I think you're being like, look, I've
Okay.
been
One last
terrible.
It
chance.
sounds
Are you
like you
going
just
to make
came
a?
here
Are
to
you
just
going
show us
to?
how clever you are in your line of questioning and debate reasoning. You
I'm
didn't
not. No, I
come
swear,
here
dude.
for a
Like, hey, look.
purpose.
Hold on.
Just
Look, I'm only. Look.
No, this is getting very tiresome. Okay, so at some point you should have already got to the conclusion of what you mean to ask. Now I'm asking you straightforward. Are you going to make a claim so that we can address the claim or refute it or something? Because you're just trying to sound intelligent, which is getting boring right now. I want you to ask.
Oh, am I unmuted? My bad.
It's not your
So
fault you're
look,
unmuted, mate.
I
No need to
mean,
apologise.
well, look. If I can't bring my line of inquiry without
Oh
being
my
like
God! If I
girl
can't do
boss,
this, if I can't do that, just answer the question, sir. Are you going to make a claim of the Earth being a globe? Yes or no?
We don't care how
yeah,
you feel.
here, just to appease you, sure, yeah, I'll make a claim that the Earth is a globe, sure.
Go for it, sir. Make the claim and let somebody. And then, once you make the claim, make sure that you
Yeah,
bring some evidence for that claim, and then we
yeah,
can address it. Thank you.
yeah. So my argumentation for the Earth being a globe is deductive in its form.
Okay.
Okay. Are you? Do you want to hear the argument, or
Is it
I mean, that's
photo,
why he
photo
asked
from
you.
space? Is it going to be a
This is your
photo?
time to say it now.
yeah? So if the Earth exists, it is a sphere. The Earth exists, therefore it is a sphere.
It's a
That's
photo
a
from space.
terrible modus ponens.
Yeah, Gregory,
Well,
go ahead.
but hold on. If it's a
No,
terrible modus
wait,
ponens,
no,
I want to
no,
hear
no.
the
We don't need
actual.
to hear commentary. We don't need to hear commentary. Gregory's going to respond. You can wait. You're not impatient. You can wait. Go ahead, Greg.
It doesn't. It is not the premise. The Earth is real does not necessarily imply that it's a sphere. Did that rhymed? That does not follow. The Earth can be real and not be a sphere.
Yeah, but what's the argument for that?
It's logically possible. It's analytically true.
Yeah, I'm gonna reject that it's logically possible.
Well, with what argument? Unless you don't have an argument, it's just
What do
he
you mean?
contradicts it.
What do you mean? I gave you the argument. What are you talking
No,
about?
no, 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 no. Listen, you gave the argument to try and prove the Earth is a ball. That
Yeah,
it is a ball,
yeah,
right? That's
yeah,
what your conclusion was.
yeah.
Right? You said if the Earth is real, then the Earth is a ball. The Earth is real, therefore the Earth is a ball.
Okay,
That's an invalid modus ponens. It does not necessarily
not
follow from the
invalid.
sheer reality of the Earth that the Earth is a ball. That doesn't necessarily follow.
So
And I refuted it
I
by acknowledging
obviously.
the analytically true possibility of the Earth being
Yeah.
real and not being a sphere.
So I obviously didn't violate the inference rule, right? If P then Q, P therefore Q. You agree with that, right?
It's an invalid modus ponens. It's not
Look, if
formally.
P then
It's not.
Q,
Listen.
P therefore Q,
Listen.
did I violate that?
Listen.
Yes or no?
Listen, dude.
Why
Like,
can't you?
you're
Why
not
can't you guys
listening.
are? Why are you
You're
guys
not
so obstinate?
listening, dude.
Like I was
Stop.
actually being
Stop
really
talking.
charitable at first.
Stop talking,
If
dude.
P then here, I'm gonna put the form in
Dude,
the chat.
stop
Tell me if I
talking.
violated. Tell me if I
He needs to
violated.
stop talking. I didn't finish the reply. God damn, what is with these people? Fuck, bro. What I was saying to you before you rudely interrupted for no good reason. It's obviously an invalid modus ponens. Not that it's no, excuse me. Yeah, not that it's formally invalid. Finally got the word. It's not formally invalid. Right? That's a real rule of inference. Your usage of the rule of inference, given your premises, don't actually necessarily entail the conclusion. It does not follow ipso facto the earth is real, therefore the earth is a ball. That does not follow. It obviously doesn't follow. You can have an earth that's real and not be a sphere.
Yeah, so like you're either going to challenge the soundness or the validity of my argument. You seem to believe that if P then Q, P therefore Q is a valid argumentation form, right?
Yeah, but the conditional premise is false. Right? It doesn't follow
Okay,
from the
so
conditional premise to the conclusion. You can't
so
go
we
from the premise if the earth is
yeah,
real, therefore the earth is a ball.
right. That's fine. So we agree that the argument is valid. You just disagree that it's sound, correct?
That's what I've been saying the entire time. Like, why do you need to clarify
Well,
that?
no, because you said it's not a valid modus ponens. You didn't say it's not a sound modus ponens. You said it's not valid.
No, you're not listening. It does not
No, I'm
follow. If you,
listening. You
No,
said
you
it's
I
just
not
never shut
valid.
up.
finished
You
the
just keep
reply.
talking.
Stop
That's why.
talking to me. Stop
You
bickering
said
with me like a little
valid.
girl.
You said valid.
Stop.
Everybody in the fucking
Stop
call can
bickering with
attest to
me
that.
like a little
You
girl. Stop talking to
you
me.
actually said valid, but
Gregory
He
will
it's
needs to
not
be
never
my
stop.
fault.
censored. Like, he
He'll
needs to
keep going.
stop.
He'll just keep going and keep going and keep going.
This is
So if
ridiculous.
you disagree with the soundness of my
He
premise,
wasn't done.
in
Why is he still
virtue,
going?
yeah, in virtue of like what theory of justification and what your theory of truth.
Like, can someone stop him? Like, thank you. It doesn't follow. It's simply a non sequitur.
That's an assertion. You're just asserting that.
It's a
Not
not. So
just
you're saying
asserting that.
it.
I've already repeated the refutation several times. There's no error in saying the Earth is real and the Earth is not a sphere. There's nothing about the reality of the Earth that necessarily implies that it's a sphere. Nothing.
Yeah. So that's fine. So you're saying my predications are not logical, but the question is, in virtue of what theory of truth and what theory of justification do you say this?
Oh, fucking good grief. Really? You want to digress into debating the various
Well,
epistemic
hold,
categories of theories of truth?
well, because hold on, you said you challenged.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that.
I made a syllogism, therefore globe.
That was terrible.
Hey, look,
Like,
the mods
that was
woke up.
terrible.
The mods woke
It's just
up.
like
It's time
saying
for them to
this:
get their dicks
if
hard.
if women exist, then I'm the sexiest man alive. I'm not the sexiest man alive. Therefore, women don't exist. Obviously, that doesn't follow.
So I have a
That was a Moses
question. When
Tollens, but either way.
you turn a light on in a dark room, does it radiate out in a sphere or in a
Oh
disc?
my god, dude! Shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, yeah, that's good.
What the hell are the Globers that make claims and back it up with evidence like they used to? They don't do that anymore?
So it doesn't radiate out in a sphere? Or are you saying it's not true?
My light bulb is a sphere, therefore the earth is a sphere.
It's not what I said. Not
No,
what
I
I
think he's
said.
going.
If you got a light bulb, let's be
Are you going
kind.
through step by step process? Okay, so yes, a light bulb radiates until it attenuates. There could be a reason for it stopping, but just put it like a firefly. How about, is that better? Like, you know what a firefly is?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Any
A light, a
single
light,
source of light. Any
a lightning
single
bug. Let's go for
point source.
a lightning bug. Looks like a little ball. Looks like little balls of light in the distance there.
Do they? Do they look like balls or do they look like flat discs?
Oh, shut
Yeah.
the fuck up, dude.
Well, I'm just curious,
What the
right?
fuck?
Because we can't actually see the sphere.
Shut
You
up.
can't see the sphere, right?
No, I mean, based off, I would say the way my eyes work, because I got two eyes looking at a distant, semi-distant object. It looks three-dimensional. I'm able to judge that it's about 5 meters away or 3 feet away. I can make I can look at that light, know that it's an insect, and then gauge how far away it is because I've got two different eyes that can use parallax to determine a distance, how close it is. But it could be a really small bug further away, or a bigger bug closer. One of those two things, or a smaller bug closer, a bigger bug further away. But on average, you could say, "Hey, that it looks like a little ball of light," and I know how big it is, so or the distance, because I got a vague idea of how big it is. Okay, next, what's step 2?
I muted him, Crit.
Oh, okay.
You can unmute him if you want.
Yeah, I'm tabbed out. I don't think it's even worth a click.
Damn, Kevorkian, I thought you were better than that, dude.
Yeah, so that's just rhetoric, right? And here, look, since I got here, look, let's start over. My inquiry about your inclusion of infallibility as an epistemological tool is relevant,
I
especially if
didn't
when
say that.
Can I please
It's like the
look?
third time I'm
You guys
telling you
have
I
this.
didn't
You
say
guys
that.
have this double. I didn't say you said it. I said that was the nature of my inquiry. You're not listening. Okay. I didn't say that you said that. All right. But what I'm saying is that inquiring into whether or not you take infallibility to be an epistemological tool is relevant, especially in virtue of the way you define certainty, because you define certainty as maximal, maximal ability to justify or know or whatever.
That's
Right?
not what
It
I
is
said either.
you don't. I know it doesn't matter, but the real point is that
So then you're
you do
attacking a straw
not.
man.
You no. The
Like,
point
you
that I'm
didn't quote
trying to
me
make is
correctly.
that you do
No,
not
you didn't quote
define
me correctly. Stop.
certainty. I don't need to, because the point is that
So you
you
don't need
do
to address what
not
I actually said
define.
to you in
Yo,
order
can
to
I
refute me?
get a point of moderation? Like, honest to God, you're a
Like,
clown.
Yeah,
You're actually
Gregory has
that's
been
childish.
interjection. Like he's
Gregory is
attacking a
Seriously.
quote that I
he's
didn't
not
say.
Point
he's
of
not engaging.
moderation. Point of moderation,
Okay,
please.
your
I want
first
You
you
guys
guys
are
to get
actually.
Okay,
If you
your
guys
first
out.
actually expect
nominated.
anybody to take this room
All right,
seriously,
guys.
yeah,
point of
Kevorkian,
moderation,
okay,
dude.
if you make a
I
point
want
of
you to get.
moderation, shut the fuck up so the moderator can give you
Yeah,
feedback.
I want you to get your point out, Gregory. Please do stop mumbling through him because I can't even hear what he's saying. So until he's
Thank you.
finished what he's saying, I've stuck you on mute, Gregory. Please, in the future, just don't speak through him, dude. Carry on, mate.
Wow. I thank you. Much respect. Thank you so much. So, inquiring into your use or lack thereof of what I've at first called certainty, okay, which was the impossibility of being wrong about something. You said, look, that's not certainty. That's infallibility. I said, okay, fine. Let's call it infallibility. Okay. And then I say, does someone need to be infallible to know that the earth is in fact whatever shape it is? Now, if you say no, they don't need to be infallible. Look, the entailment is that when they say that they know it, it is not impossible for them to be wrong. If it's not impossible for them to be wrong, the disjunct here is that it's possible for them to be wrong. So it's trivially
Kevorkian,
going to follow.
what is your position? Where do you
Oh my
think you live?
God,
Hold
Can
on,
you just
guys.
put
dude,
that out there,
what the
Shut
please?
up.
fuck?
Shut up.
Dude, seriously,
Right,
point
2
of
seconds,
moderation. Let me finish.
2 seconds.
Oh my fucking
I've
god!
Seriously.
muted other people so he can get his fucking point out. I'm hovering
Yes.
over Greg's mute button, so as soon as he's finished, I can unmute Gregory and Gregory can respond. Please, Peanut Gallery, for 2 minutes, shut up.
Okay. Like, it's like every time I'm about to I'm sorry, meta. Every time I'm
You're
about to
fine.
land the point,
Buddy,
somebody
please.
interrupts. Right.
Please.
So now let me just restart here. Okay. If we define infallibility as the impossibility of being wrong, which means that if I make an utterance about the shape of the earth, there's no possible way I can be wrong. I'm infallible about my predications about the earth. Okay. If I asked you, okay, does someone need to be infallible to make predications here, let's stop this predication talk. Does somebody need to be infallible to know the shape of the earth? You said, no, they don't need to be infallible. You answered that. Okay, if they don't need to be infallible, there's going to be an exclusive disjunct here. To know entails that one could necessarily one could possibly be wrong, because infallibility is not a epistemic virtue here. It's not an epistemic tool that is utilized on your view. If it was, right, then it would just trivially follow that there would be no possibility that you could be wrong about your statements about the earth. So when you say that you know and you don't include infallibility, the point here is that is you necessarily saying that it's possible that you could be wrong. I'm done.
Gregory.
Thank you for that tediously verbose explication of a truism. So yeah, it's possible to commit an error. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Well, but that's not trivial in a dialectic, right? Because we're talking about your predications about the shape of the earth. If you're going to say, look, I'm a flat earther, but look, I could be wrong about the earth being flat. Are you okay with that view? Is that the view you take?
I already told you earlier, the surface of the earth is horizontal in its orientation.
Yeah, but you could be wrong about that, right?
It is possible for me to commit an error, and
the earth be like a different shape, like a sphere or something, right? Or a triangle, or a hexagon. Okay, yeah, sure, great. That's it. That's all I need to know. We're done. Thank you.
What the fuck, bro? God damn. It's just
Okay, he never answered my original
snooty-ass
question. Do you
attitude
think
with
Earth
a
is
truism.
floating
All
in
that
a
for a
place?
truism. God damn, bro.
You think Earth is floating in a place? Dummy, you never answered my question the first time you came in. I wanted to get that clear before you went on and on and on and on. He won't answer that.
Well, I mean, look, if you want me to engage with you, you're gonna have to give me a little more respect than calling me dummy, right?
No,
It's
yeah,
like
you're not
I haven't
answering.
Well, that doesn't justify you calling me dummy, right? You can call me Kevorkian.
Is Earth floating around someplace?
Like sure. Like let's hear your arguments against this.
Oh,
Yeah,
there you
sure.
go.
The Earth is floating around.
Go ahead and prove that.
Sure.
Go ahead and prove.
What's like
Yeah.
sure?
If the Earth exists, it is floating around someplace. The Earth exists, therefore it's floating around someplace. Okay. Now here, hold on, please stop. No, because I want to stop the jokes. I want to stop the jokes and the nonchalant dialectics, right?
Maybe you
it's
need
like,
to
what's
stop
your
saying like so much then.
here? Okay, I'm sorry. The issue with that argument,
horrible.
Oh.
That was me.
Someone's finger slipped.
If the Earth is real, then it's floating in a cosmic vacuum.
Someplace.
The Earth is real, therefore it's floating in a cosmic vacuum.
Yep, that's exactly what he said, isn't it?
Yeah, did he say cosmic vacuum or did he say floating in some place?
Well, we know what he's referring to, even if he didn't say that verbatim.
Yeah.
Got to be kidding me, bro.
Right,
he was
guys,
doing
it's
much
quite-
better in Atheist Helpline yesterday. He was doing much better than this. This is terrible. Charles Barkley.
All right, guys. There's quite a few new people in the chat. So welcome to the channel, everyone. It's the Flat Earth 24 server. There's some people in the chat. So we've got Pyramid Earth. We've got, who else we got? Pepperma, Peanut, Ops Out. We've got quite a few new people, guys. So if you've got any questions or point of discussion you want to bring up, then please feel free to do so. But yeah, let's try and have a cordial conversation, guys. Let's try and keep the interruption down to a minimum as well. So
Hey,
anyone
Jed,
got any-
I haven't heard you argue with anybody yet, man. Why don't you pick on one of the new guys?
Well, trying to get one of the new guys to open their microphone and ask a question or whatever. We got Dio. I can't pronounce everybody's name. So we got DODX Kruger, or however you ever pronounce that. Lots of new people in the chat. So if anyone wants to unmute themselves, anyone wants to speak, see Blue Man's been muted. Blue Man, I'll do you the kindness. I'll unmute you. You said sorry.
So why do you think the Earth is flat? Like, can I have the explanation? Because I'm wondering.
Why is it flat? Or why
Just so that it's on record, Just so that it's on record, let me have 30 seconds
just
to
move
actually
on,
say the
Gregory. Come
argument
on.
that refutes
That's all right.
Kevorkian, because I don't want it on record that we didn't actually say an argument to refute
didn't
him.
we end that conversation about a minute ago?
Yeah, Gregory, let's just move on, okay?
Well, do we want the record to be devoid of
No,
an
it's
actual
fine.
argument?
Are we gonna interrupt the new guy just so that you can clear yourself? So, like, I don't understand that, Gregory. What are you doing?
Yeah, the record's fine. Okay, we can move on.
I don't get
Thank
it.
you to the British gentleman for
Why is that the 5th time someone's calling me British?
not you, the other one, the moderator, the level-headed moderator. I appreciate people like that on Discord. They're very rare.
Oh, he's definitely not talking about me, man.
Yeah, you. I'm talking about you.
Oh, okay. So what was your question again?
Well, I was just talking about, when any point source of light radiates out in the sphere.
Why are we going on to this guy when the new guy had a question?
Yeah, like, but can I have the explanation why? Like, I do not disagree with you, but like, why do you think the Earth is flat? Like, can I have the explanation so I can?
There we go. That's better.
Understand you, how you think about it. You know.
Timbo, do you want to take this, mate?
Oh, it's why is the Earth flat, or why do we think the Earth is flat,
Yes,
or why do we
exactly.
know the Earth is flat? Or well, it's measured flat. We observe it as flat. It's utilized as flat. Any practical demonstration or use of the Earth is on a flat horizontal reference plane.
Is it proven
Not
to
a
be flat?
ball.
But how about like?
What did I just say?
Is it proven to be flat? Yes or no?
What did I just say?
Well, okay,
I
but
don't
like,
know.
I'm sorry.
Can you repeat what I said then?
You said it's been shown to have qualities of flatness, but you never said the
I
shape
did
of the
not
Earth.
say that at all. I didn't say that. What did I say? So obviously you weren't listening, were you? So you butted in on a conversation that wasn't your conversation, and you weren't even listening to the conversation.
I'm sorry. I was just asking for clarification.
But you're not in this conversation, are you?
All right, so let's go back
Unless
to
you want to ask.
Timbo.
Yeah.
Sorry, dude. Let's go back to Paperma with his question and Timbo with his response to the question.
Yeah, but like I understand that, but like I most like of the stories and like the things you read about it. It's you have an ice wall, but how do you explain that? Like, what is after the ice wall? Is it like nothing, or how does it work?
Well, the ice wall is actually a globe claim. That's not a flat Earth claim. So there was a group of scientists that went out to Antarctica. They were, of course, sent out there by like a geological survey, and they came back with descriptions of the edge of Antarctica as we approached. We bumped into a 50-foot high ice wall. So it's not actually a flat Earth claim. So we don't make that claim because none of us have been there to view it. That is the claim. The claim is there is an ice wall there. Like if you can imagine the edge of a sheet of ice, like that's snapped off, like ice shelves. Yeah, they have ice shelves in Antarctica. Therefore, some people may use the description ice wall.
I think that's disingenuous. I think most globers do not claim there's the ice wall surrounding a flat plane.
Okay, so my answer was that it wasn't claimed by Flat Earth. It was claimed by a geological survey done by a geological.
So no flat earthers claim ice wall.
But how does it work then? What is there
Okay,
done?
so the first claim of the ice wall is from a geological survey.
What
You understand? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Sorry,
go ahead,
sorry
man.
to interrupt. No, I do apologise, mate. What Timbo's explaining is the description of the coastline of Antarctica. It's described as an ice wall, ice sheets and ice cliffs. So described as an ice wall. No flat earth has actually made that claim. This comes from, I think it's the US Geological Survey. It's how the coastline of Antarctica is described.
Yes, but like what is there then? Like if there's not an ice wall and like if the Earth is flat, it does it like float in space? Like, what is there then? Like, does the water fall off, or what is there at the edge?
I don't know. No one's been there.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to answer that question for you, mate, because no one in the server has been to the quote unquote edge of reality to turn around, come back, and tell you what's at the edge of reality.
So
If there is one.
you don't know your own theory. You don't know how it works.
No, this is what Timbo answered first time around when you asked the question, why do you guys say the Earth is flat? The Earth, the surface of water, is measured to lay horizontally. The extremities of the Earth are unverifiable to us, but the measurement of the surface of water is. So demonstrating that the surface of water lays horizontally demonstrates that the water in the Earth is not curved.
Yeah, and practically used as well. There's NASA documentation saying they use in flight. They use the Earth as flat horizontal reference plane for all intents and purposes.
Like, to me, it sounds like difficult words to like, but like it doesn't make sense at all.
What's a difficult word?
You're using words like the scientific, like the people that work in science.
Sorry, I didn't
the Earth is
use any
round.
science.
The Earth is round. Like use fairly easy to use. Like first of all,
Can we just clear up what I said that was difficult so I can clear it up for you?
No, but like you're using words that like you can look.
I'm using words. How are we supposed to have a conversation?
When people talk about round, when people talk about like the theory, like
can I use words now or not? Are you going to
yes, you can use
tell
words.
me those
but
words
like
are difficult?
most people say it's round, and that's like understandable. But how does
round or round?
Round, it's understandable. Like people talk about it, but flat, like you say, there's nothing at the edge.
Can round
like
be flat or not?
no, but you're saying nothing at there's nothing at the edge.
Hold on. Sorry, I apologise. When I gave you my answer, I didn't say nothing was at the edge. I said it's unverified to this people in Discord server. If you're going to repeat what I say, dude, use your exact fucking words. Now, I've given you the time to have a conversation, but if you're going to fucking lie, I'm going to mute you and move on to someone else.
It's difficult.
I'm not lying, but like I just don't understand
said
the
that
stuff
there
you're
was
saying.
nothing at the edge of the Earth, which is what I did not say.
Yeah, you guys hear what you think you want us to say, and then you go on with a conversation that we never talked about because you want us to say that because you've got an answer for that. But we never said that.
They just straw man it straight off the bat.
Bullshit, bruv.
What is bullshit? What's bullshit that I just said?
Like it doesn't make any sense. Like okay,
what doesn't make sense?
Look,
so I can clear
you're
it
like
up.
explaining us like the theory about the flat Earth, but like at the same point you can't even like explain the most.
What doesn't make sense? So I can clear
The
it up
most
for you.
important part. What's at the fucking end? Because like it can be flat, but there has to be an end.
We don't know, and there's no model needed.
All right, so us saying we don't know what is out there doesn't make sense to you.
No, nothing makes sense from like the whole.
Okay,
whole thing.
that's a you
It doesn't make sense.
problem. That's a
Look
you
around
problem,
easy,
not a
but
problem. Because we're saying that we don't know, and you're saying you don't know. You not knowing doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but you don't know either. But like the other. Okay.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you're saying that people not knowing something doesn't make sense is complete nonsense.
Yeah, yes, but like the other planets, are they also flat or are they round?
Yes.
Yeah, let's just move to something else. Yeah.
We gotta clear something up real quick. Petmer, here's the thing. You are coming in here with a preconceived notion, number one, that there was an ice wall that nobody in here claimed. And number two, you're talking about apparently a disk in space with water falling off. That is also nothing in here that anybody else claims. So if you want to stick to what we're actually talking about instead of asking questions about a model that we didn't present, that would be fantastic.
You're presenting no model. That's the whole point. But like,
so we don't have to.
But that's like the whole point of this fucking.
No, it's not.
You have the burden of proof.
You think you're going to come
this
here
shit,
with
man.
your
Like,
view
fuck
of
you.
what you know and what you've been told, and then you come here and you want us to fill a void for you that we can't fill.
Yeah.
You fucking.
The problem is that you guys
rage quit.
Yeah, Ozzy gone, has he?
Yeah, he rage quit. Fuck you, and then he left.
Wow, that's nice.
You got to be
Mind
so
you,
proud
it's
of
hard to have a
themselves
conversation with
when they
somebody that
when they
doesn't
say such
understand
dumb
anything.
shit. They get muted over and over. They keep getting muted. They say dumb shit. They get muted. They're so proud of themselves.
How can us saying that we don't know what's there because we haven't been there doesn't make sense? Has it?
Because they
Not
come
make
in with the idea that they know everything. Like they
Yeah.
think that you have to know fucking everything, and it's just unfathomable to them that they couldn't possibly know everything. It's insane to witness, like
Yeah, but
over and over, and they all do
their
the
own
same fucking
world,
thing.
in their
Yeah,
own
it's just
worldview,
hypocritical scrutiny.
science is never. Science is always changing. So, in fact, they don't know anything because what they know now is going to change because science is always changing.
Right, exactly, right there. Yeah, it's hypocritical scrutiny. They won't
Yeah,
allow
science is a
anyone
bitch
else who
sometimes.
contradicts their worldview to actually not be omniscient. They'll hold everyone else to this standard of be omniscient, or at least be omniscient about the subject I'm scrutinizing you on. But they won't hold themselves to that same standard, and of course it's okay for them to not be omniscient.
But they just don't hold themselves to the same standard. Like your mate before, talking about how you can be wrong, he wouldn't even like accept that his worldview could be
Could be
wrong.
wrong.
Yeah, and it just doesn't follow in that regard. Well, put it to yourself, you fucking dickhead, and
Right,
just come in here
and it
and
didn't
ask.
refute anything.
No,
Right, it was a
it was just
painstaking,
waxing lyrical.
highfalutin. Right, it was a painstaking, highfalutin series of
Yeah,
questions to
I'm
just
so
conclude with
clever.
the
Look at
obvious
me, I
truism
can.
that I can commit an error.
Yeah,
So you're not omnipotent, omnisentient, and omnipresent?
Exactly. So I'm not God. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't hard to figure that out. We didn't need to go through all that to figure out that.
no, he had to let us all know that he can fucking do this logical reasoning to get to some point with no fucking answer. Like, you're very clever, mate. Good on you.
There was someone in here before that was trying to jump into the conversation. Should we try and speak to them? Sorry, I was being rude before, mate.
Yeah,
Was
let's
it
see
Blue
what.
Man?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
second.
Yeah, hold on. I
I'll
know
unmute
Blue
him.
Man.
See where we go with this one. Blue Man, welcome back into the chat, dude.
Sorry, dude. It's hard to have a conversation when there's other people in the conversation unless you're face to face.
I understand.
When it's on the audio, you can't really do it. You know.
You just anticipate who's going to talk, who's not. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've talked to Blue Man before.
Yeah, I guess my issue is mainly with the fact that you guys claim we have a double standard, but what you try and do, right, is you try and, from my perspective, right, this is just my perspective, you frame the question of the shape of the Earth such that the burden of proof is on the Globers, right?
Well, it is.
That's
Despite,
wrong.
hold on,
You've got a whole
here we
claim
go.
and a
I
model.
can't even.
Yeah,
I
because
can't even speak. I can't
let
even
him
finish
get
the
it
To
out.
be
sentence.
fair, you
Let
didn't
him
interrupt him.
finish then. Yeah.
Right? Despite the fact that the preponderance of evidence points to the idea that the Earth is round. Right? You have the right to deny that we have.
Your premise is wrong since the beginning and in
Hold
so
on.
many
Let him
levels.
finish. Let him finish.
Right? You have the right to deny our ability to measure things. Right? You can deny that we have satellites. You can deny that we have space rovers and space probes and space telescopes. Right? You can deny that all of those things clearly show the shape of not only just Earth, but the shape of
It's
other
like a
celestial
fallacy soup.
bodies. Right? You can deny all that.
Not left.
Right? But
Not
for
right.
you,
Left.
hold on. But
Not
for you to
right.
say,
Left. You ask right, but
okay,
no.
do you see
Not
what I
right.
mean? Like,
Left.
I can't. You
Stop
guys don't
it.
let other people talk, right?
So,
No,
I
but,
didn't the first time he said
before
it.
you move,
the fallacy on top of fallacy on top of fallacy is not going to work.
yeah. So you've said it. You've said a lot, right? So if we go back to the beginning,
Not really.
it's like
It's pretty short.
Not really. He didn't say
yeah,
anything.
it's all going to get lost, unless we address things one at a time. So you think the burden of proof should be on us, but
I didn't say that.
would
I
okay.
didn't
So
even
you would
finish.
agree. Okay, so you would agree that you experience the Earth as a flat, stationary, let's say, realm. Yeah, would you agree with that?
Well, that depends on how you define experience. I mean, if you're just talking about walking on the surface of the Earth, then yes, right?
When you walk
But if you,
outside,
but
when you view it, you don't experience movement. You don't experience any of the things that they tell you that are happening, right?
right, but
So
you're,
we
but
can
you're,
agree.
but hold on. But at that point, you're also discounting my experience, my educational experience,
No,
right?
hang on, just one sec, right? So we're gonna say our senses tell us that we live on a flat and stationary plane, right? So anything beyond that tells you against your senses that is not what's happening is the claim. So the claim is that you're on a ball rotating in a vacuum of outer space, but you don't experience any of those things. So against your senses, they're telling you that is the claim. So then that would be the burden of proof. Correct?
But no, because the claim, right? You're just defining the claim to be the claim that you want, right? If a glober comes in here,
what is the claim then?
you're saying that somehow our individual perception of Earth's flatness, right, through our sensory organs.
No, I'm not. I'm saying, what's the claim then? I just laid it out for you. What was I wrong about?
Your claim is that the Earth is not round.
No, I just laid it out for you. Our senses and everything we experience on this place where we live,
not everything,
are
not
in
everything,
a flat and stationary plane.
not everything though.
Our senses tell us this, right?
No, because if you're standing on a mountain, right, then your senses aren't telling you you're standing on a flat surface, right?
Oh my
God. Well,
God.
yeah, I know, but that would be off. So that would be off horizontal. So you're sensing horizontal. So you know you're off horizontal climbing up a hill.
So if I'm laying down on the hill, I'm sensing horizontal.
So you reference when you're climbing a hill, you're referencing horizontal because you know you're not horizontal. Right? Okay.
But horizontal to what?
The surface of the Earth.
Okay. And what is that in relative? What is that
in relation to?
In relative position to, right? Like, because you're discounting our relation, right? You're, just to skip to
in
the
relation
here,
to the horizontal reference plane that we can all measure and read from.
Right. But how does I don't understand why you're constraining all of human experience to our perception, because you're saying
the whole point is you're talking about the burden of proof. Right, now we're getting sidetracked, but I'm stating to you that we all experience the same thing.
No, we don't.
For you to go against, so you experience a ball then?
No, but other people experience different things, right? Not all people experience the same thing.
Welcome. You don't experience the ball. Welcome. He said no.
Yeah.
Do astronauts have the same experience as you and I?
We're not talking about astronauts at the moment.
But are they real? Are astronauts real people that exist?
They're not in the conversation at the moment.
So not all of it. So now we're not talking about all of human experience.
Stick
You're
with
shifting.
the questioning from Timbo.
Right?
You're going sideways, bro.
You're shifting from all human experience to just specific human experience.
Okay, everyone apart from the 20 odd people that are supposedly seeing the curvature of the Earth space. All right, let's just exclude them for a moment.
Right. Are you sure it's 20? Do you have a source for that, or is that a made-up number?
20 people have left low Earth orbit. Up to about 600 have visited the International Space Station.
600 visitors to the space station, you said?
Yeah, and around about 20 that have left low Earth orbit and have gone to the moon, either landed on it or gone around it.
So you're saying that if you're in the space station, that's too close to the Earth to be able to discern its geometric shape?
Well, apparently, according to the mathematics as cited by Paul Larson and Neil deGrasse Tyson, yes.
So when people are looking at the
So
Earth,
you're getting sidetracked now again, aren't you?
I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah, because we're off the topic again.
But this is not my fault.
No, I just want to answer that question very quickly, and we are sidetracking at the moment. You are correct.
But why are we sidetracking? Is it my fault?
Because you're taking
Let's
us
get back
off.
to the subject.
Okay.
The surface of the Earth. Let's get back
You're
to that.
taking us down the road you've already built in your mind, and
What about I built the International Space Station? That's fake now?
Just get
Is
back
that
to the
real or is it
subject.
fake?
It's fake.
Is it real or is it
Can I
fake?
see
I don't know.
pictures of that? Can you show me pictures of you building it?
All right. So
No, that wasn't the subject. So let's actually get back to the subject.
Yeah, whose is the burden of proof?
I don't know. I mean, you tell me. If you're saying that it's us, right? You're asserting that the burden of proof is on Globers, right? That's your assertion. I'm saying that's not true.
Okay, so your experience of a flat, non-rotating plane, you're going to deny that. You're going to say it's a globe spinning in space, and you need to prove that it's not what I experienced.
No, I'm saying, right? I'm
Okay,
saying
then the burden is on you then.
He's saying that sense makes nonsense and nonsense makes sense. That's what he's saying.
Like, so the circle has been gone through like several times. Look, dude, either you're going to defend the premise the Earth is a ball or not.
I don't have a problem doing that, right? But what seems to happen on this server is that anytime somebody like brings up, evidence or explanations,
you just don't know.
Hold on. Every time someone like offers like an alternative explanation, you guys just always revert to, well, we experience flatness based on our individual sensory perception, right? And
so
forget all that, dude. From this point forward, dude, forget all that. From this point forward, do the task of defending the premise. Go.
But what would I have to demonstrate for you to believe the Earth is round?
Figure it out. It's your argument.
Here, I got one for you. How about this? So let's go down the thought experiment. And yes, the Earth is a globe. Now what? What happens next?
It's all fake news.
What does that matter? What do you mean? What happens?
Well, what's next?
Oh my god, dude! Dude, do the
Earth is a-
task
okay,
of proving the Earth is a ball.
Okay, no, let's just say it. You proved it. You got photos from space. You helped construct the ISS. You did all these amazing things. And now what happens next? What do you do next? Like, I would say, what I'm going with this is that Buzz Aldrin, I don't know if you know who he is, the second guy to walk on the moon, he came back and sold used cars. Okay, what happens next for you? What's the next thing you do?
Well, I just continue, working on, my like software projects. I continue riding a bicycle. I continue, going out and trying to contribute positively to the human experience through social encounters, through, volunteer work.
Okay, and let's say it's the opposite. You didn't prove it. And you're just bullshitting. What do you do next?
Nothing changes for me.
So it's either way, it's indistinguishable. Okay, the flat Earth and the globe Earth in your worldview, flat or curved.
No.
What you do next is completely indistinguishable between the two.
In a way, but also I would think, right? Like what would be next, right? Is if I believe the Earth was flat, right? I would have to so utterly and hopelessly give up on all of our scientific institutions, right? Like we already have.
Let's go. You said all of them. Can you show me one that you would have to be given up on?
I'm saying that this is how.
Which
let me just phrase it right so that we
You'd
can
have to graduate from naivety. God forbid.
right. Like people already have a problem with institutions in this country, right? We already have.
Okay, which ones?
Yeah, let's go by one. Which one?
Every single one that is staffed by Globers, right? Every science organization staffed by Globers, which is all science organizations, right, are predominantly made up of Globers, right? I would have to
pick one. Pick one.
Whatever, the Air Force.
The Air Force.
It's scientific. What?
Air Force. Oh, but okay. I can. Okay. Are you saying the Air Force is an institute of science?
Well, it's an institute of engineering, right? And engineering and
No,
science
it's a
are closely
military.
related.
It's blind psychopathic violence used
It's
by
not
the federal
blind
government.
psychopathic violence.
Yeah, all they do is just bomb the shit out of stuff.
That's not all they do, right?
The role of the Air Force is to either deter war or win war if a war starts. That's it. There's
Right,
no
but-
cause and effect. There's no one out there like, bean counting and trying to find the best way to do things. This is exactly
but that's not.
the most
But what do they do?
brutal levels of violence that humanity has ever seen.
They employ
They
people
will
during
drop a
peacetime, right?
5,000, like a 5 million pound, like a bomb that costs $5 million on a $10 tent. Okay,
You're not answering my
this
question.
is not. So the question was, which institute of science do you think you would lose faith in? And you said Air Force.
He said the institutions that make the globe, and then he said Air Force. Did the Air Force make the globe?
No. Okay. So
So do you have another example? He just said no, but which actual example do you have? Which example do you actually have that is to your point, like the scientific institution that have measured the globe? Go ahead. Which one is it? Can you mention it?
Well, for example, I would have to lose faith in something called the Santa Fe Institute, and like whatever institutes are concerned with like with telescopes and like space observation.
Why?
Right?
But they're still doing observations.
Yeah, and they don't show you a globe Earth. When the guys that are observing through the telescopes, they never seen the globe Earth through it. Sorry to tell you.
It's not the point, right? The point is that
Exactly. You're going away from the point. Like Timbo told you earlier, you're going away from the point, and you're just talking about other stuff.
No, I just think there's a greater problem. Right? I don't think the problem on this server is the shape of the Earth, right? I think that this server.
No, that's not a problem.
Yeah, it's
right?
true. That's the problem.
What
the problem
evidence
is
have you
truth.
got that the Earth is a globe? Let's just
See,
start there.
that is the right
What are we
question.
going to
Right?
actually complete a dialogue
in the
on?
world.
What are we going to actually complete a dialogue on now?
Yeah.
Not today.
If you don't think that discovering the truth is important, then I don't know whether I can really have a problem.
Why do you think that?
He said he has to lose faith on the observatories that are observing the luminaries. He said he's going to lose faith on the observatories.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God! That's what you should put your faith into.
That's not what
Not
I
in
said.
the
That's not what I
observatory.
said. I said every human being, right, that believes in globe Earth, that is part of any sort of engineering institution, right, whether that's NASA or whether that's Space Force or whether that's the Air Force or whether that's a private company like SpaceX, right? I would have to lose
engineers have nothing to do with the globe.
I would have to lose complete and utter faith in all of the science that they base their.
You still can't name any though.
Sounds like a you problem, dude. I'm not interested in what you would have to do.
I'm just saying that's your standard, right? That's your guys' standard, right? And
That's your you problem. It sounds like a you problem.
What? What do you mean that's our standard? What the hell are you talking about?
Because you're basically telling all of the globers, right, to basically give up.
We didn't put any limitations on. We did not put any limitations on you.
Yeah,
They're your limitations.
The only thing I'm telling, I guess, this nebulous group, all the globers, I'm telling them that an objectively, measurably, and practically used surface that's flat is just that. Flat equals flat. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying flat is not curved, and curved is not flat. All this other random shit you came up with, like, that is not what I said. That's what you said. You said that. Not me.
Okay, so Bloom, at this rate, are you going to give the argument to demonstrate that the Earth is a ball or not?
But if I say something like we have telescopes, right, and we have space installations.
Not me. I don't.
Okay, so the human race has built
Okay, well,
instruments.
am I part of the human race?
Are you?
Well, you can decide that because I said no. I don't have a telescope, and your adjudication was suddenly. Then I'm not part of the human race.
No. That's
Okay,
not
so
what I'm
is that true or not? Because this would help expose how your thinking is very deeply
This is a
flawed.
deflection from my question.
This, in my opinion, is bad faith argumentation because you can't deny that we build instruments. Are you saying humans don't build tools?
Yeah, I did not
Do
build
humans build
Can you just
tools?
listen? He said that we build telescopes and we look away from the ground, which is the globe that he's claiming he's looking through the telescope.
No, you're
Come
cutting
on.
me off. You're not
Concentrate on the
letting me
subject
finish.
instead of this other stuff. I'm trying to
Right,
get focus on the subject.
let him finish his reply with telescopes
So right.
exist.
So if I say something like we can send observational instruments beyond, low Earth orbit, right, to photograph not only other planets
impossible.
but our own planet, right? You guys would say, well, actually, you can't prove that we built those tools. You can't
No.
prove those tools are real, right? And
No.
therefore, all
No.
photography of the Earth from outer space is fake, right? That's what you guys say.
Sorry, Dude. No, that's not what we say. When you say
That is
that
what
you
you
can
say.
no, what we actually say is we're not going to deny that telescopes don't exist, dude. That's not going to be what we say. What we will turn around to you when you invoke that we can send things beyond low Earth orbit into the vacuum of space. We'll ask you how you have gas pressure without a container, because that would be against known gas laws, second law of thermodynamics, as in you can't have uncontained gas pressure adjacent and uncontained from a vacuum, because
So now you're
entropy.
denying Jupiter. So now you're denying Jupiter and Saturn
Dude,
as well, right?
Okay, so
you're denying they exist.
no,
Because we can't have gas giants in your
I'm
worldview. Gas
trying
giants
my
cannot
fucking
exist.
Can you
hardest
shut the fuck
to
up and let him
engage with
finish?
you. Trying to engage with you. Now, no one's saying that Jupiter doesn't exist. In this instance, the story we're told about what Jupiter is false, because you can't have uncontained gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum.
Okay. So then
Can I
all
just
the
say something?
people.
So
Hold
these are
on. So
things
all the
we observe,
people.
right?
Can I please
So
respond?
all we are doing is asking how you make these stories valid. Just validate something to us, because what you're telling us doesn't stack up with what we observe. So validate that and stop just repeating over and over how you've got things. Validate something for us. Give us something.
You see, and that's part of the problem with this, right? Is that you guys are so lazy. You just want to be given everything, right? You
Right,
can't.
okay. So, dude, I'm trying to address you on your claim that you can send things into the vacuum of space and the makeup of Jupiter. So the claim here is you can't have gas pressure without a container. One, you need a physical boundary for gas to press upon for the consequence of pressure. And two, if you've got no physical boundary, entropy will increase and the gas will continue to disperse into the vacuous environment. So those are claims that, according to the second law of thermodynamics, those are claims in regard to the ideal gas laws, Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, things that are experimentally validated. This claim of the vacuum space is unexperimentally verifiable, unless you can do so.
But you can't experimentally verify that you're not a solipsist, right? That you're not experiencing the world through a completely subjective.
I'm tired of those answers.
I do apologise, that's non sequitur to what I've said. Now I'm trying to engage you on your premise and you're fucking wandering off into the weeds. Can we have a cohesive conversation? You're trying to understand what we say, I'm telling you what we say, and then you're
Can't
not
disprove a
talking
negative.
about what I've said.
You can't disprove a negative.
Dude, can you have gas pressure without a container?
I can't prove. But what do you? Obviously, if you believe in the concept of planets, right, and all the theory that goes into like what a planet is, then you would have to believe that gas pressure.
Pressure without containment has to do with it.
Now they're gonna all try to get a bite out of you.
Right? Like if we acknowledge that a planet is real, right, then by definition it has to be able to contain gas, right? If
What
we
contains
know,
gas?
like,
Sorry?
a planet, right? Like certain planets
contains gas.
can contain gas, right? Like we know that Earth can contain, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide. right? We know that we have these things in the atmosphere, right? We can debate about the shape of the Earth, but at the very minimum, you have to acknowledge that something on Earth is containing this gas, right? Obviously, our oxygen.
Can we just cut to the chase? We've been through this several dozen times before. Can we cut to the chase?
Try to engage with you if I can.
I'm trying.
So, no, I'm trying to engage with you. So, experimentally, we can only demonstrate gas pressure within a container. That would be a physical boundary for the gas to press against to achieve pressure, and so the gas doesn't keep expanding away. So, your claim of an uncontained Jupiter not dispersing into the vacuum of space is unexperimentally verified. You can't demonstrate a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Otherwise, if you could, the second law of thermodynamics wouldn't exist.
Right, but you also cannot demonstrate a flat surface with some sort of dome.
Yes, we can. We can demonstrate flat surfaces with dome. What are you talking about?
You can't.
What are you talking about?
The two-close-plate fallacy. Stop repeating it.
So, you said flat surface. We can measure the surface of water, and the measurement shows that it's horizontal and flat, not curving. We have the consequence of gas pressure. So, being as that's an antecedent-consequent relationship, the antecedent must be a container. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to achieve pressure, and the gas will fuck off.
Right, but you're saying that this container is something, right? What is it?
Don't know, it's unverifiable, but at the moment we have the consequence of gas pressure that by demonstration can only be shown to exist within a contained environment.
So you're saying that there's a container which is unverifiable that is there. Why?
Because we have gas pressure. I've said this 3 times now.
Okay, so if we have gas pressure, right, which implies a container that cannot be verified.
It doesn't imply, it actually requires as an antecedent the container, because the gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container.
But you're saying we can't verify it.
Exert force on the wall, there has to be a wall.
Don't know how high it is, don't know its makeup, but the fact that we have gas pressure requires a container.
But if you can't verify that it's there, why would you claim that it's there, right?
We have gas pressure 4 fucking times.
Bro, how do you keep strawmanning him? The only part that he's saying he can't verify is the actual composition, or even if it's material, right? The only part that he's saying he can't verify is like the actual material composition of the container. But the fact that there is a container, yeah, that's a given. That we know for sure, because you can't have gas pressure without it. So stop strawmanning him and just repeating yourself ad nauseum about like, oh, you can't verify, dude. Just stop. He's being specific about which parts about the container that he's asserting exists. He's only saying what's not verifiable is the actual composition of it. Okay, even if it's material.
Right. So how is that any different from me saying, right? Because he hasn't done for all we know. Right? How can you verify?
Gas pressure requires containment. From all we know, from all the demonstrations, all the examples that we can show and use practically in reality, all of them, gas pressure requires containment. Can you show otherwise?
So to be fair, just saying the word container is not sufficiently specific.
Containment?
Well, no. You have to specify what type of container it is, because supposedly, right, this is the pattern of argumentation on our side, that their supposed container, which is universal gravitation, is not at all sufficient because it's not even real. So in contrast to their fictitious container, then what is the container?
Yeah, I agree with Gregory on that.
Yeah, why are you having a problem with the laws of nature? Well, why do you have an issue with that?
I don't have an issue with it.
Laws of thermodynamics, right? Demonstrate The second law. Practically
So
used.
let's say this, right? When we look at other instances of gas pressure, we see a solid container, right?
Yeah, a
So the
physical boundary for the gas to press against
the
Gregory. I said that 3
microscopic
times.
demonstration.
I said that 3 times. A physical boundary for gas to press against.
That's unverifiable.
Well, physical doesn't necessarily mean solid either. It's not sufficiently specific.
Doesn't
Right.
have to be solid, dude.
Well, it has to be specific.
Here's the question now, since we move forward.
Right,
So what
so I love
besides
the
a
way that we're
solid
now
is
deflecting
sufficient
Gregory.
to?
I fucking try to help you, dude. I can't advocate for you anymore if you're going to keep doing it.
You see, you
What is
guys
the
even go. You
problem?
guys even eat your own. You eat your own when they criticize your point of view. It's terrible. It's the most
I mean, what is the
anti-scientific
problem right
thing.
now?
Fuck off,
Doesn't
dickhead.
have to be solid. Do you know what a bubble is? Can be
Right. So
fluid.
can I reply now?
If you're going to be on topic, dude, but for fuck's sake, I'll give up.
It's
Trying to talk
on
to this
topic,
fucking guy.
Jedi.
In actual fact, dude, we've been trying to talk to other people, but you've been holding court here for 3 hours. It's like no one else can talk but you. It's getting fucking tiresome, dude.
Jedi, I'm
Sounds more
talking
like
about
no
the
one can
subject
talk
Blue
but
Man
you.
is talking about, and he just confirmed that.
Do I need a cheese?
So, so what I'm trying to say is sufficient specificity about the very issue. I'm talking about the subject you were talking to him about. I cannot make myself any more clear.
It's okay, Gregory.
Don't you think about it, Mama?
So,
Does it have to be
just saying
solid?
physical is not sufficiently
Does
specific
it
is the
have to be
point.
solid?
So,
Mama, for a minute.
that's why I'm asking the question for our consideration. What besides a solid is going to contain a gas?
Come
There you
here.
go.
Sorry, when you say there you go, so you're agreeing then?
Well, there's nothing to agree with. It's a question. I just said a question.
He just said there you go.
He said there you go. The other guy said there you go. So
I
he's
know.
agreeing.
I heard him.
You guys.
I heard him. That's why I just clarified that.
Yep.
So he just contradicted himself, is what Jedi's saying.
So
He's
now
not attacking you. He's talking to the other guy.
now it's not me who's the enemy. It's me and Gregory now. Anyone else want to join?
See what's happened now. Right, can we get back on subject, dude? The very fact that you need some kind of physical boundary to achieve gas pressure is demonstrated through experimentation. You cannot experimentally demonstrate gas pressure without a physical boundary to press against, whatever the physicality is. The claim that the Earth is uncontained from the vacuum of space would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics and all we know about how gas behaves.
Right. And so when Globers say that this barrier is comprised of gravity and our pre-existing makeup of our atmosphere, right? You guys say no, that's not true. And then also say at the same time that you can't verify this dome yourselves, right? But then your whole argument for the flatness of Earth is based on the idea that you can verify the flatness of the surface. So it's
When you say
completely inconsistent.
gravity, sorry, what was our reply that you made up about what gravity is and does? Can you repeat that for me?
Well, it wasn't a lie, right? This may be my facile understanding
Didn't
of
say
how.
lie.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I. So from my understanding, right, from just my facile understanding, right, it's the forces of our already existing gaseous atmosphere, along with the process of planet formation, where gravity is involved, right? The entire process that we have hypothesized as to how planets are formed, right? In that process, right? Right. In that process, an atmosphere is formed, right, which acts as a non-solid physical barrier for containing the gas.
Then explain to me how are lighter gases even being able to contain a pressurized system? What is the ability that makes it so special that it would be able to contain?
Well, again, this could be totally wrong, but my understanding is that because gases have mass, right? That somehow, yeah. I
Mass?
honestly,
What's that?
Yeah, wouldn't it be more logical that because of the lower density, that's even higher or even closer to the atmosphere or to the vacuum itself, that they would be sucked out first and then the rest somehow? So how are those little density ones being able to contain the more density ones?
that is a great question, right? That I would like clarification. All right, just like you, I would like clarification, right, on this unverifiable dome that you guys claim exists, right? So I guess we're in the same boat when it comes to, the containment of our atmosphere,
How about I
right? But
bring you the rest of your
that
pizza?
doesn't
But you're probably going to eat
that
all of it, right?
that doesn't
it's not
disprove.
unverifiable. Like, you don't have any argument to
Or the
justify
rest
believing that you can
tiny.
have gas pressure without a solid and or whatever other type of material entity to contain the gas. We have a very simple modus ponens. If there's gas pressure, then there's a solid container. I'm going to say solid. If there's gas pressure, then there's a solid container. There's gas pressure, therefore there's a solid container. And we have empirical demonstration of that in abundance throughout the history of gas containment. We're not in the same position.
Well, we're in the same position in that we are breathing the oxygen within this atmosphere, right? And
We're not in the same position
and
as though we
apparently,
don't have. Let me reply. We're not in the same position as though we both have unverified premises. No, we're not. I just proved that. Just refuted that. So not only is there an issue with gas containment so that we don't suffocate to death, there's an issue for any and all types of matter to remain in any shape or form whatsoever. So not only is mass attracting mass, like we've already been through all this, not only is mass attracting mass unverifiable, because you cannot manipulate the independent variable in the hypothesis in order to do the hypothesis test to verify or falsify it, so it's unverifiable. Same thing with mass causing space-time to curve with the Einstein doctrine. Not only are they unverifiable, they are falsified. The first one is falsified given the fact that it's a category error. You're ascribing causality to you're conflating causal power with materiality, right? Materiality is not causal power, and being doesn't give an entity the ability to cause anything. That's the refutation of that. I don't know the senses, we can go touch those other later. Then is mass curving space-time. Again, space-time is a fallacious distinction without a difference in the first place. Supposedly space-time is distinct from space and time, but there's no real distinction, any meaningful distinction that's ever been made. And then when it's further described, it's just an idea. It's a mathematical construct, so-called. So it's whether you just go with space-time on its face, which are neither of the two are material entities, or you call it a mathematical concept that's also an abstract entity, then it cannot be contacted by matter. So it cannot be curving. And so nothing and falling along it. So both of those ad hoc fallacies to account for why the world is not completely dismayed into oblivion are falsified, refuted. So there couldn't possibly be the case that there's these artificial operations happening for humans to go away from the Earth, take a snapshot, come back and show and tell the world.
right. So from my understanding, right, again, I'm not saying, listen, I think what the flat earthers want is some unified theory of physics, right, which no one has been able to provide, right? You guys are basically saying because no unified theory of physics, therefore Earth is not round, right? Which again, I think that's a weak argument, but that's fine.
This is why you get interrupted. This is why you get interrupted. You did not have to say that. You know full and well that is not at all even a remotely accurate summation of what I just said to you, or Jedi, or anyone else who's taking a piece out of you. That's why you get interrupted.
No, hold on. So you guys, I think you're mistaking like that. I think you guys are vacuums don't actually suck out.
No one
right?
says
They're just not exerting
You're a
pressure.
dipshit.
Right?
Can
Fuck
I
off.
So vacuums, no one says that vacuums suck. The energy comes from the gas. The gas moves into the vacuous space, dude, as demonstrated through experimentation. If you've got a vacuum chamber where all the gas has been expelled and a physical boundary separating the atmospheric pressure outside from the vacuum inside, and you open the door, the gas rushes into the vacuous space. No energy has been put into the system. Entropy just increases.
You should really start thinking about your own premises before you start diagnosing us with what you think we think. Just look at your own claims and stack them first.
Before you reply, make sure it's relevant to what we did say to you. Don't refute a premise we never said to you.
Okay, so you're saying that the gas will basically disperse out into space, right? So if that's true, then what has to happen is the lighter gases will disperse into space before the heavier gases, right? Like helium will float out to the outer atmosphere before like heavier gases like oxygen will, right?
Why do we have to parse that out? The gas
Because
will
that's important.
expand.
Why does a balloon float upwards when it's filled with helium but not with oxygen?
What does it matter? The gas will expand.
Of course it matters.
Doesn't matter the type of gas. The gas
that
will
does not have to
expand.
be parsed out.
It has to be parsed out because you're
No,
talking
it
about
does
gases.
not.
You're talking about gases, right? So obviously the Earth's atmosphere is made up of many gases, right? I don't know why you're running away from this, right? So
That does not have to be parsed out. Whatever the gas is, dude, it's going to expand to fill the space and not be contained.
When you pop it, what happens to the gas?
Well, it doesn't matter if you pop it or not. What matters is that some gases are lighter, right, than others, and so obviously the ones that are heavier, right, are being pulled.
Yeah, it doesn't matter when it becomes ideal, does it?
Listen,
No,
listen.
that's incorrect as
From
well.
this point forward, is this going to refute what we said to you, or is this going to defend what we said to you? And if neither, you don't have an argument right now.
We're just listening to the ramblings of a fucking numpty.
If it's not going to refute us, and if it's not going to defend your position, it's just a red herring.
I like red herrings.
Go and have some for your breakfast then, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to bring up any evidence, right? It's hard to say anything about the shape of
Yeah,
the
it's
Earth.
very hard. That's why it's very hard for you to.
That's your
present
problem. It's very hard for you to actually say an argument to verify your premise.
Welcome to Flat Earth, mate. Now you know why we're all in here, because no one else could bring evidence. Join the party.
No, I don't think
Put your
that's
feet
right.
up and watch the show.
No,
It may take some time. It may take you a bit of time, Blue Man, but if you actually look and try to verify anything that you're claiming to be what it is, you may actually come to the realization that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Personally, I believe that gases are trapped in the atmosphere by gravity. And I also believe NASA is not lying and just taking billions of dollars from the American people for taxes.
Were you here when I refuted universal gravitation? Yes or no?
Did you refute universal gravitation? I missed that part.
What about electromagnetism? Did you refute that too?
It's non sequitur to the point at the moment.
I refute the telephone.
And
were you here?
Gregory, you didn't hear him when he said that he believes. So he won't just listen to your refutation and critically think about it, because he just holds beliefs. And he said the list of some bunch of beliefs that he got.
Of course I hold beliefs. So do
Very
you.
true.
Yeah,
You guys hold beliefs.
Those are just beliefs.
Stop the bickering.
So, yeah.
Stop the bickering. Okay. Look. Space. I'm not going to say your entire name. It's just crass. Space. Did you hear my refutation?
No, I
universal gravitation?
just hopped in. I'm just being a piece of shit. I apologize.
So, like I said earlier, mass attracting mass or mass curving space-time? both unverifiable because you cannot manipulate the independent variable in the hypothesis. The hypothesis spelled out succinctly with mass attracting mass. If matter exists, then it causes other matter to be pulled to other matter. Right?
Well,
that's unverifiable, even if it were true.
Well, I would disagree because we have detected graviton waves from spinning black holes.
Okay, so that's not mass attracting mass, that's mass distorting space-time curvature. It's not what Gregory was talking about in the first instance.
Yeah, what Jedi said. You say that's the second option, right? Not the first option I just talked about. So, like I said, the critique is to both of them because both hypotheses have the independent variable being the sheer existence of matter. If matter exists, if matter is matter, or if matter exists, then it'll pull other matter that will cause other matter to be pulled to other matter, or that will cause space-time to curve so that things fall along its curvature to the center of the material entity. If both those hypotheses were even true, they would be unverifiable because you cannot manipulate the independent variable. Beyond that,
right. So what he's actually saying is we don't have perfect information. No unified theory of physics exists. Therefore, we can't verify anything. Therefore, we can't know anything.
Stop saying that. That's already been refuted. It's just a
That is what you're
canard
saying.
to try. It's just a canard
It's not.
to try and make my argument seem ridiculous.
You're
Not at
asserting
all.
that.
It's
You're
a charitable
asserting.
summation. It's not at all a charitable summation of what I said to you. Stop saying it.
I'd like to respond to Gregory, please.
Please go ahead.
I think you made two claims about matter attracting other matter and matter curving space-time. I think that's a misunderstanding of what we believe about gravitational theory.
Please explain then.
Matter itself.
Gravitational theory.
Matter itself doesn't attract other matter through gravity. Matter distorts the space-time curvature. So it's wrong to claim it as two different things. It's just one thing. That's all I want to say.
Your critique is confused.
Sorry, Gregory, I do apologise. But what Gregory was pointing out was the two doctrines with regards to gravity. One's Newton's idea that mass attracts mass, the other being Einstein's idea that the displacement of mass bends and warps space-time fabric. He's pointing out the two doctrines, dude.
Well, they're not doctrines, they're models.
Okay, but you agree there's two, and he was pointing them out. You agree then?
How do either one of them fit into the flat Earth model is my question.
Shush. We'll deal with you in a minute, my friend. We're just addressing this guy's incomprehensibility of conversations.
Okay, you didn't have to shush me, but I appreciate that. I'll chill
No
out.
worries, dude. No, I appreciate that as well. So that's not what
so
Gregory was
they'll
doing.
take Einstein's theories, but they won't take his Earth model, right? They'll take Kepler's theories.
He doesn't have an Earth
theories. He does have an Earth model.
Sorry,
okay, look, let's return. Let's resume.
And there's another problem, right? The other problem is that...
Hello, my friend. Is Einstein's theory a scientific theory?
Which theory?
Einstein's.
Which one?
Space-time curvature due to the displacement of mass. General relativity.
General relativity. Okay.
Is that a scientific claim?
Well, as far as I know, we have done multiple different sort of experiments, and almost every single experiment seemed to agree with
Can you name one?
general relativity. No, I can't.
Name one.
No, I can't.
So then you don't know that premise is true.
Exactly.
So, like we were saying, it's unverifiable.
No, it's not unverifiable.
Not only is it unverifiable.
No. Just because I don't know it doesn't mean it's unverifiable.
Well, you don't know.
That wasn't what I'm saying.
Just because I don't know.
That wasn't what I was saying. That wasn't what I was saying. So, like I said to you earlier, given that you cannot manipulate the independent variable, which is the sheer existence of matter or the materiality of matter, then you cannot manipulate the independent variable because in both hypotheses, we'll just concentrate on mass covering space-time by causation hypothesis, is that if matter exists, or if matter is material, if matter is matter, then it causes space-time to curve, and the objects fall along the curve of space-time to the center of the material entity. So you cannot manipulate the independent variable. So it's an unverifiable hypothesis. And beyond that, every time I get to this point, you have to talk to me. Every time. So beyond that, not only is it unverifiable, but it's falsified, given that it's patently a reification of spacetime. Once spacetime is introduced, it's either just a bald-faced distinction without a difference fallacy, where there is no meaningful distinction between space, time, and spacetime. And then beyond that, if they want to insist the premise, then they just call it a mathematical model. That is not a material entity. That's an abstract entity and cannot be contacted by matter either. So you are ascribing the properties of material entities to immaterial entities. No, space, time is just a distinction without a difference, is an abstract entity, and therefore cannot be contacted by matter, nor can anything fall along its supposed surface, which it does not have. So that's the falsification of this so-called causation hypothesis. So you don't have the ad hoc rescuing device as to why everything is not completely dismayed into oblivion.
Well, I would say that space-time is not a surface; it's a field. First of all, and second of all, what do you mean by independent variable?
So even when you say that, the refutation still stands. It's not material.
What is the independent variable though?
The sheer existence of matter. If matter exists, or if matter is matter, or if matter is material, then that causes space-time to curve.
That sounds like an argument, not a variable.
Oh my God!
I just said the
understand?
independent variable and the dependent variable in the causation hypothesis.
Maybe we should go to the other guy with the southern accent, because this guy's just not getting it.
Can you link me a science?
Yeah, they're just saying that you have to believe in a dome, right? Even though they can't verify it, and you have to believe in a flat Earth, which they can't verify because they can't verify their own presuppositions
missed the
about how
point of gas
atmosphere.
Well, yeah, I mean,
You need to fucking go back
every
and listen again.
single experiment that is basically agreed with general relativity in the last 60, 70 years or whatever has been falsified and wrong. I get it.
Right, you understand? Sorry, you understand that space-time in itself is conceptual, not physical, and reification fallacy, right?
Nope, I have no idea what that means.
A reification is taking non-physical things and giving them physical attributes, like space, which by definition is just height, width, length, the absence of anything. So definitionally not physical. And time.
I disagree.
Well, you'd be disagreeing with Einstein because this is how he explains it.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, you would be. Because this is how he explains his four-dimensional coordinate system. Space, height, width, length, and time. It's not a physical thing.
That is a misunderstanding of space-time, but okay.
You understand, like I just said, that space, height, width, length is not physical, and time is not physical.
Yeah, you have an incorrect definition of space-time. But
okay, so
he thinks this is an agree or disagree genre or something.
Yeah, so this is the point where he defines space-time. What is space-time?
According to Einstein.
Just so we're all on the same page here.
Can we have intuitions without having definitions?
Why do people keep deflecting past a key question? I don't understand that. Space. What is space-time?
Space-time is realizing that gravity exists.
No, that's not what space-time is, your fault.
That's not even either. Let's go with that. Let's go with that sarcastic reply. Realizing that gravity exists. Realization is not matter. Still have the same problem.
Dude, I can link you 5 different blog posts about gravity and space-time right now.
I can link.
Don't link them. Explain it to us.
Just a second.
There's
shut up. How can you discredit what
time.
Jedi was saying with not even knowing what he's saying?
I don't know what the fuck he's saying, so I'm just trying to.
Well, shut the fuck up then.
Try it again. Jedi's trying to get you to define space-time. Start over.
Well, space-time is the 3-dimensional X, Y, Z, and then time included.
Oh, that's what I fucking said.
That's what I said before Jedi.
I know. I'm trolling. I'm sorry,
No,
guys.
contrary to
I'm
that,
sorry.
he said
I will mute.
makes it three dimensional.
I will
Y'all did
mute. I
say
was
4D.
trolling. I will mute. I'm sorry.
All right, let's talk to the other guy then.
Where's the southern gentleman I rudely told to shush? Sorry, buddy, you can come back in.
Been here the whole
It's
time.
still around.
There he is.
So you might as well just picked up where you left off. What is space time?
Wow, like you just want to drop that on me? Like I had something totally different worked
Yeah,
up.
go ahead, man.
Or what is
Go
space
your own way,
time?
man.
Whatever you want.
Like I'm not even sure that you can determine what space time is. To be quite honest, I don't think that physics is in any way capable of determining what that is and how
That's
the
our point.
construct of the universe is put together. But hey, more power to you if you think you have it figured out.
Dude, that was our point.
Again, that's
my
all
point.
theory.
That was our
FYI.
point.
Oh, okay.
That's our point. It's an incoherent doctrine. It's fallacious.
Oh, absolutely, it is.
Right, so that's not the cause of why things don't become dismayed in the cosmic
agree
vacuum.
with anything that you said at any point.
Yeah.
Throughout
That's
whole
all right.
What did you come in
came
for,
in.
man? Yeah.
Yeah,
What
1
else was
second.
it?
You came in. I think you had a question, didn't you?
Yeah, I had a few questions for.
Go ahead.
If the Earth was, let's say, a little bit bigger in radius, and let's say that the diameter of the Earth was, let's go with 234,000 miles. How far up would you have to go in order to see that it's not flat?
That would throw your cosmology out.
Don't say my cosmology. I would throw their cosmology out. I said if the Earth is 234,000 miles in diameter, how far up would you have to go in order to notice that
I'm
it's not
sorry. I do
flat?
have to interject. That's an incorrect figure.
Yeah, he's making a hypothetical, dude. What is the problem with people not following conversations?
Absolutely, I don't get it.
Yeah. So, well, the question would be also how high would you have to go up if the radius was 3,959 miles? Make it smaller.
Absolutely, you could scale it up and scale it down. The object here, and that I'm trying to get across is, if you put an ant on top of a beach ball the size of New York, in square footage, do you think that ant will ever see the top of that ball as anything other than flat? Of course.
Well,
it
if
will.
it's a yeah, but if it's a solid surface, so we're not ants, so we can measure things. So if it was a solid surface of a sphere, then you should be able to measure drop over distance at any time, no matter how big the ball.
It depends on how small you are relative to the ball, right?
No,
but we
if you've
can
got
measure
measuring
things.
equipment, if you've got equipment that you can use to measure over distances, and if that surface was curved, you should be able to measure the curvature over distance.
Your
So
tools
it
aren't
surely
limited.
follows that if you're too small to see the curvature, then there's that. So what's next?
That there's no limitation to the measurement, like your tools you can use.
Because what you did, you made the ball bigger, right? So you'd see less curvature, but there would still be curvature there, measurable curvature there, because it would be curving in all directions, no matter how big the ball was. But if you go back to the actual claimed size of the Earth, then that's a lot less than what you were proposing. So we should be able to measure curvature on a ball of the radius of 3,959 miles.
I think they lie about the size of the Earth and how big that it is. I would guess that it's a lot bigger.
You understand?
You would say it's a lot bigger?
Sorry, you understand if that was correct, then everything that we're told about the sizes of objects, the distance of objects, and the mathematical equations to do with gravity are all thrown under the bus if the Earth is just bigger. You understand the radius
I
of...
understand that NASA's that they'll lie to you right to your face. I mean,
As well as like Plato,
You be
Aristotle,
quiet, dude. You've had your chance and you didn't want to engage. So just mute your mic, mate.
Actually, my family's just give me about 30 minutes. I'll
What
be back.
makes you think? What makes you think that is bigger? Like, what gives you that sort of indication that it's still spherical but it's larger?
Well, riding in an airplane, right? To me, like if it was flat, it would be more like the Inception movies, to where that you can see a flat plane for a very long distance. It would start to curve up at some point.
All right,
That
doesn't follow.
let's do a little exercise
It would
here.
look visual.
Are you
It would
next
curve
to
up.
your computer?
No, I absolutely am not.
You've got your
I've got
phone. Can you just
I've got headphones in.
press the Google button,
On Bluetooth.
right? And okay, so look at your weather app.
No, I'm Bluetoothing. I got headphones in.
So you're
Nowhere
not
near-
anywhere near a device
nowhere
that
near my phone or
you're
my
on this
computer.
phone call with us on.
No, I'm on Bluetooth. Again, I'm in a whole different room than where my phone is.
So you know on the Weather Channel when they say visibility for the day.
Okay.
Yeah. So and then it changes. Could be 14, could be 20, could be 30, could be 40. Yeah. So they're not. They don't talk. Yeah. Well, weather, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
It could be 40% here where I'm at. It could be 20% in Australia where he's at, and that's not because he's upside down. Just
So there's a limit to the distance we can see, no matter whether it's a ball or flat.
So next point. So it does not follow that if the Earth's surface were horizontal, that it would appear to slope up or, diverge upward. It doesn't follow at all. What you see is equally explainable.
Why
given
would it
that
go up
the
anyway?
distance is just too far away to resolve.
Never understood that. Why would you assume that it would go up?
Because it can't be true. Just no matter what.
because it will be impossible.
Yeah, because this premise cannot be true just because.
If the Earth were flat, then it would curve up. But if the Earth were a ball, then it would look flat.
Yep.
Yeah, only on the globe paradigm, nonsense makes sense.
I mean, such simple geometric concepts that any first grader can understand. Adults have been severely deluded to botch when it comes to engaging in this debate. Elsewhere in every other area of our life, we don't conflate these things. We don't conflate horizontal with curve. We don't conflate vertical with non-vertical. We don't conflate these things ever, unless one is significantly cognitively impaired or terribly deceived.
Which would be a cognitive impairment.
Yeah.
See, we got a guy in chat, he's afraid to define horizontal. He's like playing dumb. Like, what do you want me to define the horizontal 3 times? And he still doesn't want to define it.
What is that?
My bad. I was probably my headset.
But you were rolling down a hill.
Yeah. It was in my pocket. Just like gravity.
So this
Gingerly
AK
coming down the mountain. There he goes.
this AK guy, he's just like in defiance of horizontal. He's like, it doesn't exist. Horizontal, like it means curve.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like this
jump on,
dude's
okay.
insane.
Let's
So he's here every day just to.
Yep.
And then I'm like saying, like, no, you have to disprove reality. We all have experienced an objective reality, right? You would say all these experiences exist in a cohesive sort of existence with us all, right? So they have to manifest that, no, actually it's spinning, actually you go into another place and then it's all topsy-turvy. This is their problem. They always like to relate, oh, you're a solipsist? because you haven't been to the Eiffel Tower to know that the Eiffel Tower. No, I can accept people go to the Eiffel Tower. They go to Mount Everest. They can go to all these places. They exist in this realm that we live in. It all obeys every single law that we fundamentally understand. And then now you're saying here's some other thing that exists. If you take the big God's eye view, and then now you're God and you're the Hubble telescope. Now you have a different view, and they
Yeah,
don't
I
think
mean
they're in a religion.
this
Actually,
subject
real quick,
has
Gregory.
been
Gregory,
effective.
my God.
I was just going to say this subject has been very effective in revealing the very ugly, invincibly ignorant head of scientists. Horizontal is curved, up is down. There is no up or down, but the center is horizontal. I mean, just a flagrant conflation of just basic rudimentary geometric categories.
Well, yeah, they were saying like, "Oh, you need to go get the Nobel Prize," and it's like you don't like the Nobel Prize is fundamentally the political prize, Nobel political prize. So, whatever confounds of your structures of who's infiltrated your societies that are funding this prize, that's called politics. Lobbying for somebody to get a prize. These are politics. And then they were like, so you're saying that the Nobel Prize doesn't exist? It's like, no, retard. I'm saying that that's a political prize. So you have to be in the right flow of the money, right? If you get in the way of the flow of the money, you're going to be taken with it. If you're against the flow, you're going nowhere. You're going to be, trampled down. So it's political. And then so then my counter question just to him, I didn't explain all this, right? So just my counter question was, do you think politics isn't real? And then he was mad. He didn't want to answer that question because of course politics are real, but he thought he was asking like a science. They're putting the science down, blood, sweat, and tears. We know for a fact. And it's like, no, that's
So
just
you can
lobbying.
go.
That's just politics. That's Nobel political prize. You're trying to put this burden on somebody else, and it's like everybody around you is like looking at you like, dude, you don't know politics exists? Like, it's just
So
the
you can.
gloopers are just so desperately dumb in all their attempts.
So you can go read the chat. I answered your question directly with no. I do not believe politics don't exist 3 times.
Okay, so you do comprehend that Nobel Prize is a political prize, right? You understand that. So you
You
understand
asked me.
telling Gregory to go get a Nobel Prize is just an absurd notion that a lot of politics is involved, and a lot of politics would counter any of that because you people are insufferable consumerists. You think your material wealth gives you value. You're pathetic.
So one of the
Just
When you
admit it.
say
Just
one of
admit
the
it
key
right now.
motivations.
Just admit it. Just admit it and argue from that point of view.
So
hey,
one of the
listen, I
key
will not be
motivations
voting
of
for Gregory for a Nobel Prize because he always wants problems.
So one of
I'll
the
vote
key
for him.
motivations in science is to disprove the status quo. That's how scientists become famous. And Nobel Prizes are given
Okay,
for
yeah, but how about the
disproving
science? How
well-held
about the
theories.
science? How about the science that they do? Does that factor into your conclusion making at all?
Who are you talking
Or
to?
do you just, you?
You
This is how you
obviously.
evaluate information. You go, who is this guy? What Nobel Prizes does he have to his name? Or do you look at the claim and then the evidence that supports it?
Oh, I look at the claim. No, the point of this topic was if somebody claims that they are able to refute universal gravitation, I encourage them to go seek out the Nobel
Hey,
Prize.
It's refuted every
Einstein
day.
did that. Einstein did that already. Where's his Nobel Prize?
Where was the
Well,
science in what Einstein did? That's what we're still asking for. Why did it's like Obama got a Nobel Prize for bombing a U.S. citizen? It's like, so we're asking you for where's the science for whatever this fucking guy Einstein did?
Well, I mean,
have
he
you
already got his
Is bending concepts?
have you read
Einstein
his
Where's the
got
paper?
science?
Have you read his
Yes, there's no
papers on
science
relativity?
in it. I want to see the science.
Einstein already got his Nobel Prize, so you already got what you're asking for. What do you need?
I'm simply suggesting that if anybody in this room or in the world believes that they can disprove a widely held physical theory or idea or principle, then they should go out and do it and win $1 million.
It's actually it's not wild, it's nonsensical.
Well, thanks for the financial tips, but can anybody actually prove the claim of Einsteinian gravitation?
You skipped around the word belief there too. You did well.
I don't think there's many scientists, if any at all, in this chat room, so that would be pretty tough for anyone to do here. I mean, we are in the Flat Earth Discord here or whatever, so...
Can you cite anybody who's done it? Maybe Einstein has an experiment or a hypothesis for it. Maybe we can just start there.
Quite frankly, I don't even think it takes any scientist to do it, to be honest. You guys do a little bit of research, you can prove that gravity exists.
Yep. Do you have a hypothesis
That's
for
true.
it?
Hypothesis for it. No, not really. I don't have a hypothesis for it.
All right, so what are we
Have the
disproving?
screen device for the
Yeah.
discrepancy.
Something that hasn't been proved?
The fact is that North Korea, China, the U.S., and Russia are all working together to keep this a secret.
Who cares? Who cares? That's not the topic.
Yeah, so that doesn't matter. It sounds like a cope. All I need is the proof of Einsteinian gravitation to begin with. I don't care what the U.S. and Russia are working on according to you. Just need the evidence for the Einsteinian gravitation.
I mean, you can express your condescending incredulity against the necessary implications of the veracity of our position, but it's nothing more than that. So, like they just said, either you're going to give the argument to verify the premise or not.
Why is everyone so quiet now?
So, is anyone taking up that millionaire's offer to go to Antarctica? I know someone.
Yeah, I am, but they won't let me go.
Yeah, I took it up. Let's go back to the topic. You were fucking full of beans before that.
I wasn't here.
Hey, Heretic.
I'm genuinely curious.
Wait, 1 sec. Heretic, we can't hear you, buddy.
Oh, okay, my bad. My bad.
No, you're all right.
Maybe this is better.
That's much better.
Heaps better, eh?
Yeah, all right. So I guess you're going to go off the topic of gravitation now to Antarctica, so you're capitulating on gravity.
Hold on. I brought up the Antarctica thing. I don't know who brought up gravity, but these are two different people.
Are we going off that? Gravity
yeah,
guy,
we're going to
okay
go to an appealum ex ante, are we?
I'm a Newtonian gravitation guy, not an Einsteinian.
No, are we going to go to an appealum ex ante?
I mean, whoever brought it up, I didn't bring up Antarctica, but if you guys want to go there, you guys can go
obviously, if you didn't bring it up, then I wasn't
We're not
talking
to you.
I
Put
just brought
yourself
up
on
the
mute. We
millionaire's
don't want to
offer.
hear. We don't want to hear the anti-flat earthers when we're talking to new people, dude. Just relax. Put yourself on mute. I don't want to hear your voice, bro.
You're going to bring up evidence of Antarctica, a thing that hasn't happened yet, as an appeal to the Earth being a globe that hasn't happened yet. So why are we going to talk about that?
Gregory, mute yourself. Got background noise. Go ahead.
Whoever brought up Antarctica.
I brought up that. I don't know the full details to it, but some guy offered to bring a bunch of flat earthers.
So you're
to
gonna
disprove a lot of stuff.
bring up. So you're gonna bring up a thing that you don't know the details of that hasn't happened yet.
I'm just curious if anyone knows anything about it and if they're taking him up on his offer. I'm not trying to dispute anything.
Okay, yes, I replied and said I'll go, and I haven't had a response yet.
Okay. Just that.
I said it. I also added that it'll be cheaper because I can meet you down in the south.
Does the Glober think it's gonna prove something?
Well, it doesn't really matter because it hasn't happened yet. Like arguing about it's like arguing about something that's supposed to happen next week, but hasn't happened yet, so you don't know the outcome of it.
Wait, a billionaire is gonna play. A billionaire is gonna pay your airplane ticket or a cruise for someone to Antarctica, and then what? That's gonna prove what? That someone is gonna go to Antarctica, and that's it. What's the big deal with that?
I'm sure there's more to it than just, going to Antarctica, but like observing the 24-hour sun.
What? Yeah. Okay.
And
Yeah, you'll go to Antarctica and look at a light in the sky. Well done.
Well, listen. Hey, so are you saying that if you observe the sun doing something like a 24-hour sun, that proves the globe?
Isn't that one of the things you guys argue against, though? Is that there is no 24-hour sun down there? That's what I'm saying.
So when you see, the sun setting, so when you see the sun setting, does that prove the globe too?
No idea.
Okay, so when it doesn't set, it's for the globe, and when it sets, it's also for the globe. So it's everything you see, looking at the sun doing stuff up in the sky. It proves the shape of the ground below your feet. Is that what you're arguing?
I'm aware that flat earthers have stated that there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I don't know what you believe.
Stereotype fallacy. That is a stereotype fallacy. You're talking to people in here, and I'm asking you a question, and you're talking about other people. You're talking about other people that told you other stuff. And you concentrate.
No, somebody told him there is one there, right? You think there is one?
Jesus Christ! I was talking to him. Okay, go ahead.
No, yeah, you're going off and no, he's putting it on you. No, he thinks there is one.
So
Is there
what do you
one?
guys believe then? Let me ask
Is
you
there?
that.
No, there's no ask. Do you believe that there is one 24/7 hour sun video of a week? Of a week of sun being above the horizon at all times. You
His
think that
question is,
happens?
how does that prove the Earth is a sphere?
I don't.
That's
So his
what I was
question is a
going
nonsensical
with
question.
Shops. With Shops,
I'm
because
asking,
remember,
does he have what he thinks he has?
Jesus Christ, I'm the one that brought up that freaking question, and you are asking it differently. Because remember, he's saying, "Oh, we see the 24 or whatever. People see the 24-hour sun."
No, yes,
down in
I'm
Antarctica,
putting
right?
him on that. He said that he sees a
Okay, so I'm asking
24/7 sun
him when people
in
say
Antarctica.
whatever, dude. Go.
Yeah, it's simple. He said that there's a 24/7 sun video out there. People see it, and where is
He
it?
didn't say video.
I have.
No, it doesn't matter. That's what his question is. It is inferring that he thinks that this exists, and he's skipping over the evidence of suggesting that it exists.
What if
And
it
he's saying,
exists?
no, you need to give me proof that it doesn't
What if
exist.
someone sees
Well,
the
it doesn't exist.
24-hour sun? What if someone observes the 24-hour sun and then they go to a different location and they observe the sunset or the sunrise? Those occasions, though, both of those phenomena observed, those prove that we live on a globe. That doesn't.
I posted a video
That's the
that
point.
I came
It
across
would
a couple
not.
weeks ago. Obviously, people can claim that it's fake or there's something funny about it, but there is.
Jesus Christ! No, it's real. Hey, I'm telling it's real.
I was not convinced by this video, for the record. I want to put that out there as well. I was not convinced by this video. I was
Can you just answer my question?
Okay, we'll post it. Post it.
Can you just answer my question?
I already accept it. It's real.
Can you just answer my question?
But okay.
Can you just answer my question?
It's hard because there's a lot of crosstalk. But what's your question?
Okay, so you're saying there's a video that shows a 24-hour sun, and that's evidence for what? For the globe?
People ask me for the video. You're trying to rewrite my argument here. I'm not saying this is the evidence. I'm just saying here is a video showing it. Whether or not I'm not going to tell you whether or not there is something funky going on with the video. I don't think there is, but I'm not going to say there isn't 100%.
Okay, let's say someone else is claiming, look, this video that shows a 24-hour sun of the sun in the sky prove that we live in a spinning ball, right? Let's say someone is arguing for that, using that video as evidence.
All of the proof we need. Obviously, there's a lot more to it than just the 24.
Okay, so when I show you a video of the sun moving from east to west, rising from the east and setting on the west, I mean, does that also prove the globe? Because that's what I'm trying to tell you, just for you to realize. Not that you recorded the video making a claim about it, right? But just think about it. If we observe the sun doing something, it's not gonna demonstrate the shape of the thing below your feet.
I fully understand that one video is not enough evidence for basically anything on this planet.
Okay, four videos, right? Of the sun moving across the sky, right? Does that
you're reforming what we're arguing two different
You're not getting it, dude. You're not getting it. Like, look, let's say you went there and saw it and videoed it.
Like, do you think it proves anything?
Okay, so I just want to point out one thing here. I'm not saying this video is all the proof you need. Someone
Oh my
asked me
God,
for
you're
this
not
video, and you guys
listening.
are trying to rewrite
Just
where I'm coming from. I
dude, what's
literally
the
posted a
intention of
video
your
that someone
question?
asked me
What
about,
are
and
you
now you guys
trying
are
to
saying, why
derive?
do you think this is all the evidence you need? Obviously, this isn't all the evidence you need. I'm not even using this as evidence. Someone asked me for this video.
Can we
So now
can
you
we
guys are trying
start
to argue
again?
from a different...
Just
I'm
stop.
just
Just
saying.
calm down.
I think
Calm
this is
down.
pretty basic.
Dude, just calm down. All right, just chill
Just
out.
all right, that's bad faith
Just
if you're
chill
trying
out.
to...
Just chill
You're
out.
good, brother.
All right.
You
All right.
know that
So
using
the
words like
question.
chill out and
Okay,
calm
just
down
chill
are just
out.
to rile
Please
people up.
stop talking, man.
You're trying to argue in bad faith.
Just 1 second. All
Stop
right.
spazzing out, man.
Relax.
The argument. Gemsy's agreeing with you. He's saying, all right, if you see this, does that prove the Earth is a sphere?
I never said it is the proof that we need, though. That's the thing. Someone asked
Why'd you
me
bring
for
it
the
up
video.
then?
Because someone asked me for the
What's the
video.
intention of your
Someone,
question?
that's
Dude,
exactly
getting
why I
it.
brought it up.
what are you
Covered
asking
in
it
butter
for?
or something?
What's it for?
Yeah. No, it's not. It's not even that. He's not even listening. Like,
Are you
it's
deaf?
okay. If you went to Antarctica and saw this phenomenon, how does that prove the Earth is a globe?
I'm not here to answer. That's not why I posted the video to begin with. Someone
I don't
asked me for
care
the
about
video.
the video. It's not about the video anymore. You went there and witnessed it yourself, then you don't have to rely on the video.
So
How
the
does
reason
this
why I brought it up
prove?
wasn't because I was
How
trying to
does this
necessarily.
prove
I
the
was
Earth
asking.
is a globe?
Do you?
Fuck, man.
So do you
How does?
understand? I brought up this video because I understood that there were flat earthers that believed there was no 24-hour sun,
All right.
right? So
Let's
I
start
posted
again.
this video here.
Okay,
That's why
let's
I'm not.
start
You're
again.
arguing two different
Focus
points.
on the people. Listen, forget about the other people that you have in your mind and you spoke about before. Concentrate on the conversation right now and this moment, the words that are being said, and reply cohesively on those topics of what's being said now. Not about last week or yesterday or other people, whatever they said. Concentrate now, right now.
If you went to Antarctica and saw this phenomenon, how does that prove the Earth is a globe?
I would have to read more on it to make that conclusion because I didn't come here to argue that. I just
That's a
came here to
great
ask.
answer. That's a good answer. You don't need to
You're cutting out now.
elaborate on it. That's fine. That's good. You don't need yourself. No one's attacking you. All right. Sorry. I'm in a bad area. I'll mute.
All right, so we got to the bottom of that. Right, cool.
All right, why'd you come to a flat Earth server in the first place, guy?
Me?
Channel.
Because I think it's entertaining to listen to people talk about this. I think that's a pretty honest answer.
You got any actual globe proofs then?
Do I have globe proofs? I mean, I didn't really come here prepared with anything. And the thing is, like, I don't research this stuff every single day like I know a lot of other people in here would to disprove the globe Earth.
I'm
so
sorry.
It's not going to be a fair argument.
No, you don't have to critique anything. Just you didn't come here for that. All right.
Well, he came here with what his best evidence was and what he believed, and it failed abysmally.
That was not my
I
best
don't
evidence.
know.
Did you
He
hear what I
wasn't
said at the
really
beginning?
thinking
You
anything.
better study the globe harder because
He
you
was
did
just asking
abysmally
a
bad.
question.
Well, let's not treat apply as a concession. He said he didn't come here to even attempt to argue. So
Someone asked me for the video after I asked people, do you believe that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? And then people were asking me different questions in regards to the video.
Well, anyone in here will have to believe it because anyone in here has gone there and see it. So we will have to, let's say, believe or not believe the video. You believe it, I don't believe it, or I believe it, you don't believe it, right? If you ask the whole panel in here, you will get different answers. Some people is gonna tell you, "Hey, we find that this video is being doctored, so I'm gonna discard this video." Some people, you're gonna get that as well.
That's totally fine.
Yeah, that's fine. I believe that if I observe the sun doing movements in the sky, it's not gonna tell me the shape of the ground below my feet.
No, I mean, I think you need a lot more information and evidence of other things to prove it. Yeah.
All right. So so follow me logically to this, since you are on the same page. We are on the same page basically, because you get what I'm saying. So if any globe believer tells you that they know it is a globe because look, the sun is moving and doing this movement in the sky.
You're right.
Does that logically follow?
But the way you're framing it, it makes it seem like I came in here with that to begin with, which I didn't. I didn't come here saying this is all the proof you need.
You said
Someone just
four times
asked me.
already, and the way I'm saying it, I'm asking you logically to come to a conclusion.
You're
So
correct,
but
framing that doesn't serve any purpose here, right? Like,
we were
we're gonna
just
agree.
trying to pass
it's
out.
the
Framing it
purpose
like
of a
that is
question.
not.
It's for you to come to to tell if you can come to a conclusion of the shape of the ground below your feet by observing the sun. Is that a yes or no?
No, I don't
Okay,
think you
thank you.
can.
Finally.
However,
Hey,
asking that
we
question
made
just
it.
kind of like insults my intelligence, right? Because I don't believe, like, I don't think a lot of people believe that to begin with. Not a lot of people are going to think that's enough evidence. So, like,
So
obviously,
at the least, it might be like a test for honesty, and also, like you sound honest. It's just that you're kind of holding back a little bit. But for me, you sound honest. It's just that you're holding back because I don't know, you're scared of the questions or something. I don't know why. Just give your answer. That's it.
I'm not scared of the question. It kind of just takes away from the intent that I came in here with it.
But we don't know your intent. When you decided to join the VC and whatever was in your mind, we're not worried about that. We're
He
kind
did.
of
He
like
did
trying,
give us his intent. I'm really sorry. He did give us his intent. It was to be entertained.
Yeah, he said that. Are you being entertained? Are you entertained?
Sure. I mean, I like having respect. I don't. I mean, everyone's different here, right? Like, some people come in here for an argument, and I'm sure some people like me more than others. But that's I
you
like
came
having
in
good
to
conversation with people that
avoid
are
an
at least
argument.
respectful. But I also like listening to other people.
You came in with a question that you didn't really want. Like, I don't know. We passed it out for you and explained to you that it wouldn't really solve anything. That's all.
Sure,
That's basically all
that's
it is.
fine. That,
So
it could have been just been
it was
stated in
just
the
a
beginning.
weird question to come into here and ask, because usually people come in with the intent or evidence that they sort of stack claim.
Sure.
And we can agree. You didn't make this claim. You're just passing it forward. Someone claimed that this proved the globe, and you're just saying, "Hey, they're saying that." But for you as an individual, does that make any sense to you? That someone said, "Look at the sun, therefore I live on a globe."
Well, no, not one piece of evidence, but I believe a lot of
There you
evidence,
go.
a lot of
Thank you
different
for that.
things. Yeah. Okay. Sure. I'm not going to go on with it.
Well, that's all right. You know.
That would be stupid for someone to make a claim off of just one thing like that. I agree.
Okay, so what else can
But I'm
you
still,
add to
I
it?
fully believe in the Earth being a globe. Like, I know I'm never gonna budge on this whatsoever. So, but I
So
really don't feel like
what do you
I
want
don't feel
to
like arguing it. I'd
what do
rather
you
just
want to
listen to
add?
other people or just chill.
What do you want to add to it then? So you've got the
don't
sun doing things in the sky doesn't prove the Earth's surface. So then you go, but if I add this, it does.
I am not in the right mind space right now to argue this to begin.
Okay, so you believe the Earth is a globe, but
Yes.
what convinced you that the Earth is a globe?
I'd love to hear someone else answer that.
Well,
we're talking to you,
isn't
so
there
we just
something?
want to know.
Yeah, there's got to be something that you go, okay, I observed this, or I realized this, and that confirms my belief that the Earth is a globe.
You would think there would be something that would make you think that, other than you just think that. Like, you'd need some sort of validity to it. I would imagine anyway. Otherwise, you're just believing something for some reason that's I don't know, and that's what we're trying to work out.
I am not sober right now, so I'm not going to be the best person to argue with right now either. I'm not going to be able to form the best arguments and give you the best information I can.
Well,
we're not really looking for an argument, man. We're just looking.
Yeah,
we're just asking.
sure, whatever.
Yeah. We're just asking you why you think the way. Why do you think that? What? Surely there's something that would make you like. If you think it's a globe, like what makes you think that? What came to? How did you get to that conclusion?
I know I'm going to get the same response that I've gotten when I've mentioned a lot of the other things in the
You
past.
shouldn't assume that. I'd just fucking say what you got to say.
No. How's everyone's day going?
Go ahead.
We're all living
Isn't
on the
it
same rock, regardless. You know, we're just trying to live.
rock?
We're
Oh, well, you live on you live
What do
on
you?
many
So if the
things.
Earth is flat, what do you think the majority of its composition is?
Oh, like dirt and rock and shit.
Dirt. What's under all the dirt? What's
I
the
don't know.
base of Earth?
Apparently, there's lava or something as well.
Well, from a flat Earther's perspective, obviously, yeah, the
The
molten
waters,
iron core is what
the
I believe.
waters, the waters above.
What?
There, so there is a lot. You can't just claim one thing because everywhere you go, there's a lot of stuff. Like there's dirt, there's water, there's air, there's a lot of things. So to say tell me what is below. I mean, we can only dig more. The Russians dig allegedly 7.8 miles, and they didn't found what the globe was claiming, right? So that's the deepest hole, 7.8 miles ever dug. And there is no globe under there. And then, I mean, you can check what they found down there, different materials, just when you dig holes.
I'm vaguely aware of this. I have heard about this story. Yeah, I can't. I really no about them digging a really deep hole. I know that they tried to dig a deep hole, but
So look at the Russians,
that doesn't
the
prove
deep
anything.
hole,
Super deep borehole, I think it's called.
the deep borehole from the Russians. If you have a question about what's under there, what's under us, that's the deepest hole. So that you might get a reference from there. But to give you a full answer, what's below that? No man has been there for what we know. On record, we haven't seen anybody going. I mean, no one. That was only them digging with machinery. No one was actually down there. So
It would just
what's
be pure
down there?
speculation.
That's a good question.
Yeah, get down the hole and dig a bit further.
I don't think it's pure speculation, but I don't really know the scientific techniques they would use to determine it either.
Pure speculation.
Bro, it took him 10 years. It took him 2 years to dig 7 miles or something like that, and then almost 10 years to dig the rest, like point A. And they just stopped because they couldn't dig anymore.
And when you say, I don't think it's speculation, well, it has to be speculation because no one's ever dug deeper than that. So they're not going to know what's below there because it would be complete speculation. You'd have to agree that it is complete speculation.
I mean, sure, no one has visually seen it, but I'm sure there's something that we are capable of doing to make a very, very good guess based off of.
Yeah, some people draw cartoons. They draw you a circle on a piece of
If
paper.
not the
Listen.
confidence of it from other things.
Hello. So some people actually draw you a cartoon and they label it the globe, and then they split it in half and open it for you like in a cartoon, and they present it and tell you, look, Earth is this cartoon, and we know what's in the middle of this cartoon. Therefore, what's below your feet is this stuff in the cartoon. You have that as well. You know, have you ever seen the core of the Earth in a cartoon in a depiction, the core of the Earth, or in a movie?
I mean, I've seen it depicted in textbooks in science class.
Like
in cartoons, right? You've seen the cartoons, the big molten iron, and all those are cartoons, not reality.
So that would be the definition of speculation. There you go.
But it was in a textbook, so it's true.
Isn't that wild? Like you've just come up with something and realize that there's no way to actually verify that. So why do I take that for what it is? What doesn't that flip your mind a bit?
Because the priest said so. I mean, the science guys or Neil said it. So yeah, has to be true.
I mean, just because you can't visually see something, it doesn't mean that you can make a good determination of what that.
Nobody's saying that. No one is saying that. No one is saying that.
Speculation on a 0.0000000 so on and so forth, 1% chance that they're wrong somehow because This is just the exception to everything that they've got right with this same idea.
Is that visible or invincible ignorance?
I want to stop myself here, though. I don't want to go on with this conversation. Someone else go. You guys are getting me to talk about this shit.
Getting you to think that might be a good thing. You get that brain to exercise.
We're not attacking your worldview. We're just discussing.
No, I understand.
This is not you, bro. This is not you personally. This is claims that you learn in the books, and you're saying, "Look, I learned in the coloring book," and it
we
might be
sort
true.
of are attacking your worldview.
I'll say I've heard a lot of people argue a lot of different things in here, and I've never been convinced at all. That's what I'll say.
Nobody's here to convince you, bro. There's no one in here to convince you of anything.
I've heard a lot of discussions.
Yeah, it's all right. That happens to me too.
Yeah.
So no one is here is trying to convince you of anything, dude. No one.
Hey, Gen Z, he got too many parasites, man. That's probably what it is.
Gen Z has too many parasites.
He said he might be inebriated or something. So the spirits maybe.
I have too many parasites in me. Is that what he's saying?
No, nobody's saying that. We don't know that. We don't know that. You might, but we don't know that. No.
Yeah, but you sounded like a religious person when you said, "I'm not going to be convinced of anything in here." Earlier, when you said that,
I'm not religious. I am.
Well, it sounded like
I leave the idea of God open to being a possibility, but I'm not.
Well, it's not just a possibility. It's a cause and effect relationship. The creator is not something that is just opinion, bro. Because remember, as an antecedent for something that is, there must be that antecedent, right? So it's something that it has to be for something else to be, right? An antecedent. So there has to be a designer. There has to be a designer for a design, a creator for a creation. So I don't think that you can get away. I mean, can go around that. But the topic at hand in here is talking about the design or the creation and how it is, how we use it, how we experience it, observe it, and when you utilize your God-given senses to observe the reality as is, and then you can also extend your senses maybe with equipment and verify what you already know is that the ground is motionless. We live in we are in a horizontal frame of reference. People describe this reference and the plane across it as a flat topographical plane, right? There's also the waters, because if I'm gonna say earth, I'm also gonna say water, and the waters are not curving. Anywhere you go, you can go to any lake, frozen lakes that are not frozen, the biggest ones, the tiniest ones. You can go to the seashore, to any body of water, and you're not gonna find any curvature anywhere across the waters. And that will be impossible if you live on if someone is claiming you live on a spinning ball.
I have a lot to say about that, but I'd rather ask: are most flat earthers religious?
Every human is
Probably not,
religious.
right?
Religious doesn't equal theism.
Are most flat earthers Christian,
A malformed
Muslims, or I'm genuinely curious if a lot of flat earthers believe in one of the Abrahamic God or the Abrahamic God, basically.
I will say yes. A lot of them do. So, well,
you don't. It sounds like, right?
Oh, I know there is a creator.
Let me guess,
I know
you're
there is a designer. I know it's. I'm not saying I believe. I'm saying I know, because if it wasn't, I wouldn't be breathing air, you and I, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. If there was no designer, there will be no design, bro. So there's no way. So as we know, we're talking in Discord. Are you 100%? You're talking in Discord right now with us?
Absolutely.
Yes. No. Okay. So I'm 100% that there's a designer behind this whole construct, including up to the layers above and the layers below, just as the phone that you're holding in your hand and the vehicle, the very luxury vehicle that you designed, that is designed, and the watch that you wear, designed just like this place, exactly like that.
The cosmic gumbo. No, sorry, I'm just reading a meme. But I mean, whatever justifies it to you.
There is a construct, bro. There is a building in place, a construct in place. There has to be an architect. You get that, right? It's pretty simple.
I don't agree with that. Just because these are just words at the end of the day with definitions. Just because something is designed, it doesn't mean it has to have a designer. I don't think that logic adds up.
That's
At the end of the day,
analytically
these
true.
words were, yeah.
No, what you said is false. It's analytically true.
Sure. Okay. But I'm here to listen to other people, and I think I've listened to myself a little too much.
He just said that there is design without a designer.
Yeah, that's analytically
Yeah,
false.
he did.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, if you define even like something like a rock as a designer, then sure. Like rocks, when they get smashed up with water, like then create sediment and other shit on the side of rivers. Like yes, rocks are a designer then, but this is just semantics. Like the rocks are not like living objects. So I think in the sense of designer, you usually
Yeah,
think
you're
of
talking
something
about
that is living or
talking about animated objects, right? So anything in creation, all of the things that we see have a specific code that makes what they are, right? Their chemical makeup, biological makeup.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
their molecules and everything. Yep.
Right. So what?
Proteins, enzymes, all of that stuff. Minerals.
One second. What keeps those substructures together?
What do you mean? What keeps them together?
All the things in creation, like the thing that makes it be what it is. So if you say an animal or a tree, anything that you can point to, what gives it the chemical composition to make it, or the biological composition to make it what it is? What tells it what to do and how to become what it is?
It can just be from how it was formed billions of years ago and how it has become now. I mean, I don't.
Okay, so what
really
gave it what gave it the propensity to do what it does in the physical and natural world?
I'm not going to say a god.
Well, I want you to tell me where. I want you to tell me.
It can just be. It can just.
No, that's not an argument. That's you are just it's if you just
but
say
you're,
it is.
You're trying to claim that there has to be something that causes
the
like
question.
not necessarily
If you-
causes this, but a thing
No,
that
listen,
does
bro.
this.
Listen, if you say it is what
That
it
isn't
is,
just the
that's
Big
not
Bang
an
Theory, and
question.
then just years and years of. What's up?
You don't have. Listen, if you don't have an answer, just say you don't have an answer. That'd be
Sure,
easier.
I don't have an answer.
Okay. And our answer is that the will of the Creator was the first cause. That's what made everything what it is, from laws to, oceans to everything.
And it's not merely an answer.
I disagree.
But like Alpha's point.
I mean, or maybe there's a creator.
Bro, can you let the guy just hold on? You just jump right in and he was talking.
No, yeah, I'm sorry. Yep. Go on.
Go ahead.
It's not merely an answer like Alpha's point. That question is significant because if you don't have what is necessary to instantiate the uniformity of nature, which includes the intelligibility of the world, then you can't justify believing that you know anything.
Yeah, that should be it right there. So really, it's not that you don't believe, it's that you reject. It's clear to see. Most of the people in here are God hating. And instead of saying, you know what, I hate the Creator, they say, I don't believe in the Creator. That's what they do. Instead of outright saying that they hate that there is a Creator, they mask their hatred and say that they are just disbelievers in a Creator.
I feel like I'm pretty honest with myself. I am very open to the idea that there could be a creator, and I am not against the idea that there is one either. Like I'm not gonna hate myself for like if it eventually comes out, oh, there is a creator and it's confirmed somehow, which that's never gonna happen. But let's say it does.
Good for you, man. Now open your eyes
I will
and listen.
accept that.
That's exactly what a person who is self-deceived would say. They will never
Yeah.
concede until they are changed.
No, I would concede once there's like a greater than 50% chance of the other side that there is a God.
You didn't even give me one instance of you saying that there could not be a creator. You just gave up and said I don't know.
All
So
right, well,
how? Hold
at the
on
end
a
of the
second.
day, I know myself
No,
better
you
than
don't know yourself. You just told me that you need something greater than 50%, but you gave me 0% of there being a non-creator. Zero, nothing. So you didn't give me
That's not
anything.
what I'm trying to argue, though. I'm not even trying to argue.
I
I'm
know
just
that
giving
you're
you
not
my
trying to
views
argue,
on things.
but you
I'm not trying
can
to argue
say,
whether there is
listen,
or isn't a creator.
you can say for yourself that you need more than 50% because you had 0% when you gave no answer to the question of a non-creator. None. You didn't give me not one single way to think about a non-creator. Therefore, you can't ask for more than 50%.
I mean, your
Got
description
it?
is just patently false. It isn't as though you gave another option like Alpha's point. You didn't give another
Yeah,
option. You literally
and thanks
conceded
for
to
being here.
ignorance.
Thanks for being here to get entertainment because you've entertained me the whole time you've been here with your ignorance. Thank you.
Gotcha.
So it's really not. It's a disingenuous assertion to say that our position is less plausible than yours. You haven't given any answer. You explicitly conceded to ignorance.
I think we're arguing two different things here, and you guys just think you sound right.
No, that's your
No, we're
little
not.
escape. It's not going to happen.
We're
Yeah,
talking about
I
the very
think
thing
that's
you
the
just said.
case.
that's a
And
terrible evaluation. You need to listen to what they've told you and let it sink in. We're not attacking you, but just think. You just really have to think. That's all it is.
I
Listen to what they're
understand,
saying.
but also understand that we are in the 24/7 Flat Earth channel on Discord, so you can expect this place to be sharing pretty similar
Oh my
ideas and
God.
being.
Just stop giving us a color commentary about this room.
He immediately left.
Did he leave? Good.
Yeah, as soon as, like, no bullshit. As soon as he was muted, he left.
Well, if I see him again, I'm just going to make sure when he gets unmuted to mute him again. So he's skedaddled. That's some snowflake bullshit right there.
Like, it's just again with that the distorting obscurantism. Like, just these replies, it just distorts what was just said. You're like, no, dude, this isn't a matter of us missing the point, us talking past each other. Like, no, you said that I'm not going to believe unless it's been demonstrated that your position is more plausible. What do you mean? You're acting as though you have another position that you even explained, let alone argued for. Like, that's not the case. We gave an argument, transcendental argument, and you explicitly conceded to ignorance. It's not a matter of us talking past one another. You're just obscuring.
Yeah, for me,
See,
it's like I don't like the angle that they come in here and saying, "Well, there is not a creator," and just because I say so, he hasn't put up his argument against it. What I really want to identify, though, is that these God haters, they reject the creator. They don't just say he doesn't exist. They reject the fact that there is a creator. No, I don't want there to be a creator, and I'm going to throw a tantrum like a child. That's what they do when they come in here,
That
and
is
then they
what they
want
do.
they
yeah.
want you to tell them how the creator exists. No, you tell me how the creator exists. I'm not going to tell you. All of creation is declaring it. You fool. I don't need to tell you anything. You want to be a God hater the rest of your life? But, there you go. Live the rest of your life that way. I don't need to be twisting your arm to making you understand that. Hell is wrong with you?
I mean, you could, not you, talking to them, you could just inquire. You could scrutinize. You could, do the entire process of trying to ascertain knowledge. You could do that, but no, they don't do that.
Yeah, they want to sit back like entitled babies and say, no, you go ahead and prove it to me. I'll kick back and wait till you're done. So that I can say, nuh-uh, once you're done.
Yeah, imagine listening to this from an outside perspective with like not having a position and just seeing how the conversations never flow because they never get to a point. They always obfuscate. That, like Gregory was saying, they never get to a point. They just derail it into something else. We can never get anywhere with any argument.
Very rarely. Very rarely.
Yeah, it's wild, hey? and then they still
We'll
come
give
in
credit
with
where
the
credit is
belief.
due. Some of them make some progress, but very rare.
Oh, that is a masters of the like the way you do this, but like from them coming in with their preconceived conceived notion of how everything is, but you can never pin down on anything because it would just refute what they already believe. It's insane.
It's a giant court case, man.
Yeah, yeah,
And they're putting truth on trial. That's what they're doing.
yeah. They're just debating, but with no substance.
And just like a shithouse lawyer would, they don't have any evidence, but they're going to make it's for optics' sake, right? They're going to make it look like we have a circular argument. There's nothing that they can't understand us, and just because other people are going to be listening to them, they're trying to make it sound like we don't have an argument because they don't. It's projection. There's a lot of things that they include in this. It's just like a.
They presume that they're going to sit on their seat of scorn. We've taken from his hand the balance and the rod, rejudged his justice, and become the God of God. Alexander Pope.
Yeah, when you have truth on your side, you're unstoppable. There isn't anything they can throw at you that you can't give them back. Nothing. Well, their hair's been on fire today, boy. I tell you what, it's been about 5 or 6 in a row.
Not one single presentation of observations nor measurements of the convex slope of the surface of the ball.
Yeah, there was. Rob Noxious gave a good one.
Right.
You know what's funny was that every time he does this demonstration, you got to tell him, "Hey, Rob, what's the surface of your floor look like?"
Mm-hmm.
Doing that on a flat floor, huh?
Given my desk replica, therefore the Earth is the same shape. Given that I made a replica to stand on my desk, therefore the Earth is of the same shape.
He's upset because he's Johnny come lately when it comes to this argument. He missed all of when it really got on the internet, and we were doing this a while back. So he wants to relive those moments, and everybody on both sides is like, "Dude, we've already hashed this shit out." Jem's over there with his crew, and they don't want to come in here and debate us. They know what's going to happen if they do.
They don't want that smoke.
Hell no, dude. But the new guys that come through here, you can hear them, man. They're all filled with just non-arguments. It's so irritating, man, listening to this shit. I'm moving shit from my house into a storage, and I'm just listening. It's so fucking irritating, man. They never get to the point, and then you think these points that they're trying to make, and I want to hear them actually make the claim, and then produce the evidence. Just something concise that we all can be like, okay, that's what he said. Now this is evidence. Let's get down to it, right? Let's see if he can, make his argument. But nothing. It's just like a road to nowhere. It's frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
Glover's got nothing.
At least I can always cook.
The worst part about it is that they come in with such terrible argumentation, with non-arguments, with such belligerent ignorance and condescension, as though they are so conspicuously, as a foregone conclusion, the intellectually superior interlocutor. It's one thing to just not know. I'm not going to have contempt against you for not knowing or for making an error in spite of your best efforts while you try to act like you got some home training. But it's another thing to sit up here and try to belittle and demean me whilst you make such flagrant errors.
What was the guy I was hearing earlier? He said or a couple. I think Rob was in on it too. They were talking about scientists. I think Heretic, you got in on that conversation. Nobel Prize winners, or what were they? I was in and out of that because I was moving. But what were they saying about it?
That was mentioned.
Some dumbass who, I guess, evaluates the veracity of information by like whether a guy has a Nobel Prize.
Really?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
I was going to make this comparison on that very point. That's like a Scientologist coming in here and saying, well, if what you're saying is true, then why don't you have the IAS award? Like, because we don't participate in that culture with that asinine doctrine, just like with you in scientism. Just like the people in scientism.
It's like that standard.
If the Earth is truly like,
you go.
I was gonna say, well, if the Earth is like truly flat, like you guys do believe it, don't you think eventually there will be a day of like the great reveal where they're gonna reveal to everyone, or like your guys are gonna reveal the whole world that they're wrong about the shape of the Earth? You know,
it's revealed every day, brother.
It's already been revealed throughout the entire existence of the world.
The revelation will come from within.
Man, what do you think we're doing every day?
Matt, did you hear me? Matt, did you hear me?
Not really.
The revelation will come from within.
Really?
Yeah, what do you care anyway, Matt? What do you care anyway, Matt?
What do you think we're doing?
I mean, if the Earth is actually flat, you guys might be onto something here.
What do you think we're doing here every?
I can't even take this seriously.
Yeah. Okay, so give us a serious question then.
That's not a serious question.
Well, I can't take this seriously.
Yeah, the guy disconnected. I saw who it was. He blurted and left.
I mean, this is what they have to offer.
You making soup today, Matt?
Nah.
Said you were cooking.
I was cooking. You don't know you know what I mean by that?
Yeah, like a liquidy substance that's your cooking, is it?
See? That's how you know you're old, man.
Yeah, you're cooking arguments that are a liquidy substance. I'm not that stupid, mate. You might think I am, but I'm not.
Not really stupid. That's just like being old, man.
Well, I know what cooking is, mate. We had the term cooking when I was young too, mate.
Really?
Yeah, you guys didn't invent language.
Oh.
Yeah. You're far more intelligent than what's the name?
So when you guys like were doing something,
always imagining that he's cooking something that he's really not cooking. Always telling us about his imaginary cooking sessions.
Maybe I am cooking.
No, I don't know, because Platypus came in last night and said that Matt was cooking. Oh man, Matt was cooking. I was like, cooking? When was he doing that? Last night.
I made a bomb ass meal last night, man.
At least he knows how to cook, because most people his age don't know how to cook anymore. So I congratulate you on that, Matt.
Yeah.
Thank you.
When you start studying culinary arts?
It's like hot pockets.
Don't applaud just yet, man. He's making ramen noodles. Ramen noodles
out of a packet.
He can
He's boiling water.
Microwave.
That's his effort.
What about you, Alpha? What can you cook, man?
Man, I queue it up, man. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm on a whole nother level with this. Yeah,
you're a chef at this point.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I won't go that far, but I'm way around the
I'm
grill.
lucky. My wife does all that shit.
You misogynist.
I'm about to say good for him.
Yeah, put me in front of a ribeye. You know what I'm saying?
Give me some crispy pork belly.
Oh yeah.
Come get your $5 Philip.
Now we talking, bro.
Looking good.
Timbo, now you talking.
You mean plant-based pork, right?
Yeah, man. Why would you eat meat? That would be ridiculous.
Thank you.
Finger looking good.
Finger looking good.
Oh, you're gonna get the vegans mad. Where's Crit at?
Yeah.
Is Crit vegan?
We're gonna get militant vegans coming in the chat here in a moment, bro.
Yeah, and then
we have the meats.
Yeah, Callie will come back in now.
Start complaining about like, you're trying to preach to me. I go, no, eat what the fuck you want to eat.
Yeah, don't tell me what to eat.
Yeah.
Just
whatever you want. Nope, can't do it. Okay, so when I say eat whatever you want to eat, that's telling you that I'm saying that you should eat a certain diet. Yeah. Like, holy shit.
It's easier to find holy shit than it is to find the Earth curve, evidently.
Just the thinking process is like so bricked. It's like, what if I'm telling you nothing at all? Then you're saying something. What am I saying? Nothing. Which is
Like
something or nothing.
Vegans are like Scientologists.
What if there's a
I'd like to hear you explain that comparison. Please do it.
I don't know. I just kind of made it up.
I love it.
Because the Scientology topic's been quite prevalent today, so I thought I'd add it in with vegans.
I'm not going to stop making the comparisons. If I find another one, I'm going to say it.
Oh, here's how it's relevant. If you're a vegan and then you become not a vegan, then you become a what is it? What's a toxic person in Scientology?
A suppressive person.
Suppressive, yeah. STs.
So, so if you're a vegan and then you become not a vegan, then you're a suppressive person. There
Well,
you
you
go.
know, there's also another problem. There's a problem of solipsism too. You know the problem, right?
If you stop being a solipsist, then you're some sort of despicable person.
No, the problem of solipsism is that you're not a solipsist.
Right. Right. Right.
That's what the guy told me. He's like, "Well, did you ever figure out the problem of solipsism?" I'm like,
Dogs. Yeah.
"What? Is it dogs? Yeah, dogs.
Dogs, yeah.
Fucking dogs, dude." I was like, "Really?" He was like, "Yeah, that's the problem of solipsism. You're not a solipsist."
Yeah, here's the
Okay.
irony. Watch this. What's the problem with solipsism, quote unquote? Well, it's self-defeating and reduced to absurdity. See what I did there? What's the problem with solipsism? Not did you solve the question that solipsists can't answer. Did you solve the problem of solipsism? Yeah, solipsism is a problem. Self-defeating.
You know his name's like Beetlejuice, Crit. We've already said it twice, dude. You say it once more, he's gonna appear.
Yeah, he hasn't been around at like really. I don't know if he's all the servers we share that he plagues like a locust.
Yep,
hasn't been around.
Who dogs?
Yeah, there's one of the servers. I'm not sure if that's familiar with, like called Mass Media. He got roasted like hardcore.
He was just in the Christian chat a few days ago arguing with Dart Dawkins.
Okay, I didn't see him.
Show.
Yeah, but that went well.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, who?
You're done. You're done. I'm done. He's done. I'm not talking to him anymore. Mute him.
That's kind of
Tease
how
him.
Works.
It's like they could.
This
just
is what
change,
they do.
Those dudes just change topics. It's like you got dogs who thinks that flat earthers are actually like some sort of harmful misinformation. And then you've got Darth Dawkins who thinks flat earthers are demonically possessed. So why don't they just go and do a circle jerk about how much they hate flat earthers? And they get along okay.
It's even worse because, like, with solipsists, as they interact, it's like, dude, what flat earthers? What dangers to society? What society? What are you talking about?
Yeah, go through like the one guy said that I would lose faith in all institutions of science. Which one? Air Force.
We're gonna have a flat Earth Me Too coming out somewhere where we're endangering society some way.
Yeah, that was Bob the science guy that flat earthers are murderers. They've killed children. You're like,
Really?
how did I do that? Like, I mean, that's a pretty heavy, like, you sure? I mean, yeah. And I'm like, well, because I said this surface is flat? He's like, yeah. And that caused people to believe other conspiracy theories that led to their death.
How the fuck did he put that together?
Somehow, we are magicians. Just by the sheer assertion, just by our sheer fiat of the premise, that then caused other people to believe the premise, and subsequently, sooner or later, resulted in their fatal end.
Hey, you can tell that he had a fucking red yarn corkboard with their fucking ways that he's connecting all kinds of shit together. Like that shit looks like a fucking just a conspiratorial fucking
web of blood,
a dream or something.
Yeah, it's like, how do you do that? How do you say that flat earthers are a bunch of online kooks? No one should pay attention to them. They're completely irrelevant and can be traced back to almost every single instance.
Would that mean that
of Darwin Award or whatever?
Would that mean that flat earthers are the independent variable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they cause everything.
It's like time. Flat earthers and time are all
specifically our
variables.
assertion, the sheer act of asserting.
You could equate us to mass because we cause like mass cause.
Yeah, the sheer existence of mass, the sheer assertion of the premise, right?
Dude, how many times have you fucking argued that within a span of 2 days, Greg? I must have heard it like at least 3 or 4 times.
I'm telling you, man.
3 or 4, at least.
I'm telling you, you might as well just go right to it. That's the major artery. It's right there.
I know Rhinoceros,
right to it.
And he tried to do it in a more calmer way or whatever, but it was still the same. It's like. Then I think today something happened again where you were arguing that point again. It's like, what is going on with these guys? Why can't they understand that? I don't know.
Why can't they refute it? I mean, look,
or refute it.
They know much better than me. I'm the idiot, right? I'm the idiot. I'm the idiotic flat earther. So refute me. But I have to do painstaking explanations about this and this and this. I'm the one that ends up lecturing them.
Hey, look at Scott. He put it because it's stupid. He put that in the text. Scott, really?
See?
That's deep, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Excellent
dude?
refutation.
But
I have modus tollens and modus ponens, and then with him, oh, that's stupid. Oh, that's a much stronger argument than what I said.
Nuh-uh.
It's a far stronger argument than what I said. I couldn't dare parallel to that, let alone surpass that.
Look out, Scott's he's a heavyweight in the debate circles, so I don't know how you're gonna.
So look at he's using coded. You got Gregory, you have Babel. He wanted to call like say you got black skin or something, but you had to use a code word.
Babel.
Yeah, like what the fuck is that? Babel. It's like a lot of these atheists are so racist too. They hear like someone who can articulate themselves and articulate Christianity and then be like African American. Like holy shit, does that piss them off?
What do you expect? Look, one of their modern sages, right, is Charles Darwin. And the longer title is The Preservation of the Favored Races. I mean, it's a part of their worldview. Now, they might be ashamed of it, some of them. They might be inconsistent with one of their beloved early modern sages. But the fact of the matter still stands, right? People are evolving unintentionally. This unintentional ontological evolutionism over long eons. And some are more advanced than others. Others are higher along the ontological hierarchy than others, according to their worldview. It's entirely consistent with their worldview, at least to that degree, if you don't thoroughly, savagely refute them.
There's an atheist, a third wave atheist called like Atheism Unstoppable. He's like a kangaroo character on YouTube, And he goes after Neil deGrasse Tyson like all the time. Like it's like it sounds like Rush Limbaugh talking about Barack Obama. It's like when you see people like that, that horseshoe effect. The further you get on the right and the further you get on the left, they become exactly the same talking points. It's like vitriolic dehumanization.
Just so long as you don't throw NPR under the bus, because that's what Scott watches for his facts.
Yeah, tiny desk.
How else does he get the rest of the story?
He gets his facts from Neil Young.
Who needs Neil deGrasse Tyson when you got Matt Nuclear? You know.
Oh wow, dude! Look out, world!
Yeah, they kind of cancel each other out, so you don't need either of them.
Yeah, it's like critical mass; it just explodes and causes thermal.
Yeah, when they're in the room, if they would ever get in a room together, man, that'd just be like a time will stop or something.
Well, yeah, because they'd start arguing with each other because they always throw Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus.
As long as he doesn't talk about the ISS, I would ask him like why he thinks that people can't see the curve from there. That's probably what he talks about.
Yeah, you'd
Apart
have
from
to.
that, I'd be probably asking him about black holes and all the other stuff that he talks about.
You'd have to debunk his point about the ISS not being able to see curvature from there. So you'd have a pretty. Would you have an argument against him that you could see curvature from the ISS?
Yeah. No, his argument, bro. It would be like, why are you giving us a bad look, bro? I mean, we've been on Discord, and you're just like you don't help us out. Like, I know he would be.
Yeah, you're a thorn in my side.
Yeah. Ever since you came up with that like from Felix Baumgartner's altitude, you've just been hurting us the whole way. Like, we don't need you, bro. Just quit. Like, I know he would be so in his feelings. Hey, come on. I've been thinking.
It's one thing that I think that like, he might be wrong about, but apart from that, man, like, he talks about cool stuff. He makes things interesting.
So what would be your argument that he'd be wrong about that? Can you present that?
Why? I would tell him that I think he's wrong because the people that are actually
what convinced you that
would
he
be
was
my
wrong?
argument. The people there say they can't. So it doesn't really matter what he says.
What would convince you that he was wrong? What made you say, okay, he's wrong? Yeah. What was that?
What convinced me that he was wrong was because the people that are actually up there say something different than what he says from the bottom. So he's never been up there. So I believe the astronauts and the engineers.
Engineers?
Yeah, they're engineers, are they not? Really? They're not engineers?
Who's an engineer?
Hey, do you believe Don?
Yeah, Don Pettit.
Yeah,
Don Pettit doesn't know.
Don Pettit.
The astronauts are like one of the best engineers in the world, dude.
If there's a hole in the ISS, he doesn't have a protocol to fix it. He's like, oh, well, then you just have a hole. Yeah, Don Pettit.
You're bringing reproach upon the holy name of science. Stop it.
So you actually you just go on anecdotal evidence from people who claim to have been there.
Well, yeah, I mean, he believes that your people actually were there too. So we would both agree that they were there. Yeah,
yeah,
and it's a good argument considering that most people were actually there.
Man, you fucking hell, dude.
Actually,
I mean, he's on the bottom telling them what they're seeing.
Have you not learned?
You are cooking. You're making cupcakes, mate.
I thought I told you better than that. You're
making caca shots. What are you making?
I can't believe this is the man. I know you're not saying anecdotal evidence is amazing. Come on, bro.
Well, that's the thing, though. You guys don't agree that there are people up there. Me and him would agree on that.
But that's
so I would like the first things I would ask him is, well, do you disagree with what they're telling you they're seeing? Because that would
the
be
bullshit. Listen, the bullshit you said right now would be the same thing if we said, "Hey, man, let me get this pilot who flies planes every day and says the Earth is flat from there." You would just be like, "Yeah, but it doesn't matter what he says." Like you throwing everybody under the bus. That's what you do.
No, really? I mean, I think he's throwing the people that are there under the bus a little bit, too.
ISS pilots, check mark. Real pilots in the real world, X.
What's the astronaut said that it looks curved? I've got two that says it looks flat.
Interesting.
You've seen these videos. I've posted them to you before.
Yeah, you've seen them. Stop pretending you haven't.
Gorgeous.
I mean,
Don't play Call of Duty, you cheeky little boy.
When you're in space for very long periods of time, the atmosphere just starts to look very flat. And Chris Hatfield, when you're in the ISS and you look down at Earth, it just looks flat and gorgeous.
Can you post them again?
No, fuck you. I want to look through my shit. You've seen them many times.
Fucking hell,
I've
dude.
seen him one. You've seen it. You posted it one time for me, man.
That's what I was saying,
Yeah,
dude.
you've
What
seen
you
them.
evidence, man? That's not good because if we throw something like that at you, then now how's your story gonna change? Because how are you gonna refute Crit if the astronaut actually said that?
What about the astronauts that didn't say that? That's it. That's it. Just like that.
Yeah, no.
Bullshit.
No.
Fucking hell.
It's like when you say gravity pulls things. Gravity always pulls things down, except when it doesn't.
Oh,
we lied to you. Gravity does not pull. Gravity is being curved.
It sucks.
When I was a little kid, I thought black holes like sucked a bunch of things in.
They did. Didn't you see those?
You're still a little kid then.
I mean,
you just said that yesterday.
Dude, I heard a guy say it was
I mean, a little kid is like 12, 10, 9. Can you be 17
Someone
and a
play
little
that clip from Michio Kaku. I need to hear that again. I need to remember that.
Yeah, it's like Clay has got all the clips and on the soundboard and everything. It seems like at one point I was putting together full kind of like presentations. Here's the astronauts talking about you don't see the curvature; it looks flat. Here's Neil deGrasse Tyson. Here's Hayden, Christian Hayden, not Hayden, from the Hayden, or whatever that guy's name is. From the planetarium, who said he ran the numbers and had the different circles drawn on the map and said, this is how much of the Earth that you see. All this stuff, it doesn't really matter because they're not going to pay attention. They're not going to really internalize it. They're just waiting to respond. It's like, how much effort do you really give to some guy who isn't going to really hear or listen at all to begin with? Like, how many steps forward do you take before you guys say, okay, meet me at least halfway? Do you recognize that these are astronauts? Did they say these things? What is your interpretation of it?
I'm going to interpret it like people falsely interpret the Bible.
Okay, those are the same people then, the same astronauts.
Just like that.
Nothing. Appeal to ignorance. Appeal to ignorance and knowing nothing. What do you hear? Why are you speaking? Just sit the fuck down, Matt.
Damn, that escalated.
Oh, into the break. One of the weak baby flat earthers want to speak up, huh? Bro, stay back in the chat where you belong, man.
Ooh,
you're devastated.
He is in the chat.
You can't even go in the chat when I'm there. You can't even go in the chat when I'm there.
What? Dude, how many times have I kicked your ass in the chat? You don't know what you're talking about, man.
How are you doing that?
You have all those shitty little images saved.
How can you touch him that far away? How are you doing that?
How do you kick someone's
His
ass?
words are powerful.
He thinks that Google Maps is a real picture of Earth, and he thinks he'll just wave up.
I definitely think that.
Google Earth.
Yeah, sure I do.
I don't know how you can kick someone's ass
Definitely do.
against the truth. How can you kick the truth's ass?
Oh yeah, sure.
How do you do it in text as well? That's
man,
weird.
You should see it. He's always getting wrecked in there.
Oh, come on, guys. Don't take it off him. Little Spoon, the chat warrior. Let him have it.
Yeah,
Just
that's the
once.
chat warrior. Your buddy's the chat warrior. Enter the break as a chat warrior.
You're
No,
arguing.
you are.
You're
You're the winner.
arguing
You,
You
against
Matt.
won. You won the
reality and
top left
truth.
award, brother.
You fucking dickhead.
Oh
Why do
yeah,
you come here
motivational.
over
I think
and
you're
over
arguing
with
against truth. What
nothing?
about
I
that?
do
What does that
not
do?
understand. You are fucking retarded.
Yeah. So when I think you're arguing against truth, does that make me right? Shut the fuck up, idiot. What a silly
Oh,
guy.
is this your big tough words coming to kick my
Sit
ass
down.
too,
I mean,
buddy?
you're arguing against
Got
truth.
him
Give me a
triggered.
fucking argument. You think you have the truth. I don't think you do. 'Cause matter of fact, I know you don't have the truth.
Is the truth up for grabs? Is it?
Oh yeah, it is
Or is
actually.
the truth? Is
The
the
earth's not
truth
flat like you
just
think it is.
true?
Why do you think everyone says it's not? They're all
What
lying
does
to
the
you, right?
truth is up for
It's
grabs
not.
even
This is
mean?
the
Yeah,
point
they're all
Brexit
lying to
was
you,
making,
bro.
that
They're
we
all lying
can't
to you.
establish a baseline with you because we can't even interpret like the meanings of what you say. This is why we cannot talk to you. You're fucking retarded.
They cannot talk to you.
It's
You're
it's
fucking
worse. It
retarded.
sounds much worse when he says with his accent. It's stronger than I could ever say it.
Hey,
Fucking
Matt, can you?
retarded.
Hey, Matt, can
His
you do
accent,
the?
his accent is. I still haven't heard an argument from him yet. He's a dumbass. That's why he keeps himself
Hey,
muted and lets
Matt,
his
can
daddy
you?
talk.
Hey, Matt, can you do this in the
Horizontal
text chat?
exists.
Can you do that in the text chat?
Accent
What
is
in the
awesome.
with this Chubbs guy? No, man. Fuck
Yeah,
this guy.
I love it when the Aussies call him retarded.
It's amazing.
Retarded.
Retarded, not retarded.
Retarded.
Do we sound like
Or the
Boston
English.
people? Do we?
It's because he is fucking retarded. So leave it alone.
Yeah, retarded. Hey man,
Absolutely
I have the
moron.
correct doctrine though. I have the correct doctrine. That tells you a lot.
Say
At
it.
least you acknowledge the
Repeat
doctrine.
it.
Sounded
Repeat
like they
what they
might be
were
from New
saying.
Zealand. I may have been mistaken.
No, we're all Aussies.
You're fighting against the truth.
All right, cool.
All right, that's
Gravity
enough of
does
that.
not
They're all right
pull,
too, I guess.
we lied to you. Space pushes you down. The check up.
So, Matt, you can't say retard like you're an Australian. Matt, you just can't do that. You just
You're
can't
retarded.
say you're retard.
You're retarded.
You're very good.
You're retarded because you park your car and have a job.
You're retarded because you're going against the truth.
What the fuck was that accent?
Yeah, that was
You're
horrible.
retarded because you're going against the truth. The truth that isn't the truth you're going against.
Started off
You're
Australian,
fake news.
Irish.
You're retarded.
You're very
You
bad
don't.
at lying. You might as well quit
And you're
your
American, so
Oh, you got me. I'm not even really American. I mean, I was raised here, but you got me
Where
though.
you from? You were from Haiti or something, weren't you?
No, I was born in Angola.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Thank God. I was hoping he wasn't going to say Canada. Now I feel real
No,
bad.
isn't that where they ate that bat soup and then he put the mask on?
No.
Wasn't that? Oh.
So do you speak Portuguese, Matt?
Sim. Fala português de Angola.
Nice.
Usually, when we're off by a factor of 2 or 10, we say something is off. Something is wrong with the theory. We are off by 10, followed by 120 zeros. This is the greatest mismatch in the history of science.
You actually sound like he sounds when he says it.
You should do voice acting, Gregory.
That was good. Same inflections and everything.
I don't know. It just catches my ear sometimes when I hear it. I get to like download it and I get to output it.
Chronic had argument against it was that it had been like X number of years, like 12 years since he wrote his last paper. Okay, and he's not a real scientist anymore because he hasn't written the paper in like X years. Fuck, I guess it just expires somehow, huh?
I am the soundboard. Come one, come all, prove that the earth is a ball.
Ooh.
Just kicking back wants to come in. They just post a very long poem. Maybe they want to recite it in VC. That was a nice poem. Come into VC.
Says the guy that's always hiding in the chat.
He who has a poem, come and tell it in the forum.
He who reads these words of wit.
Roses are red, violets are blue. The earth is a globe, and that is true.
Ooh.
The Tyson poem is roses are red, violets are blue. He wants to touch your Pluto tattoo.
The fuck?
He who says the earth is a
Me Too
ball could
movement.
not be further from the truth at all.
I always remember when Me Too almost got Tyson. Apparently, he had did something with a woman's Pluto tattoo.
Yeah, just kicking back. They made a whole Dr. Seuss book. They put it in chat.
Ooh. Roses are red.
Sam I am, scientism is a scam.
Roses are red. Violets are blue. The truth is in your face, so accept it, you fool.
I was right over
What's that truth?
mute
What's that
button.
truth that's in your face every day, Matt? Once
That
you come clean, be honest.
I live on a water ball, baby boy. I live on a water ball.
Once said it is rather incredible, but gravity is unverifiable.
That was whack. That was whack, man.
A waterfall rotating at the speed of sound. You always seem to forget that. It's like you want a little bit of your shit, but then you don't want the whole bit of your shit. So really, I would put it as a dung beetle. The dung beetle. That would be your god. You're very primitive, Matt.
You want
he
evidence?
said my rhyme is whack. However, every time he debates me, he gets smacked.
It's just not true. Objectively false.
You didn't have a rhyme, so you gotta do the time. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Ooh, yeah, he's a real tough guy. I'm telling you. The chat warrior is finally ranking up levels.
He may be a tough guy, but just because there isn't gravity doesn't mean that we're gonna fly.
Yeah, that's a real sign of a real man being able to
He's a real man.
carry himself across the horizon. Have you ever heard of a carrot on a stick, Matt?
Ah, there's a question.
I only know about the stick I put in your mouth.
That's weird.
That was whack.
Nah, that was on point.
That was whack. That was awful.
But, man, stop
That
copying.
was creepy. He likes to do things to old women that are against their will. It's very this
The
is why he
cougar
shouldn't
fetish.
be allowed to
that's
speak. It's disgusting.
One way or another, the scientist is gonna convey their fetish one way or another for some reason. It's like this is just a body
can't
of
help it.
fetish that cannot be contained. It just cannot be contained.
They can't help it. They have to disbelieve reality so that they make it okay all their sinful behaviors.
Oh.
That's why Matt's mad. He like somebody convinced him to do something, and he's kind of upset about it. And so he's like, I gotta believe there's aliens, and like maybe the Marvel universe is partially true, and Xenu is the best case scenario for Gloobers. Scientology is your best case.
Scientology. Yeah, I don't even think you're wrong. You're right. You think you're right in your own world, in your own mind.
Yeah,
So that's
you
all I
don't
need to know.
even think I'm wrong. You said it. You said it. You're like Biden
Yeah,
over
no,
here.
I think in your own
Speaking
mind,
truth.
you know that the flat Earth isn't true whatsoever, man.
Space is holding you down in your chair right now.
Well, if he thinks that, Matt, then what's his purpose here?
What's his purpose here?
Yeah.
Just boredom, probably.
Hmm.
Yeah, a feel of company, maybe.
I see.
We accept that you don't comprehend that there's a difference between objective reality and then your imagination. Your subject.
The irony, like everything you say, just try to listen to it. Try to take it in.
Wait, Matt, are you climbing the bridge? Are you ascending the operating Thetan levels? How are you prognosticating his thoughts?
I can read minds.
So you're not. Oh, so you're not ascending the bridge. You're not doing your auditing so you can become a better Thetan.
Think of any number right now, 1 through 10, Gregory. Lock it in.
Okay, I got it.
Your
five, right?
religion is based on flat Earth elevation angle measurements. So
here he goes. Here he goes. Flat Earth elevation
So
measurements.
even your religion relies on flat Earth. So good job for you. Yeah, good job for you. We do actually use maps to actually go places.
Really?
Hey, what's that Scientology thing? Is it they call it re-education?
Yeah, Into the Break needs that.
They
hold
the can.
When they do something wrong, they have to go into re-education. Or...
Yeah, RPF. I forget what it stands for. Yeah, I forget, but I think you're referring to RPF. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you watch that Leah Remini?
Yes.
Documentary. It's fucking good, wasn't it?
It's good. It's good. There's a lot of garbage on cable TV, but that's good.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. I think there's 2 parts to it.
It's 3 seasons.
2 separate ones.
Yeah. Did you see when her mom found out what was really up, and then she hadn't figured it out yet, and then her mom was
her mom.
She went
Her mom
high
was
enough
already
to where
pulling
she
away.
found out like the stories about the volcanoes and everybody's the space, like the nonsense you
Zenith.
find out when you get high up enough. Oh my lord! Yeah, she finally figured it out.
Did it say that Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard were like best friends doing?
They mentioned that.
The same
They mentioned that they were doing an episode on L. Ron Hubbard, and he was a part